Election Wire is presented by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends 12/31/24. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/election.
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to Election Wire. I'm your host, Cabot Phillips, joined by my wonderful co-host, Megan Basham.
Hey, Cabot.
Hey, Megan. We're going to spend a lot of time together tonight. And with all of you at home, after months of waiting, it's finally Election Day. We made it, guys. Whether you are a political nerd like me who's excited for the numbers to start rolling in so we can dig into the data, or you're just one of those people who's pumped for tonight because it means no more campaign ads on your TV, or maybe you're both of those people, we are glad to have you all with us for this really unforgettable night.
That's right. What I really want to say to everyone is Happy Democracy Day. We have an incredible show lined up for you. We'll be hearing from the nation's most accurate pollster, Signal founder Brent Buchanan. He's going to be breaking down all of the numbers, providing insights into how crucial voting blocks are breaking in those key swing states.
We will also be joined by a whole lot of familiar faces, including political activist Robbie Starbuck and Morning Wire host Georgia Howe. And we'll even get perspective from America's favorite liberal, Anna Kasparian.
And stay tuned all night long because a little bit later, all those Daily Wire hosts that you love will be here to take you through the night as each poll closes and those results roll in. So Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, unfortunately, Jeremy Boring, Andrew Klavan, and a slew of high-profile guests, including Jordan Peterson, Megyn Kelly, and Dennis Prager. They're all going to offer their political expertise for us like no one else can, and that all starts at 6 p.m. Eastern.
And we've also got reporters on location with the Trump and Harris campaigns. We've even got one stationed in the granddaddy of them all, Pennsylvania, which could well determine this race. But you guys already know that. You've been following things very closely here at Daily Wire. And I know that every 4 years people say we've never seen an election quite like this one before. But that statement rings true, especially this year.
That's right. We have seen 2 assassination attempts, criminal indictments, FBI raids, wild debates, and then the Democrats switching candidates mid-election.
That did happen, didn't it? I forgot that happened. It is a lot to keep up with. So as we wrap up the 2024 election cycle and say farewell, let's take a look back to how we got to this incredibly important moment. Our team put together a little trip down memory lane from 2016 until today. Let's all watch it together. Since he descended that famous golden escalator back in 2015, Donald Trump has been the main character in American politics.
I am officially running for President of the United States, and we are going to make our country great again. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall. Crooked Hillary, crazy Bernie, sleepy Joe Biden, Obama.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Almost overnight, the New York businessman and former reality TV star transformed politics forever, launching a historic movement and pulling off the biggest electoral upset of our lifetimes.
Donald Trump will be the 45th president of the United States.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first.
I told you, CNN is fake news. Don't talk to me.
And then they go after us for a Russian hoax. It's a witch hunt hoax.
No collusion, no obstruction.
the outbreak of a mystery virus in China.
It will go away. Just stay calm.
After years of record economic prosperity and job growth, the COVID-19 pandemic and national unrest sparked by Black Lives Matter riots doomed Trump's re-election effort.
Joe Biden has been elected the 46th president of the United States.
It was one of the deadliest days for the U.S. military of the entire 20-year war.
The nation is mourning the loss of those 13 service members.
You are a disgrace to this nation. You have no business having ultimate command over our military, and I regret not saying that to your face when I had the opportunity.
Joe Biden is so far underwater right now. A majority of Americans disapprove of his job performance.
Shortly after launching his third bid for the White House, the FBI raid on Trump's Mar-a-Lago home and subsequent indictments only increased his support among the GOP base.
Count 1, guilty. Count 2, guilty. Count 3, guilty.
This was a disgrace. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people.
Donald Trump is now the Republican nominee for president for the third straight election.
Prices rose 8.2% year over year, higher than analysts expected.
Inflation remains stubbornly, persistently high.
It is the biggest one-year increase since 1982, with no sign of a let-up anytime soon.
And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
I had God on my side. I felt that.
Breaking news as President Joe Biden has just announced that he is dropping out of the 2024 presidential race.
Nobody could watch the events of the last few weeks and believe that the Democratic Party is democratic.
An investigation underway after the second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump.
We are not going back.
I think she's going to be able to read from the teleprompter for the next 100 days.
Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired.
It's Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, Election Day.
As we grow old, we remember. Sorry, I don't know what to do. That's a little trip down memory lane.
That was a lot of memories in a really short space of time.
A lot of memories that I'd completely forgotten about. I think the main one was how Trump just has a special way with the nicknames for his opponent. Yeah. What's your favorite nickname from the years?
You know, probably Pocahontas, because that one felt maybe the most witty. There was a lot of subtext there, a little more than, say, Sleepy Joe. That one's fairly obvious.
My least favorite one, I remember that, is Little Marco, because I worked on Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential race. And once he started labeling Marco Rubio as Little Marco, I was like, this campaign's done. I started filling out my resume knowing I was going to be out of the job soon. But it is interesting to see Donald Trump through the years, and there's no denying the political movement that he launched, and I joke about getting emotional, but one person who actually did get emotional reminiscing was Donald Trump. The last few weeks, you know, we don't often see a lot of emotion from 45, but as this campaign has come to an end, he has been emotional, talking to his supporters about the fact that if all goes according to plan, his days of campaigning have come to an end. Have a listen.
We've been doing this really together for 9 years, and in 11 days we won't be doing this any longer. We'll be doing other things, but so it's a little bit sad because there has never been anything like this done in the history of our country, and probably it will never happen again. When you have a candidate in 4 years, they'll come to your beautiful Michigan, and they'll bring with them about 200 people. It won't be like, it's not going to be like this. I'm going from here to another wonderful place, and we're going to have big crowds. There's never been any. This spirit, I don't know if it's ever going to be replicated, but I just want to tell you I love you all.
I think it's hard not to feel a little emotional when you think about the assassination attempt that he survived in that fight moment. But now, in the final days of this campaign, there have been tons of major developments. Last night, Joe Rogan offered his endorsement of Donald Trump. Tens of millions of people watched Trump's appearance on Rogan's show. And, you know, I think it's worth noting that perhaps that endorsement would have gone a little bit the other way if Kamala Harris had agreed to make her own appearance. According to Rogan, he offered to have her on his show, but she would only do it if he were willing to meet a slew of demands. And long story short, that appearance, that interview, it didn't happen. Rogan's endorsement could end up being a pretty big moment, a pretty big deal, given that the Trump team is especially counting on men to put them over the top. So he's now had Hulk Hogan's endorsement, Jake Paul's endorsement, and now Rogan's. You think it's safe to say he's got the bro vote sewn up?
I can hear the bros at home going, ooh, 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 ooh. And that's just, sometimes these guys get together. That's just what we do. I asked the team in honor of the Hulk Hogan endorsement. We all saw him at the RNC rip his shirt off and start flexing. I asked our wardrobe team to get me one of those types of suits. To tear away, and they said no. Not because it was unprofessional, but because apparently I don't have big enough muscles to do that. But I digress. The other big news breaking this week, early voting numbers are through the roof. 78 million people have already voted. It's just a staggering number of people. And the reported breakdowns of party affiliation show a very tight race. 41% of early voters were registered Democrats, 39% Republicans, and 20% unaffiliated. Now, that potentially is a good sign for Republicans. They usually lag way behind in mail-in and early voting, but this year is different. They're way closer, but most analysts, including those on the right, say that you need to be careful about reading too much into those early voting numbers. They could just simply reflect the fact that people are a lot more comfortable voting early now. And this election, Donald Trump was telling people overtly, go vote early, go vote in the polls now. So maybe don't read too much into the early voting tea leaves. Right now, this race will come down to turnout. So if you're watching at home, I will never tell anyone to stop watching the Daily Wire because it's a fantastic use of your time. But if you're at home and you have not voted, get off your couch right now and go vote. This is going to be a very close race.
Yeah, the polls are still open in a number of swing states, so definitely get out there if you haven't yet. And the first actual in-person votes were counted last night in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. And surprise, it was actually a tie this year. So Harris picked up 3 votes and Trump snagged 3 votes. Last time, all of those Ditchville votes went to Biden. So that's quite a swing.
Yeah, worth noting also, the last election, a grand total of 5 people voted. This year it was 6. So there's a population boom going on in Dixville Notch, in this little tiny part of New Hampshire. We need to start investing in some real estate there. But a little bit of fun. They have the tradition. They always vote first. And Donald Trump at least picking up a few voters he didn't have last election. So I want now to get to some of our Daily Wire reporters who are out in the field. But first, this segment is brought to you by PDS Debt. You can get a custom plan to become debt-free right now at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. It only takes 30 seconds. That is pdsdebt.com/dailywire, pdsdebt.com/dailywire. All right, so now let's head over to D.C., where Daily Wire investigative reporter Spencer Lindquist is following the Harris campaign. Hey, Spencer, thanks for coming on.
Hey, of course, glad to be here.
All right, walk us through the environment there in D.C. What are you feeling? What are the vibes from the Vibes candidate, Kamala Harris?
Yeah, so I'm here in Howard University in Washington, D.C. We've got a lot of media setting up. Attendees have yet to come into this venue, so we're still waiting to actually see the Harris supporters come in. And when they do, we'll be seeing if we can speak with them and see exactly who's here tonight. We've got the stage getting set up right behind us where Harris is going to be speaking later tonight.
So, Spencer, one of the things that the Harris campaign has really struggled with is separating its identity from that of the Biden administration. Obviously, they have felt like it's been a bit of a drain on the energy of their campaign. Do you sense that in these closing days, we're now at the final day of the election, does the Harris team feel like they have managed to separate her from Joe Biden?
You know, that really is one of the issues that they've had. We saw infamously on The View, Harris said that there was nothing that came to mind that she would change in her administration in comparison to a Biden administration. So that's something that I think has been haunting her campaign. But one of the ways that they've worked their messaging is less actually about Kamala Harris and her policies, and it's more about Donald Trump and who they're casting him as. So we recently saw at a rally in Philadelphia last night on the eve of the election, she was pivoting again to messaging about Donald Trump rather than about herself as a candidate, and we've got that clip for you now.
We have an opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're exhausted with it. America is ready for a fresh start, ready for a new way forward where we see our fellow American not as an enemy, but as a neighbor.
And then here in D.C., we've actually seen that.
Oh, go ahead, Spencer. Spencer, I wanted to ask you about that. The businesses that we've seen that have been boarded up and the preparations for violence and unrest. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, exactly. So we've seen that some of this messaging of Trump being a fascist or Trump, being a danger, a threat to our democracy. We certainly know that there has been a history of violence from the left when it comes to Trump and his election. So we saw in 2016, just after his election, there was violence in cities like Portland and Seattle. We saw at his inauguration in 2017. There was violence here in D.C. again. So we actually have a clip that we're going to play for you now, and it's showing some of these businesses in downtown D.C. Many of these are really just in the surrounding area, right around the White House. They're actually boarding up, and these are retail businesses. These are business office spaces, a number of different businesses that are boarding up their windows with plywood in anticipation of some potential violence that no doubt they're imagining could occur if Trump is named the winner tonight.
Okay, so Spencer, let's get back to the Harris camp. I want to talk a little bit about how in the closing days on the left, you heard a lot of argument about how much momentum she had, but at the same time, you even started to see some of those left-leaning media outlets calling her out for her inability to be specific about her policy stances. I'm thinking right now of Axios saying that she was the no comment candidate. Have they, in these last couple of days, made any attempt to sort of change the narrative on that?
You know, this is one of the challenges that the Harris camp had. This is a candidate that came in really midway through an election. This is a candidate that came to replace Biden, of course, and actually didn't win a primary herself. So she's introducing herself to the American people. But one of the difficulties they've had is that in many instances she is just as that nickname implies, you know, she didn't give an interview to Rogan. She hasn't given comment to a number of different media outlets when they've asked for interviews. And that's something that, you know, it is an interesting media strategy, no doubt. She has preferred to keep that messaging really straight from her podium rather than giving it to these media outlets, even though these are outlets that are, in many cases, historically very charitable to Democratic candidates.
Spencer, go ahead, Megan.
Well, I was just saying, do you get a sense that some of these outlets are saying, help us help you, because they don't want to see her falter?
Yeah, you know, that is something that they seem very frustrated by this. I think it's something they certainly didn't expect. You know, maybe they expected it from the Trump campaign. Maybe they expected, a strained relationship, if you will, with the Trump campaign, but certainly not with the Kamala Harris campaign. You know, I think this is a departure from what we saw when Biden was running. And I think many of these outlets are frankly confused and frustrated about this strategy from the Harris campaign.
All right, Spencer, thank you so much for being on the ground for us in D.C. We appreciate you. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night. A lot of action going to be happening there at Harris HQ. All right, so let's turn now to Cassie Akiva, who is a Daily Wire reporter on the ground, been traveling around in Pennsylvania. Cassie, you've been to a Trump rally just in the last 24 hours. What is the atmosphere like in the state for Trump?
Thanks, Cabot. There is a lot of momentum. We've been all over Pennsylvania, starting in Philadelphia, making our way all the way out to Pittsburgh. Right now, we are in McCormick headquarters. They're setting up behind me. You can hear band practice going on, and things are getting very tense here. People are feeling very good. There is actually a very high turnout in the rural counties right now. So the McCormick campaign has told me that they're feeling excited, but they're definitely being cautiously optimistic right now. But yesterday, we were at a Trump rally in Pittsburgh, and there was a
Looks like maybe we were losing Cassie's feed a little bit there. Can you still hear us, Cassie?
Oh, looks like we may have lost Cassie. Folks, that is what happens when you are doing live TV, and that is what we're doing right now. So, again, Pennsylvania, this is the state that will likely decide the election. And so the big Senate race there, Dave McCormick facing off against Bob Casey. And we will get back to Cassie whenever we can get her feedback.
Yeah, because one of the things I really wanted to ask Cassie about is that Jewish vote. You know, it's not a huge portion of the electorate, only about 3%. But in a state like Pennsylvania, they are probably most represented in that swing state. So 3% could really move that state. And if they don't like what they've been hearing from Harris when it comes to the war in Israel, that could be a real issue there. So I'd love to get a chance, hopefully tonight, to find out what she's hearing on the ground.
Yep, we will definitely get back there. And first, though, I want to get to what really matters. And tonight, that is electoral votes. This segment that we're about to do that I'm very, very excited for. I'm trying to continue.
You've been waiting for this for like weeks.
Years I've been waiting for this. And this segment is brought to you by Lumen. Discover the world's first handheld metabolic coach. Just breathe in and get personalized guidance for better health. Go to lumen.me/dailywire to get 15% off your Lumen. That is lumen.me/dailywire for 15% off. So right now, folks, I get to stand up and I get to go to the big board because right now we are going to walk through different ways for this presidential election to play out. So right now, for the race to 270 electoral votes, let's go through the easiest way for each candidate to get there. So for Donald Trump's campaign, the path seems fairly obvious, and it starts in the great state of Pennsylvania. If Republicans are able to pick up the Pennsylvania race tonight and it's 19 electoral votes, that gets them to 238. So from there, they're going to need 32 electoral votes. And it just so happens that there are 32 electoral votes hanging out due south in the state of North Carolina. So we'll give Trump that. He needs 16 more from there. And Georgia also has, 16 electoral votes. If he gets those 16, that will put him at the big number, 270. So Trump's clearest, easiest, quickest path to victory runs through Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. So now let's say, for example, that Kamala Harris is able to pick up a state like North Carolina, where she has been gaining ground there in the polls recently. Where can Donald Trump make up those 16 votes that he lost? He'd have to head out west to add Arizona and Nevada. That would make up for losing Georgia, get him to 271. If he were to lose those, he could add Michigan and Wisconsin, and that would get him across the finish line as well. Now, for the Harris campaign, if they pick up Pennsylvania, this would make it a lot easier for their path to victory. They've made clear they view the Rust Belt as their sort of blue wall. So if they add Pennsylvania, if they pick up Michigan, and if they pick up Wisconsin, look what that does. It gets them to 200. Oh, well, I guess I added them North Carolina there. Sorry, I got to do this for effect. That gets them, those Rust Belt states gets them to 270 on the dot. So that is why they have been spending so much time in Pennsylvania. Harris, all 4 of her events yesterday there, and they feel as if they can lock up this election by locking up the Rust Belt. So if you're someone like me who maybe likes a little bit of chaos, and you're saying, Cabot, give me the chaos scenario. Well, here's what the chaos scenario looks like. We're going to give Donald Trump Pennsylvania and Michigan. We're going to give Kamala Harris Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and Wisconsin. And look what happens now. 269 votes to 269 votes. There's a word for that. What is the word for that? The word is a tie. It would be a tie in that scenario if Trump wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, and either North Carolina or Georgia, and Harris picks up the rest.
Okay, but then Trump wins, right? Because then it goes to the House.
Well, not necessarily, because yes, the election does go to the House. So if it's tied up, the House votes for the presidency. However, it's not based just on the majority. It's based on the number of state delegations that each party controls. So right now, Republicans control 26 state delegations. There's 22 for the Democrats and 2 that are tied. But they base this off of the next Congress. So it's the incoming Congress. So whatever happens tonight, if the Democrats pick up a number of seats, they could actually control 26 state delegations, and then they would be the ones that get to pick the president. Or for even more chaos, we could have 25 state delegations to 25 state delegations. And then what happens is you go to the Senate. The Senate picks the president or the vice president, and it does appear as if Republicans will be able to get to 51 tonight, so they'd pick Vance. If the House can't get their act together and they don't have a sitting president, the vice president would become the sitting vice president until the House can ultimately make that decision. Now, there's still possibilities that you could have some rogue electors that end up saying, I'm going to break the tie. I'm not voting for who I said I would vote for. But 269 to 269 would be absolutely crazy. It hasn't happened since 1824. So 200 years on the dot. Could we have this happen again? It is possible. Nate Cohn, the data expert, ran 80,000 plus simulations, and there were a few hundred times where this was the outcome. So thank you for letting me do that.
I would say it's a little bit of a civics lesson here tonight, but what I'm thinking was actually Nate Silver, and when he did this, he had fake news. That he said, no, that would mean Trump wins. So I'm glad I asked you, Cabot, and got the real story.
That's why you come to me to get the real story. So I'm going to sit down. They're going to have to tie me to this chair to keep me from going back to that graph up there because I've been asking for years.
Before we move on, I do want to ask you one quick question. One other place that Kamala Harris was spending a lot of time was in that single district in Nebraska that has just that one electoral vote. Why was that so important to her?
Well, this is a state where there are a number of scenarios where Harris and Trump both get to 269. And so that one congressional district, Nebraska is one of the only states in the country that does not allocate a winner-take-all system. And so there was an effort from Republicans in Nebraska to pressure the governor to pass a new law that would make it so that the state becomes winner-take-all. The governor ended up backing off and saying, you know what, we're not going to go for this because a number of those Republican state legislators sort of got cold feet. And so they did not go through with that. And if you get an election like this, 269, 269, there are going to be a lot of very angry people at Mar-a-Lago that there was not a stronger, earlier effort to pass that law. Now, I love talking about all this stuff, but maybe you guys are saying, all right, Cab, we've heard enough from you for now. Let's hear from some voters. And so we went to hear at Broadway in Nashville, Tennessee. You're going to hear plenty from some battleground voters, but we wanted to give some love to the folks in Tennessee. They don't call Nashville Nash Vegas for no reason. We got people from all over the country coming here. We talked to them about Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Let's hear what they had to say.
Trump or Kamala?
Trump.
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 Definitely Trump.
Oh, Donald Trump all the way, baby.
Trump.
Why?
Because, actually, neither.
Neither. Kamala all the way.
She's a train wreck, dude. She's train wrecked it all for 4 years, so why pick her now?
I think he cares about the country, and I think she's trying to ruin our country. How so? By having open borders, letting people in, giving them all the money, and not even taking care of the people that were affected in the hurricane.
If they were to meet any one of us right now, they wouldn't give a shit. They just want to go do their thing in the meetings and make a bunch of money and charge us taxes 40, 60, 70%.
I think Trump is an absolute disgrace and a danger to this country.
He has a brain, he has a backbone, and he is for us.
I can't pick the lesser of either evil. So yeah, I'm not voting for either one of them.
There's not either one that you're kind of leaning towards? Is that just, you're going to walk into the voter booth and just skip that question altogether?
Yes. Yes.
Kamala says she's going to do all this stuff in presidency while she holds the vice president's seat right now. Why is she stepping up to the plate and doing that?
He was our president. He did a great job when he was, and I really like him. I want him to win again.
Hi, well, welcome back. We're about to get to our polling expert, but first, our exclusive polling is made possible by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends 12/31/24. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/election. And joining us now is Signal founder and CEO Brent Buchanan. Welcome, Brent. We're so glad to have you. And what I really want to start with is what are the absolute latest final polls saying?
Well, if you look at national polls, they've been incredibly close. And again, this is not a national election, but I think it's been really unique to see how they've all basically been somewhere close to zero in that Trump and Harris are tied. And then as you look at the battleground states, those have also been incredibly close. And if you're a Democrat, you can handpick your set of polls to say this is good for us. If you're a Republican, there's plenty of polls that you can handpick and say these are good for us. And I think you were talking about the tiny town in northern New Hampshire. Yes. And what I find even more fascinating, besides the fact that it was tied 3-3, and by the way, historically, only twice has it ever voted 100% for one candidate. The first time was Joe Biden, 2020, and the time prior to that was Richard Nixon.
Wow.
So never before have they ever voted in block. So this 3-3 makes a lot of sense. But what I find even more fascinating is that those same 6 people voted 5-1 for the Republican candidate for governor, but 4-2 for the Democratic candidate for Congress. And if that does not perfectly explain this situation we find ourselves in, and you're going through the map and how Congress could actually make the decision of who the president is, I don't think that scenario is totally out of the norm. And really, the polling just shows everything is so close. And we as a team always joke, well, I guess it's going to come down to turnout. Because that's what everybody always says. Well, I guess it's going to come down to turnout. But I've never seen an election where it was so incumbent on both sides to have incredibly good Election Day turnout. And part of this is because Republicans did a really good job getting people to vote early, when in the past they had not voted early. But what that also means is that they have even a bigger lift to get the rest of the people to show out on Election Day.
So which camp, who are they trying to turn out?
So if you're the Harris camp, you're going for women. If we're breaking this into really broad buckets, you're going for women. If you're the Trump camp, you're going for men. If we're going to get more specific on those two, Harris is going after younger women, and Trump is going after the bro vote. And out of those two, it's a lot easier to get younger women to vote than it is to get younger men to vote. And that's why you've seen in these closing arguments, if you look at Harris and go, who the heck is she talking to? You're not the audience. And the same for Trump.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about the big picture for what you guys are doing at Signal, because you guys have been rated one of the most accurate pollsters by a number of outlets. What are you guys doing differently than other polling outlets, and what are some of the errors that you think some of your competitors fall into? Because you know this, people don't have trust in the polling industry. So what are you guys trying to do to rebuild that trust?
Well, first off, we say this is not for a media organization. So we're trying to let them know, like, this is legitimate scientific survey research. Secondly, we just believe that there are so many ways to communicate. I mean, we're sitting here on a streaming service right now talking to folks, which if you 10 years ago said that there would be streaming services with huge numbers of subscribers, people would be like, I don't understand what that means. And I think that's indicative of how the way people communicate has changed and how so many pollsters still just pick up the phone and dial folks. And I would say the majority of people look at their cell phone not as a phone, it's a mobile computer first and foremost. And they're more apt to text on it than they are to answer some phone call that they don't recognize.
Especially with all the spam calls people are getting.
Exactly.
So what are you guys doing, though, differently? And I guess look at the folks who've been getting it wrong. More specifically, what are they doing wrong? Why have polls consistently been off?
Well, polling all starts with what do you project the turnout to be? So if you think the turnout is going to be 50-50 male-female, whatever, regardless of how you contact folks, you're going to be setting the parameters at 50-50. Well, the electorate is really more like 54% female, 46% male. The second is, how are you contacting folks? So we use a lot of text-to-web. We still call people. There are folks who that's the best way to reach them. We use online panels. We use social media. But it's the structure of how we go about polling versus other folks is really looking at data to tell us what turnout should be, as opposed to just our assumptions and only looking at historical trends. Because here's something that's really interesting, and it's our team just developed this, and because we just put a bunch of voter databases into a single data lake. So it's kind of funny you mentioned the Oracle stuff at the beginning of the segment. Is if you're looking at age and trying to compare the under 30 vote this time to 20 to 16, well, let me tell you, there's a whole lot of people that in 16 were 10 years old, and now they're eligible to vote. So if you're trying to compare the under 30 group across 3 elections by just looking at who is under 30 now, you're completely missing out on folks. And then you have people who aged out up to the next age group. And so a lot of what we do is actually project backwards. What was your age in 16, or were you even a voter in 16, as we're projecting the electorate? So one of the big things that we're projecting that I think a lot of the legacy pollsters are not is that this is going to be a much younger electorate than the conventional wisdom leads you to believe. And if you go on X and look at videos of people standing in a line in Philadelphia, it is a bunch of younger people showing up to vote.
I'm going to say, and I know that a lot of the conversation has been about how very hard it is to target those Trump voters to get them included in those polls. One of the things I want to ask you is that we heard Kamala Harris's point man, David Plouffe, on CNN yesterday saying that based on some of this polling, based on some of this early vote, they think that they could sweep all 7 battlegrounds. Let's watch that clip really fast.
We think we have momentum. I think we're closing well. We think we're winning more of the people who've decided in the last week than Donald Trump. And there's still undecided voters, as you mentioned in a previous segment, and we think we're positioned to win them. But we're not going to win them 90-10. It's still going to be a close race. We have a credible pathway to all 7 states tomorrow night to go into Kamala Harris's column. But we believe they're all going to be close.
Right. But you think you could win all 7?
Yes.
Do you agree with David Plouffe?
So let me preface it with this. When you look at turnout, it's like a curve. And so in many instances, if it's super low turnout, it's good for Harris. If it's medium to somewhat high turnout, like let's say under 2020, it's good for Trump. When you go above 2020 turnout, it's good for Harris. I think we're headed towards an unprecedented amount of turnout that it's almost impossible to guess what that means because we've never had turnout that high. I mean, 2020 was a record high turnout election, a lot of it because people voted early because of COVID and the laws were changed and how people could go about voting. But I think we're headed to that territory where we're past what he's talking about. He's talking about slightly above 2020 turnout. And in that scenario, Harris could win the majority, if not all, of the swing states. But I think we're going beyond that point. And we're going to be in for some really interesting results tonight because we have 0 things to anchor and compare that back to.
What will you be watching for specifically?
So there's a couple states that report early, and then there's some states that I don't know why we leave them in the union, like California and New York, because they obviously don't even know how to count votes. They told us maybe next week we'll get around to letting you know who's going to win the election. But there are several states, kudos to them, like Georgia, that report pretty fast. And so
it is possible.
It is possible, exactly. I mean, third world countries do it. Obviously, we should be able to get around to it also. But there's a couple counties in Georgia to look at. I think in North Carolina, there's one county in particular, New Hanover County. It's where the city of Wilmington is. The coastal areas of North Carolina are really interesting because Wilmington has its own media market. But then if you go north and south of that, they're actually in the media markets of other states.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's probably why Southern Virginia and Northern South Carolina voters saw tons of political advertising because they were trying to reach those northern and southern coastal areas. But this New Hanover County is really interesting because in 2016, it voted for Clinton by 2. Then Trump won it by 4 in 2020. But then the Democrat U.S. Senate candidate won it by 2 in 22. And so it's this really unique county that really doesn't vary a whole lot from the mean or from a tied race. So, and I think we're going to know a county like that very early in the race.
Well, we're excited to hear you tracking those results. I know you were keeping a close eye on the battleground counties of Northampton and Erie, or the bellwether counties in Pennsylvania. So we're going to
also another state that doesn't know how to count votes.
Yep, we're going to get a lot more from you there. But I do have one final question on the black vote, specifically black men. You know, we've seen this mirage in 2016 and 2020 where we saw a few scattered polls showing, oh, Trump might get record support with black voters, especially black men. Didn't really happen. Republicans still got 8 to 10%. Is this year different? We've seen a lot more polling that says it is, but do you think there's any actual legitimacy to those claims?
Well, there's a difference between the margin of a vote and the share of a vote. And when there's a higher undecided, the margin actually looks closer. And the reason I give this example is, so we just finished up a poll this weekend in Georgia to be ready for tonight, to know what to look for, to know how the groups are moving. And one of the things we found is that the black vote there was only 12% for Trump. Well, according to CNN's exit polls, which, I mean, exit polls are a mixed bag, but it was only 11% black vote for Trump. So if the exit poll is somewhat accurate and if our sample was pretty close to what's going to happen, that's not a whole lot of variation. But when you look at our national poll, we have black voters at 20% for Trump in our last poll at the end of October. So I think there's something happening, just like the Iowa poll, which Donald Trump's going to win Iowa.
Right.
But I think there are things happening within that poll that we should pay attention to. They're definitely exaggerated within that survey. And I would say that even within our national poll, I think there's some exaggeration to that 20% of the black vote for Trump. Because when you go down to some key states, it's not as high. But some of the states that probably don't matter to the Electoral College may have higher vote, a black vote for Trump.
Yeah. So we're going to hear a lot more from you tonight. So don't get too comfortable because we're just going to be bringing you back on set.
All night.
You're going to hear from Brent Buchanan all night, our polling expert from Signal. But you mentioned the state of Georgia. So let's go to Georgia. I went there recently this month to talk to voters. Let's hear some of what they had to say about the election.
We talked to a lot of Harris supporters in Atlanta. A number of them said they could never vote for Donald Trump because they think he's a racist. What do you make of that claim?
Nonsense.
What's the main reason y'all are supporting Trump this year?
Inflation and immigration policies, number one.
I think that his policies have proven to be effective, and so I think we need to get back to what was working.
When Trump was in office, things were a lot better. The economy was better. So that's my take, yeah.
Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, who do you want to win?
Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris, absolutely.
I want Donald Trump.
Kamala Harris, of course.
Trump all the way. All the way.
He actually has some views that I kind of like, so I kind of like him, but I don't.
The inspirational music in the back. You guys couldn't see. I was doing push-ups behind. It felt kind of like Rocky music that was playing. But joining us now is a good friend of ours here at the Daily Wire, Philip Wegman, White House reporter for Real Clear Politics. Phil, thanks for coming on.
Thank you for having me. You guys ready for a long night?
Yes, I am. Your night is either going to be in the midst of some very, very happy people or some very, very sad people because you are at the Palm Beach Convention Center where Trump camp is set up. What is the vibe right now? You're a White House reporter. You're talking to the folks in both campaigns, but what are you hearing behind closed doors from the Trump campaign?
What I'm hearing from both the Trump campaign and also Democrats is exuberance, because of course we would be hearing optimism this early on election day. Both sides are very confident in their get out the vote operations, and they are projecting right now. We don't have a good idea of what is actually going to happen. Certainly there's anecdotes and there's some early exit polls, but right now this race is as much of a question mark as it has been in the last couple of weeks. And, this is the definition of a dead heat. They are statistically tied 50-50.
Well, I can tell you that I don't think I've ever spent as much time on Real Clear Politics and its averages as I have in this election. It became a bit of an addiction. And part of that was because you just felt that no matter which direction the campaigns were heading, you could not get a beat on where the momentum was going to go. If someone were to press you right now, do you have a feeling on who's got the momentum right this second?
Right now, I think that the momentum is with the former president. And the reason why I say that is their guiding star has been that if you're explaining, you're losing. But if you're entertaining, you're winning. That's the game that they want to play. And Donald Trump has been nothing if not entertaining in the final stretch. He had the initial setback with Tony Hinchcliffe telling a pretty stupid joke about Puerto Rico. And then he bounced back, making the most of President Biden's garbage gaffe, sort of turning trash into treasure. He had the garbage truck stunt. I'm told by sources inside the Trump campaign that was all the former president's idea, and he feels good. You see this with the Joe Rogan endorsement, with a lot of these last-minute podcasts. They are running a different kind of campaign, one that is a bit more insurgent than Harris. And one thing that I'm going to be watching tonight, though, is do these low propensity male voters actually turn out and vote? Because it's one thing for the Trump campaign to grab their attention with an interview on Rogan or the Nelk Boys or any number of these podcasts. But what is it actually going to take to get them to the polls? And that's one thing I'll be really curious to see.
Well, what's motivating those voters in particular?
Yeah, if you talk to Donald Trump, and we heard this morning when he went to cast his ballot here in Palm Beach, he argued that the number one issue in this election is immigration. His campaign, though, and what we've seen from public polling says, no, it's not immigration. Certainly that's one of the concerns of the American public, but it remains the economy, stupid. Inflation is a killer. High mortgage rates are incredibly frustrating to someone who is trying to start out in life. And certainly these concerns about the economy are magnified for that younger voter who's trying to build a life for themselves. The closing argument from Trump has been about immigration, and certainly the immigration argument dovetails a bit with the economy. J.D. Vance has argued that if you get illegal immigration under control, that will lead to higher wages for an American working class. But this is the auspicious bet of Donald Trump, his third time around. He's pushing his cards in on immigration, not the economy, and we'll see if it was a smart move.
Phil, you've now covered 3 Trump campaigns. What is the biggest difference that you've noticed? You touched on a few things that he's changed, but beyond just personnel, but like from a logistical strategy standpoint or from a personal standpoint, what have you felt differently this go round?
And there's been sort of like 3 generations of MAGA, right? You have the OGs who were there in 2016 when Trump could not get the top people. Remember, he was not able to afford some of the best consultants or the most respected political operatives because they were turning their nose up at him in 2016. In 2020, you had folks who were sort of straddling the RNC line and also his campaign. Now, I think that what we have seen is that since he's been on the scene for the better part of a decade, you have dyed-in-the-wool MAGA operatives, people who have grown up in sort of his America First agenda, and everyone is bought on board. The thing that I find really interesting is in 2016, Trump was clearly having fun. Everyone is writing him off. It was him, his family, and a few aides. In 2020, we were in the midst of, a terrible once-in-a-century pandemic. It was, not an environment where any politician should be having fun. We have, millions of deaths. But now that's in the rearview mirror. And I think that, Trump has sort of been able to let his hair down a little bit more. He's been able to enjoy the process and connect with, sort of those independent voters, those low propensity voters who are there for him, not just as a political figure, but also as a cultural phenomenon. He's approaching Oprah levels of influence, and certainly, Elon Musk is as well. Sorry to ramble here on very little sleep. I think that the big thing that I find so fascinating right now is there is not a stigma about being a Trump voter in the way that there was in 2016 or 2020. There's just not that stigma.
So final question, Phil. I don't want you to get too emotional, but you've been in the White House briefing room for the last 4 years. You have had some very viral, high-profile clashes with Karine Jean-Pierre. Are you going to miss being able to spar with the Biden administration on a weekly basis?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that there's a good chance that the Harris administration will be very similar. A lot of the same people have moved from the Biden White House over to the Harris administration. You know me, Cabot. I don't care whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. I'm just looking for a scalp to nail to the wall. And I think that one of the things, while, the press often does complain about Karine Jean-Pierre and also about Jen Psaki, is I have found that they have at least been willing, sort of, in my back and forth with them, to engage with the argument. My bias is towards more transparency and more access. Certainly, we didn't get a lot of access to Biden or Harris, but at least in the press room, I think that on occasion, both Karine and Jen, they gave as good as they got. And I think, in a way, they helped me do my job.
I will be in the mail sending you an apron and a spatula because Phil Wegman is the grill master, and he has been grilling folks for years in both administrations. Looks like we lost Phil there, so he won't get to hear this. But Phil, thank you so much.
I was going to say, I was going to try to pin him down on whether, call it Harris or Trump, and he probably, just accidentally clicked off so that I didn't put him on the spot like that.
He knew that you were going to do that.
I was going to ask him the tough question.
I thought I liked Phil, and you just can't trust anyone. There he is. He's back. Okay. All right. Megan, fire away.
Phil, one-word answer. Harris or Trump? Who's winning tonight?
I hate it when journalists are very good at their jobs.
Giving you a taste of your own medicine.
Yeah, and so I'm going to do a very annoying political thing, which is I think that 52%, 48% Trump, that's the odds right now. But I mean, he leads in all but 2 of the swing states right now. The national polls are tied. Right now, I wouldn't believe anyone who gave a prediction with much confidence, including myself.
All right. Well, thanks, Phil. That was worth catching up with you again. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right. As the uncertainty of a presidential election looms, there is one thing you can count on. If you owe back taxes, you don't want to gamble with the IRS. It is a no-win. That is why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filled in one 5 or 10 years, they can help, even if you haven't filed in 5 or 10 years. What gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. And they won't back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That is how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people like you. Do not wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It is free. Talk with one of their strategists and see how they can help. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire. It's time to put this nightmare behind you. Again, that is 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire.
Well, one of the biggest threats to the country right now is the push to censor public debate, like in the case of GARM from just this past summer, which we covered very heavily on Morning Wire, Cabot. Now, for those who are maybe in the audience who aren't familiar with what GARM stands for, it's the Global Alliance for Responsible Media. Now, that's a bit of an Orwellian mouthful, but to put it simply, GARM was an association of the 6 biggest advertising agencies in the world, responsible for 90% of the world's advertising. So you could say it would be a little bit hard for a media company to make money and survive if a group like that put you on a blacklist. And yet that's exactly what GARM did with groups like us and the Federalist. It coordinated advertiser boycotts of center-right media. And it pushed its members not to advertise on Elon Musk's X because it doesn't censor speech the way that other social media platforms do.
Representative Jim Jordan in Washington took on GARM as part of his work for the House Judiciary Committee. He alerted us, actually, that GARM was targeting Daily Wire. Our own Ben Shapiro was one of the leaders in this fight against the group. He went to Capitol Hill to testify against them. Here's a bit of that testimony.
GARM acts as a cartel. Its members account for 90% of ad spending in the United States, almost $1 trillion. In other words, if you're not getting ad dollars from GARM members, it's nearly impossible to run an ad-based business. And if you're not following their preferred political narratives, the ones that Kara Swisher and Dianne Feinstein would follow, you will not be deemed brand safe. Your business will be throttled.
Well, once GARM was exposed and Musk and X sued it for unfair business practices, GARM was disbanded. And now that was a big victory for free speech, but the left-wing censors are still trying to silence conservatives.
That is right. Just because GARM was forced to disband, it doesn't mean their efforts to censor conservatives have ended. They're never going to end. Just last week, Daily Wire's own Luke Rosiak reported that GARM may be reconstituting under a new name. The new group is called the Dentsu Coalition, and it wants to boost, quote, credible news and ensure that journalism thrives by leveraging the collective power of the ad industry's foremost players. Now, that actually sounds exactly like GARM, just with a less creepy sounding name.
Right. So the fight for free speech is very clearly not over, as you said, Cabot. And it's also an issue that Americans are growing more concerned about. Some recent polling showed that it was one of the top issues for American voters right now.
Yeah, and pushing back against the enemies of freedom is kind of the entire point that the Daily Wire was founded. And we will continue to do so with that mission. We'll continue to fight as long as generous people like you in the audience keep supporting us. And in honor of that fight that is going on right now as we speak, we actually brought back our best offer right now. You can get 47% off your new Daily Wire Plus annual membership with code FIGHT at dailywire.com/subscribe. And no, that number 47 is no coincidence. As Donald Trump fights his way back to the White House, we are on the front lines, challenging the left and the mainstream media's rhetoric, lies, and deceptive agenda, and making sure that your voice is heard. So go to dailywire.com/subscribe and use code FIGHT, and you'll get 47% off your new Daily Wire Plus membership. All right. So we are joined now by a very special guest. You might recognize her wonderful voice. You might say, but what does her face look like? Here's Georgia Howe in person.
Hey, everyone.
Now, Georgia, this is very nice because usually you are interviewing me.
I know, I'm in the hot seat.
Or you are interviewing Megan.
I'm going to say how the tables have turned,
I know.
Georgia.
So abortion was a major issue. That's what we want to talk about with you in the 2020 race. You've been tracking this very, very closely. A lot of pundits really believe that single issue stymied what was expected to be a red wave back in 2022. Kamala Harris, as a result, has continued to make it a central plank of her campaign.
Well, and so I think the question then is, do you think it's going to be a major Achilles heel for the Trump campaign this go round?
So the answer is yes. It is going to be an activating issue for voters, particularly young women. But I think there's good reason to believe it's not going to be as detrimental to Republicans as it was in 2022. So just some quick numbers. 1 in 4 women under 30 say this is their number one issue, and it's the issue bringing them to the polls. But when you compare that to the general electorate, it's just 1 in 14. And that, of course, does include a small percentage of people who are pro-life, and that's their number one issue as well. So now that we are in a general, it's a more dilute group that are going to the polls over this. You might say women are outvoting men. We've seen that this past week or two. But what we're hearing on the ground now is men are showing up at the polls, particularly in Pennsylvania. We're seeing predominantly male lines right now. So, and also a lot of the women that have shown up are actually coming from rural areas, particularly in Arizona and Nevada. That's what we've seen. So there's good reason to believe that a lot of the women that are showing up are also Republican women. But there's also some other reasons to think that it's not going to be as big of an issue in 2022, partly because it's been 2 years now. So people have had a chance to understand what it means for an issue to go to the states. When Dobbs came down, I think there were a lot of people who literally thought that now abortion is going to be banned nationwide because Roe has fallen. But obviously that wasn't true. And people have had a couple of years to understand that that's not true. And they've had a couple of years to see what it looks like when the issue goes to the states. 7 states have passed amendments, and all 7, it's passed handily that abortion will continue to be the law of the land, even in deep red states, Kentucky, Kansas, places where people thought there might be more of a fight. People are choosing to continue to have abortion rights there. So
that's taking the issue off the table, you're saying?
It's taking the issue off the table, and it's bringing down the temperature on the issue, because a lot of what's bringing people to the polls is that fear that this right that they've had for decades is going to be taken away. Well, anyone with eyes and a brain can see that it's not really going anywhere anytime soon.
So what, in those states that have passed these amendments, what has been the result after a few years? And then after, maybe talk to us about the states that this year also have similar measures on the ballot.
So it's only been a couple of years, and we don't have a ton of data yet about what the actual effect of those laws have been. So there's some studies that are showing that abortions have gone down. Other studies have shown that it's basically flatlined. So I think time will tell as to how effective these laws are. But in terms of the states that have it on the ballot now, it's going to be 10 more states that have it on the ballot. I don't have them right in front of me, but only 2 of them are battleground states. Yeah. That's Arizona and Nevada. It's looking like it's going to pass there, and part of that is that a lot of the surveys are showing that a lot of Republicans are actually supporting those amendments in Arizona and Nevada. So it's looking like it's becoming a split-your-ticket issue. But yeah.
I want to give a voice to the pro-lifers then. When they hear all of this, Georgia, that's got to be really demoralizing for them to feel like they had won this major victory in Dobbs and to now see the issue losing in almost every state. We don't know yet what will happen in Florida. That's a really pretty extreme bill. So do you think that this is just sort of a devastating result that they maybe didn't see coming, the pro-life movement?
I mean, the reality is when you look at polling on the issue, the American people on balance do want some access to abortion. There's a variety of polls that show that. So there's work to do. I mean, you need to change people's minds if you really want this issue, or if you really want to support the pro-life cause. It needs to be a grassroots effort, changing people's minds. And right now, the American people are not ready to be a fully pro-life nation, unfortunately.
So what are some of the numbers? Because it seems like certain polls can imply different things when the phrasing is different. Talk to us about that.
So Gallup has been tracking this for decades, and it's been relatively even for the past 20 years, relatively evenly split between people who identify as pro-choice versus pro-life. In more recent years, since about 2019, it's ticked up. More people are saying they're pro-choice than pro-life. I think the most recent numbers were 54% of Americans would say, just given those 2 options, that they're pro-choice versus 41 say pro-life. That's a worse result than we even saw maybe 5 years ago. Part of that might be the Dobbs ruling, making people feel a little anxious. And it actually looks worse when you look at some of the Pew surveys. So Pew reports that I think 63% say they want abortion legal in all or most cases, and it's only 36 that want it illegal in all or most cases. So on its face, it sounds pretty demoralizing. That said, when you dig into some of the crosstabs and you look at surveys that ask people more nuanced questions, people actually do want limits on abortion. And actually the numbers almost completely flip when you ask people whether they support limits. So this is from Gallup. 62% of Americans will say that they want either some limits or a total ban, compared to 35% who want no limits at all. So it's almost a complete inverse when you ask people, hey, would you like to have some limits on this issue? So it's not, if you communicate it clearly, which, the airwaves have been saturated with pro-abortion messaging right now, but if the pro-life cause were to invest and saturate the airwaves with a more nuanced message, they will be well received.
Okay, so I want to talk a minute about Trump, though. He obviously has changed the GOP's messaging on abortion. I think the question is, will that cause some of those pro-life voters who backed him specifically for Supreme Court justices in 2016, are they going to stay home? They typically tend to be religious people. They tend to be churchgoers. Are they going to turn out, or have they been so disillusioned with the GOP shift that they just stay home entirely?
So actually, it's a very small group of people who say they are both pro-life and that is their number one issue. So of people who say that they are pro-choice, 23% of them say that it is their number one issue, or at least an issue they will not compromise on. But actually, it's only 8% when it comes to pro-life voters. So only 8% of pro-lifers say that is a non-negotiable for them. So Trump going soft on abortion actually will not hurt him nearly as much as a Democrat doing the inverse would.
Fascinating stuff. Georgia Howe, thank you so much for the reporting. An issue you've been tracking very closely that you'll continue to track on Morning Wire. So everyone go listen to Morning Wire. You'll hear the two of us. Well, you'll hear Georgia Howe.
You hear all three of us almost every day. Really.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so you can rely on Morning Wire for your news. Georgia, thanks again.
Thank you.
That was incredible. So I now want to hear from our friends at Oracle, who have helped make this entire show possible. Let's hear from them.
Run Oracle Database in any cloud so you can bring AI to your data anywhere. Develop AI-powered apps. Use cutting-edge Gen AI features like vector search and modernize your apps with Oracle Database running in every popular cloud platform: OCI, AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. That means you run your workloads where you see fit with built-in AI, high availability, and the leading performance you expect from Oracle Database. See what you'll be able to do at oracle.com/multicloud.
All right, welcome back, everyone. It is now after 5 o'clock Eastern time. That means the polls will be closing in a number of states in just a very short time. And it also means that we're less than 1 hour away from the Daily Wire's big election night show, starring Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Andrew Klavan, and of course, Jeremy Boring.
And you don't want to miss all the excitement we have for you tonight, including visits from Megyn Kelly, my fellow Megan, Clay Travis, Jordan Peterson, and so many more. And that's just 1 hour away from now at 6 p.m. Eastern.
But first, we are joined by, and I'll go ahead and say it, I'm not ashamed to say it, my favorite liberal commentator in the country, the Young Turks, Anna Kasparian. Anna, we interviewed you at the Republican National Convention when Joe Biden was still the nominee. It feels like 3 years ago. You said at the time you would not vote for him. So I'm interested, has your opinion shifted now that Kamala Harris is on the ticket?
I did not vote for president. I wrote in a candidate. I live in California, so I have the ability of basically voicing my discontent through this one act. But, I just think that Kamala Harris has run a campaign that's very similar in regard to policies that Joe Biden has championed that I don't necessarily agree with. But at the same time, I'm also not the kind of person who feels like her best interests are represented by Donald Trump. I've instead kind of delved into the local races that have more of an impact on my day-to-day life, but that's where I'm at.
So, Anna, I remember when we were at the RNC, you really strenuously encouraged your party, encouraged the Democrats to actually have a primary and not just to crown Kamala Harris. That didn't happen. How many are there like you who lean to the left, who feel really disappointed in how that process played out?
We're about to find out tonight. I mean, I can speculate, but based on, honestly, what pretty much everything has come down to in this presidential election, which is vibes. The vibes I get is Democratic voters are going to comply and support Kamala Harris because they view Donald Trump to be a threat to our democratic process and a chaotic individual who is going to lead to more divisions in the country. So far, what I've noticed from any Democratic voter that I've spoken to, even if they complained about Harris being anointed as the nominee, they're still willing to vote for her because of their disdain for Donald Trump.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying a little bit of irony there in looking at Trump as a threat to democracy while also acknowledging, hey, a normal process didn't play out for our candidate. Part of what I want to ask you is that because she didn't go through that process, she was not forced to be clear about her policies. Do you think that's hurting her now that we are in the general and we're in the very last day of the general?
I think that this election, unfortunately, hasn't really been about policy. And for people who are just more interested in preventing Donald Trump from taking office again, I think they'll vote for anyone. Again, even though there was an undemocratic process in choosing her to be the replacement for Joe Biden. I would have liked to see more substance in, honestly, both campaigns. I would have liked to see a hashing out of the policies that each politician is proposing. You know, we've got a little bit of specificity in terms of economic policies that Donald Trump has been pushing, namely the expansion of the tariffs. He repeats how much he loves implementing tariffs. So I really do think he's serious about that. With Kamala Harris, we've heard some positive things in regard to increasing the inventory of residential homes in the country, but absolutely no details in regard to how she intends to overcome state and local zoning laws that will certainly serve as a massive obstacle in getting that done. She also briefly talked about, preventing or banning private equity firms from buying up single family homes. Although I haven't really seen much of a conversation about that since she proposed it. I think this is really just about a popularity contest and which candidate voters feel is a bigger threat to the country. And so, you hear a lot of hyperbolic language, Honestly, I'm just worried about what the aftermath of this election is going to be. I really hope that we don't see a repeat of what happened in 2020. I hope that there will be a peaceful transfer of power. And at the end of the day, I think that both parties really need to come to terms with the lack of action taken to represent the best interests of this country and the American people.
Anna, I'm interested in your take on the future of the Democratic Party. I mean, we have seen a huge shift from the GOP of 2015 to 2016 through today. Now, you can argue about, is that a long-term shift or is it just, relegated to only the Trump years? But do you see the Democratic Party undergoing a similar shift if Kamala Harris is elected? It's hard to argue that she's not the most progressive or far-left Democratic nominee we've ever seen. If she were elected, do you think she would take the party further that way, or would she try and moderate to more of the old-school establishment Democrats?
She's certainly running as a moderate, and I think she means it. I don't think that she necessarily has any core values that makes her either progressive or moderate. I think she's a typical politician who will say what's necessary to win, and she's chosen the path of a more moderate Democrat in order to garner the support to win. It remains to be seen whether it's going to be successful. But at the same time, I do think that, progressive activists have unfortunately squandered some of the political capital they had during the Bernie years by focusing on more divisive identitarian politics as opposed to economic populist proposals that would have, broad-based support. They could have been much more powerful by building broad coalitions. Instead, progressive activists have treated their political ideology as if it's some sort of exclusive popularity contest. It's ridiculous. So right now, now, Democrats have decided, well, progressives have less power than ever before. So why don't we just move forward with, a pro-business, moderate agenda? And that's really what Democrats had been representing prior to the Bernie years to begin with. So I think they're going to move forward. What I'm actually more concerned about, to be quite honest with you, is the absorption of neoconservatives into the Democratic Party. Individuals like Liz Cheney, who, if we're going to talk about the importance of protecting democracy. Yeah, well, I'm not happy about that. And so that's going to be a real issue for people like me moving forward if Democrats intend to continue laundering the reputations of individuals who engaged in undemocratic behavior during the Bush years. I mean, George W. Bush suspended habeas corpus, a constitutional right. And the fact that Liz Cheney wasn't crying about it, she certainly wasn't pushing back against it, and was very supportive of the Bush years. In fact, still till this day, does not regret that, we were carrying out torture, waterboarding. I mean, she has no apologies about the Bush years. And I don't think that absorbing that ideology into the Democratic Party would be beneficial.
Okay, well, let's talk about the shifts that the Republican Party has made in a more populist direction. When you look at the Trump campaign and its overtures to unions, it's bringing into the fold a Robert Kennedy, a Tulsi Gabbard. They're obviously trying to do more things that appeal to the blue-collar former Democrat voters. Do you think that moves people who were in your party permanently, or is this just sort of a once-in-a-generation moment that we're seeing?
I don't know how many Democratic voters. Sorry, guys, I'm getting like an echo. I'm going to take my headpiece out for a second so I can answer your. Okay, there we go. So I don't think that the Trump campaign is serious about blue collar working class Americans and finding ways to make their lives better. You have to listen to what's actually being said. There's a lot of populist rhetoric, but at the end of the day, when you look at the proposals from Donald Trump, one of the things that he's proposed is doing away with the income tax entirely and instead generating revenue from the federal government through tariffs. That would be a massive redistribution of wealth from the very bottom to the top in this country. I don't see how that would make things better. The argument is that it would bring manufacturing jobs back to the United States because it would incentivize corporations to manufacture here in the U.S. Even if that's true, it would take several years for them to set up shop here, have the factories ready to manufacture products here. And so I'm supportive of some of the targeted tariffs that Donald Trump had implemented. And in fact, Biden himself seemed to like those tariffs because not only did he keep them in place, he actually expanded them. But the way that Trump talks about tariffs now and where his priorities lie at the moment makes it abundantly clear to me that what he would actually carry out would not benefit ordinary working class Americans. So I think there's a lot of talk, but I'm not quite buying it.
All right. I'm sure you'd have a lot of people who would reference the success of blue-collar workers from 2016 to 2020, but that's a conversation for another time. I know you've got to get going, and we've got a lot more to get to as well. So, Anna Kasparian, we so much appreciate you joining us and always appreciate talking to you.
Thank you so much.
All right. So that was Anna from the Young Turks. And now we're going to get back to Spencer Lindquist, who is in D.C. with the Harris camp. Spencer, what are the vibes now? What are you seeing? It's getting dark. Things are getting closer. What is the crowd like? Who are the average supporters there? What are you seeing?
So right now we've seen 4 bleachers set up. There's 2 bleachers with media risers, so you've got all of your journalists and their cameras, and there's 2 bleachers that have yet to be filled just yet, and that's where the attendees are going to be. So the attendees still are not here. Her supporters, that is, are still not here, but it is getting later in the night. It's just crusting 5 p.m. here in the Eastern time zone, and we should be seeing some of these results roll in from these Eastern states like Georgia at 7 p.m. So we are getting closer to some of these pivotal moments where we're going to start to see the vote tally in these critical states.
Well, she made so much of her launch as a joy campaign, and you couldn't help but notice that as the election went on, a lot of that joy seemed to drain out of the Harris camp. Are you feeling any joy tonight?
You know, we haven't really seen that joy yet. Right now, it's just people kind of setting up and sitting here waiting. But I will say that I was here in D.C. at her closing argument speech. That was at the Ellipse, just between the Washington Monument and the White House, a symbolic location that she chose. And she was speaking with some of her, usual kind of boilerplate talking points, speaking to some of those core issues that her supporters are in favor of. So, of course, the increased abortion access. She was speaking to lowering the cost of living. But something that I thought was very notable was, much in contrast to that message of joy, she was actually calling Trump a petty tyrant, a wannabe dictator. She was comparing him to King George III, the actual tyrant who the American colonists revolted against in the American Revolution. And I found it very notable that that was her closing argument address to the American people just less than a week out from the election.
Well, sorry, continue.
And now, Spencer, you've gotten the chance to talk to a number of her supporters on the ground at a number of her events. What exactly is motivating them to get out? Is it just they don't like Trump? Is it that they think Harris has a long list of accomplishments? What are they saying?
You know, when you're a candidate, you really have two ways to get someone to vote for you. You have them actually voting for you affirmatively for your policies, being enthusiastic in support of you. And there's also another way. You can just make them rejectionist voters, so really not voting for you as much as against the other person. That, I think, is something that we've seen in this election, of course, with Harris coming into this race so late, really at an unprecedented late stage of this campaign, replacing Biden. And supporters that I've talked to, they've really echoed some of these calls that we've seen from members of the media, from Tim Walsh even, calling Trump a fascist or an authoritarian, a threat to democracy, likening him to Nazis or Hitler. This type of really radical and extreme rhetoric, it's something that has been encouraged by members of the media and by the campaign alike. And it really does show that she is pointing to her opposition as a danger, as a threat, rather than really highlighting her specific accomplishments in office as vice president or honing in on any of her policy prescriptions that she would have when she is in office.
Well, I did think it was interesting that on the closing day of her campaign, she was no longer even naming Trump. I think she said something like, he who must not be named, bit of a Voldemort reference there. But thanks so much, Spencer. We'll have to leave it there, and stay safe out there as they're boarding up so many of those buildings as they wait for results. And now we are going to go to one of my favorite political commentators, and that is Batya Ungar-Sargon, who is with the Newsweek. She is an opinion writer there. And I've been dying to ask Batya a major question about something Brian Stelter said. So he put up a tweet, I think it was about a week ago, in which he said, if half the country has decided that Trump is qualified to be president, that means they're not reading any of this media, and we've lost this audience completely. A Trump victory means mainstream media is dead in its current form.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
You're part of the mainstream media in a sense. You do work for Newsweek. It has a long and storied history. What do you make of Stelter's analysis there?
My first reaction was, wow, don't threaten me with a good time. I'm already voting for Donald Trump, It's so amazing because they have no ability to do any soul searching whatsoever. You talk to the mainstream media and they see themselves as the greatest victims of the last, 20 years in politics in America. They have absolutely no ability to take any kind of responsibility for what they have done in order to lose all of their credibility. And I think that's exactly what that tweet represented.
So, Batya, I'm interested in your take on this. I'm going to give you a fill in the blank for both candidates. Donald Trump loses tonight if what?
Oh, Donald Trump loses tonight if young men don't put down their whatever the thing they hold while they're playing video games and show up for the person who they actually like much better.
And Kamala Harris loses tonight if?
I would say Kamala Harris loses if we see what I think we might see, which is 40% of black men voting for Donald Trump.
Wow.
So when you look at the momentum here in the closing days, and I'll be honest with you, my feelings about what's going to happen tonight kind of whipsawed with whoever I last heard on cable news. What's your sense of who actually has the momentum right now?
I'm like you, Megan. I feel like in situations where there's an eventuality that I want, where there's a side that I want to win, I don't trust myself to separate what I want from the momentum that I'm seeing. I do think, it did seem to me like Donald Trump ended strong, but I just can't separate that from what I want to happen. And so I really, really feel like I should not be making predictions. When I watch, cable news, I watch CNN, I watch MSNBC, everybody there is in a really good mood, which doesn't really bode well for us.
So, Batya, in your opinion, Pennsylvania, obviously this is seemingly what the race is going to come down to. What do you see happening there? What are you hearing from the ground? And what do you think ultimately will decide the race in that state?
It's a really good question. This election has always been about class, about the difference between rich women using abortion to sort of feel like they're the true oppressed class in America versus working class men who have actual real, requests and needs from an administration on the economic front. I mean, this election, like nothing I've ever seen before, mapped the gender divide onto the class divide. It mapped the fake problems of the overeducated against the real problems of the working class. And so Pennsylvania is a really interesting place because you have both that dynamic, but also a lot of scrambling there. I think Pennsylvanians really like to think of themselves as independents. I think across the board, you're seeing a lot of women say, look, don't reduce me to my right to get an abortion in the third trimester. I'm also part of this nation. I also have larger questions at stake. And then you're also seeing, college educated men being like, we will rise up for the women, So I think all of that is really at play in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania because, it's a very, very diverse state in terms of those economic questions.
Well, Batya, we so appreciate your making time for us, and we will check in with you again later tonight. We appreciate it so much. And let me just say, I love your necklace.
Thank you so much. God bless you guys, and God bless the Daily Wire.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Batya. We appreciate it. And the connection there, not super clear, but her message was plenty clear. Yeah. Hope you guys got all that at home. Now, if you are a victim of threatening demand letters from the IRS due to a debt or unfiled taxes, get protected now. For a free private consultation, call the experts at Tax Network USA. That's 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire.
Now, it's no secret that this election will be won and lost in battleground states like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina. And Cabot, you got a chance to visit all of those states this past month.
Thank you so much for giving me credit.
What was that like?
I'm just glad that someone here
noticed your work.
Is noticing all the hours that I spent away from my wife and beautiful son. But it was worth it because I got to hear from hundreds of voters in those states. And a few things stuck out. First, the most noticeable trend that I saw was the contrast between why each side was voting for their candidate. For the Kamala voters that I talked to over and over, the first and last name out of their mouth was Donald Trump. It was not, well, Kamala has accomplished this. I actually asked most Kamala voters, what is her biggest accomplishment? Very few of them had anything to say, and they were okay with that because they said, well, I don't really need to know much about her. All I need to know is that she's not Donald Trump. Now, on the other side, the Trump supporters gave specific policies of his that they missed. They were mentioning policy. They were mentioning all sorts, immigration, his tax policy, foreign policy, inflation, all sorts of different things. And it was interesting how most of their conversation was about Donald Trump, whereas Kamala Harris's supporters wasn't about her. It was about Donald Trump. So hear from some of those Kamala supporters right now about why they're voting for her this election.
Who do you want to win?
Harris.
And why is that?
Because Trump is Trump. That's it. It don't matter. I don't have to know anything about Harris. I'd never vote for a person like Trump.
Kamala Harris.
And why is that?
I believe in democracy. January 6th, felon, sexual assault, classified documents, misogyny, racism. Need I go on?
What is the main reason that you want Kamala to win?
Because he said he's going to be a dictator, and because of January the 6th. The economy that was decent when he was there was because of Obama, not because of him.
The main reason is racism, racism of Donald Trump.
and his supporters. And I don't really like that he wants to bring back discrimination, and that's a big deal to me.
I'm not nuts about the choices, but I can't vote for Trump because of his, just the things that he does all the time.
I see a lot of fascism going on with Trump's team. This Project 2025 scares the hell out of me.
So not a lot about Harris there.
Not.
You could see it was, I don't need to know anything about Kamala Harris because most of them don't know anything about Kamala Harris because I'd ask them follow-up questions. What has she accomplished? It's the vibes. She's not Donald Trump. But for Trump voters, listen to how different these answers are about why they were supporting him. And again, this was across multiple battleground states. Here are a few of those best moments.
When he was in office, life was good. Now that he's not, it's pretty hard. This is actually my first time ever voting.
Really?
And it's Trump.
The economy.
Okay.
Yeah, trying to, pay my mortgage and my bills and buy food and everything. It's very hard now. It came from a food bank. That's how bad it's getting, yeah.
Internationally, he did a good job there. They believed him when he said, if you do this, then I'm going to do this. And you got to do that with people in China and Russia and places like that.
I think my top issues is all the illegal immigrants coming in, and I think inflation's really high. If we look 4 years ago, inflation was really low, interest rates were low, groceries were a lot cheaper. So I think that's just a clear choice.
Donald Trump, we had a better economy when he was. I wasn't a big fan of him back when he first was voting. He, has his voice and he says things that maybe, we don't all agree with, but we had a better economy when Trump was in office.
For those people struggling paycheck to paycheck, they're hurting big time. And, Trump will fix that. He's done it before.
Trump all the way. All the way. Kamala's done nothing for us in these past 3.5 years, so I'm not sure why anyone wants her. All they have to do is hit rewind, see what Trump did for us back in the day.
Well, I love seeing you out there, Cabot. And one thing that comes to mind is what other kinds of trends are you seeing when you're out on the road for so many days away from your family? Yeah. And we do appreciate the sacrifice.
Well, first, one of my favorite, easiest trends was the fact that the moment I saw someone with an American flag shirt or an American flag on their truck or any sort of patriotic statement on their clothing or car, I could predict every single time beforehand, okay, you're voting for Donald Trump. It's very interesting how patriotic statements have now inherently become political statements.
They're code right now.
They really are. It's sort of a if you know type of situation, which I think is sad that patriotism is largely confined to one side of the political spectrum. But I noticed that. Another very interesting thing that I noticed was the fact that people would turn down interviews differently based on which side they were on. So about 2/3 of people didn't want to talk to me, and they would simply say, well, I can't talk. The people who said, I'm in a hurry, or I can't talk right now, or no thanks, I'd ask them afterwards, who are you voting for? And a lot of them would say Kamala Harris. The majority of people would say Kamala Harris in that case. But when the people said, I don't want to talk to the media, or when the people said, I don't want to be on camera, and that was their reason, I knew you're voting for Donald Trump. And I would ask them afterwards, and the vast majority would say, I'm a Trump voter. So the people who were saying that their reason for not doing an interview was that I don't want anyone to hear it, it was all Trump voters. And I think the reason for that is that there's still this tangible fear for a lot of folks. They don't want to be associated with him, and they're worried. And I think that's one reason we see so many polls so inaccurate, because people don't want to say it. And so that was a fascinating thing that I noticed around the country.
Well, and you start to understand why so many of these polls do what the analysts call is hurting. Nobody's willing to get out of that 1 to 2 point margin. And so we see the same results again and again. No matter how many times you click refresh on your computer, you're not getting new information.
Yeah. And obviously, the presidential race is getting the most attention. But don't forget, guys, the House majority and the Senate majority are both up for grabs tonight. And Republicans really do look to be in a strong position to hold the Senate. That is because at the moment they've got 49 seats. And of the 34 seats that are up for grabs this November, only 11 of them are currently held by Republicans. And none of those 11 races look all that close right now. That means Democrats are playing defense, trying to hold on to 23 spots. At latest count, 7 of those seats are considered toss-ups. And get this, all 7 are currently held by Democrats. So 7 of these 7 toss-ups are being defended by Democrats. So Republicans are all but guaranteed to get to at least 50 seats. That's because, as we all know, in West Virginia, outgoing, longtime Democrat turned independent Senator Joe Manchin's retiring. He'll be replaced by popular Republican Governor Jim Justice, barring the craziest political upset ever. So that puts him at 50. And it seems like the most likely spot for the 51st Republican senator is in Montana, where Republican Tim Sheehy is ahead in the polls against incumbent Jon Tester.
And our own Ben Shapiro has been on the stump with several of those Senate candidates in crucial states, including Montana. Have a watch.
You know what could have stopped the last 3.5 years of legislative disaster? The U.S. Senate. It's not too much for Americans to expect that the government whom they elect puts America first.
The Harris administration, with God forbid a Democratic Senate, would be a cataclysmic disaster on a whole different scale. She has already vowed that she would kill the filibuster if she were given that opportunity. She would then stack the Senate with a couple of extra states. She would stack the Supreme Court. What's at stake is not just slight differences in the marginal tax rate. What's at stake here are fundamental values, fundamental American values. There is a civilizational battle going on, and this election is part of that battle.
America is at a crossroads right now. We have to decide, are we going to stand up and take this country back or not? Montana has a tremendous responsibility, not just for the future of our state, but we will decide what the next 30 years of this world looks like. By doing this, I've learned a lot about what Montanans want. They just want common sense back. They want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas, cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls. You got to vote early, vote via mail, vote absentee, any which way you can. There's thousands of young men and women buried all over this world, so you can choose your leaders. Do not take that choice for granted. Respect that choice. Vote. We got to save America. Thank you.
So one very interesting thing about that Montana Senate race is that the Democrat incumbent Jon Tester has just run as far and fast from Kamala Harris as physically possible. I did not know a man that big could run so fast, and he is trying to get away from Kamala Harris. He actually skipped the Democratic National Convention. He refused to cast a vote as a delegate for the DNC, and he has refused to endorse the nominee of his own party. And he's apparently off the record telling the White House and telling the vice president's office, do not come to Montana. Stay away from my race. I'm trying to win. You're not popular here. And we've actually seen the same thing from some other Democratic incumbents. In Pennsylvania, for example, the Democratic incumbent Bob Casey has been running ads touting his support of Donald Trump's trade deals. So while Kamala Harris is in the state of Pennsylvania saying Donald Trump is Hitler and he's a Nazi, the Democratic candidate there is saying, hey, I actually don't think Trump's that bad. I have been working with him on some economic stuff over the years. Very interesting to see. And it's worth pointing out, Ben was also on the ground for that race in Pennsylvania, offering his support for the Republican challenger, Dave McCormick.
We're at really very high levels of violent crime in Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh, as a result of the fentanyl crisis, as a result of illegal immigration, we're violent criminals, and it's a real challenge for many families just moving to the suburbs.
An open border means dead Americans in Kensington. It means dead Americans in this area of the state. It means dead Americans across the board. The crime story in this country has been out of control for years. It is still significantly worse than it was pre-pandemic, and there is a reason for that. That policy is not just shaped at the local level, as we're hearing, it's also shaped at the national level.
We have a war going on here at home that's right in front of us that we could stop overnight if we focused on it and gave the resources. And this is where our leadership's failed us. We need to secure the border with the wall and Border Patrol. I think we need to identify the cartels as terrorist organizations. We need to use our military selectively to go across the border, take out the manufacturing facilities for fentanyl, take out the distribution network. It takes 2 to 3 days from the time the fentanyl comes across the border, it's highly concentrated, to get into Pennsylvania. We got to stop it.
Well, it's been really fascinating to see maybe a little bit of Kamala Harris getting the Joe Biden treatment from so many of these Senate candidates who really do not want her out on the stump with them. They recognize that that's going to be something of a weight around their necks. And another area that we've seen that is in Wisconsin. Senator Tammy Baldwin, she has been one of those who was out touting in ads her ability to work with Donald Trump. So if you're looking to maybe read some tea leaves, that's one that a lot of people might look at and go, well, it seems like some internals from some of these Senate Democrats are telling them that their states might go for Trump. It remains to be seen tonight, but that could very well be a possibility. And Ben was also out on the stump with Baldwin's opponent, Eric Hovde, and he is, of course, facing Tammy Baldwin. And let's see how Ben threw his weight behind Hovde.
If you're in the city of Milwaukee, 9% of kids can rate at grade level. Since the Department of Education was created, the standard of education across all of America has gone in one direction, decline.
If Democrats were to, God forbid, gain a triumvirate, the kind of damage they would do to the country with the House, the Senate, and the presidency would be almost unthinkable at this point.
It's a complete assault on traditional family values and stripping parents of the rights to have control over their own children. My youngest daughter, Britta, was voted Female Athlete of the Year her senior year in high school. But if she would have had to compete against guys that would have robbed her of those opportunities, I find that as a father fundamentally wrong.
It's not just that. Senator Baldwin is a rubber stamp for the entire radical Joe Biden, Kamala Harris agenda that ranges on everything from economics to policies like the ones that we are talking about, nonsense about how they might be a member of the opposite sex if they're experiencing some sort of confusion at school. This sort of stuff can't be crammed down by a Department of Education supported by the current senator from Wisconsin.
It is really cool to see our head honcho, editor emeritus Ben Shapiro, on the campaign trail, putting his money where his mouth is and saying, hey, I want these people elected, so I'm going to go out there and actually do the work, fly around the country to help stump for these important Senate races that ultimately could decide the Senate majority. So again, the presidential race, understandably getting the most attention, but don't forget about the Senate and the House up for grabs. We'll be talking about all of those races all night long. But for now, I want to get down to the great state of Florida to our reporter, Mary Margaret Olahan, who is on the ground at Trump HQ. Mary Margaret, what is going on down in Palm Beach? Tell us the environment there.
Well, hey guys. Yes, we are here in Palm Beach, Florida at the election watch party for former President Donald Trump, potentially future President Donald Trump. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot going on here. The atmosphere is very tense. People are excited. They're very optimistic, but obviously there's a level of stress here. So we're going to be bringing you live coverage from here all night, interviews. We'll be telling you what the Trump campaign's telling us. And right now what I'm hearing is they're, quote unquote, cautiously optimistic.
So talk to us about what else you've been hearing from Trump camp, not just this week, but throughout their closing pitch to voters. What have they been telling you?
Yeah, so Donald Trump was rallying until the early hours of the morning last night in Michigan. I think he wrapped around 2:15 a.m. And his message to voters was, look, this administration, the Biden-Harris administration, been there, done that. You know it's not good for the country. And he's promising to make America great again, make America healthy again. He's promising to fix the economy. He's promising to stop immigration. All of this is in his final pitch. But his real emphasis was get to the polls. We've done our part. Now you do your part, because without that, they're not going to win this election. So that's a message we've been hearing across the board. And I've been asking Trump campaign advisors, how are you feeling today? How's the situation looking? And what they're telling me is it's going to be good if people go to the polls and if people vote. So that's the status right now.
So, Mary Margaret, I know you have a lot of sources within the Trump camp. Did they see that Rogan endorsement coming, and did it give them a bit of a shot in the arm energy-wise?
Yeah, a couple of people told me they think that this was a planned endorsement, not only Rogan, but also Nikki Haley's op-ed that went out in which she said that Donald Trump basically isn't her favorite, but he's the best option we have right now. And a couple of people told me that this rollout was really timed on purpose to give a real oomph to the campaign in these last hours. Rogan, you know, he appeals to young men, so that's something they're really hoping they reach. Nikki Haley's supposed to reach suburban moms. They're hoping she will. But I think something else that the Trump campaign did last minute was have Megyn Kelly show up at their Pittsburgh rally yesterday. Meghan gave a really strong endorsement for Trump. And of course, we know she's got some backstory with Trump in the past when one of the debates, they went back and forth and had a very angsty exchange. Now she's up there on stage endorsing him and saying he's going to protect our country, but specifically protect women. She talked about immigration, Laken Riley, who was murdered by an illegal immigrant. She talked about Peyton McNabb, a girl who was injured by a biological male in her volleyball game. And so Meghan really stressed, women can rely on Trump here. We need him. And women can't rely on Kamala Harris. And that was her message last night.
Well, one thing that does occur to me, though, is that women do tend to be the early voters. So is there any concern from them that, the Kelly endorsement, the Haley op-ed, they're coming fairly late in the game? Is it maybe a little bit getting on the late side to be moving women to the polls?
I mean, it's totally possible. The Trump campaign sent out a memo yesterday that we covered for the site in which they said that Democrats had a not a very impressive turnout for early voting. So they were saying if the Democrat turnout for early voting hasn't been impressive, why would it be impressive tomorrow, as in today? Now, I don't really know how that's turned out yet. It remains to be seen tonight and perhaps tomorrow. But what we do know, and this is really interesting, is that women are really, really motivated to come to the polls over trans issues. And that's not something that we've seen before. But over the last 4 years, as we've reported for Daily Wire, this is an issue that's really come top to mind because of the pandemic, because of the exposure that schools had during COVID when parents were able to see what was going on in the classrooms. And it really radicalized a lot of parents. So we've reported, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more, how this could be the 2024 sleeper issue, especially with women. So I'm very excited to see the data after this election and to learn how many women came to the polls specifically for this.
So Trump picking up the support of Megyn Kelly, Joe Rogan, Nikki Haley, all people who were not at all fans of his. He's got like the Thanos thing where he's getting a bunch of stones there. He needs the final Infinity Stone, which is like Meghan McCain coming out and endorsing him. But he's making friends again. They're getting back together. Hopefully short memories.
Yep.
But Mary Margaret, thanks so much. We'll be hearing from you a lot more later this evening.
Excited to talk to you guys all night.
Oh, yeah. And now we head to Pennsylvania, where Daily Wire reporter Cassie Akiva is at Dave McCormick's headquarters there. Cassie, talk to us about the issues in Pennsylvania. You've been talking to voters, going around to different events. What makes Pennsylvania unique from other states and other electorates that you've been interviewing?
Thanks, Cabot. I'm right here in McCormick headquarters. You can hear the party is going on behind me. We've traveled all throughout Pennsylvania over the last few days, and we've talked to a lot of voters, both at Trump rallies and McCormick events. And the main thing we keep hearing is the economy. And a big group of people we talked to are actually Gen Z voters who were very much coming out to the Trump rallies and the McCormick events. And they were very concerned about the economy. I kept hearing them talking about how concerned they are about trying to buy a house. So, these people are coming out to vote for him. And I want to say, the McCormick campaign is feeling good. The turnout in rural counties is looking very good. There's very long lines, and that's where his base is. And I also want to point out that this summer, McCormick was down 10 points in the poll. And right now, it is a coin toss, so they're feeling good here at McCormick headquarters.
Well, if sound decibel is any indication of confidence, they are very confident there tonight. Thank you so much, Cassie. We'll check in with you some more later tonight.
Thank you so much.
Well, even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere, from self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it's not in your industry yet, it's coming, and fast. But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? It's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI. OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure, for your database application, for development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute and 80% less for networking, so you're saving a pile of money. Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including MGM Resorts, Specialized Bikes, and Fireworks AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to OCI. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends 12/31/24. So see if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/election. That's oracle.com/election.
And we are now joined by our own Oracle, who will tell us the future of this race tonight. That is Signal pollster Brent Buchanan. Brent, thanks for coming back. Not that you had a choice. We've got you basically
I'm here.
chained to this office. You're not
all night,
leaving.
morning, well, wherever it takes us.
So I want to talk about the running polls that you guys have had. Have you seen any late breaks for Harris or Trump the last few days in these states you've been tracking every day?
Yeah, so in two states in particular, we've definitely seen a slight uptick for Kamala Harris, say over the last 4 or 5 day period. You know, I think some of that is just people coming off of undecideds. The New York Times Siena polls also showed late-breaking deciders were more likely to pick Harris than pick Trump. But I still go back to the whole premise that elections are not about persuasion, they're about turnout. They're about persuasion to turn out. And so I don't really think it matters who decides in the last few days. We're actually running our own exit poll right now. We're testing out some new methodologies of how can you do an exit poll without having people standing at the exit of the poll, which is where the name comes from.
But then you got to change the name.
That's a really good point. I'll have to talk to the branding folks here, see what we can come up with. But in that, and again, this is very preliminary. When we ask people, when did you decide who you were going to vote for president? Was it today, on Election Day? Was it yesterday, a couple days ago, within the last week, last month, or more than a month ago? When at least in the ones that I was able to look at before I walked in here, if you look at the people who said within a week or more recent, those voters were actually more likely to have picked Trump. So I think it's really interesting, this dichotomy of results that we're seeing where some Republican data points look really good and some Democrat data points look really good, which is why, as I was mentioning earlier, I think we're headed towards this outrageous turnout to where we have nothing to look at and say, what does this mean for us? And even our own experimental exit polling kind of points to that.
So a few minutes ago, we had our Morning Wire colleague, Georgia Howe, here to talk about abortion. And I watched a focus group that you conducted for the Daily Wire in which you talked to a group of 7 Pennsylvania undecided swing voters. And what was really interesting to me is you had 2 women, kind of one leaning Trump, one leaning Harris, and both of them said they're not especially motivated by abortion. One seemed somewhat pro-choice, one seemed somewhat pro-life. Does that surprise you? And is it reflected in some of the polling you've been doing?
Well, so as part of this exit polling that we're doing, if somebody's telling us they're not going to vote, we're actually piping them off to a separate set of questions. And one of those is, are you pro-choice or pro-life? And then what is your position on abortion? You know, illegal always to legal always. And what's really interesting is the folks who are telling us, I am not voting in this election, are the least likely to have an opinion on the topic of abortion. And I think it goes to what you're speaking about of this focus group where we had these women who, the reason they were in the focus group is they told us they weren't sure who they were voting for. They were not definitely Trump, not definitely Harris, and that they were on economic issues. And so you find yourself in this place where obviously it is not some kind of issue that's meant to take an undecided voter and drive them towards the Democrats. It is simply a turnout play for Democrats.
So, Brent, all of the states, you know, the 7 battleground states getting the most attention. Let's give some love to a state that people aren't talking about. And you get to pick. What is a state that you're not saying that it would be a flip, but a state that you would not be surprised if it was only a 1 to 3 point margin that people don't think will be close, that you and your polling is showing is going to be closer than we're expecting?
Oh, it's kind of hard to answer that because why would we poll a state that nobody was even paying attention to?
But we're hearing about, you know, New Hampshire, Virginia, Iowa, any of those, New Jersey, people are throwing out. Any that you think could be close?
Or Trump turning up in New Mexico. Who saw that coming?
That was really interesting. If you look at New Mexico, and because educational attainment level is one of the most important things in correlation to partisanship now, the lower down you are on that scale, the more likely you are to be Republican, the higher up, more likely to be Democratic. New Mexico actually has a pretty low educational attainment, and it's pretty low on the economic scale. And you would look at just some of the statistics of that state and go, this is a Republican state, right? And you're like, no, it's actually a pretty blue Democratic state. It actually is the highest level of government employees federal government employees as a percentage of the population, which is what we believe holds it that way. So to your point on New Mexico, I think it is one of those that down the road 10 years, it is going to be more a Republican state. Virginia, let's go there for a second because that was a Biden plus 10 state. in 2020. It was closer in 2016. And then Glenn Youngkin, a Republican, wins it by 2 points in 2021, just the year after Biden gets elected. And there are a couple counties there that are really, really interesting to pay attention to. Probably the main one being Loudoun County, which is a very, very large, affluent, fast-growing ex-Bourbon county outside of Washington, D.C. And it's technically moving left because you have a lot of higher income folks moving and higher educated folks moving into it, further away from Washington, D.C. But they have, as we're talking about this transgendered issue that was brought up in the last 2 segments ago, that is a place where the governor's race in 2021 was actually the tightest that it's ever been because the public school system there, were allowing boys to put on skirts and walk into the girls' bathrooms.
It's a story that we broke in
women.
the Daily Wire. Luke Rosiak broke that.
And that became a flashpoint topic in that election. And so it'd be very interesting to watch Loudoun County because it'd be one of the first to report since it's on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Is that kind of one of the issues that has been, as Mary Margaret said, something of a sleeper issue? It doesn't get talked about a lot, but then suddenly Megyn Kelly and her endorsement of Trump, she did bring it up. So maybe there are a lot of moms out there, they're not being polled on this issue, but they do care about it.
They do, and I think it's a bridge issue, meaning that if you were a suburban mother and you just can't stand how Donald Trump conducts himself, and so you voted against him, not for Biden, you just voted against him in 2020. Now with the economic issues, you're starting to realize maybe I could get over his personality some because my household finances are being squeezed. And then it starts to open up this view of, okay, maybe I could vote for this guy. And then it gets to the issue of women's sports, and you realize, you know what, this is just simply a fairness issue. This is not actually about transgenderism. This is actually about fairness. And that is the final, I can now walk across that bridge to vote for Donald Trump.
All right. Well, one issue that is not a bridge issue, it's probably the top issue discussed in our election this year, and that is immigration. So thank you so much, Brent. We'll come back and we'll ask you about immigration later in the show. Let's go find out, though, what our voters think about immigration.
I think the border crisis is worse than anything because every state's a border state now.
By having open borders, letting people in, giving them all the money, and not even taking care of the people that were affected in the hurricane in North Carolina and Tennessee and all them other places, they sent money to Ukraine instead of sending it to people right here in America who need it.
America was the melting pot of society for a very long time, but I think we're now overflowing our pot and we have too much spillage.
We're all immigrants, technically. We all came to this country at one point, but we did it right.
Immigration's a huge one. I do not like seeing what's happening at the border.
We need to take care of our own right now before we keep giving to everybody else because our country is hurting and we're helping so many others.
When Joe Schmo's walking down the street and he doesn't have paperwork and we don't know who he is because he came over the border because, Joe went ahead and opened the walls. Open the borders, the gates, it's not okay.
Oh, we got all the gangs coming in. Venezuela, they let all the people out of prison and brought them here, so.
Well, welcome back to our Daily Wire coverage of election night, as I like to think of it, Democracy Day. So we have a guest here who I know a lot of our viewers love. They love to talk about all of the work that he's doing to combat DEI in corporate America. And if you're like me, you really like to follow his Twitter. You're one of my favorite accounts. Thanks so much for being here tonight, Robbie.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
So, Robbie Starbuck, you have, to me, seemed like the person who has found the skeleton key to unlocking the Human Rights Campaign, all of these other left-wing institutions that have managed to leverage their power to get corporate America to do what they want when it comes to liberal progressive policies. You have managed to roll that back in a way I honestly did not think was possible. How did you do that?
Honestly, we just looked at the weaknesses. There's some weaknesses that had not been exploited where you really have to just twist the knife and you have to be willing to go through it. And we do meticulous work as to the timing of when we do these things, because there's also cycles, business-wise, when it comes to what they need to present to shareholders, where they're at, where that CEO is in his tenure, and sort of what they've been going through. So we go pretty deep, a lot deeper than people realize. Like, even with the board members, that's been key to a large number of the companies we've flipped, is we take a focus on each individual board member. Who are they? Where are they from? What do they believe in? And we put that information out there publicly, and there's a social cost to that for those people. So in many ways, we're holding up a mirror to them of their values. Like, if you're proud of these things you stand for, you should be, honestly, they should be paying us to go and spread the good news about what they believe in. But the truth is, they're embarrassed by it because they know it's totally out of step with their customers. And so a big part of how we started was focus on companies with conservative consumers and flip those. Once you flip those, then you move on to those 50-50 jump ball companies, which we've started to do with like Toyota or Boeing. And with those companies, sooner than later, you're going to start to realize we've flipped enough of them that the norm is not acting crazy. And it's going to be the companies that hold on to this stuff that are deeply out of alignment with consumers.
They say that light is the best disinfectant. You have been doing a lot of disinfecting, and it's been getting a lot of attention. The New York Times just recently said that Robbie Starbuck is a man whose name you might not know, but if you are a corporation, you are aware of him and you are terrified of him. How does that feel to be in that position, and how are you finding out which companies that you're looking into?
It's interesting, so we have over 5,000 whistleblowers at this point in time, so we have no shortage of companies to go, hey, that's the next one. But again, timing's very important to us, so we're kind of going one by one, and that's a big key to this, is you have to have them be the focus. Like, they've got to be a singular focus for weeks at a time. In many cases, some of them have said right away, like, okay, we cry uncle, we change policies, please stop. But sometimes you have to be willing to do that and focus on them. It is interesting, these companies are spending millions of dollars. The New York Times did another article after that saying essentially this has spurned a new industry within Wall Street and for some of these corporations to pop up these new sort of, shops where they're planning for how you respond to when Robbie comes after you, which I think is a larger issue because it's not just me. Eventually, other people are going to copy what we're doing and do it really well, and I hope they do. I'm one of those people that's like, the more the merrier, honestly, because I don't want to do this forever, but I'm going to do it as long as it takes to get rid of this stuff. But they're spending millions of dollars on these consultants who are all useless, who got them in this position to begin with. The same people who told them this was a good idea, they're now going to and going, let's give you $5 million, tell us what to do for this. And it's like, we'll do that for free. Come and email me, executive at whatever company this is, and ask us, how do we fix this in a way that's going to be palatable to everybody? Because another reason we're succeeding is I'm not telling them to adopt my values. Mm-hmm. I'm saying just be neutral. Get out of all of these divisive issues and just let this feel like normal America again.
So I want to turn to your thoughts on the election in just a minute, but what you're talking about here is in some ways bigger than politics because it's about our corporate American culture, and they have so much influence on what our values are nationally and how that impacts our lives. When you go to Target and you see tuck-friendly swimsuits, have you looked at all at the investor class and how they can leverage their influence over some of these companies? Because, of course, you have like a BlackRock or some of these other, massive behemoth financial companies, and they're able to use the investments of an average person who doesn't know that their proxies are being voted that way. Are you able to find a way to try to use the investor class in the way that you've now used just the average consumer against some of these companies?
Yes, so there's kind of two parts to this. One is the first part that was very important was reorienting the idea of what your corporate executives see as critical to the success of their business. So they'd gotten lost in this idea that their real customers were BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. And we're reminding them, your customers are the people who walk through your door. BlackRock's not coming in and buying farm supplies. They're not going in to get a tractor. They don't exist on that plane. So if you don't have people coming in your store, you have a fundamental problem. And so we saw with one of the companies that dug in was Harley Davidson. They dug in really hard. Their CEO is clearly a true believer. They ended up having to change because we caused such financial harm. And in their latest report that they just dropped about a week and a half ago, it was horrible. It was horrible. Sales went down about 20%. And you've got to keep in mind, that's in a tiny section of the quarter where we started this boycott. So extrapolate that across a full quarter, it's horrific. No company can sustain this type of loss. So they're starting to understand that part now in the future when it comes to the financial side. There are some rebellious people within Wall Street who are ready to be done with this stuff. And we have had a lot of conversations with them about that next step of making sure that that side of things matches up with where consumers are at in America. Because at the end of the day, there's people like us who are in that environment and they're sick of it. And so there's people willing to use those levers as well. And I think we're going to see more of that as this sort of accelerates after the election.
Well, Robbie, you can't be mad at Harley-Davidson for appealing to their customer base. I mean, as we all know, guys who ride Harleys are the ones with purple hair and BLM tattoos.
White guys for Harris, right?
It's white guys for Harris. Come on. They're just trying to appeal to their customer base. So I want to get your take. Obviously, you're a political analyst and activist as well. So I want to get your take on the election. We got just a few minutes left, but what is your thought? I got to put you on the spot. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, who's going to win?
My head tells me Trump. Everything on the ground tells me Trump. I'm Cuban. I'm a naturally, sort of veered toward being as anti-communist as possible. There's this other part of me, though, that didn't arrive until today, where I woke up this morning and my gut was like, these people, because I have that like anti-communist PTSD of my family survived communism, and I see these people as inherently evil, I don't see them willingly giving up power. And so if that's the case, that's a group of people willing to do anything to win. So I'm very mixed. I'm having like this dichotomy of feelings inside, because all of the data I'm seeing, the people I've been talking to for over the last few years, it tells me he's going to win and it's not going to be close. But then that other side of me says these people are going to pull out every stop to try to win this election, whether it's by legal means or not.
Is there any particular battleground that you're watching for tonight, and that's the one that's going to take away that uneasy feeling in
Pennsylvania.
your soul? Yeah.
Pennsylvania, the way Pennsylvania goes will make me feel a lot better. I do think that I feel good about Nevada, which is interesting. I thought that'd be one of the harder states, but they've got great early voting data there, and it seems like Republicans have shown up where they need to in rural areas today already. But, we'll see. I think Pennsylvania is going to really tell the story of the election. You
mentioned your Cuban heritage. We've seen the share of Cuban voters in Florida that have become reliable Republicans, and it's been very encouraging. Do you see a similar shift happening? Obviously, no group is a monolith, but do you see a similar shift happening with the Latino Hispanic vote more broadly this election, or do you think it's a polling mirage?
I think Latinos in general have always been conservative, and what you're seeing over the last couple of elections is an awakening among Latinos as to how far left the Democrats have gone, because they've gone totally out of alignment with the social values of Latinos, and that includes the ones that have been voting Democrat for a very long time. So I think you're going to continue to see them peel off. Like Cubans, there's never going to be another group like us. We're the most conservative voting group in the country, and it's not close. I think it's 80-something% in the last poll are voting Republican, down ballot for everything. And that's because of what our families experienced. So you've got some other Latino groups that are similar, but I think on an overall, it's just about social values. They see that this is happening in our kids' schools. They're trying to force men into girls' bathrooms or into their sports. And that's not something you're going to find very many Latino families cool with. And then there's the Latinx thing, which drove all Latinos crazy.
All right, we will leave it there. Robbie Starbuck, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. And thank you, everyone at home, for tuning in to our Election Wire pre-show. I'm your host, Cabba Phillips, with my wonderful co-host, Megan Basham. And right now, it is time for us to turn it over to the Daily Wire main election show. We'll call it that. Ben, Matt, Jeremy, Michael, and Andrew. You're going to hear a lot from them tonight for the rest of the evening. Stay tuned here on Daily Wire. We'll hand it off to you guys.
We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it. Well, the first polls have just closed, and the next polls will close in 1 hour. Welcome to the Daily Wire's 2024 election night coverage. I'm joined by our backstage pals, Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles, Andrew Klavan, Matt Walsh, and our dear friend Dennis Prager, who will be one of the many co-hosts that are coming in and out of the show as we go through the evening. We're going to be going through this with you in real time, bringing you real-time updates as polls close, as we get information. We'll bring it to you. There will be wild speculation, of course, largely from Andrew. There will be comedy, the comedy stylings of Matt Walsh. And we'll just try to survive until the election is over sometime between now and the certification on January 6th. We'll take turns stepping out, grabbing cat naps. It's never going to end, people. It's never going to end. So, Matt, you more than anyone else have been looking forward to live election night.
I have.
You've had this amazing week in the last week, and really this amazing last 6 weeks with the release of Air, Am I Racist? Your documentary, the #1 documentary of the last decade. So I just want to say right up top, it's been just an amazing run watching the great success that you've been having, and I think it's an incredibly important piece of content too for shaping the way that people see vital issues. That's one of the amazing things that we've been trying to do with the Daily Wire, create culture instead of just critiquing culture. What do you expect going into the night?
Well, first of all, I'm shocked and honored that I get the first chance to speak. Usually you go to Ben first, so I don't know.
But
I wasn't expecting
you've griped about that for so many months.
So now I'm on the spot.
Straight to you.
Well, I will say that according to my sources, who are all in my Twitter feed, things are going really well for Trump right now. And I don't know if I'm not an optimistic person generally. I've never been optimistic about anything in my life. I've never had a good feeling about anything in my life. But I have a good, and this is one of those things that'll get clipped later, and I'll embarrass myself. But I have a good feeling about tonight. And we can look at the polls, we can look at the exit polling data. I'm sure we'll get into all of that. But it feels to me certainly that Donald Trump should win. We know that. And maybe by the time this is all said and done, we're going to look back and it's going to seem obvious that he did win, because you have a president who was already a successful president. He's a phenomenal retail politician. He was almost assassinated. He was shot in the head and survived. And I think all of these factors together just create something that should be insurmountable, especially going against the least impressive presidential candidate in American history.
I think this is the key as far as I'm concerned. I tell you, I'm a pretty placid guy when it comes to politics. I'm wearing a velvet smoking jacket, a Mayflower. However, I slept poorly last night, and I've been more on edge than I've been about any other election in my lifetime, because it feels that the stakes are very high, even beyond Trump or Kamala. Because, as you just say, Matt, it feels like everything is cutting in our favor right now. It's cutting against the interests of America, but it's actually helping Republicans. The economy is in bad shape. Immigration is a complete disaster, historic disaster. Foreign affairs have spiraled completely out of control under Biden and Harris. Trump had them under control. President Trump is more sympathetic than he's been at any other point in his life. The man was shot in the ear, and he nearly had his head blown off a second time. So all of these really awful events are cutting in favor of the Republican. And so I suppose some of my earlier worry, which I'm now letting go because there's nothing more we can do and it's entirely in God's hands, some of my fear was, if we can't win under these circumstances, which are pretty much perfect for us, can we just not win elections in the new way that elections are conducted?
So I don't think that should be the conclusion that we draw, and I think that we can save our conclusions as to what it means for America once we actually know who the hell won. But the fact that it is a competitive election says something about the state of the country, because obviously Kamala Harris is a big nothing burger. She is a fresh coat of paint slapped on a beat-up jalopy. There is nobody who can make an actual affirmative case for Kamala Harris. I've heard cases against Donald Trump. I've heard a lot of cases for Donald Trump. I obviously agree with the case for Donald Trump, which is why I voted for him, which is why I campaigned for him, which is why I gave him money, which all that's true. But I've yet to hear anybody make an affirmative case for Kamala Harris as a human, as a politician. It just doesn't exist. And this is going to be the big question for her in the election tonight as the results come in. Were there enough people who hated Trump to push her over the finish line? Or were there enough people who just didn't know who she was, didn't see anything from her, that they decided either to stay home or to vote Trump? That's really the big question in this election tonight. And you're going to see a lot of exit polling data. A lot of it's coming out right now. A lot of it is confused and conflictual. If you're still in line, whatever you don't believe anything that you're hearing from the exit polls, stay in line all night long if you have to in order to vote, because you have a right to vote in this country, and these states are all incredibly close by all the available data at this point. With that said, I don't think that we all prepped our own maps, but I did reveal my electoral map earlier today. My electoral map, I think that the polls are getting Trump wrong again. I think that the polls have an incapacity to find the Trump voter, because Trump voters, number one, don't like talking to pollsters. And number two, the Trump voter is a low propensity voter who shows up basically only for Trump, very often has a blue collar job, and is very, like, Kamala Harris voters aren't just picking up the phone for the pollsters. They're seeking out the homes of the pollsters, knocking on their door and explaining why they are virtuous for not voting for Donald Trump. I don't think the same is true for Trump. Because everything's within margin of error, if there is a systemic polling error in Trump's favor, he doesn't just win, he wins overwhelmingly. And so my map looks like he wins North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, plus Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I'm just going to go for the whole thing. I think that everything is so close that if there is a systemic error in anyone's favor, Trump takes all of that. I'll give him New Hampshire, too. Like, I think that there may be that big of a systemic error. Now, listen, I could be totally wrong. Could be a systemic error the other way. But I think some of the key giveaways are, if you look at the media coverage, the media are already talking about the shy Harris voter, the possibility of a shy Harris voter. That is stupid. There is no such thing as a shy Harris voter. Those people do not exist. And you can see the way that they're doing their ads. It's like, women are secretly voting for Kamala Harris. Men are secret. Man, if you have to pretend that you're secretly voting for Kamala Harris, that is not a thing. Yeah. Like, we all understand why people were quietly voting for Trump in 2016 and 2020. It's because they still wanted to have jobs and lives. If you vote for Kamala Harris, what is the social sanction that is placed upon you for voting for Kamala Harris? It really does not exist. So, again, I think that there's a better shot that it's a systemic polling error that's going to help Trump than the other way around.
There are unenthusiastic Kamala voters. They're all unenthusiastic.
Yes.
But they're not secret.
Correct.
That's the difference.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think since the polls tell us nothing, everything is vibes. And I actually have a vibe. My vibe is that Trump is going to win big, just like you said. But it's not a nothing vibe. It's not a vibe I pull out of my gut. It is actually a vibe from observing where the culture is, and especially where the flow of information is. The flow of information in the last 4 years or 5 years has changed dramatically. The lies that have been pouring out ceaselessly out of the mainstream media, which have become bolder and bolder and bolder. You have George Stephanopoulos coming on and saying Trump is calling for a bloodbath if he doesn't win. And just actually looking into the camera, the guy who allegedly silenced alleged rape victims, is now telling us that everything that Trump says is Hitlerian, everything he says is violent. We have the Daily Wire and other venues have exposed them so much faster, so much more quickly, and so much more broadly across the public eye, that the stuff that the left does, silence us, slander us, lie about us, make up conspiracy theories about us, are exposed almost instantaneously. My only question and my only doubt is whether this has happened enough. I know it's happening. I know it'll continue to happen. I know they think they can stop it, and I know they can't. I know we win, but I don't know if we'll win tonight, but I feel like we will.
I'd like to say, first of all, I'm honored to be here. I love you guys. I love Daily Wire. Everyone knows that, but I just wanted to state that. But I'm now doubly happy because you are the most optimistic people who share my values I have encountered in I don't know how long. Maybe because I live in California and none of you do. No, I'm not kidding. It may be. It may be a factor I'm not pessimistic, but I'm not optimistic. I have no clue. I have no vibe. What I would just offer as a counter thought, I would offer two. One, I don't know how many of you, if any of you, have a big extended family that is voting Democrat.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah.
Thank God, not my wife or kids, which is by far what most matters to me. But they have not been moved by the economy, and they have not been moved by any of the things that you would think would move them. Also, the number 2 point is one of the biggest things that I have learned in the last, 15 years was a shock, because I really established a lot of my outlook on life earlier in life. I thought that you can only brainwash people in a dictatorship. It is new to me, and now I realize that it is a fact. You can brainwash people in a free society.
Yep.
I mean, that you can say that Donald Trump is Hitler and get away with it is a very, very disturbing. I am a Jew, and I wonder how Jewish organizations have not gone ballistic over the trivialization of Hitler and the Holocaust that calling Trump Hitler entails. But they haven't.
Yeah.
And it seems that there is, forget the left. The left is lost. And I always draw a distinction between left and liberal. The liberal is lost. And that's really frightening. There seems to be nothing the left can do that will alienate the liberal. The liberals are the ones who vote the left into power.
Yes. Well, the problem is, I said this recently on X. I think that Donald Trump routinely says things that I find distasteful, and I think just about anyone in a polite society would find distasteful. The problem is that the left says far worse things, and they are not considered distasteful in polite society. And so the left can say that that Trump is Hitler, that he's a wannabe dictator, that he's a fascist, that democracy itself is on the line, that this, by the way, after he's had 2 attempted assassinations on his life, right? 2 assassination attempts on his life. They can still say these things while also acting on some of the worst impulses. I mean, one thing you've got to give to Donald Trump is that he was president for 4 years.
Yes.
In 2016, I was concerned about what kind of man Donald Trump would be in office. But then he was in office. I have 4 years of a record to look at. And the one thing, I mean, you can say a lot of things about Donald Trump's first term. Hitlerian is not one of the things that you can say about his first term. But that in no way stops the rhetoric. The assassination attempts don't stop the rhetoric. And sadly, when you look at, listen, there are former conservatives who still sort of operate under the 2016 Never Trump banner. I don't want to name them here because I actually think highly to some degree of a handful of them. But what shocked me as the last 8 years have played out is that Trump's record didn't do anything to obviate their outrage at Trump's sort of bombastic, insult comic, hyperbolic approach to rhetoric. So that didn't change how they see it, nor did the left actually acting on all of their worst rhetoric in that same period of time. That, to me, that's the actually most troubling part. It's that facts on the ground, actual reality, don't impact how people see, as you say, and that the left is able to say and do outrageous things, and no one is outraged because they actually define, even for people in polite society on the right, the left actually does define what constitutes polite society.
I think the facts do affect how most people feel. This is part of what gives me some optimism, is exactly what we're talking about, that the left has been going on calling Trump Hitler. And yeah, that's effective to people who are already, if you're already, a dyed-in-the-wool Democrat, you're going to vote left no matter what, then the Hitler thing speaks to you and you think it's an effective tactic. I just don't think, and we'll find out, maybe I'm wrong, I just don't think the Trump is Hitler thing works for the vast majority of Americans. Like if you go out and you just talk to some random person at Home Depot and you say, Trump is Hitler, and he's going to, if he's elected, he's going to abolish democracy and and there'd be concentration camps there. I don't think the average person that you run into in the street that would buy that. And I think this is just one point. This is the Daily Wire went to a Kamala rally recently, and they had some footage of Kamala Harris voters who were very delusional. And one of the Kamala Harris voters had a balloon, and it was Trump as a baby with a swastika on his chest. And I don't know where you get a balloon like that. I don't know if that's Party City or whatever, but it kind of shows. It shows the messaging problem for Democrats, because I look at that balloon and I think, this is exactly the problem. He can't be a baby and also Hitler. Like, I know Hitler was a baby once, but either you're telling me that this guy is Hitler and he's going to take over the world, I should be scared of him, or he's a baby. I'm not scared of babies. And they kind of
are, though. They're scared of babies.
Well, they are.
They don't like babies, yeah.
But the average person isn't scared of a baby. So it's like it's one or the other, and they're kind of trying to do both. Where they tell us he's this bumbling fool, but he's also...
Actually, the thing is, the case that they're making, this is what Trump's been saying for a long time, the case that they're making against Trump is not a case they're making against Trump. It's a case they're making against you. the reason that what Joe Biden said near the end of the election, where he said that if you're garbage, if you're a Trump supporter, which is something that Democrats truly now believe, I think in large measure, about people who are on the other side of the aisle. I think most Republicans believe that most Democrats are misinformed, that they've been told things that aren't true. They might be gullible in certain sense, or maybe they have different interests and different priorities. I think that the unspoken assumption that Democrats have made, that Kamala Harris has made, and Joe Biden and all the rest, is that this isn't really about whether Trump is Hitler. It's really about whether your fellow Americans are actually evil, who actually want to destroy the country. That's the danger of democracy. If you want to talk about a danger to democracy, democracy rests on a pretty simple presumption. That presumption is you're going to win some and you're going to lose some, but the people that you share a society with are not your enemies. Because if you shared a society with your enemies and you lost, then they would kill you. Right. And if you could never win ever again, because they're going to rig the rules so thoroughly that it's not possible to win anymore, you wouldn't allow democracy to go forward. You'd actually start an armed rebellion. Right. I mean, that's what the American Revolution was, for example. So but what the left has so thoroughly done is demonized anyone who supports Trump. It started off as demonizing Trump, and it's moved from Trump is Hitler to anyone who supports him is a brown shirt and a Nazi. And what's so crazy about that messaging, obviously, I mean, Dennis is a giant Jew, meaning like, very large.
Literally
like the center of the Jewish basketball team.
Jew, yeah.
He's the center of the Jewish basketball team. I, as the point guard of the Jewish basketball team, we're owing 1 million. But I will say that as somebody who went to the grave of Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the Rebbe's grave, with Donald Trump to meet a hostage family, as somebody who's watching as Hasidic vans are running through New Jersey and New York playing in Yiddish, vote for Donald Trump, I really feel like those people aren't Nazis. In fact, I feel like the people who are more prevalent in Nazi circles are all supporting the other person. They're all people who like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and want the state of Israel destroyed. And you may have noticed that all of the neo-Nazis, all the people who are actual, stated fans of Nazis, who people were linking Trump with in 2015, 2016, they all flipped on him. And now they say he's too philo-Semitic and pro-Israel, and they actually are going the other way.
But, this is all about what both Jeremy and Dennis are talking about. When you read the Federalist Papers, most of us, when you see the founders, how far-sighted they were because of their knowledge of human nature, I always think the one thing they did not foresee, and none of their arguments touches on, is, of course, the development of mass media. And what we have been living in for 60 years, there's just no question about this, is increasing power over what's called the social imaginary, what that cloud of knowing that connects us all in a kind of moral ideal. And they have been in control of it. And the transgender issue was an absolute proof of how quickly a nonsense theory could be turned into holy writ by the power of this mass media. But it was also, in Matt's movie and a dozen other places, it was also evidence that we were beginning to strike back. And that is, I think, everything.
By the way,
people do not take into account the power of that social.
And did you notice, though, actually on all of these points, on the Hitler thing not working and on the power of the media, one cause for hope, I think, at this early hour while the results are just beginning to come in, is that the LA Times did not endorse Kamala Harris.
Right.
Now, the LA Times changed ownership in 2018. That's what the libs are blaming this on. But that doesn't explain it, because the LA Times endorsed Biden in 2020. They chose not to endorse Kamala. The Washington Post, now infamously, did not endorse Kamala Harris. Jeff Bezos wrote a whole op-ed as to why he wasn't doing it.
USA Today as well.
Yep. USA Today as well. Now with Bezos, what did he say? He said it's because we need credibility. People don't believe us anymore, and they're all turning to those nasty podcasts, and they're all turning to Daily Wire. Concurrently, the Washington Post ran a hit piece trying to take our shows off the air with Ben's picture as the head of it. So this was, to me, evidence not of some ideological awakening or a reckoning with the fact that Trump isn't Hitler or whatever. This was a business decision. And I think the LA Times and I think Jeff Bezos, I think these guys are pricing in the likelihood of a Trump win, which gives me a little bit of hope.
Well, speaking of business decisions, I want you to hear from a moment from one of our sponsors. We're going to be bringing you some great advertisements from our sponsors throughout the night that make it possible for us to bring you this show live and outside of our paywall. We wanted to make the show as available on all the platforms, including dailywire.com, to everyone, the broadest audience possible, so that we could all share together in this, I think, emotional, harrowing, and hopefully ultimately joyful evening. So we'll bring you these sponsorships about one per hour, and this is the first one now.
Well, folks, there's a lot of uncertainty right before an election, but here is something certain. You do not want to mess around with the IRS. If you owe back taxes, you need to get Tax Network USA on your side. If you theoretically were to have any tax issues with the IRS, Tax Network USA has a team of attorneys and expert negotiators at the ready to work for you. If you haven't filed for the last year, the last 5 years, even the last 10 years, Tax Network USA is here to help.
Say, Ben, what makes Tax Network USA so helpful?
Well, they have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to and which to avoid. Plus, they won't back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people like you. Don't wait until the IRS comes after you. They certainly will, eventually.
How would one get in contact with this Tax Network USA you speak of?
Well, I'm so glad you asked. You can give them a call for free at 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire. Talk with one of their strategists, see how they can help. Put tax nightmares behind you. Again, that's 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire. Thank you, Tax Network USA, for sponsoring our election night coverage.
Of course, also want to thank our Daily Wire Plus members who make it possible for us to do all the great work that we do. We're running an amazing sale today, 47% off because of our hope that Donald Trump is our 47th president. You can go to Daily Wire Plus right now, get an annual membership for 47% off using promo code FIGHT. Again, that's dailywire.com/subscribe. Now's the time to join. We'll be bringing you questions from our members throughout the evening, our way of interacting in particular with our members, even though the show is free and available to everyone all across the interwebs this evening.
Guys, to put you in a better mood, we do have a clip of Kamala Harris, our possible next president of the United States today. And it demonstrates, I think, in full scale, her charisma, her magic, the absolute magnetic draw that she represents. Here she was trying to call a voter, and it didn't go amazing.
How you doing? Have you voted already? Give me a second. You did? Thank you. Thank you so very much. You know, it's so important that everybody...
On camera, Matthew J. Walsh. I don't know what your middle name is, but yes, that is correct. That is correct. It was on camera. This woman is so fake and so phony that she literally cannot call a voter without faking it, because the voter on the other end might talk to her, and it might be Joe Rogan or something. So she has to make sure that it's no one who's going to ask her a question. That follows hard on video of her that came out the other night of her door knocking in Philadelphia. And she actually had to tell people to go back indoors so that she could knock on their door. So there could be a video of her knocking on doors.
There was the story that came out of the New York Times yesterday about a podcast that this woman had done over the summer. It never even aired. She's speaking to a Muslim podcaster. He wanted to talk about the war in Gaza. She said, no, we ain't talking about anything that could lose me votes, but we can talk about whether or not it's acceptable to take your shoes off on an airplane. This was the important issue that our potential future president wanted to talk about. She gets there, and I kid you not, according to the New York Times, the issue she brought up was how tasty bacon is. Generally not advisable with the Muslim podcast host. She kept hitting this. This woman, I don't even want to put it out into the universe. If this woman is elected president, she ain't going to be doing the Abraham Accords, okay? Ain't going to be negotiating with Putin and Xi Jinping. The level of incompetence and ignorance that this woman exemplifies makes it very difficult for me to believe that many Americans will vote for her. Well, I know that many will, but...
Here's the source of my optimism tonight. You've just hit on it. I've said on this show before, and I borrow it from our dear mutual friend, Alan Estrin. Narrative is an actual living force in the universe, just as certainly as gravity is an actual force in the universe. And when you look at this from a narrative point of view, first of all, it is the obvious third act of a Donald Trump story. Yeah. You had 2016, as others have said, 2016, A New Hope, 2020, The Empire Strikes Back, 2024, The Return of the Jedi. Yeah. I mean, Donald Trump coming back is the conclusion to the narrative that's been in motion. And two, not one person wants Kamala Harris to be president of the United States. Not a single Kamala voter wants her to be president. Yes, they want to stop literal orange Hitler. Of course they do. If you believe Donald Trump's Hitler, you have a moral obligation to try to stop him. And they've been, sort of incensed to this point. But no one is excited about Kamala Harris. And so from just a storytelling point of view, I don't think America's ready to be done with Donald Trump.
Yeah.
By the way, on the issue of Hitler and moral obligations, I have raised this on my radio show, and I've never gotten a coherent response from people who hate Donald Trump. If you believe he's Hitler or just a fascist, a la Mussolini, not quite Hitlerian, aren't you at the very least morally obligated to cheat? I'm not claiming cheating is happening. I'm just asking, and it's a fair question. It's not. I'm not being cute. It's not manipulative. If I will go on the record, if I believed Kamala Harris were Hitler, I would cheat. I don't know how you could. You can't have it both ways. You can't say anyone who says we cheat is lying, is undermining our democracy, but he's Hitler. Well, if he's Hitler, you should cheat. Is that?
Well, forget about cheating. How about this? Here's a question, and I asked this question to Sam Harris in a debate that I did with him about Trump versus Kamala. The question is, let's say that Trump wins. Do you certify the election? If he's Hitler, do you certify the electoral vote?
Right.
I mean, that's a very easy one. They say, obviously, that is the worst thing that has ever happened, that anybody would challenge any of this sort of stuff. But if you keep saying this guy's Hitler, then you kind of have a moral obligation.
What did Sam Harris say about the Hitler?
He said, no, because just because he'll be like an incompetent Hitler. He won't actually be able to get it done, right? I mean, so incompetent Hitler is not actually Hitler, believe it or not. That's like a different kind of thing entirely. But I think that the painting of themselves.
Can you imagine for a minute having to put up with Hitler and the trains don't run on time?
Worst of all worlds.
Worst of all worlds.
But you always expect people, though, in moments like that to blink and kind of wake up and come back to reality, because that is one thing that has always been on our side. Reality does have a voice. You can say these things over and over again, but people do look out the window. They don't only look at their weather app to see what the weather is going to be. They do, they put their hands out and see if it's raining and all this. And eventually you look at these guys. We were talking about this on your show, Dennis, that, Bush was Hitler. Romney was Hitler. Romney, remember, was a dog-killing, old lady killing, the most anodyne candidate we've ever put up, milquetoast candidate we ever put up. So it's
Bob Dole, it was a close second.
I think that's kind of my narrative is a force. Reality is also a force.
Yep.
Maybe the source of really my hope here is that I think reality wins. Reality always wins in the end. Reality is real. And it always wins.
Undefeated.
And so you brought up earlier, Drew, the trans issue. The media was able to create this delusion in people's minds. But look at the trans issue. It has not. Kamala Harris hasn't brought it up one time. I mean, during this campaign, Democrats have run from this issue. They don't want to talk about it.
Yep.
Meanwhile, she's running, and this is the other sign that things are, I think, are looking good for Republicans. This whole campaign, Kamala has run to the right on immigration. She ran to the right on crime. She ran to the right on every issue except abortion. That's the only one where she's stuck by her far-left guns. And I think that tells you something about where the country is.
There are candidates throughout the country. There are Democrat candidates throughout the country who are running on their friendliness toward Trump.
Yeah.
I voted with Trump on 1% of his issues, my golly, and they're actually doing this. The only problem with that is the left does this all the time. They despise us so much that they think if they lie to us, it's justified.
In fairness, politicians left and right tell the public the lie that they're going to be conservative.
Right.
Neither party actually has.
You have a point. Yeah, you have a point. Yeah.
So I think it's worth noting at this point sort of how the evening is going to go, just so people have sort of a run of when all these polls are closing. So the big states, Georgia, Virginia, they close at 7 p.m. Eastern. So about half an hour, they're going to close. And then Georgia's going to start posting its early vote totals by 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. So in about an hour and a half, we're going to start getting some real numbers out of Georgia. If you take a look at Michigan and Pennsylvania, those close at 8 p.m. Eastern, so 7 p.m. Central, again, so about an hour and a half, that's when they're going to close. Michigan, according to Henry Olsen, is going to start posting its early vote earlier than Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania goes later. Pennsylvania is harder to count. We saw this last time. It'll probably be tomorrow morning before we know what the hell's going on in Pennsylvania. Early vote in North Carolina, apparently, is going to be like 75 to 80% of turnout. Democrats should lead big after the early vote in Pennsylvania. For example, Wisconsin closes its polls 9 p.m. Eastern, so does Arizona. But Arizona is going to take a while to release those early vote totals. Again, the sort of mess that happens on election night is ridiculous. Just on its face, it's ridiculous. I mean, honestly, as a person who doesn't tend to believe in widespread voter fraud, it's just ridiculous that we're sitting here all night long when this could all easily be done. And my home state of Florida fixed this after 2000. Yeah. They counted all the early ballots beforehand. They tabulated all of them. They keep those numbers. And then you vote the same day. It all goes in the machine. And then like 5 minutes after the polls close, you know exactly who won in the state of Florida. We could do that all over the country, but it turns out everybody's an idiot, and so we can't have nice things in the most prosperous country in the history of the
problem with it, too, is that a nation requires trust. And so if you have a system, even if there isn't widespread fraud, if there is the appearance that there could be widespread fraud, then you've already eroded one of the most important things in a democratic institution, which is trust.
But that's not important to the left. They don't care whether they're trusted. They care whether they're in power.
Yeah.
It's the problem of the decent and the indecent. The decent don't understand the indecent. They think that they more or less run by similar principles, but they don't. The Democrats don't care if people trust them. They care if they win. And then they exercise their power, and then they suppress. To the extent you said correctly, they ran away from the trans issue, but they didn't run away from the censorship issue. It has been declared by Harris and Walsh that they will suppress misinformation. Misinformation is left-wing code for whatever differs from the left. That is the only definition of misinformation on the left. So that's why I'm a bit less sanguine. They don't run by these rules.
The other thing that I've noticed a lot, because I know a lot of Democrats, and what they do is they compare our extremists to themselves. So in other words, most of them are decent people. They have liberal leanings. Their parents voted liberal. Their society votes liberal. So they vote for the Democrat candidate. That's what they think the liberality is. But then they compare them to the one guy holding a swastika sign at a right-wing rally. Whereas what we say is, look, the people you are electing are radicals. And it is true, the people in the comment sections may be radical right-wingers, but your radicals are in office and they're not going to do what you want them to do after they get in power. It's a really tough argument to make because you have to remember that the reasons we vote the way we vote, there aren't that many people who change from the way their families taught them to vote, the way their parents voted. So you have to have a big reason to do it. And they are actually good, because they have so much cultural power, they're actually good at comparing ordinary, decent Democrat people to our, crazy lunatics who are maybe a very small percentage of our movement. And it really is something that we have to overcome as communicators.
I mean, speaking of communication, I think this is one of the central issues of this campaign. What people take away from it, and I warned you not to do takeaways, but anyway, that's a rule for you, Michael. It's not a rule for me.
But not for thee. Okay.
Right. For my friends, the law. For my enemies. But the one of the big takeaways here for Republicans is that this election, I think, could have been a more clear-cut contrast from the Republican side of the aisle on things like innovation, entrepreneurship. Like Elon was trying to do that. He was trying to do that all day long. Donald Trump spent about half the campaign, and I think J.D. Vance spent a lot of the campaign, knocking on Kamala Harris for the bad economy and for the open border and all that stuff. You know what isn't useful? Distraction kind of stuff. Not because a campaign can't handle distraction, but because if you're wasting time explaining, you're doing it wrong. Yep. And I think that Kamala Harris's entire game here has been to obfuscate, obviously, her record, her positions. She's been running as a sort of middle-of-the-road, slightly Republican candidate, tough on crime, tough on the border, moderate on abortion, right? Somebody who's really kind of middle of the road. And instead of drawing the contrast more and more sharply about what the future of America looks like under Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, I think that maybe it's because we're also online. It's easy to get caught up in the online of it, right? The peanut, the squirrel, that's the memes are funny and the memes are entertaining. We're going to find out whether memes win elections. I mean, really, truly, because it's a very easy thing to sort of feel. This is why I'm resistant to my own optimism in some cases, right? I'm watching the same people you are. I'm optimistic. I'm feeling pretty optimistic and good. And then I think about the fact that the vast majority of the American people who are voting are not on Twitter and have no clue what's going on. I mean, if you want to see something really depressing, look at the Google trends for who are the candidates today. I'm dead serious. It goes like this in the all year, one day before the election, boom, suddenly it spikes. There are tens of millions of people who pay no attention to anything, And so they are tuning in at the very last minute. And what they get on the TV or what they get on the internet, if that's us talking about Peanut the squirrel, and it's them talking about how she's trying to do together. We know that her together unity shtick is complete bullshit. Like, we know that. We know that because we watch this for a living. But the level of disconnect that most Americans have with their politics is so unbelievably high. It's almost hard for us to comprehend how many Americans do not watch this stuff closely.
Ben, you and Dennis are bringing the vibes way down.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep them up here. I will say,
I just want to say, you're stuck with him. You invited me.
I've said this before. This is sort of a Jewish-Christian contrast. Christians will be like, listen, God is good, God is great, and that means that everything's going to end up all right in the end. We'll be like, yeah, God is good and God is great, and then, maybe he hates us. Maybe we sinned. Possible? Just going to put that out there?
If I could bring it back, bring the vibes back up. I actually think that, Trump obviously is going to get off message. That's part of the Trump experience. This has been the most disciplined Trump campaign we've ever seen, right? I mean, and
for sure.
We talked earlier, it was mentioned how Trump will say things that are outrageous. And it occurred to when's the last time he said something outrageous?
He didn't, right? It was the people around him.
Yeah.
Right.
It was like MSG and dumb jokes about Puerto Ricans or something in the close to an election. But it wasn't Trump. You're right. It really was not Trump. It was not Trump.
And also, he's been doing everything wrong and has just staged, even whether he wins or loses, just staged the greatest comeback in American political history. I mean, the things that they have done to him, he's been shot, he's been impeached twice, he's been, indicted, prosecuted, and convicted, on nonsense. And yet here he is. I mean, we're debating whether he's going to make it or not. It's an amazing thing, and it's all him. It's all his instinct. And you have to respect that, because we sit around going, oh, he made another stupid mistake. Here is a guy who saw his mugshot and actually said, good picture, let's put that on T-shirts. What consultant would have told him to do that?
It's also a reminder. People say, well, I like Trump's policies, but, often you'll hear, even from people on the right, they'll buy the left-wing argument that the guy is bad character. And of course, he's done bad things. We've all done bad things, and he's really famous, and he has been for a long time. This man displays an uncommon degree of natural virtue. This, to your point, Drew, the courage that it takes to be indicted for the fourth time and to get up there in front of a camera without breaking a sweat and just talk about what you're going to do tomorrow, to be shot in the ear and then not change your schedule one iota to show up at the RNC to accept your nomination 2 days later. That is not only uncommon, I think that is unique in American politics.
I will say, because I often publicly say that I believe Trump is uniquely flawed. And I don't mean in the way that we're all flawed. Yeah. I don't buy I don't buy the sort of we've all sinned and fall short of the grace of God. Yes, that's true. Also, Trump has unique character flaws that, in my opinion, should probably have been disqualifying. I think his handling of COVID in 2020 probably should have been disqualifying. They weren't. The forum in which you determine if something was or was not disqualifying is called a primary. Yeah. The majority of Republican voters wanted Donald Trump to be the nominee. He is the nominee. And by golly, I hope he becomes the president. I voted for him. We've supported him. We'll be thrilled if he's the president. That said, I don't say enough about his unique virtues. And he does actually have certain unique virtues. You've just outlined some of them, but one of them that almost no one says enough about, I think, is a kind of grace.
Yes. Yeah.
Tucker Carlson called Donald Trump demonic. J.D. Vance compared him to Hitler. He was as outspoken a never-Trumper, far more outspoken a never-Trumper than, say, Ben and I in 2016. One of those is now an advisor to Donald Trump. The other, his pick for vice president. To be rich and to have grace, to be famous and to have grace, to be powerful and to have grace, those, as we've discussed many times, those three attributes erode character.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump is able to circle around with his former rivals. Listen, he's not afraid to attack you. He's not afraid to be coarse. He's sometimes a blunt instrument, as I said before, insult comic, hyperbolic. But he puts the interests of the country above his petty grudges. And lest you think that I'm overstating the importance of that in a political context, John McCain, who was a patriot, John McCain, who I believe, had he won in 2008, many of the trials we've gone through as a nation over these last 16 years, I suppose, wouldn't have occurred. And yet, when John McCain walked onto the Senate floor to cast the deciding vote to overturn or to continue the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, he had a choice between being a man of his word. He literally ran for re-election on the promise of overturning the Affordable Care Act, or to deprive Donald Trump of a win because he hated Donald Trump. He had every right to hate Donald Trump, for Donald Trump said awful things about John McCain. So I understand the grudge. It's a legitimate grudge. And yet I expect of my politicians that they will put the interests of the nation above their petty grudges. John McCain did not. He dishonored himself, and he saddled the country with this horrible piece of legislation that he had promised to overturn simply because he hated Donald Trump. And love him or lump it, Donald Trump doesn't do that.
Well, so here's the thing about Trump that really is what makes him what he is. In the end, Donald Trump cares about one thing in life. One, winning. It's the only thing he cares about. He's perfectly clear about this, by the way. It's not as though he's like hiding the ball. This is the only thing that he cares about under any circumstances, whether he's running a game show on a network TV or whether he's talking about elections. All he cares about is winning and the perception of winning. And so what that means is that when somebody says, I got it wrong, you were right, I'm backing you, he's like, okay, that makes it easier for me to win. I don't think that it's that he himself has like a personal level of grace for people that's, like Mother Teresa or something. I think that he understands what's effective.
Well, possibly it's transactional, but I also think Donald Trump seems to like people.
He does.
Well, no, this is a different thing.
And he likes deep people, which I think is also
totally agree with this.
I keep thinking of the scene in It's a Wonderful Life where Mr. Potter calls the people of the town rabble, and Jimmy Stewart says the rabble do most of the living and paying and dying and working in this town. And that's what I see in Donald Trump. I see the voices of those people that have been not just silenced, they've been insulted for 50, 60 years and told everything about them stinks, while the people who are telling them they stink live in the country they built, and he's their voice. And the fact that he's an angry voice and a coarse voice, they deserve it. They at least deserve it. They have failed at every possible level while deriding the people who have borne the brunt of their failure.
Did you hear on this point, Donald Trump quoted C.S. Lewis. I don't even know that he knew he was quoting C.S. Lewis, but at that McDonald's stunt, which was so magnificent, there was a guy who pulled up and he said, oh, sir, I support you and I'm just an ordinary person. And he cut him off and he said, you're not ordinary.
Yeah.
You're not ordinary. That's a line from C.S. Lewis, okay? And he's got that in spades. We saw our friend last night, Megyn Kelly, went out there. To your point, Jeremy, Megyn and Trump had a tough relationship after 2016. But why did Megyn endorse him for her part? And why has Trump been so happy with her endorsement? Because politics is not supposed to be about petty personal grievances. It's supposed to be about the common good, which is to benefit all of us. And the people around Trump, up to and including Trump himself, have made that abundantly clear.
No, you're totally right. So, I have personal experience with this, right? So I held a fundraiser from this year. And when I held a fundraiser for him, he knew, of course, exactly who I was. I walk in, and he's like, Ben Shapiro. You used to love Ron DeSantis, but you're going to love us so much more. And that's what he is. He's a schmoozer, and he's a kibitzer. And again, he fixes the toilet, right? Like the story he likes telling about New York is the same story he likes to tell about building the Jerusalem embassy, is the same story he tells about everything, which is, I got it done faster, I got it done cheaper, I can do it more efficiently. Like, these are the stories that he likes to tell. And so that's why I think that most Americans, they look at him and they say, okay, these people, they speak all the things the elite think that you're supposed to speak. And then they brutalize the entire system. Donald Trump, he speaks the way you're not supposed to speak, and he speaks like a truck driver, and he does all these things. But in the end, does he fix things, or does he make them worse? Yep. And they are so concerned about the proprieties that they forget that the actual lived experience of normal human beings in this country is that prices went up 20 to 60%, depending on what exactly you were buying at the grocery store over the course of the last 4 years. And it turns out most of us, we liked the no war thing. Now, that was pretty great, having no war and burgeoning peace in the Middle East, as opposed to, the slaughter of 1,200 people in Israel, 250 people taken hostage, and the complete degradation of that area into massive war. Like, that was better. Trump was just better. That's the end of it.
That's it. We're going to take a quick moment to highlight some of the cool stuff going on here at Daily Wire. While we do that, if you haven't voted, most everywhere in the country, you still have time. Please go get in line. Cast your vote. It is your actual obligation as a citizen. If you're a Christian, you may have been told by sort of the attitude of modern evangelicalism that you're somehow above voting, that this isn't our kingdom. Listen, the apostles say that God appoints government for the purpose of punishing the unjust and praising the just. In a country that is democratic like ours, a republic like ours, a government of the people, that means you were appointed by God to play a role in punishing evil and in praising good. You have a job, and the way that you do your job is to go vote. So please, we have some great commercials for the good stuff we're doing at the Daily Wire. Don't watch them. Get in your car, drive down to a polling place, get in line. It isn't too late. We'll be right back.
Left's grip is slipping, but they won't go quietly. Now's the time to stand up. Daily Wire is your voice. confronting the lies, changing the culture. Join the voice of certainty in uncertain times, the most important intellectual in the Western world, and the star of the two most important documentaries in history. As long as our freedom is under threat, we'll be here fighting for you. Make your voice count. Join Daily Wire Plus today and get 47% off new annual memberships. Together, we'll fight the left and build the future.
Had enough of the woke bullshit, and you're tired of paying companies like Harry's and Gillette to hate you? And buy my new razor instead.
Go to jeremy'srazors.com now and buy the new radically redesigned second-gen razors featuring sharper, longer-lasting blades and superior durability.
Okay, I'm going to do something fun tonight just for folks watching us over at Daily Wire. I have right here this extremely heavy gold-plated truth bomb from Birch Gold. I'm going to sign this thing right now, which makes it worth like 8 times as much as actual gold. It has now been signed. We're going to give this away at dailywire.com. So you have to go to dailywire.com/win and enter for this autographed golden truth bomb. I'm sure it's not $1 million from Elon Musk. It's even better. For a second entry, go to birchgold.com/Ben. Sign up for a free info kit on investing in gold.
Did you want us all to sign that or just you?
I don't know. I feel like it degrades the quality. It's not well.
Want to welcome our good friend Jordan Peterson. Jordan, really appreciate you being with us tonight. You've been playing a much more political role over the last 4 years than you've played, I think, previously. And you even went so far as to endorse not only Trump, but all the people around Trump. What's been the reception to you making this move? And in particular, what's been the reception to your endorsement video?
Well, I did have people in the academy in particular write me and try to dissuade me from that particular stance, which I actually found quite surprising because some of the people who wrote me have had no shortage of trouble with the leftist radicals in the universities, and yet that wasn't enough to convince them that maybe there's some rot on the Democrat side. And there certainly is, you know, and I've spoken to many Democrats in the last 6 years, like serious conversations. I suppose the most striking one to begin with was really with Robert F. Kennedy himself. When I first interviewed him, that's the interview YouTube took down in an act of election interference, I asked him the same question I always ask Democrats, and that was, when does the left go too far? And his response was, I'm not running that kind of divisive campaign. And I thought, not yet. Seriously. And then I interviewed him again a month and a half ago, and I asked him the same question, and all he did was answer it for the whole hour and a half. And that's really all he's been doing, even on the campaign trail. I saw him most recently at a Trump campaign rally in Phoenix, and he spent the whole time, and so did Nicole Shanahan, talking about when the left goes too far, which is pretty much all the time. And so, well, that's made itself manifest in the universities, that's for sure. But people are still suffering from the delusion that the Democrat center can hold against the progressives. And I just don't think that's true. I don't see any evidence for it. And having said that, I also think that, and I've talked to most of them, the people who have become attracted to Trump and who are now campaigning with him are remarkable people.
Yeah.
You know, if I was an American, I would vote for Trump just because of Musk. Right, because, you know, if he'll start a Department of Governmental Efficiency, well, seriously, if he'd actually be willing to do that, it's like, okay, that's good. And Robert F. Kennedy is doing a great job of alerting people to the fact that everyone's fat and stupid and diabetic. It's like, this is really bad. It's really, really, really bad. And so that's enough as far as I'm concerned. Terrible rot on the Democrat side with regard to the radical leftists. And that's inexcusable. The trans issue alone for me is like, if you're on that side, I want nothing to do with you. And then this remarkable confluence of people who are stunningly competent, and there's lots of them. It's not just Musk and Kennedy. I think Tulsi Gabbard is really quite the creature. In a sane world, she would have been the Democrat nominee if they were looking for a minority woman president, which is a stupid thing to look for, you know, as a category. But if they're going to pick one, she's everything that Harris claims to be. And, well, and Vance, you know, they tried to pin him into into the corner of incompetence and strangeness, and that just doesn't work because he's actually sharp as hell.
Oh yeah,
and so,
and normal also.
You brought up Elon Musk, who one of the great men of history. He's a great man of history, is Elon Musk.
Mm-hmm.
And so that reason alone, I mean, I agree with you. The fact that he is aligning with Trump, if I knew nothing else about any of these people, and I see Elon Musk, the guy who's building rocket ships and catching them out of midair and wants to go to Mars, like if he likes this guy, then that's reason enough for me. But Rachel Maddow just last night was on air saying that, hey, if Kamala wins and the Kamala administration, they need to take away Elon Musk's government contracts.
Yes.
Or force Tesla and SpaceX to separate themselves from Elon. And of course, we hear that, and we're not surprised by that. But it is like, think about how evil that is.
Fascist.
You are going to deliberately stifle human advance. This is the advancement of human civilization. Going to other planets. You want to stop that just to get back at this one guy because he likes another guy that you don't like.
It's even more than that. Yeah. Well, it's worse than that because it might be that the U.S. military needs Musk more than Musk needs the U.S. military.
That's right.
That's right. Like it could clearly and obviously be that.
I actually don't think that it's sort of it's a snake eating itself, right? Because the truth about Elon Musk is that the reason he's become so political isn't because he likes Donald Trump. I mean, he may very well have come to like Donald Trump, but he's become so political because everything that this great man of history has devoted his life to is actually on the line. You know, we say like the country is on the line. And I don't know if the country is on the line. Elections are very consequential. Ascending to the presidency a weak, vapid, stoned woman who has absolutely no merit will come, and who's a creature of the left, will come with terrible consequences. But for Elon Musk, it's particularly acute. He's devoted his life to freedom of speech, which is truly on the ballot. He's devoted himself to private space exploration. He has 6 more opportunities in his lifetime to send humans to Mars because of the way the Mars transit window works, the way the orbits work. He only has 6 more opportunities, and they're already talking about not giving him access to launching the rockets because they don't like his politics. He has devoted himself substantially to autonomous driving. The next 3 years will be the most important years that ever exist for the regulation of autonomous vehicles, as well as the most important years for the regulation of the emerging robotic and AI technologies that are already here. People don't realize it. They think that they hear that they're coming and they're a bit skeptical. They're not coming. They're here. The 9.9 magnitude earthquake happened in Japan. The tide waters have receded. It's not a question of will we get wet. It's only a question of when will the wave get here. The inciting event has already taken place. And if you're Elon Musk, you're thinking they're going to regulate these things to the point that I actually can't pursue them in this country, which necessarily means that either they will not be pursued at all, and to your point, human civilization gets set back, or they will be pursued by nations like China, who still Muskian and his contemporaries technology, and America will no longer have hegemony, will no longer be leading the world into the future. So for Elon Musk, this truly is the most important.
Also, there's something else to say about this as well, and that is I don't think they're actually coming after him because of his politics. I think they're coming after him specifically because he is advancing these things. I think that
because he's competent.
Yeah, because he's competent
and effective.
Because he's trying to better life for human beings. I think I think that right now there is a great divide in the country between people who want to have a dynamic, entrepreneurial, innovative future and people who wish for the country to basically redistribute what we have as we slide into senescence. And the problem with innovation and entrepreneurialism is that it holds people accountable to a standard of success. People look at Elon Musk, and there's 2 ways to view Elon Musk. There's the way that I think all of us view him, which is what he's doing just kicks serious ass. I mean, I don't care who you are. It is the coolest thing in your life. It is unbelievable. When you're seeing rockets coming down and being caught in midair, like this is unbelievable stuff that he's doing. You know, like my 8-year-old son is thrilled with Elon Musk. All he wants to do every day is just ride in the Tesla and watch rockets that Elon Musk launched. Like that's what it's just innately cool stuff. And that's how I think most Americans still view the future of the United States. But there is a group of people who are the same sorts of people who said, why are we spending all this money on the space program when we really should be spending it on whatever social redistributionist welfare scheme we can find? Because we've got enough, don't we? Yeah. And what if we just redistribute what we have? And why are we so worried about future generations? Do we even need future generations? Yeah. So, like, Elon is doing all this stuff because, I mean, I've talked to him about it, and Jordan, you have too. I mean, like, he's doing all this stuff because he actually believes in a future for humanity. Right? He believes that there ought to be more children, for example, because a future for humanity relies on there being more children.
That's enough to write him off.
And that's it. Because
those children cluttering things up.
What do all these things have in common? What do children and science and innovation have in common? They hold you to a standard of success and duty. Because when you have kids, you now have a duty to those kids. You need to build a world for those kids that is better than the world that you were given and one that preserves all of their opportunities. When science holds you accountable to a reality in which your own supposed oppression means nothing. Doesn't matter how oppressed you are. You're either building the thing or you ain't building the thing.
This is like the old. This is the old Bill Whittle joke, right? What did socialists use for light before the candle? The light bulb, right? They actually don't want human progress because human progress is a rebuke of all of their values ultimately.
Agreed.
Also, the real proof that the left is not coming after Elon for his politics is that his politics legitimately has not changed. He said this on the Rogan show when he did the big Rogan interview. He said, my politics comes down basically to maximizing individual autonomy. That is a liberal position. Elon Musk is a liberal. Joe Rogan is a liberal. The Tulsi Gabbard is a liberal.
Donald Trump is a liberal.
Donald Trump, in many ways, he's got some kind of more conservative tendencies than the other guys.
Yeah, but that's partly because he's being chased into a corner by the bloody president.
I agree. But I mean, even if you put his tariffs or something off the table for a moment, the fact that right now the political center really has shifted, and it is a rational action for an Elon or a Tulsi or a Bobby Kennedy to endorse Donald Trump.
I actually want to ask Jordan about this because you've come a long way, and despite the disadvantage of coming from Canada, but you were
as an illegal immigrant.
As an illegal immigrant. When we first
and election influencer, Russian funded, I might add.
But I would have counted you when we first spoke a long time ago. I would have counted you as a person on the left. You can still consider yourself to be there, or have you actually moved right, or is it just that the left has moved so far left that you've been?
Well, one thing has shifted, I would say, in my political conceptualization. I've come to understand that the classic liberal view of the individual is only tenable in a society where the underlying conservative substructure is rock solid. And so I've been developing a more sophisticated, let's say, conception of identity, over the decades. And I understand more clearly now that the integrity of the individual is dependent on the integrity of the marital unit, the integrity of the family, the integrity of the community. Like, there has to be that surround. And I think that what happened in Europe that made the rise of autonomous individuality in that Protestant/liberal sense possible was that the substructure became so rock solid because it was grounded in a Judeo-Christian ethic that the notion of individual autonomy became possible. It's just like the case in the West now. I mean, women have the freedom to do what they want. They have the freedom to be out in the streets. Well, the reason for that is that, there's plumbing. That's one of the reasons. I'm dead serious about that.
Sure.
And the streets are safe. And so, of course, you can start to consider yourself autonomous when you can go anywhere and you don't die, right? And it's convenient, but you need a lot of things in place.
The foundation has to be there in order for all the rest of this stuff to be there as well. Joining us, believe it or not, right now, is Megyn Kelly. She recently endorsed President Trump at a rally. You all saw it. She is, of course, the host of the Megyn Kelly Show, maybe the second best podcast on the internet. I don't know, which can be found at youtube.com/Megyn Kelly.
Second best behind mine, you mean?
Podcast. How dare you, Matt? Megyn, thanks for joining us tonight. How are you feeling about everything?
Oh, God. No one knows anything about anything. I mean, that's really the bottom line, right? Like, everybody's trying to figure it out. Look, I've been through this enough that I know you read the tea leaves on these early exit poll data and then you get burned. You try to put together exit poll data with raw vote early in the evening and you get burned. You listen to what one campaign or the other is telling you and you get burned. No one knows nothing about nothing. That's the bottom line until we're much later in the evening. Believe nothing.
So you were just on stage, obviously, with President Trump. I think you gave one of the best speeches of the entire campaign, explaining why women in particular should vote for President Trump. There's been a lot of talk about men voting heavily for Trump, but women breaking heavily for Kamala Harris. What was it like on stage with President Trump? Obviously, you guys have a fraught history. So how was that, just on a personal level?
Well, it's kind of funny, that's water under the bridge. But the thing about Trump is, like, you never know, because it could turn soon again, because unlike these hacks who you see on MSNBC, just because I like him and I'm voting for him doesn't mean that I won't criticize him when he does something I don't agree with or when I think is boneheaded. So then he'll attack me and we'll go down again, but we're on and up. And there's no question in my mind that he's the better candidate here. I mean, there's not even any competition. And I've really been kind of irritated that there's such a gender gap here, because I think my fellow women are being manipulated. I really think that the left think we are no more than our wombs. And the only thing that we care about when it comes to children is at what point can we kill them? Is it at the 3-month mark? Is it at the 9-month mark? And that after they're born, we really don't care. It's not what we vote on. And as a mother of 3 children, I can tell you, we care about a lot more than that. And no one's talking about it. Like, the Republicans are so afraid of abortion. They're terrified to talk about abortion, that they don't take on this issue by making, first of all, substantive legal arguments, which I believe are very much available to them and should be made, which is this is not a federal issue. This will not be upheld as a power that the Congress can exercise in trying to govern abortion on a nationwide level. And so there's never going to be a federal abortion law. There's not going to be one. And even if they tried and they can't get one passed, it would be struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. So the Republicans shouldn't be as afraid of this as they are. But anyway, the second thing is that women really are safer under Trump than they would be under Kamala, and than they have been under Biden. Look at the number of women who've been killed by illegals, gang members and otherwise, from Honduras, from El Salvador, from Venezuela. That's number one. Every other day you get a report of a child who's been raped, sexually molested, or killed by somebody from Venezuela. And we're supposed to be like, oh, well, that's like Bill Maher said to me when I was on the other week. Well, so Americans kill people too? What? We have to take the Americans. We don't have to take Venezuelan gang members. Right. So that's number one. And then the trans insanity with our children is number two. And just the absolute demoralization of our boys, which I've talked to all of you guys on your podcasts and mine about, is another reason. A lot of us are mothers to boys. A lot of us are wives to men, daughters to dads, sisters to brothers. And the dejection and demoralization of men under this leftist thinking has to stop, both for the sake of the men and for the sake of the women who want to partner with them and reproduce and create more families.
Megan, this is one of the things that's so astonishing about the Democratic approach to this entire issue. I mean, the Democrats, whenever they talk about women, it's as though they're a foreign species. Like, women hate men. They despise them. Like, women who are married to men apparently hate them so much that they can't even have an open conversation about their politics. They have to sneak into the ballot box and then wink at one another as they quietly vote for Kamala Harris, like something out of The Handmaid's Tale. And then, because they believe that women and men are exactly the same, men then go and do the same thing, actually. Men then go to the ballot box and then they wink and nod at each other as they vote for Kamala Harris. It's all weird and bizarre. And I am not a woman unless I declare myself one. You are a woman, a self-declared woman, a cisgender woman. So you've got like the highest status as a woman, I believe, except for a trans woman. But as a person of that status, what do you make of the Democrats' take on sort of the relations between men and women, which they're clearly attempting to kind of destroy?
Can I tell you something? I objected to that ad they ran on so many levels. The first of which was it had this creepy Republican man trying to control his wife. And that's a lie, because most Republicans are attractive. I'm just, I don't know why it is, but they are.
Truer words
I'm telling you, if you were to line up all the Democrats in the world and line up all the Republicans, I'm just going to say you'd have a much higher hit rate on attractive people
exhibit
over in the red group.
Exactly.
Look at this place.
So that's number one. The creepy Republican guy they had there looking over his wife's shoulder like, did you do the right thing, honey? That looked like a Democrat to me. And that is a Democrat's version of a Republican man. An actual Republican man would have been there in like maybe some flannel, Matt Walsh. He would have had probably some muscle, and he would have been attractive with like a cut jaw, being like, you ready, babe? And then they would have walked out. So in any event, that was number one. And second of all, just their ideal of marriage, which involves dishonesty, controlling, somewhat abusive behavior and non-communicative interactions where they're enemies instead of partners. It just says so much about the left that they thought that would be like a real winner, and that they found somebody as famous as Julia Roberts to narrate it, like she'd really bring it home. They just don't understand the right at all.
Do you think, Megan, that, so we know they're leaning hard into the gender wars thing. As a woman, though, do you think that it's working? Like, are women out there becoming convinced that the men in their lives hate them and that Trump is Hitler and it's going to be a Handmaid's Tale dystopia? Do you think that it's actually working, though?
So first of all, speaking of Julia Roberts, I'm thrilled to be speaking to the new George Clooney, Matt Walsh, the star of Hollywood right now. I'm looking forward to your Oscar.
So am I.
Loved.
I already have my
loved
speech written.
Your
Yeah.
movie.
Thank you.
Am I Racist is the greatest thing ever since What is a Woman? But second of all, yeah, it is working, and it really could cost him the election tonight. Sadly, we'll find out soon. But yeah, there's such a huge gender gap. And look, we don't know whether they're overstating this. I talked to a very smart pollster today who said if Ann Seltzer of the Des Moines Register is right in her poll saying that Trump's down 3 in Iowa because she's seeing some consternation amongst older Iowan women about the Dobbs ruling, then why isn't it showing up elsewhere? That pattern she may have noticed in Iowa isn't a pattern at all. It would be a one-off in Iowa. He's saying we would see that. We'd see that in the numbers out of Pennsylvania, out of Wisconsin, out of Arizona, and we're not. But I do think it's helping her hang on at all. She's a nothing. She's a dunderhead. She's a moron. Everybody knows there's no intellectual depth there. The reason they're propping her up and acting like she's Kamala Obama is abortion. They need her to pull the lever for them on the restoration of the Roe regime. And there's really not much more to her. That's their number one issue. It's working. They've scared young women enough that they have been registering in great numbers, like in Pennsylvania, and that could make the difference. And I just think the Republicans have handled this issue all wrong. There was such a way to argue this, and they were just too chicken shit to do it.
It is a terrible vision of masculinity and femininity in relationship to marriage, but it's in keeping with the underlying progressive ethos. I mean, once you establish the principle that all social relations between human beings are predicated on nothing but power, then you immediately view any monogamous heterosexual relationship as a power dynamic. And if it's a power dynamic and you happen to occupy the weaker position, you're going to have nothing but subterfuge on your side. You're going to have no other avenue of self-expression than what you can sneak through treachery. And that is an unbelievably dismal view of marriage. And I think it speaks volumes about the state of marriages on the left, because that narrative basically goes unchallenged, as if it's self-evident.
Well, you know why, Jordan? It's because they used to say there would never be a war between the sexes because everyone's sleeping with the enemy. But now I don't know that they're sleeping with the enemy. So maybe that's your point.
Well, we know that they aren't sleeping with the enemy. I mean, we see this in places like Japan and South Korea, where I think it's 30% of young people under the age of 30 are virgins, and the relationships between men and women in the more say in Canada and the United States and in Europe, the curves are the same. We're just about a decade behind what's happening in Japan and South Korea. Wow. There's no reason to assume that men and women are going to be automatically aligned once the social conventions that hold them together are torn apart purposefully. One of the things that's really pathological about this, too, that's very much worth pointing out is that, the familial structure started to be torn apart, let's say, in the early 60s with the sexual revolution. The notion that there was such a thing as free love and that the institution of marriage was patriarchal imposition. And the thing that's so awful about that is that the rich elites are still married. Right. And so it's such an interesting thing to watch, because what you see, this happens constantly, and I think it's actually like a law of nature, is that the progressive revolutionary ideas that undermine the traditions that hold us together demolish the marginal before they demolish the center. And so rich people, rich educated people, they're just as married as they were in 1962. But poor people, they're done.
Can I ask you a question, Jordan? I have a question for you, Jordan. And that is, I really believe the Daily Mail reporting about Doug Emhoff, Kamala's husband. Yeah. He's admitted to at least one of their reports that he cheated on his first wife with their nanny, with their child's nanny. He's hedged on whether he actually got the nanny pregnant, but the nanny reportedly told his next girlfriend that indeed she got pregnant and that she lost the pregnancy because of him. We know from the Daily Mail's reporting that an ambulance did show up at the nanny's house during the time in which she would have lost the baby. So there's potentially a real problem with the nanny and Doug Emhoff that goes beyond the impregnation. But point two is a woman came forward to allege that 6 months before he and Kamala Harris got together, she was dating him. This is a very successful professional attorney. She's a gunner. And She got them tickets to this red carpet affair in Cannes, France. It was this black tie thing. This woman's a player. She is not some, trust me, she's got credibility. She comes forward to say he wailed her across the face. He assaulted her for no reason. They weren't fighting. Not that anything would justify it, but I'm just saying that hair trigger on this guy, placed her hand on the shoulder of a valet and it set him off. He hit her on the face in the open. He denies it. What does it tell you, if you assume all that's true, which I believe it is, about Kamala Harris, that that's her husband? I believe you don't hit a woman just one. You don't just hit one woman. If you're a woman beater, you beat them all. And I believe all this plays into some of the messaging we're seeing from the left about this, how you're an adversarial relationship with your spouse as opposed to a partnership. It says something about how she views men. And I think there's sort of an underlying dynamic going on with her right here that we're ignoring.
Well, if you take the stance that the marital relationship is necessarily one of power, then those sorts of outbursts wouldn't be unexpected, right? They're in keeping with the expectation. And, there's another thing that we haven't coped with well with regards to young women is I think a lot of the young women who are, and I'm concentrating on them because their voting patterns and political attitudes are so much different than every other demographic. As the family structure has disintegrated, the number of young women who've never had a positive relationship of any sort with any male ever is increasing. And so it's very easy for them to buy a power narrative. They've never had a good relationship with a brother or an uncle or a father or a boyfriend. And so the supposition that all relationships between men and women are degenerate, and of course that's exacerbated by the pornography situation, becomes more and more credible. I think the remarkable thing about the story that you're laying out is the lack of attention that it's got.
Yes.
That's just beyond comprehension. And I don't really know what to make of that, except that it figures. It's exactly what you'd predict. It is a very sad thing, and you're right about your observations about conservatives and Republicans. They've done a very bad job of messaging to young women. And it's partly as well, we should note that young women are disproportionately likely to get their information from TikTok, far more than any other demographic group. And TikTok is a propaganda pit, and it's an anti-American propaganda pit. And we're foolish for allowing it to have the influence over people that it does have. It's not obvious what to do about that, but it is definitely the case that that's warping the political viewpoint of young American women. Well, and it is something conservatives have done a very bad job of addressing.
Megan, I know that you have to run because obviously you have to go be nervous somewhere else. and you also have to, do a podcast that is sometimes, I will admit, the best podcast in America. Megan, thanks for joining us. As always, you can watch her show at youtube.com/Megyn Kelly. And of course, wherever you get your podcasts. Megan, really appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Great to see you all.
By the way, a couple of quick announcements. According to Decision Desk HQ, Trump has now won South Carolina. I know it's a shocker.
Hey, all right.
Unfortunately, Kamala Harris has won Vermont in response. I know you're worried about that one. Trump has also, according to the Associated Press, won Indiana.
Hey!
And Trump won Kentucky.
Let's start drinking.
So basically, 49 states for Trump is the current projection right now. Well, actually, right now, let's hear from Mary Margaret Olohan. She is at Trump HQ in West Palm Beach. Mary Margaret, good to talk to us. Good to talk to you, actually. I mean, I'm sure you're pleased to talk to us as well. Give us a sense of what it's like down there right now.
Hey, Ben, and of course, it's an honor to talk to you all down here in Palm Beach, where we are at Trump headquarters. You can see behind me, there's a whole bunch of people congregating. Anybody who is anybody wants to be here tonight and be in Trump's election night party as they prepare, hopefully, for a victory. And we've been talking to a lot of people on the ground here, trying to get a sense of what's going on. I can tell you the atmosphere is very hopeful, very excited. People are on edge, but I would say in a good way. They're really amped up for tonight. So we're going to be here. We're going to be talking to everyone and getting a sense for where this is going.
So how relaxed or nervous are they in the room? Are they concerned? Are you getting like nerves, or is everybody just basically opening it up? Are they ready and raring to party already?
Well, these people are all from D.C. or they're from Florida. They're always ready to party. But when we ask people, how are you feeling? when we ask people, how are you feeling? How's it going? What are you thinking about the race? What they'll tell you is they're quote unquote cautiously optimistic. I've been emailing or texting with a whole bunch of different Trump advisors, and what they're telling me is they're feeling good, but they're still pushing people to get out to the polls. And that's what one advisor told me not even 5 minutes ago. So the push is get to the polls, get to the polls. We want every single vote. We want to make every single vote count. That's what Trump himself was saying last night in Michigan. He was saying, we've done the work, we've done the campaigning, we've gotten our message out. Now it's up to you guys to get to the polls and to make America great again.
So, Mary, we know that you've been closely following Trump's movements over the past few days. Where is he right now? I mean, I assume he's in the back somewhere at Mar-a-Lago.
Yes, so he's over at Mar-a-Lago with his close circle, his close-knit friends. We're told that they're all going to come over here if he wins. Hopefully if he doesn't win as well, but we know that he'll be over here if he does, in fact, win. There's going to be a whole party. They're going to be celebrating. And we're hearing that top Trump surrogates are going to be coming here as well. So people are starting to trickle in. It's exciting to talk to them, hear what they think about how this race is going. And, you know, the night is still very young, so the people we talk to are just very hopeful and excited.
And obviously, when it comes to Florida, everyone's excited there because it's the best state in America. It's not just because it's where I live, mostly because it's where I live, but also the results are already coming in from Florida. Florida is currently 42% in. Donald Trump has about a 200,000 vote lead on Kamala Harris, got 52% to her 47.1%. And Jill Stein bringing up third place with 16,000 votes. The Jill Stein vote coming in strong across the country. So, Mary, does the Trump campaign, have any idea as to how long this is going to take? That's the big question everyone's asking is, are we going to be here for the next 8 days? What are you getting a sense of there?
Yeah. So nobody seems to know the answer to that, Ben, and we've been asking a lot of people. I think we're all hoping this will be over very quickly. I was texting Donald Trump Jr. earlier, asking him how he's feeling about the race, and he told me he thinks things are looking good as long as there's no quote-unquote BS. So it remains to be seen how this night will go, if we're going to be in a long, drawn-out process. But I think the answer is no one knows, and that's really the situation right now.
Well, Mary Margaret, it's good to talk to you. I'm sure we'll check back in with you quite shortly as the night progresses. It's, enjoy yourself, drink heavily, but I didn't give you permission to do that. That's an HR violation. Anyway, have a good time over there in Florida. Well,
thank you. I will.
Right.
I got the good assignment. So we're having a great night.
Folks, Daily Wire's footprint at the Trump headquarters was made possible by PDS Debt. Get a custom plan to become debt-free right now at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/dailywire, pdsdebt.com/dailywire. And now a bunch of people are in seats that they were not in before. It's like a magic trick. Every time we come back, there is somebody who has inhabited a different body. So we have Clay Travis, who has joined us in his most elegant regalia.
I did, yes.
Did I not get the memo on the velvet thing?
I saw your velvet. I've had this, unfortunately, the last time I was sitting with all of you was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was super optimistic on that
Take
night.
it off. Get it out of here. We'll get you a jean jacket.
I'm either going to be I'm going to be at Kid Rock's Honky Tonk tonight. So it's going to be one of the most amazing nights ever, and I'm going to be on the stage like Donald Trump has won, and now Kid Rock. And I'm going to be like, this is one of the great nights of my life. Or I'm going to be like the fan who paints his face, and then the camera finds him when the team has lost by 3 touchdowns.
Like the Bears fan at the very end of that game.
Yeah, you're a grown man who painted his face, and you're like, I've just got to question a lot of my life.
Are you optimistic, though? How are you feeling?
I am optimistic. The more we get into the votes coming in, the less optimistic I am. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
I wanted... we've only had one race in the 21st century where I think both sides said, you know what, I agree with the outcome. 2008, at least Barack Obama won comfortably. And it feels to me like we're going to be in another one of these, hey, if we had made that field goal, man, we would have won. If we miss a field goal, and it feels like that's basically every race in the 21st century. So I was hoping, and I still do have some hope, that Trump might have really kind of punched through. And it's all anecdote, but I bet you guys are similar. I know people who didn't vote Trump in 16, 20, and are voting Trump in 24. I know a lot of those people.
The hardest part for people like me, since I don't trust feelings. Feelings are bad.
Yes. And it's all anecdotal.
That's the problem.
Yes.
I'll get high, with the anecdotal evidence. I'll be walking around somewhere, and somebody who I'd never expect will come out of the woodwork and be like, I'm totally voting for Trump, and I'm really excited about it. And I'm like, remember, that's anecdotal evidence, and it doesn't mean anything.
But I do not know a single person who voted Trump, Kamala. And so that, to me, feels like if I had to go to my gut, it is that Trump is going to win by the skin of his teeth because enough people have seen that he isn't Hitler and have been willing to make a shift since the last 2 elections.
Well, also Cabot Phillips is here.
I am. They tried to get black Jeremy, and they said, we'll get slightly younger white guy Jeremy.
Yeah, exactly. Jeremy has grown taller, and his beard is slightly fuller, and he's de-aged, actually. So, Cabot, you're usually the informational guy. Bring me information. I need data.
Yeah, well, one thing that I was thinking of when Megan was talking about the female vote is the fact that we can tend to think of both genders as kind of monoliths. But looking back at the 2022 midterm exit polls, Democrats obviously dominated with women in the aggregate. But when you looked at their performance with married women, in the 2022 exit polls, married women went for Republicans by 14 points. It was unmarried women who they picked up by a 37-point margin. And so it can give this separate idea of how women vote as a whole. And I was on the ground in North Carolina, Georgia, Michigan, Pennsylvania, talking to hundreds of voters. And I realized that one of the easiest predictors for how someone was going to vote, if it was a woman, and I would walk up to them if I saw a wedding ring on their finger or if I saw kids with them loading up their groceries in the parking lot, the majority of those people were voting for Republicans. If I saw a woman who was single, younger, clearly not married, they were overwhelmingly Democrats.
So the good news is married women vote Republican, unmarried women vote Democrat. The problem is fewer and fewer people are getting married. So that is not a good trend line for the Republicans.
And there's a real mystery here, too. And the mystery is, why is that divide so remarkable? No, is it that the women change when they get married? Is that it's a different kind of woman that's getting married to begin with, someone who's more traditionally oriented? Is it that the unmarried women are angry with the system because they're single? I think there's something about that. And so they're in a category, if you're not allied with someone, if you don't have a partner, then you have reason to be you have reason to be resentful? Do you have a reason to doubt the validity of the system as a whole? Are you trying to trumpet that sexual freedom that's hypothetically part of being single? Like, there's something very strange going on here with unmarried young women. And I don't exactly get it.
I think part of it is the failure of the aspirational, just generally in American society. I think so much of our voting now breaks down to go back sort of the Elon Musk of it, the failure of aspiration. If you fail in your attempt to do something, there are 2 things you can do. You can either do what a successful person does, which is say, what can I do differently in order to improve my lot? As God tells Cain to do. Or you can go out and try and kill your brother. And you can basically say it's the fault of the system, it's everybody else's fault. And so if as a system you say that you don't even aspire anymore to get married, that's not something to even aspire to, then there has to be some substitute for the thing that you're supposed to aspire to. What is the life that is now the substitute for what a married life would have been? And I do
Sex in the city.
Well, I think that's exactly right. And so if the substitute happiness, the ersatz happiness you're being provided is Sex in the City, well then of course abortion is your number 1 issue. Because abortion is the thing that destroys the possibility of you being forced into. I mean, let's be real about how marriage used to work in this country. A huge percentage of people got married because they knocked up a girl, right? I mean, that was like a huge number of shotgun weddings in America in 1940, extremely high.
Especially in the South where we are right now.
100%. And you know what? That's not actually a bad thing because it turns out that that's sort of how natural law would tend to suggest that things work, right? That if you actually knock somebody up, you should then get married to that person, and then you should raise the child together. That was reality, cudgeling you back into what you should aspire to doing anyway. Abortion cuts that completely off, which is why, if you wish to uphold the Sex in the City lifestyle, it's the number 1 issue. We're going to take a quick moment to highlight, by the way, some cool stuff going on here at Daily Wire. We will be back in just a moment with that awkward intro.
It's really funny. It's really funny. By myself, laughing out loud hysterically today.
It is one of the most important contributions to cinema in American history.
Your goal is to conduct an investigation into something key to the culture war.
There were so many great moments in there.
Were these people real that are in this movie?
It's a great film. I highly recommend everybody go see this movie. Mazel tov, as thanks. Ben's people would say.
Am I Racist? Now streaming only on Daily Wire Plus.
In the beginning was the Word. Christ is a master at using short, mysterious stories. They change the listener who takes them seriously. My experience with the biblical text is that they're inexhaustible sources of wisdom. If I find something in them that is an obstacle, it's because there's something in me that has yet to be transformed. I just don't get it.
The person that you do not think could ever be virtuous. Oh, let me show you. This is the person who is fulfilling the law and the prophets.
But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added to you as well.
I don't believe in that promise. I'll just be honest on this point. That has not been part of my experience.
This parable I've been trying to understand forever. While we were talking and while we were sitting there, then it hit me. I saw it.
Name me one ideology that has supplanted Christianity that has done good for humanity. This Jew is very frightened of a post-Christian society.
He was the God-man, the model, the example of what we ought to become and what we can become.
It's okay. It's safe for you and all of your doubts and apprehensions to open up and to let these stories in.
He is the temple. He is the Torah. He is the covenant. He is prophecy fulfilled.
If you're doing this and it isn't also the love of wisdom, it's also an attempt at wisdom without love. In both ways, you're going radically wrong.
Power of love. It sounds so cliche when you say
60s, eh? I don't want to be in a Hallmark card, I tell you.
We've got our work cut out for us, gentlemen. This is one peculiar time and one peculiar text, and I sure hope we're up to the task.
That was a nice little treat. That was the world premiere of the teaser trailer for Jordan Peterson's new series on the Gospels, which, you know, I think, Dr. Peterson, that your series on Exodus is one of the finest things that we've ever got to be a part of producing. And I've only made it through about a quarter of the Gospel episodes, but they're just tremendous. Can you tell us a little bit about what that process was like?
Well, the first thing I'd probably like to do is to thank you guys for having enough courage to undertake the endeavor. I mean, it was a big risk, you know, and it isn't at all obvious that a 16-part series on Exodus with 9 academics, that's bad enough to begin with, you know, would be something that could attract an audience that there could be any business case for. But you guys, you know, you threw yourself into it, and then we doubled the length on you, and you went along with that. And I know it's been spectacularly successful, and that's been great. What was it like? Well, it was a privilege, you know, because the people at the table were top rate. Like, I was really fascinated to be in the seminar because every single person that spoke always had something to say that I really wanted to listen to. I really found that, like I learned that with the Exodus seminar because I learned so much there. It literally took me months to digest it. It had a big influence on the book that I am publishing on November 19th. It helped me clarify a lot of the stories that I didn't understand. And then, of course, the same thing happened as we walked through the Gospels. And it was great. And I hope that we did as good a job or better both on the discussion side and on the production side with the Gospel seminar as with the Exodus seminar, and I think we did. And we got down to brass tacks, and I've learned, this is a revolutionary thing, you know, I've learned that all the evidence supports the notion that we see the world through a story. In fact, a description of the structure through which we see the world is a story. So then the only question, once you know that, and I think that's indisputable on scientific grounds now, and so once you know that, the only question becomes, well, what's the story? You know, and the cultural insistence is that it's one of power, and the biblical insistence is that it's one of sacrifice. And those both aren't right. Like, it's one or the other, right? There's alternatives, hedonism, nihilism, which is sort of the absence of stories. But I think the idea that this community is founded on sacrifice it's so substantive that it's self-evident. And then the issue is, how do you investigate the structure of sacrifice? We did that a lot in the Gospel seminar.
I don't want to get to any spoilers or anything like that, but when you're delving into this question, are you looking at it from the perspective of, you know, which of these two views is more conducive to the kind of society I want to live in? Or are you asking, which of these two views is right?
It's deeper than that, because I don't think there is a society that's predicated on power. There's force. I can force you to do something that I want you to do, but that doesn't mean that we have a society. A society is based on mutually acceptable sacrifice upward. And it's worth delving for a moment on what I mean by sacrifice, and it's pretty straightforward. Like, if we're in a communal relation, it's not all about you, and it's not all about me. I mean, that really is the definition of a relationship. If it's all about me, it's not a relationship. If it's all about me, it's about my whim and my power to impose it. if we're in a relationship, I have to give up something that's immediate to me for the sake of the relationship and the sake of the future. And that's why sacrifice is at the foundation of society. It's virtually a truism. And it's also the same in relation to work, because work is the sacrifice of the future. It's the sacrifice of the present to the future, right? So we sacrifice our own immediate whims to be communal, and we sacrifice the immediate present for the future. And so sacrifice is the foundation of society. And I just can't see how that can be otherwise. The counter proposition is absurd, right? Which is the idea that all social interaction is a consequence of power. There are more dismal views that it's all sex and hedonism, or that there's no meaning in anything. Those are pretty catastrophic views. But the idea that all social organization is a function of power. First of all, I think that's a confession on the part of the theorist.
I agree.
A confession and a wish.
Yes.
Absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely. And I also think it's untrue. It doesn't even work for chimpanzees, by the way, and the evidence for that is pretty clear. And it's also I just can't imagine setting up a social system on a more dismal view of humanity and community than that of power. The only way we can work together is if I force you. Well, no, who wants that? Well, we know who wants that.
Exactly.
It's tyrants. It's whim-possessed tyrants who want that. What do you like if you want the opposite? Well, you sacrifice upward. Ben, you were talking about having children. It's like it reorients you in the world, right? Because all of a sudden there's someone who's clearly more important than you, and a time frame that's clearly more important than you right now. And that reorients you radically. And that's a sacrificial orientation. And so that was great doing the gospel.
So that my invitation to be in the academic roundtable was lost in my email inbox, but I would have been there.
Did it go into promotions? Or
it's probably there, yeah. Spam.
By the way, just a quick indicator, and you can talk more about this. Just a couple of pieces of good news if you want to be in a good mood. Okay, so piece of good news number one, Osceola County, which is one of the most Hispanic counties in America, it's like 55% Hispanic. It's heavily Puerto Rican. Donald Trump is on the verge of winning that in Florida, which means that he is, outperforming maybe this Puerto Rican, issue with regard to Tony Hinchcliffe making a bad joke. Maybe that has some consequences for places like Pennsylvania. I know there have been worries because there are 200,000 Puerto Rican voters in Pennsylvania. So that's a piece of news number one.
The thing is, Puerto Ricans have a good sense of humor. I'm from New York. I've spent a lot of time around Puerto Ricans. That non-controversy was so contrived. I'm glad to hear some data actually back up that insight.
Okay, a couple other pieces of data. As of 7:25 p.m. Eastern Time, according to Decision Desk HQ, Trump currently has a 61% chance of winning the presidency. So the numbers they're seeing, obviously, they think are looking
good.
What was
pretty good.
The source?
That is Decision Desk HQ. So this is,
and they're constantly adjusting that.
They are, and Decision Desk has been our partner tonight. If you're seeing any of the numbers that you're seeing on your screen or maps that you're seeing on your screen as we go through the evening tonight are by way of our partnership with Decision Desk HQ.
And one other piece of data, I know we're not supposed to do exit polls, but I'm going to break my own rule because it makes me happy. And again, the rules don't apply to me since, as a co-owner of the company and a very famous person, they let you do it. So according to the CNN exit poll, Georgia independents broke for Trump by 11%, which is a 20 percentage point swing toward Trump among indies from 4 years ago. Ryan Gerdowski, late of CNN, I enjoyed it. He is suggesting that there's a possibility that Georgia gets called relatively early, as in within the next hour and a half or so.
One more exit poll, since I am not an employee of the company.
Yeah,
so
we literally
outside,
cannot fire you.
Can't fire me for this.
Can we make his life miserable?
Yeah, probably. 25% of black voters in Georgia, reportedly male voters, went for Trump.
Wow.
If that is true and the independence is true, Trump is going to win Georgia, which would be huge. And the numbers would suggest, based on how well he's doing in Florida, there's a famous band, Florida-Georgia line. If you've ever spent any time around there, there's not a lot of difference between North Florida and South Georgia. So if Trump's going to win by 10 in Florida, I think he's going to win.
By the way, I just
Georgia.
Give a shout out to my boy Ron DeSantis, who has turned Florida into the best state in America. Okay, Ron DeSantis turned that state from a dead heat in 2018 to a place where registered Republicans outnumber registered Democrats by 1 million I think it's 1.2 at this point. And Miami just went red in an 18-point swing from 2020. Okay.
You guys need some more illegal immigrants.
By the way, Hillary won Miami-Dade by 30 just in 2016.
Well,
that's like a 35-point
for like a point to the future, putting aside this election, which, a little early for that. But, one thing that is positive that we should keep an eye on is, I know it's looking a little ahead, 2030 census is going to radically redo all these numbers. Okay, 2030 census. So I've mentioned this before, my worst case scenario, which has been scaring everybody all over the internet, which is that tonight Donald Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and she wins 270 to 268. But the 2020 census was actually
because
done
of
wrong.
Omaha, because Nebraska didn't go one win in the state.
And also because, so the census in 2020 was done wrong. Okay, and they've acknowledged this. Okay, this is perfect. This is like they've said this. The census undercounted Florida, it undercounted Texas, it overcounted New York, it overcounted Delaware and Rhode Island. And so if they'd done it right, Florida has 2 more electoral votes. Trump doesn't need to win any of the blue wall states in order to win the election. Okay, and so there's likely to be a lawsuit on that basis. Will that lawsuit be successful? I doubt it, but there will be a lawsuit on that basis if that's the result of the election, which is actually not super improbable given the current odds. Now, what that means for 2030, however, is that as population continues to bleed south, as it continues to bleed to red states, if we do the census correctly in 2030, a bunch of this math gets redone. Florida now has 3 or 4 more electoral college votes, and places like Virginia have fewer, right? California loses electoral college votes. So, for all the sort of despair that you hear all the time from people, things move, things change. I'm old enough to remember when Florida and Ohio were swing states, and now those are bright red. And I think in the future, by the way, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin are all trending red. Virginia, on the other hand, is trending blue. I think that's the most likely. Virginia looks like Colorado. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan look very much the same, trending red.
And that 25% black male exit poll is not a big surprise. I mean, we've been talking about the gender wars and with respect to women, but the Kamala Harris campaign made a decision to make no attempt at all to win a single male vote.
Yes.
They did not put out even one single ad the entire campaign targeted at men.
Excuse me, Matt. Excuse me. You clearly didn't look at Pete Buttigieg and Tim Walz as well as Harris. That was very effective, I thought.
And of course, they put out a few ads that were allegedly, ostensibly for men, but even those were actually talking to women. And that is a strategy that should cost them the election. We'll see if it does.
I also would hope, and by the way, you guys do great work. If you haven't seen Matt's movie, it is absolutely hysterical.
You don't have to tell me.
I know, but I mean, for everybody out there,
what was that movie again?
Am I Racist? Very good. By the way, I heard
right now,
Rachel Maddow, really big fan. I heard a good job by that.
I do love it.
But I do think if that were to hold, what it would do is destroy identity politics, which I think ultimately...
We're talking about my movie still or the election?
No, well, that helped.
Okay.
But black men voting for Donald Trump has the potential to blow up identity politics, which I think is the root cancer that is polluting so much of American discourse.
Yep. You may have noticed that joining us now, we have classicist, historian, host of the Young Heretics podcast, and author of Light of the Mind, Light of the World, my good friend Spencer Klavan. Spencer, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. It's great to be here. I am not, in fact, Jordan Peterson. You may have noticed. I've transformed over time.
Yes, although you'll have an interesting take on this. Thank you, Clay.
Thank you, guys.
Clay just got up and left. I don't know.
He's gone.
Is it something I said?
He's like,
you know what?
Klavan.
I don't like it either.
I got to hang out with Kid Rock boys.
When Dr. Peterson was with us, and of course Dr. Peterson will be back later on in the evening, we were talking about sacrifice and the sort of Christian narrative that undergirds society. And one of the things that it occurs to me that Christians are called to sacrifice, among other things, in many instances is their sense of self. And religion often gives us a very false sense of self. And Christianity posits that the false sense of self is that we're good. And sadly, I think when Christianity is misused, it's actually misused to reinforce the old religious notion that we're good. And if we're good, then of course we don't need intervention from God in the form of Christ. Why I bring this up right now is because a lot of Christians hang on to this view of themselves that they are above having to get their hands dirty in worldly affairs. And many Christians, for that reason, don't engage in the political process. They think that if they engage in the political process, especially in a moment where you have choices that are, let's call them suboptimal, maybe from a Christian value perspective. I mean, Donald Trump, you can say many good things about Donald Trump. We've said many of them here. He's not a great moral icon. His pro-choice sort of background has really reasserted itself in this election, which is very difficult for Christians. Christians, I think this country, particularly evangelicals, do not know yet how to reorient their politics in the wake of an event they never thought would occur, which is the overturning of Roe v. Wade.
Which changed everything.
Which changed everything. It makes abortion now a political issue. And political issues are messy issues. When abortion was a sort of abstract judicial issue, Christians could afford to take an abolitionist point of view.
And it was politically beneficial to do so.
And it was politically beneficial to take an abolitionist point of view. Now listen, politics aside, morally, I am a complete abortion abolitionist.
Yeah, right.
You can't be more pro-life than me. I don't want exceptions for rape. I don't want exceptions for incest. I am 100% abortion bad all the way, full stop. But as a political issue, we now have to make a decision. If I lived in California and there was an opportunity for a 14-week abortion ban, I would vote for it.
Yeah.
And if it passed, I would then start working on a 12-week abortion ban. But many Christians are simply not willing to give up their image of themselves as pure and perfect and holy and above it all, and get their hands dirty with the difficult compromise that's necessary in politics. And I am concerned that if Christians don't vote, we won't win. There are still 18 minutes to vote, to get in line to vote before the next round of polls closed. If you're a Christian and you've been on the fence about the idea of voting, please go stand in line. If you're not in a state where the polls have already closed, please get in line. You have an obligation to vote. Our obligation is not to our view of ourselves. Our obligation, if anything, is to confront our view of ourselves, realize our need. And part of what we get out of grace in Christianity is the opportunity to actually participate in a world that isn't perfect. You only get to participate in that world that isn't perfect if you believe in some sort of system of grace. And I wanted to say that while Dr. Peterson was here,
but it's
I didn't get to.
I'll have to do.
So I'm saying it to you. What do you say to this?
Well, for all that conservatives have spent, 4 years at least now, bewailing wokeness and identifying all of its flaws and talking about what a terrible, ugly, self-destructive ideology it is, which it is, and all of that is true, and we should point that out. We still have not, as conservatives or as Christians, reckoned with the fact that wokeness offers people something. Wokeness has a selling point, and it's exactly what you are saying. It's an answer to the question, what must I do to be saved? And for most of my adult life, we've pretended that that question doesn't matter, that we can sweep it under the rug while we pursue material pleasures and technological advancements, and that God is dead or over or irrelevant, and we don't even have to think about virtue or abstract, eternal ideals. That idea turned out to be catastrophically wrong, even among the people who said that they believed it. And this is why the new atheists and all the Sam Harrises and Richard Dawkinses of the world have now been stampeded by a mob of young people desperate for somebody to tell them how they can be good. And woke politics stands right in that gap and says, all you have to do is take the knee. You simply have to proclaim your guilt, you have to confess your systemic racism, or you have to assume your position on the sacrificial pedestal as a minority or whatever, and now you will once again be in the grand cosmic dance of virtue and pollution and sacrifice. Christians are supposed to be different, I think is what you are saying.
That's right.
The Christian pitch is actually something radically other than that, in a way that almost no other ideology or religion offers. G.K. Chesterton says, before you get the good news, you have to get the bad news. And the bad news is that whereas virtue is absolute and God's justice is perfect altogether and his righteousness is entire, we are at an infinite remove from that in the world. And the incarnation is the point of the incarnation. God wouldn't have had to take on flesh and die if he weren't willing to meet us at that imperfect juncture and take the next step toward his perfection from wherever we are, whatever mess it is, however snarled and tangled we are, and boy are we, in our past sins and the sins of our fathers and our ancestral guilt, God in Christ takes one step toward God the Father with us. And in terms of politics, this cashes out as the ancient virtue of prudence, which is what you were talking about. The Christian church fathers and the Aristotelians of the ancient world, and I think the rabbis of the Talmud would all recognize what you are describing as a classic instance of prudence. You don't get the world that conforms to your ideals. You don't even get a world that approximates to your ideals. You get a world that is 1,000 miles away from your ideals, and you have two choices. One is to nope out and be responsible for whatever the world is as it is because you have no effect on it, and the other is to get your hands dirty and admit that you were never clean to begin.
And on this point, you bring up good old Aristotle.
Yeah.
He doesn't just say prudence is a virtue. He says prudence is the paramount political virtue.
Mm-hmm.
It is the most important of the political virtues. And so we cannot afford to have Christians just throwing their hands up in the air in a kind of suicidal political quietism that is really a homicidal political quietism because it's going to take a lot of good people down with them.
That's why it's here. And Jordan Peterson was here. Who's this guy?
Who am I? Who are you?
This
never
is
seen this man
Dr.
in my life.
Spencer Klavan. He is tall and very well educated and has a bit of a beard sometimes.
And hair on my head, you may have.
Yeah, has a distinctive voice. Yes.
So obviously no relation.
Right. No relation.
No relation. We're so thankful for tonight. I think what Spencer meant to say was go vote. We still have time. We're so thankful for tonight's sponsors that we're going to take a moment to tell you about some of them right now, and then we'll be right back.
Why, hello, everyone. We wanted to take a moment to tell you more about our sponsor, Lumen. Lumen is a revolutionary new product that is going to help you with your fitness goals. When you look up workouts or nutrition plans online, you'll find 1 million different plans, 1 million different stats.
Now, why is that?
Let me tell you. Well, everyone is different. If you and I sat down and ate the exact same meal, our metabolisms are different, and they'd burn those carbs and fats differently.
That's so true.
A huge barrier in optimizing your fitness is not having the data. That's where Lumen comes in. Behold the Lumen. You just blow into the Lumen device. I typically use it after working out to see how I'm burning energy afterwards. For example, it might say I'm at a 3 level right now, which means I'm burning carbs more than fats right now. I should eat mostly fats the rest of the day and avoid the carbs. With Lumen, you can trust the science. It's going to show you what kind of calories you're burning, how your body's operating daily, what you need to do to get the most out of your exercise and diet. It'll even give you personalized workout plans, so all the guesswork is out the window. If you struggle to find time in your busy schedule to pump iron, Lumen will make sure you get the very most out of every workout. If you want to take the next step in improving your health, go to lumen.me/dailywire to get 15% off your Lumen. That is lumen.me/dailywire for 15% off your purchase. Thanks to Lumen for sponsoring Daily Wire's election coverage.
Run Oracle Database in any cloud so you can bring AI to your data anywhere. Develop AI-powered apps. Use cutting-edge Gen AI features like vector search and modernize your apps with Oracle Database running in every popular cloud platform: OCI, AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. That means you run your workloads where you see fit with built-in AI, high availability, and the leading performance you expect from Oracle Database. See what you'll be able to do at oracle.com/multicloud.
We're now joined by Daily Wire host and reporter Megan Basham. Megan, welcome to our election night coverage. You hosted the pre-show with Cabot. I thought it was terrific.
I did, and now I love just being in this den of testosterone. Thanks for having me.
To be fair to you, yeah, exactly. Michael has a pretty high level of estrogen, to be fair. But quick update. So Florida, best state in the union. Just going to keep saying it. My home state, because I in my own personage and with my family brought something like 20 Republican voters to Florida, just our immediate family and surrounding friends. Florida is just blowing it out for Trump right now. Florida, Miami-Dade is flipping to Trump. Right now, there are 2 major ballot measures that were on the ballot in Florida. It was an attempt for Democrats to claw their way back in. One was Amendment 3, one was Amendment 4. Amendment 3 was a legalized marijuana petition. Amendment 4 was a legalized abortion. Both look like they are going to go down to defeat because Florida is a red state and it ain't going back. Meanwhile, over in Georgia, the results look pretty ugly for Kamala Harris thus far. Some of the swing counties are moving toward Donald Trump. There's also some problems, apparently, in New Hampshire. There's some towns in New Hampshire that have had some pretty significant swings to Donald Trump. If you had to game this thing out right now, it looks as though basically Kamala Harris's hopes come down to extraordinarily heavily turnout in Philadelphia, Detroit, Milwaukee. That may be the entire election right there. It's just do enough people show up for her in those 3 big cities specifically, because the rest of the map looks like it is trending toward Donald Trump over 2020.
Well, that's really encouraging to hear. I hadn't picked up the latest, so I'm really glad I came onto the set to get that update, especially about Amendment 4. So, and all the Christians say amen.
Yeah, that's right.
Again, like credit where credit is due. Georgia and Florida are 2 states where Donald Trump was at odds with the governor of that state. And the governors of those states have done yeoman's work in actually shifting the voting population of those states. Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, who endorsed Donald Trump, was at odds with them. He's done really good work on the ground in Georgia, even though Donald Trump has been very much at odds with, say, the Secretary of State of Georgia. And, of course, Ron DeSantis ran against Trump, and then DeSantis endorsed Trump and has been campaigning for Trump, and that state continues to get redder and redder. So, again, the early numbers, it's way too early to say anything like things look great. But, again, if you were looking at like early trends for Donald Trump people are showing up to vote. They're showing up to vote. And by the way, if you're in Pennsylvania, you still have 10 minutes to get in line. Get your ass in line if you're in Pennsylvania right now, because that state matters. That is the keystone state for this election.
And speaking of Pennsylvania, we're being joined now by Cassie Akiva, who is joining us from Dave McCormick's election party headquarters in Pennsylvania. Of course, McCormick running for Senate in that state. Welcome, Cassie. What's going on there?
Thanks for having me. Right now, the doors just opened. It's very rowdy here. We have a very loud band behind us. The campaign told me that they're feeling pretty good. There's been a really good turnout in the rural areas, so things are looking good here. The party's just getting started.
What have you been seeing on the ground in terms for support for Trump from Gen Z voters?
Yeah, so we went to a Trump rally yesterday in Pittsburgh, and we wanted to talk to voters about why they were voting for him. And halfway through my interviews, I realized that every single person I interviewed was Gen Z. There were so many Gen Zers there, so it had to be a video about Gen Z support. So take a look right here. Are you supporting Donald Trump?
We are.
Of course.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Big time. Yes, I am. I already voted for him. 100%.
I am. Trump all the way.
Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump.
2024, baby.
Amen.
And why are you supporting him?
You know, it's foreign policy. I don't want us to go to war. You know, I don't want to be drafted.
Going to lower our taxes. Going to make life more affordable again.
I think mostly the economy.
The stuff that's happened in the past couple of years hasn't been good for our country.
I just think he's for the people, and he's going to make this country great again.
Pro-life is a very big thing for me.
The economy is dead right now.
Kamala and Jill have done absolutely nothing for this country. I just don't think I'm going to be able to buy a house.
Is this your first time voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, ma'am. First election ever. It is my first time. It sure is. This is my first time voting. It is.
Yes. First time voting. Yes, it is. Yes. Yep.
Why is it important for Gen Z to vote for Donald Trump?
Because we're the future.
If you want to be proud to be an American again, vote for Donald J. Trump. It's as easy as that.
All right.
Cassie, that's unbelievable. We're going to be checking back with you throughout the evening. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks so much.
Well, I may as well mention here, the Decision Desk HQ has Trump continuing to go up in the possibility of winning Kalshi, which is a betting market. Kalshi has Trump at a 2-1 favorite now in the betting market. It's the same thing as happening over at Poly Market. So, none of that means anything, but it also doesn't mean totally nothing. Like if we're going the other way, certainly we would be seeing the celebration breaking out. It's a little too early for us to tune over to MSNBC and see like the bullets of sweat coming down people's face, like Robert Hayes in Airplane. But
don't get cocky.
I know.
Still need people to vote. You don't. I've been saying this for months now. You do not win presidential elections by supporting candidates. You win presidential elections by voting for candidates. And there's still time for most of the country to vote. Every single vote is going to matter. Elections in our lifetime have been decided by so few votes. If you make the decision to sit this one out, you may very well be making the decision for the people who represent your values or more broadly support your values to lose. Ben, Cassie is at McCormick's campaign HQ in Pennsylvania. You actually did some campaigning with McCormick, didn't you?
I did. And that is a tight state. So Dave is running an extraordinary campaign in Pennsylvania. You remember early on when Trump was struggling to find his sea legs against Kamala Harris, it was actually McCormick's campaign that was putting out most of the great kick-ass ads against Kamala Harris. McCormick is a business person, so he really is data-driven. And so he's really kind of broken down the state into granular detail. He's run a very solid campaign against Bob Casey, who, of course, is a long-time top-level Democratic politico in the state. He was the governor of the state. He's the senator of the state now. That race is a toss-up. It's extremely tight. And so Pennsylvania is going to come down to the wire. And, of course, their voting procedures take forever. There are apparently some precincts that are now going to extend out until 10 p.m. tonight because of failures over there. So that means, guys, take some Red Bull because we may be here just a little while. But, yeah, Dave's a terrific candidate. He's really authentic. I had the chance to spend some time with pretty much, I would say, every swing state candidate with just a couple of exceptions. And, David, this crop of swing state candidates this year, this is not 2022. This is not we raided the local loony bin. We actually went out and got a bunch of good candidates like Eric Hovde in Wisconsin, who I think is going to win in Wisconsin, and Bernie Moreno in Ohio, who I think is almost certainly going to win. That's me being confident, but I think he's almost certainly going to win in Ohio. I'd say the baseline for Republican Senate wins. I know we haven't talked Senate races yet. Baseline for Republican Senate wins tonight is 52. That includes West Virginia. That includes Tim Sheehy, who I did campaign with in Montana, who's an amazingly good candidate. Tim Sheehy is terrific on the stump, really charismatic, excellent story. He was obviously in I believe, a Navy SEAL. He's going to win, I think, walking away in Montana. That takes you to 51. Bernie Moreno's, I think, is going to win in Ohio. That's your 52. The question is if you get to 53, 54, if Kerry Lake sneaks in, maybe even 55 tonight.
Listen, the stakes where the Senate are concerned are so high. Should Donald Trump fail to carry the White House, the Senate could be the only institution that really stands between a President Kamala Harris and the worst excesses of her policy agenda, including adding states to the country. And if Donald Trump wins the presidency, he's going to need the Senate in order to confirm his justices, confirm his nominees, advance his agenda, and give us the kind of conservative victories that we're looking for. Ben, I was really proud of you for being out on the stump the way that you were, and we actually put together this video of some of your appearances throughout the election.
This election is the most important election of our lifetimes. Everybody says that every single election cycle. But this one actually is.
Imagine Harris wins. Here's what we get to do in the Senate. We get to say no.
If Democrats were to, God forbid, gain a triumvirate, the kind of damage they would do to the country with the House, the Senate, and the presidency would be almost unthinkable at this point. She has already vowed that she would kill the filibuster if she were given that opportunity. She would then stack the Senate with a couple of extra states. She would stack the Supreme Court.
We're at really very high levels of violent crime. We need to secure the border with the wall and Border Patrol.
The standard of education across all of America has gone in one direction, decline.
What's at stake is not just slight differences in the marginal tax rate. What's at stake here are fundamental values, fundamental American values. There is a civilizational battle going on, and this election is part of that battle.
When I was a kid, my dad used to say to me over and over again, he said, Ted, when we lost our freedom in Cuba, I had a place to flee to. If we lose our freedom here, where do we go? That's what the stakes of this election are.
There's a party in this country that wants the future of America to be stagnation, social decay, foreign policy weakness. And then there's one party and there's one group of people who want America to build, to explode forth. The greatest America has ever been. This is what President Trump means when he says, make America great again.
We want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas, cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls.
These Senate races are incredibly important, and it's not glitzy, glamorous work to go out and stump for, it's a great thing to go out and stump with Trump, and you were able to co-host a fundraiser for him this year, have him on your show, do an appearance on the anniversary of the October 7th massacre with him, and get some great time with Trump. But it's really the sort of behind-the-scenes stuff that you did in this election on your own dime, I should say. That's not a thing that we're allowed to pay for.
It was a little expensive, yeah. I mean, I was a little shocked by that. But yeah, it is cool. And going to these different places, I mean, first of all, the amount of respect that you should have for candidates who do this day in and day out is really, really high. I mean, that is a rough job. Until you've been on a bus with one of these candidates just stopping place after place after place, going with Sam Brown in Nevada and going around to 3 separate events where he has to tell his life story 3 separate times to 3 separate groups of people. I mean, it's a grind. It's a real grind. And these people put their lives on hold to go and do that sort of stuff because they're taking it upon themselves. And by and large, they're not doing it because they're career politicians. I mean, a lot of these people are incredibly successful in their day job. I mean, Eric Hovde is a very wealthy man. Bernie Moreno is a very wealthy man. Dave McCormick is a super wealthy guy. These are people who have made it, and they've decided they actually would like to give back to the country by going and doing this sort of stuff. So, we should give them, it should be hats off to a lot of these people. I think we never think about that. We hold them accountable. We should hold them accountable. They represent us, and they're supposed to represent our values. But these are people who legitimately take a better life and turn it in for a worse life in order to make the country better. And that, I think, requires us to take our hats off to them. Plus, the American people just kick ass. I got to tell you, being out on the trail with these people is really, really cool. There's some really cool campaign experiences. Pretty amazing. I mean, really, really an amazing country. Truly. One that stands out was with Bernie Moreno in Northern Ohio. And this was just kind of an amazing thing. So I was in Northern Ohio with Bernie. I speak. It's like 1,000 people in maybe a town of 2,000 people total. And 1,000 show up to this event. And I get up and I give my talk. Everybody has a good time. And I'm about to take off, and one of the people from the town gets up and says, "We want to give you a present." It's like, okay, well, I've been to a lot of events where they give you a plaque or they give you like a piece of paper or something, something for him. And he said, "No, here's an Israeli flag. This Israeli flag, we're giving it to you because on October 7th, one of us was so, like the day of October 7th, was so upset about that he took this giant Israeli flag, stuck it on the back of his Ford F-150 in a town that has zero Jews in northern Ohio, and started driving it around the town in solidarity with Jews and with Israel. And people in the town were so moved that pretty much every member of the town signed the flag. So I have this flag signed by like 1,000 evangelical Christians and Catholics in northern Ohio, just in solidarity with Israel, with Jews. Like, it's a great country. This country is just effing fabulous. It really is. It's such a great country, and that's why it's so hard to watch when it's threatened by people who don't share any of those values and really think that Americans, that those exact people are the bitter clingers, are the garbage, are the truly bad people, the bad guys in the story. And it's just such trash. It's not true, and that's why Donald Trump being a middle finger to those people is the thing that they deserve. They deserve that middle finger. They deserve it good and hard, and I hope they're going to get it tonight. Speaking of which, by the way, Loudoun County in Virginia just had a 9-point swing right.
Whoa.
Loudoun County.
Wow.
Okay, so people are showing up. So keep showing up, folks.
Yeah, don't stop. We have no idea how rare this is, I think. Yeah. I mean, that is what you just described would happen in no other country, not only currently in the world, but in the history of the world. There's not another country that would do that. And so much of this garbage that gets thrown at these people about how nasty and hateful they are comes from this place of utter ignorance. I mean, deep, enforced, chosen ignorance and arrogance that the ignorance sort of abets. It's because they don't want to think of themselves as worse than anyone ever. They've chosen not to know about anyone else ever in the history of the world. And so they look at people, all of whom have their flaws and their foibles, Americans included, and they think, oh, these backwards, hateful hicks, they're just, spiteful Americans. I challenge you to travel the world and find another country where that will happen, especially with the Jewish flag.
And Selena Zito has that thing where she goes out and she talks to people, and she found that no one else had done it. No one else had talked to them and seen the lives they live, which are interracial and completely accepting of all different kinds of people, and they just don't know.
It's unbelievable. From like the whitest areas of Ohio down to, I was on the border with Senator Cruz on Sunday night, and it's like the Rio Grande Valley, which is totally Hispanic, and everybody in the crowd is Hispanic. Like, they have the same values because those values are the values of America, and the value is family, community, hard work, virtue. Like, those are the values that built and leave us the hell alone. Yeah. Combined with autonomy, all those things, right? Autonomy. We're now joined here at Daily Wire HQ by Brent Buchanan of Signal Polling, the most well-respected polling outfit in America. Welcome to the show, Brent. Good to talk to you.
Hey, good to be here.
So let's talk about the situation in Georgia. Obviously, there's a danger for Republicans in getting high on their own supply. You're kind of reading what's going on Twitter. What is sort of your overall early take on what you're seeing out of Georgia right now?
So there's a couple key counties to look at in Georgia. I actually grew up in one of them, and that is Fayette County here. And in 2016, Trump won this county by 21 points. He only won it by 7 in 2020. And with 75% reporting, he's only up by 2. Ooh. So when you're looking at a county like this, you're basically extrapolating this to, quote, the suburbs, because this is on the south side of Atlanta, but it's, a good 30 minutes outside of Atlanta. But then you compare that to Baldwin County, Georgia, which in 2016, Trump lost it to Clinton by 2. He lost it to Biden by 1. Brian Kemp won it by 7. And currently, Trump is plus 6 with 79% reporting. So you start to see where you have these conflicting data points, some that are good for Trump, some that are good for Kamala Harris. What's interesting is that the Georgia rurals are coming in pretty heavily Democratic on Election Day voting, meaning that the people who turned up on Election Day to vote in the rural counties in Georgia are more Democratic than they normally would have been. And then when you look at some of the performance of the black counties, if the county's about mid-sized, it's performing pretty much like it did in 2020 right now. And in the really heavy black counties, you're seeing actually a Trump underperformance. So it's kind of a mixed bag right now in Georgia. We're really early at this point. I think there's only 9 or 10% reporting. But the exit polls, take that for what it's worth, do show some signs of hope for Trump.
So when you look at all that, I know we're asking you now to project out into the future. What are the indicators that you're going to look for as the vote starts to come in that's going to give you a better idea of the picture that's emerging from this kind of chaotic data?
Well, we're definitely going to want to see what the northern arc counties, so Cobb, Gwinnett, Fulton County, kind of the north end of Atlanta, Those are the things you're going to be looking for. As of right now, none of those have reported. And then we're going to continue to watch what the rural counties have done, because if you look in some other places like Indiana and Kentucky that have already reported a lot of counties, the rurals are actually up in those places about 1 or 2% above their 2020 turnout percentages. The question is, are the suburban counties and are the urban counties at or above 2020 turnout? And we just don't have enough data in yet to answer that question.
So, I mean, that seems like a lot of the election is going to come down to precisely that question, not just in Georgia, but all over the country, right? Is the suburban vote up? Is the rural vote down? You know, given what you're seeing in some of the other states, you know, obviously, so Florida, for what it's worth, was just called. Trump is just blowing it out in Florida because Florida has turned into a deep red state just over the course of the last couple of election cycles. You know, there is this idea that there are these bellwether counties. How much stock do you take in the idea that there are bellwether counties where you can look at a county and then extrapolate that out nationally or to other swing states?
I think once we have 100% of the vote in on a, quote, bellwether county, we can extrapolate it. But so far, there's not many in the country where we have 100% reporting yet. But if you look at Osceola County as an example in Florida, that's north of Orlando. It has, I believe, the highest percentage of Puerto Rican population as a percentage of the whole of the county. And it moved even further right. Miami-Dade continued this march to the right. One thing also to keep in mind about Florida is the fact that it has about 1 million more Republicans registered now because of the pandemic. And so it's to your point, it is no longer a purple or a swing state. It is 100% a red state now, especially with those trends.
Yeah, it looks like, speaking, again, I'm just going to keep mentioning because it's awesome. Amendments 3 and Amendments 4, both likely to be dead in Florida. Those are both trash.
Excellent.
Which means basically permanent Republican rule forever for the rest of time. 1,000-year reign of Ron DeSantis in Florida. So that's really good. Well, I did want to ask you, Brent, about this sort of amazing statistic. The Loudoun County in Virginia has moved really toward Trump a lot. What does that mean? You know, for not close watchers of politics, you hear Loudoun County a lot because obviously it came up a lot in the gubernatorial race between Glenn Youngkin and Terry McAuliffe. What does that mean if Loudoun County moved right from the last election cycle?
So it moved right because you're seeing a depression of Democrat turnout there, not because it has the same number of people who voted and they shifted their votes. So that's definitely something to watch is what is that Democrat to Republican turnout ratio compared to the historical. Virginia in general is actually having a higher election day turnout as a percentage of total votes than they have had in the past. And they also count, the way Virginia goes is they count early votes first, and then they report election day votes after that. So I would expect to see that the Dem turnout in that county goes up some. But Loudoun County is actually 11% Indian, Asian, American population. And so if that holds and Trump is doing better in a county like that, it's going to be very indicative of some of these Sun Belt metro areas that have high Indian populations. And if she can't juice them in Loudoun County outside of Washington, D.C., she's going to have trouble doing that in Atlanta, in Phoenix, and in some of these other, Raleigh, Durham is another one that has high Indian populations.
So, Brent, obviously we're super early in the night. Can you give us just like a quick preview into what sort of things you're going to be seeing over the next hour? What are you looking for in the next hour? Which areas, which polls are closing, and what's going to come out?
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot from North Carolina and Georgia because they're on the East Coast and they're going to report earlier. They're going to report more often. And we're going to know who won those earliest. And so a lot of these counties that we're watching, like Fayette as an example in Georgia, that was very heavily Trump and has been slowly less Trump over time. Once that gets to 100% reporting, where does Trump stand? And that'll give us a really good idea of what some of these swing state suburban counties are looking like. But what we're seeing overall is that turnout is likely to exceed 2020.
Wow.
Which a lot of people said that if we even got to that point, that it would be historic. And so we really find ourselves in this place where under 2020 turnout, it's 100% Trump win. At 2020 turnout, a little bit of a Harris advantage. You get above 2020 turnout, and we're in unprecedented territory, which it's kind of hard to see who that gives an advantage to until we start to see some of this urban, rural, suburban turnout differential above, how high each of them go above 2020.
That's Brent Buchanan. We're going to be back with you in just a little while and keep these updates going. Our election map coverage this evening is made possible by our sponsor, Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more with Lumen.
Can we First of all, that wasn't positive enough. So if we could not go back to him again, that'd be great. But Florida, we talked about how great Florida is because it's deep red and all that. Also, they're going to have all their votes counted like soon.
Yeah.
And this is the third most populated state in the country. And so it's just like there's no excuse why every other state in the country can't count all their votes if Florida can.
There is an excuse. Florida is able to count their votes so quickly because Jeb Bush was their governor for 8 years, and then Ron DeSantis has been their governor for, the last 6 years. And as it turns out, Republicans can figure out how to run elections. Democrats in swing states cannot figure out how to run elections, almost as though Democrats in swing states are incentivized not to figure out their elections. There's a lot of talk about how we shouldn't have voting machines. And I remember when I used my first voting machine in California, you would make your selections, and then the printout would happen, and the printout was a sort of dot matrix barcode sort of situation. You had no way of knowing what the printout said. And so, again, as we discussed earlier, there's at least the opportunity for evil, at least the appearance of evil. I used a machine here in Tennessee to vote. First of all, Tennessee has an amazing election. The ballot was basically 3 pages, not one of these 75-page monstrosities. It was 3. There were 3 pages worth of things to vote on. So it was super easy, right? Like Donald Trump, Marsha Blackburn, don't raise my taxes, and then hit print. And when you hit print, it prints out the ballot for you to turn in. And you can look at the ballot and see where it printed all of your selections. Right there on the ballot in dot matrix ink, it said, Donald Trump, Marsha Blackburn, don't raise my freaking taxes and stop asking me. And then I went over and turned it in. So there was no opportunity, even with an electronic system, there was no opportunity for impropriety. The electronic system was just a different way of arriving at a printed ballot that could be read by a human.
But it's not only...
Again, there's no reason why any state in America can't be doing that.
But it's not only red states, it's every other country on earth that has free, legal, democratic voting. They all count their votes.
Yeah. I said,
and they get it right.
What part of Democrat-controlled swing state did you confuse with free countries that run democratic elections?
I have to say, I'm watching the vote in Virginia, and it's close. It's 32% of the vote is in, 47.2 Donald Trump has, 51.1 is Kamala Harris, and there's still the counties that are open are right in the middle of the state. Katie Gorka, who is both the brains and beauty of the Gorka organization, is working very hard in Fairfax County and doing just an amazing job. Even though she knows the county will be lost, she believes if she can bring out enough people that will, obviously feed into a Trump victory. They have done a lot of stuff, including go to the Supreme Court to make sure the integrity is good. I voted in the bluest of the blue parts of the state. I felt very secure. I felt the election was being very well run. There was absolutely no question of identity or anything like that. It was really well done. And now he's like 3 points. No, it's still 4, just about 4. So, I don't know. I will not be bowled over if the state that elected Glenn Youngkin the moment I arrived has now become...
Not that you're taking credit.
I know I am. Right, no, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm taking credit.
Well, in fairness, our very own Matt Walsh and our very own, who's our wonderful reporter who broke the loud...
No, it's just me. Don't worry about it.
No.
Luke Rosiak.
Luke Rosiak. Goodness, we've been on the air only 2 hours.
Yeah,
Luke Rosiak actually is the reason that Florida became a potentially red state. But yeah, listen, as has been said all night, the polls were so close going into this race that an error in either direction could result in a very wild swing.
Yeah.
And it's very early yet. And we should keep in mind that in many of these states, the system is sort of rigged to look like it is rigged. By that, I mean they tend to count in-person votes first, which tend to be more likely Republican. And then after that, they start bringing in the early and absentee mail-in ballots, which tend historically to be blue. And so you end up in this situation where it looks like we're winning, and then they suddenly discover all the ballots, even if that's not actually what happens, which again gives the appearance of evil and the opportunity for evil.
Something about this election that makes it so hard, I'm sure for the pollsters, who are all being risk-averse and basically saying, it's a coin toss, don't yell at me. But something that makes it really difficult to model out this election for anyone is that they changed all the rules last time. So in order to be able to model out elections, you have to have precedent to base it on. And we really don't have precedent anymore. And this election is being conducted differently even than 2020. So, for instance, early voting and mail-in voting usually gives a big, advantage to Democrats. This year, looking at early voting out in Nevada, that's actually not what it showed.
Yeah,
the opposite. So we really just don't know, which is unpleasant for pundits and pollsters to say.
We do know this. I mean, one of the maybe the only case that I thought should have been adjudicated was the case in Pennsylvania where they changed the rules against their own constitution. And Clarence Thomas agreed with me, and he's a pretty bright legal mind. Not like me, but I still very. He's up there. And I think that the GOP has been much more on top of that leading up to it. I mean, as many people have said, it's easier to put a car together before it falls off a cliff. And I think that was what they were doing after the last election. And I think the GOP is, needs some praise there for actually paying attention, manning the barricades, making sure the legal I's were dotted. And I think that's really happened to some degree.
I'll add, too, I spoke to hundreds of voters in states like Georgia and in Michigan and Pennsylvania. And one of the questions I asked all of them was, how do you feel about your vote this year? How do you feel about the integrity of this election? And I can't tell you how many of them brought up the fact that the RNC and that Donald Trump were pouring resources in to having poll watchers. And that message is trickling down to the average voter, where you might think there'd be a fear of them saying, well, if you really think that the election was rigged last time, why would you vote this time? But that messaging from the top, they are aware on the ground that the RNC has invested so many resources into this. And I do think that contributes to higher turnout than we might have seen.
Let me ask you a question. You go out and you interview voters. Do you think you're getting random selections of voting?
We try our best. So in all the states I went to, we would go to different grocery stores, gas stations, walk around in different counties. So I'd pull up data from different counties in 2020, and we'd try and get as representative a sample as possible. And to our conversation about the polls, like why it's so difficult to get an accurate representation, I think that even after 8 years, you might get this idea that, the silent Trump voter doesn't really exist. It's become so normalized. They're still out there. They're still talking. They're much more confident now. I actually got to the point after all these interviews where I could tell who someone was voting for based on how they shot me down when I requested an interview. So about 2/3 of people wouldn't talk to me. I'm just very intimidating and manly. I'd walk up to a parking lot. 2/3 would say no, but I'd still ask all those people, well, who are you voting for? And most would tell me. The people who initially said, I'm in a rush, or I can't talk, those were mostly Harris voters. The people who said, I don't want to talk to you, you're a medium person, or I don't want to talk on camera, those people were overwhelmingly for Trump. I had an 80-year-old lady who accosted our camera guy, making sure that the camera was off, and then she said, okay, it's off. I'm voting for Trump. I had people mouth the word Trump to me. They wouldn't even say it out loud. And these were in fairly red areas in Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan. And so I do think there is still a sizable chunk of people who would not, with a gun to their head, tell a pollster who they're voting for. And that's the question. Have the pollsters figured a way around that?
Right. Trump is now within 2% in Virginia, with 36% in. I'm not a poll reader. I don't actually, I look at the RCP things, but that's pretty close.
Yeah, not to belabor the point, but Florida has 88% of their votes counted. Pennsylvania has 7%.
Right.
It's just, there's no excuse for that. That's outrageous.
No, but Florida's on the East Coast.
Right, well, that's true.
By the way, I just was thinking, if I may inject the absurd because it's such a serious evening, that the Daily Wire evening does not function as baseball does. When you are removed, you can return to the game. Just a thought.
And actually, since the rule changes, we also have a designated hitter. That's unfortunate.
We're so thankful for tonight's sponsors. We're going to take a moment to tell you about one of them right now, and we'll be right back.
Folks, even if you think it's a bit overhyped, AI is suddenly everywhere, from self-driving cars to molecular medicine to business efficiency. If it's not in your industry yet, it is coming and fast.
But AI needs a lot of speed and computing power. So how do you compete without costs spiraling out of control? Time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI.
OCI is a blazing fast and secure platform for your infrastructure database application development, plus all your AI and machine learning workloads. OCI costs 50% less for compute and 80% less for networking. So you are saving a pile of money.
Thousands of businesses have already upgraded to OCI, including MGM Resorts, Specialized Bikes, and Fireworks AI. Right now, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to OCI for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends December 31st, 2024. See if your company qualifies for this special offer at oracle.com/election. That's oracle.com/election.
And thanks to Oracle for sponsoring Daily Wire's election coverage.
So results are starting to come in. We're starting to get some data. And as we've heard, a lot of the data is conflicting, but there's every reason for a certain amount of cautious optimism. I stepped out a bit ago, and we have a wonderful party taking place immediately outside the studio where a lot of our sort of friends of the Daily Wire, people who live here in Tennessee, some of our family, even some influencers who came in from around the country are together having camaraderie, watching the results. And someone asked me, how are you feeling? And I said, well, I'm not feeling sanguine. I don't.
No, that would you be crazy.
I'm not crazy. Yeah. Also, I think one of the reasons that we've been able to be successful in business is because, as a general rule, I always take the position that we're a point behind.
Yeah.
Like in every success, I'm the wrong guy to have in the room. Sometimes they'll come to me and they'll say, "Hey, we really need to give a pep talk to the team," and my pep talk always goes something like, "We could have done better, but we did do something good." So. I'm not one generally for being overly optimistic, but I do think there's cautious optimism.
So they're out there, they're drinking Margaritas, I just saw. And so then I was wondering, if Trump does win, I think I will have a glass of the scotch that Matt has here. And if Trump loses, I think I will drink gasoline. I don't know if we have that.
All right, so here's my vow then. If Trump wins, I will drink anything you give me, which is more than I have drunk in 50 years. I love tobacco. I don't like alcohol. I will drink.
You will raise a glass.
It is no question about it. It's funny. Another moment of levity. I said after 2016 for years in speeches on the radio that the night Trump won might have been the happiest night of my life. And I would add, including the birth of my two sons. So the left went ballistic. The left went, Prager is so evil that he was happier when Trump won than when his own sons were born.
Have you told your sons this?
Oh, they think it's a riot. They tend to believe it.
This may have been covered while I was out, but I'm only just now seeing that West Virginia Governor Jim Justice won his state Senate race, which is the first flip of a seat for the GOP. We've been talking about how important it is that we hold the Senate, whether the result of the presidential election goes our way or not. The Senate is of vital importance, either for stymieing the Harris agenda or advancing the Trump agenda. So picking up a seat in West Virginia with Jim Justice is a great step.
That, had we lost that seat, we could all go home. That was the seat we
clearly.
It was a guarantee.
Yeah. Is there a state that you guys, who I do believe are more expertise in the political realm, have more expertise? Is there a state, I don't say California or New York, a possible state that if you learned now went for Trump?
Virginia.
That would be it?
Yeah.
It would be, for all of you, Virginia?
Certainly, if he won Virginia, I think we could go home.
We could have. All right.
I will say that I was just at the Daily Wire party, as I said, and our dear friend Siaka, a.k.a. Black Jeremy, did tell me he thinks there's a chance New York goes for Trump. So I don't want you to think that no one is sanguine.
Yes,
I think
there is a certain amount. There's a certain amount of sanguinity.
It's now in Virginia. It's now 48.5 for Trump, 49.8 for Kamala Harris, with the poll 37% of the votes cast.
I just want to say, I think we can go home now. In general.
There's also, we were talking a little bit about...
Go home and watch the coverage at home.
Or go to sleep. Or what we were talking about with some of the Senate races, there are some real opportunities here.
Oh, yeah.
Wisconsin, look, that's going to depend a little bit on the top of the ticket, too. But Eric Hovde's run a good campaign there. I feel good about Bernie Moreno in Ohio. I even feel pretty good about Mike Rogers in Michigan. I'm not saying I feel the odds are still stacked against him in Michigan, but he's got a real shot.
You think Sherrod Brown could lose?
I think that Bernie Moreno has run a great Republican campaign. Mm-hmm. I think that there is a chance that Sherrod Brown loses. I'm not saying I would put money on that. I would put more money on Hufty than I would on Moreno. But I think he's run a good campaign. And I think Rogers, for that matter. Michigan has trended a little bit blue, but I think Mike Rogers has run a good
Michael,
campaign.
I have to say, to that point, the Rogers-Slotkin race, I saw an all-time troll billboard in this race. I was in Dearborn last week. All around, every single sign is in Arabic, and there's all the flags for different Middle Eastern countries. In the heart of Dearborn is a giant billboard with a picture of Kamala Harris and Slotkin and an Israeli flag, and it says, Kamala and Slotkin, always friends of Israel. And it looks like a Harris ad, and the bottom says something like, paid for by friends of Harris, and it says, these women have always and always will stand with Israel, right in the heart of Dearborn.
Wow.
And I saw it and initially thought, does the Harris campaign have the worst strategy ever on where to put their billboards? And I looked it up later, and it was a Republican PAC.
I just to add to Matt's, keep his mood up because he gets depressed. It's ugly, But my friend Jeff Anderson of the American Main Street Initiative, he was one of Trump's chief statisticians when he was in office, and we've been talking every Sunday basically, and he's been saying, oh well, I don't know. And tonight he said his prediction is that Trump has a 55% chance of winning the election. He's a very good poll watcher and quite has not been optimistic. He's been very neutral.
Now, by my math, though, Drew, I'm not a poll watcher either. That means that Trump has a 45% chance of losing. I don't like that. I like the 55%.
However, it's now virtually tied in Virginia. I don't even know what I'm looking at, but it's virtually tied. It's now 49.18 to 49.
And do you think 4 years ago, at this point, it would have been different?
Well,
Andrew, do you know how to work this laptop? Are you zoomed in on a wrong county or something?
It's the New York Times. I went to the most liberal place.
Virginia's tied at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm looking, the most blue states blue districts are in.
I am projecting Trump to win Virginia. I'm projecting.
Have you declared it?
I'm declaring it right now. I'm calling it.
I'm projecting optimism.
You can't call, but I do like you declaring.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Dennis, what's the answer for you? Is there a state that if it goes blue or if it goes red, you think
No, there isn't. I know what I know, and I know what I don't know, which is a gift in life, if anyone could achieve that.
Yes.
So my read, my inclination is always the forest, not the trees.
Yes.
So I do believe I understand the currents shaping the West in general and America specifically. But the question of what state will do what or what state matters to make the call that I asked it to you, not because I had one in mind. I really wanted to know if you had one in mind, because then I'll watch that state avidly. And you all seem, or at least the majority, seem to say Virginia.
But because that's such a reach. I mean, if Wisconsin came in and Trump won Wisconsin, and we took the Senate seat, and that I think is more realistic, and I would feel really good going into the rest of the night.
On the other side of that, if Donald Trump loses North Carolina, it isn't impossible for him to win the presidency, but I think that it would be almost impossible. Not even necessarily because of the electoral math, but because
it's indicative. It would be
indicative. That would be a terrible thing for us to see early in the evening.
So is North Carolina determined by Raleigh-Durham? Because I don't know what else. What am I missing?
Mecklenburg County.
Oh, wait. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. So, right, Chapel Hill, is that what it's called? So it's all the big university towns have been poisoned by the university.
It's all that little triangle, right? Chapel Hill and Raleigh.
Oh, so that's a triangle. So that's it, basically. Because I can't imagine the rest of North Carolina is Democrat.
What do you think about it, Cabot?
Well, I think, Mecklenburg County is another big one there to watch where Charlotte is. I agree with you that I think from an electoral standpoint, you can pick up 16 electoral votes with Nevada and Arizona, which you could well do, or Georgia's 16 as well as North Carolina. But it's more about what it would mean and the indication. And the black vote there is another one that I think is interesting to keep an eye on. They have the 8th highest rate of black voters in the entire country. Georgia's 3rd. So I'm interested to see the turnout of black men in Georgia and the Atlanta area compared to North Carolina.
Also, North Carolina, sorry, before we go off North Carolina, another reason why that'd be a bad sign is that, and we moved on from it in like 45 seconds, like we do from everything. But in North Carolina, that's where the Biden-Harris administration had their Hurricane Katrina moment.
That's correct.
And if there's no price to pay for that at all, like for George Bush, that was a major scandal that lasted months and months. We still remember it. And if there's just no price to pay for that you could have that kind of devastation in American communities or basically abandoned by the federal government.
Yes.
If there's no price, then what do we do?
Okay, if there is no price, it reinforces the point I made the hour 2 hours ago when I was on, and that is the ability of the press to brainwash even in a free society, which was revelatory to me because my field of study was Soviet affairs. I learned Russian to read Pravda, the communist paper. And it was a given to me that you could only brainwash people in a tyranny. It is now not true. I know for a fact you can brainwash people in a free society. The fact that the press made a big deal about Katrina and nothing about this shows you how profoundly the press will influence people even when it happens to them. The press defines, it's eerie. The press defines reality for the people who lived the reality, not just for the people in other states that didn't have a storm. It's a very scary part of human nature.
A little interruption for some results out of Georgia. It continues to trend in Trump's favor right now. So we've got 55-44 for Trump. That's with 54% of the votes in. I believe an hour ago, Decision Desk HQ, our partners here, gave Trump something like a 69% chance of winning Georgia. That continues to hold pretty strong. If Trump pulls Georgia, the night's on track. The night is on track.
He's in the fight.
Yeah.
And North Carolina right now actually trending in Harris's direction, 51-47, but that's only with just over 10% report. I mean, they're just getting started in North Carolina.
Trump is now ahead in Virginia, but the Times is saying that they believe that the race leans toward Harris because of the remaining votes favor Harris.
Matt, to your point about North Carolina and the devastation there, I was on the ground 2 weeks ago in Swannanoa, Asheville, the surrounding communities there. The devastation, I mean, still a month and a half later, most Americans have forgotten about it, and the federal government also seems to have in many ways. But the amount of people I talked to on the ground there about the election, and these were in very red areas, Asheville, obviously very liberal, but the surrounding counties, those are some of the reddest in the entire state. None of them had even thought about the election. And this was 2 weeks ago. When I asked them, hey, do you know if your polling location's damaged? Are you going to be able to go vote? They were all like, oh, I forgot that there's even an election going on. And so I'll be very interested to see what the voter turnout looks like in those counties. Not necessarily because they aren't able physically to vote, because I did hear on the ground from a number of Republican officials that they were getting the voting centers operational, but that they're so devastated by other things that it's just the last thing on their mind right now.
And is it still, the area still looks like a disaster zone, or what does it look like?
Yes, it was a disaster zone in entire communities. It looked like a nuclear bomb had gone off. So right now it's still, they were just wrapping up the recovery of bodies when I was there. So I went out with a team of cadaver dogs with a group of veterans there. But do
the people have any resentment towards the federal government, or how do they feel?
I expected that there would be more, to be totally honest. I expected there would be more when I got there. And anytime I brought up their opinion of the federal government or their opinion of the Biden-Harris administration, they, with the exception of one or two people, they just said, I don't want to talk about politics right now. They said, I lost my neighbor, or my house got destroyed. I don't want to talk about politics. And so there might be that resentment there. And that might be in other areas. But for the people who were actually hit, I didn't get the sense that they were thinking about the political aspect of it. Although I will say I talked to a number of victims who said it was 5 or 6 days before they met a single government aid worker, and that the only people helping them, it was the redneck Air Force that I was embedded with for a day, of veterans who just flew out Chinook helicopters that were private to run recovery missions. Those were the people that were on the ground first.
And remember how Bush was excoriated because he only flew over New Orleans at first? But Biden didn't show up at all, I don't think. And Kamala did that ridiculous, camera.
Which, by the way, flying over it is a totally sensible thing to do. What do you want to do? Rappel down into the middle of the flood zone? But Kamala made no attempt to even pretend to care.
So some numbers also coming out from the New York Times. My favorite thing to do on election night is to look at the liberal websites and outlets. So right now, the Times says it's still a toss-up, obviously, but it's estimating Trump 279, Harris 259. The New York Times is giving Trump a 59% chance of winning, Harris a 41% chance. What matters here is that it's trending in Trump's direction.
Mm-hmm.
So it's breaking away.
The New York Times is predicting a Trump victory?
Yes. Though it says it's a toss-up, but they're giving a decisive
Should I have something
chance.
to drink now?
I know, we're getting close.
I really want to know. Drink whatever we give you, right?
That's right. Yes. No, absolutely. You can hold me to it.
I really want to know why he stopped drinking before we take him up.
I just become so violent when I would sit around a table with the fellow.
Even my friends, I attack them with it.
So you've never had a Jaeger bomb? Maybe we'll.
You're right. I know what it is. Yeah.
We have that at
Don't ask any questions. We'll.
I was wondering why everybody at the party is naked now. I don't know.
So I want to take a few questions from our Daily Wire Plus members. The first one here, Drew, I'll ask this one of you. If Kamala loses, does she 25th Amendment Biden and become president for the remaining 3 months of his term? Which isn't three, I guess it is 3 months of his term.
Interesting, probably not. I mean, the country seems to be running perfectly as well as it was. I shouldn't say it's running perfectly well. It's running as well as it was under
back
Biden.
When we had a president.
Back when we actually had a president. So obviously it's being run by a cabal of leftist bureaucrats, secretly manipulated by the Machiavellian Barack Obama from the cellar or something like that. And so I don't think they want to do anything that dramatic. I actually do believe if Trump wins convincingly, there will be wiser heads on the left who start to understand that they are seen, that when they try to silence us, they are seen trying to silence us, which was not true 5 years ago.
I do think that it's true, and Ben said this yesterday while we were on Timcast IRL together, that the left, you have to give them credit for being professional at politics. And they are willing to run more moderate campaigns if they think that that's the path to power. In my lifetime, I mean, by today's standards, Bill Clinton was basically a Republican president, particularly during his first term. He famously said the era of big government is over. That they're willing to do that if that's what it takes to win. But, when you get to the stakes in the election, I just want, why do I want Donald Trump to win? I mean, obviously, I liked not being engaged in wars. I liked decisive action to actually defeat ISIS. I liked killing Soleimani in Iraq. I liked the tax cuts. I liked the judicial appointments. I liked the executive orders. But I really want Trump to win more than anything for these two reasons. I want the left to have to wake up in 4 years and see Donald Trump leave office. Because they've essentially said that he won't. I mean, they've said this guy's Hitler, he's a fascist, he's a dictator. If he comes into power, it's the end of everything. So in the same way that I want to get to whatever the day is when it's too late to save the planet from global warming, just so they have to stop talking, like either way, they have to stop talking about it.
They're going to keep talking about it.
I also want but the number one reason I want Donald Trump to win is because I want an end. FDR got elected to a fourth term. Let's not elect Barack Obama to a fourth term. Barack Obama has essentially been the power in the Democrat Party for the last 16 years. The reason he was so quick to advance Kamala Harris for this role is because she's a vacuous, brain-dead, probably drug and alcohol-addled non-person. I mean, she literally is the non-person player or whatever, right? The non-person character. Which means that Barack Obama just gets 4 more years of essentially being the most powerful person, not vested with the power of constitutional authority, but vested with just the power of influential authority in that party. I want that to be gone. If you defeat Kamala Harris now, in 4 years, the Democrats are going to have to run an actual candidate. And an actual candidate will have their own opinions and their own ideas and won't just be a puppet for Barack Obama and his former staff. That's why Barack Obama doesn't want that to happen. It's why he wanted Joe Biden, even though he hates Joe Biden. But he liked the fact that Joe Biden was already dead. Yeah. He likes the fact that Kamala Harris maybe has never been alive. So it would just delight me if we no longer had Barack Obama.
The chief reason I would want to see Trump win, there are many, many reasons. You named most of them. But the chief one is because without violence and without violating the First Amendment, I want the news media to know how much we despise them, how much we distrust them, how much we see them lying. I do not know how to send that message any better than to reelect Donald Trump and to say, you know what?
Because it means they were irrelevant.
They were irrelevant, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So was the question raised, if she loses, would they make her president for the last 3 months?
If she wins, would they make her president?
Well, why would
Oh, I thought they said if he loses.
Yeah, I thought it was.
No, you're correct. If she loses, if she loses.
So I had a thought on that it would be in our interest that she were president for 3 months. Then they can never say again the first black woman president. They would have lost that idiotic, pointless. If there's something I loathe, it is tribalism. I remember when a beautiful human being, Joe Lieberman, was named vice presidential candidate under Al Gore. I mean, and I knew Lieberman personally. He was talk about an honorable man in politics. Everyone recognized that. I didn't vote for him. My relatives did. And one of my relatives, who's a very, very bright and wonderful human being, said, Dennis, we finally think about it. A Jew, vice president of the United States, and you're voting for the Republicans? And I didn't bother arguing, but I realized I don't think that way. Mm-hmm. I don't believe I need to look like my leaders. I don't believe I need to be the same ethnic group or religious group. There is no part of me that understands why that is a beautiful idea.
But Dennis, don't you think that Valium-addicted, brain-dead, young women of mixed ethnicity deserve to see a president who looks like them?
It's been too long, really. You know?
Isn't it to get certain insinuations out of your commentary?
Isn't it time?
You get the argument, the one that drives me. We want a Supreme Court that looks like America, or we want a this that looks like America.
Right.
Wait. I know I'm one of the 10 million people who've asked this question, but it's nevertheless worth asking. Does anybody rooting for their NBA team care if the team looks like him? Seriously, right?
And that's not what they want anyway, because looks like America means that any institution is 13% black, and they want it to be a lot more than that.
Yeah.
But if we're going around the table to talk about why we want Trump to win, we've already covered a lot of the good reasons, but I also think it'll just be hilarious if Trump goes 2-0 against female candidates. If the first two female presidential candidates are defeated by Donald Trump.
That would be a good one.
Yeah. That is hilarious.
My answer relates to Jeremy's a little, because that was a really insightful point, Jeremy, when you said, I want Trump to win so that the Democrats, so we can all see the day when he leaves office and that will prove them wrong. And he didn't declare himself Caesar. I want Trump to be president so that he declares himself Caesar and reigns forever, and then Barron will take over after him, and we will have a glorious Pax Trumpana that will augur great goods for the world.
That's why I didn't kick the question to him. We're going to take a minute to show you some of the cool stuff going on here at Daily Wire, and we will be right back. We want to be the world's greatest media company. This company represents a whole new generation. We're building alternatives, and the alternatives are working. Americans have enormous economic might. They just don't have any alternatives, and we're going to give them to them. It's going to change everything. You can buy my new razor instead. They'll like what we make more. They'll trust what we make more. We'll hit the target every single time. Let's make a movie. We are just getting started. We decided to spend $100 million making kids content. We're going to knock it out of the park, and no one else is going to do it. 5, 4, 3, 2. It really has been an unbelievable 4 years since the last presidential election. If you'll recall, 4 days after the 2020 election, we moved the Daily Wire out of Los Angeles, which had been my home for 20 years, Drew's home since the mid-1700s, Ben's home his entire life, except for that brief stint at Harvard. And we moved to Nashville, our adopted home of the company, with a great governor in Bill Lee, a great attorney general, great state government here, a real welcoming red state, even though, of course, Davidson County is a blue county. And in that time, on election night 2020, we announced that we were first moving into entertainment. And we've really accomplished an incredible amount since that time. Not only has Matt, I think, made the two most important documentaries, basically, of my lifetime. Not only have we made movies with Gina Carano, acquired the rights from Dallas Sonnier and Bonfire Legend to the remarkable Run, Hide, Fight, but we also have made the Pendragon Cycle. which will be launching next year. We brought you Bent Key, our children's app, which is one of the things that we're the most proud of. All this work is made possible by our Daily Wire members. We'll be taking more questions from them throughout the evening. If you're not a member, please consider becoming one. We're running a great special today. If you use promo code FIGHT at dailywireplus.com/subscribe, you will get 47% off. 47 because we hope that Donald Trump is the 47th president. I recognize that there is some risk in the promo code. And believe you me, if the night doesn't go the way we want, we will change the promo code very, very quickly.
So we get an update out of Decision Desk HQ. They're putting Trump's chances in North Carolina at 73%.
Oh, that's good.
Pretty good, pretty good. Georgia also looking pretty good. Don't want to count our chickens, but...
Another shout out for my boys in Florida. First big polling miss of the evening. Those RCP averages had Trump at +8 and Rick Scott at +4.5. They're both going to win by +12.
Whoa. Wow. Whoa, that's great.
Florida, baby.
How do you feel about Florida?
I love it. It's the best. Let me just tell you how much Florida kicks ass, okay? This is how good Florida is. Florida put up 4 constitutional referendum, abortion on demand, and legalized marijuana, and both went down in flaming defeat. Because Florida is, as stated, amazeballs.
I'm pretty amazed that, I thought the abortion one would go down. I didn't think the other one would go down.
Well, so again, DeSantis got on his horse and he actually did the work in that state. And Brian Kemp, by the way, did that in Georgia too. Seriously, full credit to Brian Kemp, who Trump crapped upon for literally years. And Brian Kemp went out and he's been stumping for Trump. I mean, he's been doing the work. So that is let's put it this way: the good graces go both ways. Mm-hmm. Again, just go one way. We've talked about Donald Trump, forgiving his enemies and people who have opposed him. And it also works the other way. There are a lot of people who, Donald Trump did not treat amazingly well over the course of the last few years who have shown up for him. I mean, we all remember he didn't treat Ron DeSantis particularly well. DeSantis went out and he worked very, very hard for Donald Trump in the state of Florida. And it makes a big difference. When we unify, it's better. It's better.
Yeah, that's right.
Do any of you have a theory? I had him on my show today, and I almost never have politicians on it. I'm not anti-politician. I don't have that silly view. They run the gamut like any other group of human beings. But it's just
who are scum-sucking bottom dwellers.
But I it's just not the nature of my show. Yeah. But I so admire Ted Cruz. He is such a fighter for good things. Is he really in trouble in this race?
Ted Cruz was in trouble in this race. I consider Ted my only friend in government. And it's, again, I think that as far as scum-sucking bottom dwellers go, Ted is tops. He is tops in my book. And a friend of the Daily Wire. And he was in genuine trouble. I mean, for one thing, there has been an enormous shift in Texas. And the shift in Texas is not that they've imported a bunch of Californians. As it turns out, the Californians they've imported are largely conservative. It's that they have this uncontrolled border. They've had it now for so long that it is beginning to erode Texas. It's not, I mean, it is still decidedly a red state, but it is purpling up. And Ted was trailing behind Trump in the state in poll after poll. The Democrats decided to run Colin Allred, who is something of a cultural figure. He was obviously a Tennessee Titan NFL football player. So the kind of guy who could get some sizzle down in Texas, and it became the most expensive Senate race in the country.
That's what he said.
They spent an enormous amount of money trying to unseat Ted. And one of the reasons Ted is vulnerable is because Trump kind of shivved him at the RNC, back in 2016. And because Ted has played so hard himself with people like Mitch McConnell and his colleagues in the Senate that they didn't give him a lot of support from the institution in this race. And so I do think that at the beginning of this race, and even as recently as 6 weeks ago, there was a lot of very concerning polling for Ted coming out of Texas. I got to get involved in that race actually in my own way, not as a representative of the Daily Wire, but as a friend of Ted Cruz, and I wrote an ad for him, which I think turned out maybe to be the state level ad that had the most money spent on it out of any race in the country this year. I was really proud of the ad.
I assume you probably saw the ad. It was the ad where Colin Allred tackles a little girl on the football field because he supported transgenderism in sports.
That's right. And it was a brutal ad, I'm not going to lie. But it turns out it was very effective, and the Super PAC spent a lot of money on it, on airing it in Texas. And I think that Ted has run a great campaign in Texas, and I do not think he goes into the evening tonight in trouble. It would be, in fact, I'll go so far as to say, I think that if Ted Cruz loses his race in Texas, Kamala Harris is going to win the presidency. They're going to win the Senate. They're going to win that.
Yes.
Whereas I don't know that was necessarily the case even as recently as 8 weeks ago.
Right.
But he's put in the effort. He's run a great campaign.
Ted's been all over the state.
And Ben campaigned with him 2 days ago
like
in McAllen.
massive energy for Ted Cruz. By the way, one piece of interesting NBC exit poll. Again, always with the proviso that exit polls are chicken entrails. But the Pennsylvania Independent Voter exit poll out of NBC News, Trump 50, Harris 44. If that holds, Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. He's going to win the presidency.
Wow.
So, let's hope that holds. Well, meanwhile, Brent Buchanan from Signal, he is with us, and he has some updates from Georgia. Brent, tell us all about what's happening in Georgia as more of the vote is coming in.
Well, we're starting to see some of the northern counties begin to report, which is what we had talked about earlier. And so we look at places like Cobb County, Georgia here is beginning to report. So this is a very large county that in the past has voted for Joe Biden. Let me look at the numbers here. So this was a seat that, or a county that Joe Biden won by 14 points. And you can see that currently he is doing some quick math here. I love tenths of a percentage. He's currently up by 16 points, or she's up by 16 points in this seat. So one of the biggest trends that we're beginning to see across Georgia specifically is that there are some places where she's doing better. She's improving upon Biden's margins. The vote share is higher. But then you're starting to see some of these rural counties come in also too. And so we've got Forsyth County here as an example. And this is a county that Trump won by 33 points. And currently he is up by 37. So you can see you've got kind of a counterbalance effect here of two northern arc Georgia counties. One
Red America is getting redder and blue America is getting bluer is what this tells me.
That's a really good point. And then you throw in, again, let's go back to Fayette County that we were talking about earlier. This is a county that Trump won by 7, and now you can see how tight this margin is. And so if we're talking about blue and red America, Fayette County is the county in between blue and red America, and it has shifted somewhat in her direction. So overall, we're seeing a lot of the same trends in that the rurals are doing better, but this partisanship gap of if you were in a blue county, you're voting even more heavily blue, at least in the swing states. And again, I go back to what you brought up in the last segment, talking about Loudoun County. That's a really interesting place because they had 220,000 votes in 2020. That's down to about 212,000. So an 8,000 vote drop, and it looks to have almost come exclusively off of the back of Kamala Harris. And so Donald Trump is performing at his ballot share, actually a little bit above the ballot share that he got in 2020 in a county like that. And then you combine that with Florida, which is just wildly red, and you begin to see how the national polling has showed a very tight presidential race. And we saw a lot of this in 2022 also, where Republicans were at +2 nationally on the generic ballot and ended up in that place and then just barely won the House of Representatives. And so I don't think this election is turning out so far to look much like 2020 or even 2016. It's got a lot of 2022 vibes to it, at least that we're starting to see come in. And that's very strong Republican votes, but it's not showing up evenly across the country. And so I'm really interested to see what other states that aren't like a Florida as they come in. You know, we're sitting here at Georgia in total of about 63% reporting. This margin continues to get closer as the votes are counted. And I think this is going to be a really indicative state as we begin to go through the night. But it feels a whole lot like 2022 right now, where Republicans are performing very strongly, but it's not necessarily netting us yet in the places that we need it to net us vote. It's just increasing our margins in places like Florida and Loudoun County that actually don't matter that much overall.
So, well, let's talk about sort of the question of voting by race. We've seen some exit polls that show that Trump is performing strongly so far in Hispanic districts. There was an exit poll that somebody had cited earlier that suggested that he was doing well with black men in Georgia. Well, what did the turnout look like? Do we know yet in terms of exit polling or any other data what the turnout looks like racially in a state like Georgia, which is obviously a very heavily demographically black state?
Yeah, a lot of those counties haven't reported yet, especially the rural black counties. So if we come down to some of these counties down here, so Coffee County, we can look at some of the census data of what this looks like. I mean, this is 28% black. What's really interesting is that this county actually looks a whole lot, or at least racially, like the state of Georgia. It does over-index on Hispanic and under-index Asian, but it gets the black percentage about right when you're thinking about what the voting population is going to be. And then as we look at the results for Coffee County, it hadn't come in at all. So there's just several places where there's not a ton of votes. I mean, they're expecting, 16,000 votes here for Coffee County as an example, but there's just a lot of holes in the map still. And even when we look at places like Fulton County here, 74% reporting. I mean, this is turning out pretty much like you would project. So this Fulton County is Atlanta. And then goes into Buckhead and a little bit further north into that top part there that you see. And so I would say we're still pretty early in the night. If we're going to say that there are good Republican data points and good Democrat data points, if I had to compare the two, I would say that there are more good Republican data points so far coming in. And they tend to look like it's trending even more so that direction.
We do have a couple of calls from the Associated Press. The Associated Press is saying that Virginia is going to go for Kamala Harris, and they are also suggesting that I believe what was the other state? There's another state they just called for Kamala Harris. Illinois, I believe, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. New Hampshire is the one that was sort of my outlier. There goes my map.
It would have been fun.
My map was in my dream map. He wins New Hampshire. They've called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris as well. So, what exactly happened in New Hampshire? Because there were some dreams. Some of us had dreams. Those dreams have been dashed. Of New Hampshire turning red.
Well, again, it's 33% reporting, so we can't really look into it and say what happened. I think it's just if you're looking at states that aren't actually that competitive and have not had hundreds of millions of dollars spent on them, they're kind of performing like you would expect them to perform. Not a lot of money was spent in Florida this go-around, and I think that depresses the Democrat and left-leaning non-affiliated voter turnout there. In a place like New Hampshire, there wasn't much advertising. We did a huge study in 2022 after the election and looked at where large amounts of spendings went compared to races that didn't have a lot of spending. And you saw, if it was a red seat and it didn't have any spending, you actually saw severe drops in Democratic turnout because they had no reason to show up. Like they knew it was going to be a guaranteed victory. And so places like New Hampshire are a really good example where not a whole lot of money spent, not even a ton of money in the congressional races comparatively were spent. And so it's just giving you what you would expect it to give you in a final result.
Well, Brent Buchanan will check back in shortly. Our election map coverage this evening is made possible by our sponsor, Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more with Lumen.
It's interesting that, Trump is running ahead of Kamala in Virginia. And the Times is saying that it still leans her way, but they're not saying she...
Well, I mean, they've actually called... I mean, the AP called it for
her.
The
AP called it.
I mean, but that's why, again, we're the amateurs. I mean, really, if they're calling it, the reason that they're calling it is because the counties that have already reported tend to be the more red counties. Right. There are a bunch of outstanding blue counties. They know how that's going to go.
Looking at the lib outlets, I'm checking in again with our friends at the New York Times. Yeah. They are continuing to increase Trump's chances at the presidency. They're now putting it at 60-40 Trump. Their EV breakdown is 279 to 259. Before New Hampshire came in, they had it up to 280 as a possibility, but okay, we're at 279 still. You were seeing a little breakaway here, even coming from the liberal outlets.
It says it's a toss-up, but their meter is moving closer to lean.
They've got the needle back. Right. The needle is back. The famous needle that had Hillary Clinton at 99%.
Yeah, I know. That's what I want to get to.
Where's the degenerate gambler crowd?
Megan, what are you hearing from the evangelical? We've heard so much about the evangelicals being kind of told not to vote or told that they should vote woke or whatever. What are you hearing?
I mean, that's a very real thing.
Yeah.
It's both from a standpoint of you have pastors, and I can tell you some very well-known, influential pastors, people like Andy Stanley, who... He has a church of about 38,000 in Georgia, and he had a book out last year called Not in It to Win It, Why Choosing Sides sidelines the church. So I think that has been a major factor. Jeremy was talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
The messaging that you're getting from a lot of these pastors that it's dirty to get your hands in politics, rather than understanding that, look, we as a constituency have to be able to leverage our political power for the cause of righteousness. That's not what they're arguing. And at the same time, you also have, literally, and you and I talked about this on your show, hard left secular foundations who are funneling money into gambits and efforts to try to push this narrative that it's better for Christians to abstain from the political process, that Jesus is neither left nor right. And of course, the implication there is that the left and right are moral equivalents, and they're not. But I think you have a lot of pastors who are unwilling to stand up and seem like they're partisan and push back against that narrative.
This, you've hit a very sensitive subject. I had Jack Hibbs on, one of the best-known pastors in the country, for an hour last week on my show, begging fellow evangelicals to vote. But this notion, Jesus is neither left nor right, and it doesn't matter whether you're Catholic, Protestant, or Jew. I, for 17 years, have conducted Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah services in Los Angeles. And I never talk politics, by the way. That's one of the reasons I founded this synagogue, was not to talk politics. But I'm obviously conservative in religiously and morally. And one of my subjects, and I choose them very carefully because most of the people have heard me on the radio and in speeches, so I need something really big, but not one that I've addressed. How does one explain when religion, specifically Judaism and Christianity, doesn't make people better? It's always bothered me. The first book I wrote, I was 24 years old, the 9 questions people ask about Judaism. And one of the questions was, if religion is supposed to make people better, how do you account for unethical religious people? And that has bothered me since high school. The Bible is so clear that God wants us to be good. My favorite verse in the entire Bible is, those of you who love God must, it's a commandment, the Hebrew is in the command, must hate evil. If you don't hate evil, you don't love God. So for a pastor or a rabbi, that's irrelevant, or a pope, to say that Jesus doesn't take sides, he doesn't take sides on whether you cut girls' breasts off if they say they're boys, that's frightening.
It's a problem. Could you deliver that message to the evangelicals?
I do. I speak to Christians more than to Jews.
I will say that there is an aspect of Jesus, which is, you hate to use modern political vernacular to talk about ancient religious figures, but there is a liberal aspect to Jesus in the sense that Dr. Jordan Peterson often says that the purpose of the liberal in a healthy society is to speak for the underrepresented, is to speak for anyone who, because in any sort of hierarchy of any kind, there are going to be people who get disenfranchised, there are going to be people who the system looks over, and someone has to remind those of us who are in power, or those of us who are ascendant, to remember those people and to care for them. But that's about where the comparison can stop. Religion is fundamentally a conservative exercise because it posits that the greatest wisdom that's ever been presented in human history is behind us.
And there's also a transcendent, eternal moral order and human nature, and all, it's hard to square that with the liberal project, which is in itself largely a rejection of religion. I mean, you think of the French Revolution is where we get the terms left and right. And what does that come from? That comes from the National Assembly, where the Catholics sat on the right and the atheists sat on the left. And that was pretty much the breakdown.
Speaking of the French Revolution, our friend Tim Pool is joining us now. And not a moment too soon, because the polls are closing in a number of states just in the last few minutes, all throughout the central part of the country, including Texas, my home state, which you will be shocked to learn is being universally called for Donald Trump. So, there were, going into the election, there were all kinds of things that people were, maybe New York will go for Trump, and maybe Texas will go for Harris. All that is wish casting. we still live in a world where gravity works.
Yeah, here's some quick calls. Trump wins Wyoming, Trump wins Kansas, Trump wins North Dakota, Trump wins South Dakota, Trump wins Nebraska, Trump wins Louisiana, and Kamala wins New York. So Donald Trump's big dream of winning New York, well, that one went down in flames because that's a really stupid idea.
Hey, Kamala Harris,
Texas, and
Kamala
Trump
Harris
has won Ohio.
Kamala Harris did campaign in Texas.
That all just came in right now?
Yeah.
All just, as you were walking over.
Right. Well, how are you guys feeling? We've been tracking the Decision Desk forecast, giving Trump about 70% chance to win. And it's going down a little bit, but it's staying about 2-1. So what do we think?
I don't know, man. What do you think?
The whole time, the scariest thing is the quote-unquote shadow campaign. Right? Time Magazine writes that article. 2020 had a shadow campaign. We go to bed, Trump's ahead in all the numbers, and then we wake up and he's not winning. Based on what I've seen on the ground, I went to Philadelphia and there were Trump signs in downtown Philadelphia and the surrounding residential areas. That to me was crazy to see an urban center that was Republican or that people were unafraid. And so my gut just says Trump's got the edge, whatever that means. But I don't know the Republicans have the procedural capabilities that Democrats have. I think, Ben, you were saying they're way more professional. That is worrying to me.
Yeah, so there was some Gallup data that suggested that a much higher percentage of Democrats had heard directly from the Kamala campaign than Republicans had heard from the Trump campaign. The Democrats are granular on this sort of stuff. They know how to ballot harvest. They will knock on doors. They'll do whatever it takes to get their people out. Republicans, it always feels like, okay, guys, please go. And the more we just shout vote at people, somebody out there, you'll open your window, you'll shout vote, and some person in Pennsylvania will hear you, and then immediately run to the polls. With that said, I mean, the enthusiasm that Trump, does enable in the voting population on both sides, but largely on the right, is unprecedented, obviously, in American history. And you are seeing that show up. If you had to game it out right now, Trump is a slight favorite. I think everyone sort of acknowledges at this point that Trump is a slight favorite, but it's a very slight favorite. So, like the Needle, the New York Times, the famous Needle.
Yeah,
so they right now have it leaning right between it's a toss-up and lean Trump. Like they have it very slightly favoring President Trump. He is very slightly favored to win Pennsylvania. He's slightly favored still to win Nevada and North Carolina, according to the New York Times, right? So I'm not citing a left-wing source right there. And of course, it seems as though we're having a better time tonight than the people on MSNBC are. Yeah. From what I'm hearing from I'm getting a lot of texts from people.
That was part of the reason my joy. You know, the whole night I watched the left-wing media. It was.
We're gonna live stream MSNBC. If this goes the wrong way, we're just gonna put a live camera outside Kamala's headquarters, and we're just gonna watch people scream into the night, and it's gonna be just wonderful.
There will be joy.
There will be
joy.
You guys all know the term Schadenfreude, joy at others' misery. So I don't generally have that, but that night 8 years ago.
If they do it tonight, it's like The Purge, right? All moral rules are off. Yeah. Just get to enjoy the suffering of others. Right?
I have been very honest with myself for the past several days. I have relatives and friends who are big libs. I'm from New York. I lived in L.A. A lot of Democrat friends. And I won't bring it up with them. And it won't come up at Thanksgiving.
Right, exactly.
However, I have two buddies who are New York Democrats. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I am salivating at the prospect of rubbing it in their faces so hard. So they're the only two. I think it's otherwise we have to have a politics of grace and everything. But there will be some Schadenfreude. I think it might be unavoidable.
Well, as a warning to others, we must engage in Schadenfreude. They do not repeat this exercise again. It's like punishing your child. You don't want to do it. You really don't want to do it, but it has to be done.
It hurts you.
It hurts you more than it hurts.
That's right. Exactly. This is why I really hope that Trump wins the popular vote. If Trump wins the Electoral College and loses the popular vote, I know I'm going to go to Thanksgiving, and they're going to say, you guys only win because of some archaic procedure. We're the popular man.
A procedure called the Constitution. You guys only win because of your government.
I want Trump to win the popular vote so I can just say you're wrong about everything and we're right about everything.
Well, it does look right now in Ohio, by the way.
You have that too? You have a lot of relatives who are on the left?
Oh, yeah.
So wait. So do you know? So this is a fascinating question. I love this sort of thing because I always ask people about their own personal lives. I'm fascinated. The only human being I know, and you must understand how many I've asked, including people I meet, which is a lot, on the radio, just people calling in. Literally the only person I know, all of whose relatives are conservative, is my wife.
Wow.
Really?
Yes.
Lucky her.
No kidding. She's going to live till 170 years. There's no question. She has no misery.
At that point, though, what's the point of going to Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
You know, you can look forward
That's right. Yeah.
At least turkey's good.
I feel like Biden's having a bad election.
Is this true that Joe Biden was wearing red?
So Jill was. Jill, when Jill voted.
Jill.
So for sure, 100% Jill voted for Trump. 100%.
Gotta be, right?
She despises Kamala Harris.
At the very least, they wrote in Joe Biden. There is no way they voted.
I heard she wrote in Joe, and she wore red.
Yeah, that would make the
that's
most sense.
amazing.
Yeah. So
She wore red. That matters.
Right.
Is that a new thing?
Well,
he's wearing the Republican colors, right? Like,
yeah. No, I didn't know
that. Remarkable.
It's like a nudge, you know.
But doesn't Donald Trump often wear a blue tie? I mean,
No, he's got the red tie. The
he
yellow
always
tie.
has a red tie. Really?
Occasionally the blue. You know, something people forget about election
Blue
night
tie,
history.
yeah.
They switched
it was,
it.
it was always up in the air. Sometimes, when Reagan won, it was blue was Republican and red was Democrat.
Which is the way it ought to be.
Yes, they're the Reds. They're the Reds. But it was the 2000 election. I think it was Tim Russert in particular. That was really when it started to solidify as red for Republican, blue for Dem. And I totally agree with you, Dennis. They are actually Reds, so it fits them. And red is an unattractive color. Oh, I'm wearing a red shirt jacket. But I mean that bright red, it's like a stop sign or something.
Burgundy.
This is burgundy. This is more like a plum.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
In Ohio, it looks like Bernie Moreno is going to cruise to victory over Sherrod Brown.
Let's go.
That was a close
Really?
race.
Let's
I
go.
think Sherrod Brown is going to be ousted.
All right, baby.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah, that takes the Republicans to 52 in the Senate.
Wow.
Which is a more durable majority, obviously.
West Virginia was fairly obvious. When they called it, I'm like, I live there. And Shane on our show is like, there's no cities in West Virginia. You've got nothing to worry about.
That's a great line.
Yeah.
So we're being joined right now from Harris HQ in D.C. by our very own Spencer Lindquist. Spencer, how are things shaping up over there?
Yeah, that's right. So we're here in D.C., right in the middle of the swamp, and people have been really trickling in now. Most everybody is here at the party, and it is a large crowd. I spoke with some people earlier, and they said that they were cautiously optimistic. It was 3 young women who go to school here at Howard, and they all think Kamala's going to take it, but really none of them seemed too confident, so we still have a long night ahead of us before we have any results.
Have you been able to talk to any attendees inside the party?
Yeah, some of the attendees inside the party, it really is a large crowd. They're listening to music right now and really kind of just hanging out, waiting for these results to roll in. We saw Illinois be called for Harris, a couple of other deep blue states be called for Harris, and they're sitting here watching, kind of waiting for these results to roll in. And people seem to be, they're excited, a little bit jittery even, and cautiously optimistic, I think, is the general tone of those here on the ground.
I don't mind that they're jittery. What do you think is the most likely victory map if she does end up winning tonight?
Reporters and analysts all week leading up to this election have said that Kamala Harris's most direct path to victory really could lead through those 3 key Rust Belt states, those three swing states. So you've got Michigan, Wisconsin, and of course Pennsylvania, which has 19 electoral votes. And if Kamala Harris won those 3 states, you could have Trump winning North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, even Nevada. And you would still come away with a very, very slim margin, but a Kamala Harris victory nonetheless. So those 3 states really are key, and they're going to be ones that we're going to be keeping an eye on tonight.
And as you've been looking around D.C. for the last day or two, we see reports about shopkeepers boarding up their businesses. Are you seeing that?
Yeah, we were hanging out really right around the White House in downtown Washington, D.C., and there's a number of different businesses ranging from, small restaurants to office buildings, and they were putting up plywood. We saw violence here in D.C. after Trump's inauguration in January of 2017. We saw violence around the country directly following Trump's election in 2016. So there is an indication that if Trump does win this election, there could be more left-wing violence here, and that's exactly what those businesses are preparing for.
If they start boarding up the windows at the White House, please text us. That's the kind of thing. I'm going to want to get a head start.
Well, really appreciate it, Spencer. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Daily Wire's footprint at Harris HQ was made possible by our friends at PDS Debt. Get a custom plan right now to become a debt-free at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. By the way, a good exit poll alert, this one from NBC News, suggesting that Donald Trump may win up to 45% of the Latino vote.
Wow.
That is a big number. That is a very, very big number.
Mostly Puerto Ricans, probably.
Yeah.
What did Bush get in 2004? He got a huge number.
I think he had about 45%.
Somewhere around there, okay.
It's like the historic
that was the
high.
biggest ever, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, it's a major realignment. I mean, the Democrats, for a couple of reasons, have totally misread the Hispanic population in the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, they misread them on policy because they think that they're just a bunch of left-wing San Francisco liberals so long as you keep the border open.
Mm-hmm.
But they also, I think, made a huge mistake in 2020, misreading the Hispanic population by using this dumbass notion of BIPOC.
Yeah.
Right. This idea that like every member of minority was the same as every other member of minority. So Asians were the same as black people, is the same as Hispanic people. First of all, Hispanic people ain't even the same as Hispanic people, right?
Of course.
Cuba is not the same as Argentina, which is not the same as Venezuela. I mean, these are all different countries with completely different histories, and they think different ways. And the attempt to lump everybody, and then I think in 2020 when they were like, listen, if you're Latino, you must believe that Black Lives Matter is the most important thing in the world. You started to see the shift then. I think you saw a lot of Hispanics go, no. The answer is no. That's not the same thing.
I think Latinx was probably offensive to a lot of Hispanic speakers as well.
They said so.
I mean, they're like, what does that mean? Who are you talking to?
We do know, though, actually, that the Democrats are aware at some level that Hispanics are not all the same, because Obama, as he was opening up immigration from everywhere in Latin America, did close the door on the Cubans. He said, no, for the first time, forget about those Cubans. You're going back, but everyone else, Venezuelans, please come over.
Meanwhile, another NBC News exit poll in Wisconsin, suggesting this Dasha Burns of NBC News, suggesting that Trump has doubled his black support in Wisconsin.
Wow.
Trump is polling apparently about 20% of the black vote versus 78% for Kamala Harris. 4 years ago, he won 8% of black voters in Wisconsin. I mean, you're looking at
20%.
You're looking at identity realignment happening in real time in this election cycle. It's amazing. And so the final identity that Democrats are just banging on is white ladies, white single ladies.
Yeah.
That is really, honest to God.
Yeah. Well, black ladies too.
We call them
single ladies. We should say single ladies are the constituency of the Democratic Party.
That's right.
Which is why Kamala Harris has campaigned so hard to get those people out to vote and campaigned almost solely on abortion, because she's dropping support like flies with Hispanic men, with black men.
People with capacity for reason.
I mean, also, and it actually is not distributed evenly. Like among single women, it's not as though everybody of every race who's single. I think that it really depends on how likely you are to get married as a single woman, as a member of those populations. Right? If you're like, this is a question that we were talking about with Jordan, was married women obviously vote very much like their husbands. Is that because they're being, forcibly abused by their husband? Or is it because the types of women who tend to get married tend to be the types of women who vote like their husbands?
And people also marry people like themselves.
Well, but marriage also changes people. I think that's an important part of it.
And children.
And children change people.
But it's also increasingly a self-selected group, meaning the kinds of people who want to get married are also the kinds of people who are going to tend to vote Republican a little bit.
I want to say the New York Times.
Kelly Ayotte is now your governor of New Hampshire. She's a Republican, so Trump doesn't win the state, but Ayotte is the governor of.
That's the first Republican governor they've had.
Kristen Since like 5 minutes ago.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry.
I do want to say the worst thing that I saw.
The New York Times needle has now shifted over to leaning to Trump.
It's now lean Trump.
66 to 34.
Yeah. Wait. What's 66-34?
66% likelihood, according to the New York Times.
Why do you keep saying it's? You kept saying. He said it's just slightly. I don't understand. That's not slight.
They're saying leaning Trump, but they're saying the likelihood, given that lean, so it went from toss-up into the lean category. This is all this stupid needle.
Why is 66 lean? That's all I'm asking. 66 is not lean.
That's 2-1.
They're saying it's not. They're not saying Trump is going to win. 66%.
No, they're saying there's a 66% chance he'll win.
Yes,
but that's not lean.
No, I mean,
I don't know why that's.
I guess
is 54-46.
Dennis. The same needle once said that Hillary Clinton had 99% chance of winning.
My point.
Okay, I agree. I agree with that. It's just the word lean juxtaposed to that.
Because you do think the last time we talked about this needle, it was to watch it just go like, boop, in 16.
I don't want to move too far from this conversation about the gender gap in the electorate without talking about the hands down, bar none, worst political ad of my lifetime, put out by a PAC supporting Kamala Harris that encouraged women to lie to their husbands. I think divorce is a grave evil, something that we could argue about one of these days. I might divorce my wife if I found out that she lied to me. I would not divorce my wife for voting for someone with whom I deeply disagree. That would be a challenge. You'd have to, because you in a marriage need to have a common set of values and a common mission. But to find out that your spouse just lies to you about who they vote for.
Did you see the Whisper campaign that the Washington Post was reporting on? They said after that ad went out, women were putting Post-it notes in bathroom stalls saying, your husband won't know, your boyfriend won't know, your vote is a secret. I kind of feel like if I went to the bathroom and I saw a Post-it on the wall, I would not consider what it was telling me. But the Washington Post said it was...
What's wrong with you?
That's what women were doing, and if it worked for them, I guess.
This is a reminder, though. I agree with you. That ad drove me so bonkers.
So vile.
But it's so perfectly exemplary of the Democrat Party because... the fundamental political unit is the family. It's not the individual, right? The political unit means it's the family. And the Democrats have been so relentless in their assaults on the family, taking your kids away from you, promoting divorce, discouraging marriage, promoting abortion, all down the line, all the way up to, hey, folks, our best argument for victory is you divide up your marriage, and that will divide up the country, and we win.
The New York Times, if you follow the New York Times, they run at least 3 articles a week suggesting various kinds of sex that will probably destroy or enslave you, unless you're married. If you're married, they keep saying, you don't have to have sex when you're married. They literally will have these articles, but you might want to consider it a throuple.
If you're childless and alone, maybe a decent evolutionary strategy is to break up other people's marriages. I'm dead serious about that. Like you have no idea what sort of machinations people are capable of when what they're fighting for is the probability that they will end up in a couple. Like there's no holds barred. And it certainly is a useful strategy. If you're not in a couple and other people are, then one of your strategies is to do everything you can to break that up. Why wouldn't you?
Right.
Are you going to solidify the situation? And you might say, well, that's counterproductive in the long run. It's like, well, maybe you're not concerned about the long run if you're that desperate, because desperate people tend not to be concerned with the long run. Like, we do have this terrible mystery that conservatives haven't unlocked, which is the absolutely aberrant pattern of attitudes and voting patterns that characterize single women between the ages of 18 and 34. It's like there's a big problem there, and it's a real mystery. It can't just be passed over because what they're doing is radically different than what everyone else is doing, and it's enough to consistently swing the election.
Tim, we were talking about this last night on your show, this idea that people like Chelsea Handler and others keep talking about how they do drugs and have sex with themselves all day, and they're so genuinely happy. And and my argument was that they actually are happy. I don't think that they're lying. I think that they don't know that there's an entire realm of human emotion that happens in marriage, and then when you have children, that they're not even aware of.
Happy
live
is a trivial emotion.
Yeah, happy.
Of course. The fact that we're obsessed with happiness, even on the psychological side, is an indication of how trivial our culture is. I mean, one of the things that you see quite consistently in psychological research is that couples without children are happier than couples with children. It's like, well, you shouldn't have children. It's like, no, you shouldn't use happiness measurements as your index of outcome. Of course you're less happy because your 3-year-old is fragile. And if you have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, it's like, well, you're juggling catastrophes all the time. Well, seriously, you don't have time to be happy. It's but happiness is a fleeting hedonic emotion, and it's not an indicator of participation in a process that's going to stabilize your life and the life of your family across decades.
And enrich your life.
It's the permanent adolescence of the coming generations. I look at wolves and I look at dogs and the story of how dogs came to be domesticated. They say that dogs are effectively just permanent adolescent wolves. I see that's what's happening to humanity right now with the current trend, telling people not to grow up, play video games, stay home, stay single, live in your own internal world. But I believe that is spiritual suicide.
That's the Peter Pan story.
Yeah,
right.
And Peter Pan has Tinkerbell, the porn fairy. Dead serious. I mean, he's king of the Lost Boys, right? Well, that's a form of king. It's not perhaps the kingship that you'd choose, and he forgoes the possibilities of maturity to remain in this childhood fantasy.
The only thing our media is
hedonistic.
Our media is telling everybody to keep doing it.
Yeah.
They're telling you you're selfish if you try to live and have a family and experience what you should be doing. And also, I believe your moral duty, which is, for those that are religious, to be fruitful and multiply, but for the sake of humanity, If you look at it from a more secular point of view, something like Elon Musk, if we do not reproduce, civilization collapses. Right. And they are telling people to just be hedonistic and to be permanent children.
But I kind of disagree with you a bit about this, because people who do these things, I've known a lot of them. I worked in Hollywood for quite a while, and I've known a lot of people who live like that. I don't think they're happy. I think they have that kind of surface, brittle, smiley happiness, but you only have to question them, talk to them for 10, 20 minutes, and the depth of despair underneath that, it's like thin ice over a black.
Well, that's why the measurements are out. The measurements are terribly out of whack. It's like if you're going to do research on something as fundamental as human well-being, you bloody well better make sure your measurements are accurate.
We also need to establish.
They're not.
We have to establish the definition of happiness, which is like these guys are talking about happiness as though, in the way we talk about it in modern times, which is some fleeting little emotion, or you get tickled or something. But happiness we used to understand as rational activity done with excellence in accordance with virtue.
Exactly.
Aristotle wrote a very good book about this. And so we used to believe that actually there was an end to mankind. There was like a purpose for man. There was a purpose for marriage. We could know things by their purpose. That ground has totally shaken underneath us. So when we disagree over what makes us happy, unfortunately the problem is even more fundamental. We don't even agree on what happiness is.
Maybe this is actually why I always say this in a way that because we talk about this from time to time and you guys disagree with me, but, for example, 2023 was the hardest year of my life. I mean, it was genuinely traumatizingly hard. And I still would have told you I was miserable, but I was also happy.
Right.
I was certainly not at my best, but I still would have considered myself a happy person even in my misery. And I think that it may be that I'm just defining happiness differently. I don't think of happiness as
what was it about your life that would have motivated you to construe your situation?
I suppose that what I would say is that I was fulfilled.
Yeah. Right. Well, and that's a multidimensional issue, right? I mean, you can tolerate a lot of pain even if your relationships are intact and you're moving towards a purpose that you regard as worthwhile. So one of the things that's worthwhile to understand purely from the perspective of the psychophysiology of happiness is that the positive emotion that's produced by drugs like cocaine, for example, which make you happy, that positive emotion is always experienced in relationship to a goal, right? So that the happiness that people strive towards is only possible psychopharmacologically if you observe yourself moving towards a valued goal. And so that has a number of implications, one of which is no goal, no happiness, right? Or maybe happiness of only the most fleeting and easily substituted kind. We also know from animal research, for example, that it's very difficult, it's very easy to get rats that are isolated in a cage addicted to cocaine. And you can get them addicted rapidly to the point where they will basically not drink water or eat or engage in sex. They'll just push a button to get cocaine until they die. But if they're living in their wild habitat, doing like normative rat things, it's almost impossible to get them addicted to cocaine. And so even at the purely level of pure pharmacological reward, if you have animals in a habitat where they're pursuing their intrinsic biologically determined goals, then they're participating in processes that make them very resistant to alternative forms of fleeting happiness. And we've blown that all apart in our society. And we don't know how much that's enraging. I really think it's enraging young women in particular. We have absolute, so we know that, for example, half of women who are 30 and under now don't have children. Half of them.
Wow.
Right, that we hit that milestone last year in the West. Half of them will never have children. That's the prognostication. 95% of them will regret that. So we're already in a situation where we have doomed 1 woman in 4 to permanent isolation and alienation. And we have no idea how angry they are about that. Yeah. But you can be sure that they're angry at a level that's so deep that you can barely comprehend it.
And you're not even allowed to talk about it because you're offending them by saying that the childless cat lady is not in a good position to judge the future. And this thing about time is everything, right? I mean, you have kids and it's difficult, but it's a beautiful experience. It's an enriching experience. And it's the experience that turns life from 2 dimensions into 3 dimensions. And at some point, it's incredibly rewarding to have done it. I mean, I can sit and look at my grandchildren without doing anything for hours. I actually said to my wife, we have to go because I'll never accomplish anything ever again because I'm just happy watching them play with Legos. It's like...
Well, I'm the rat with a job. And maybe the reason that I consider myself, even when I'm sort of miserable, to be a happy person is connected to the fact that I'm not a fun-loving person. Like I don't get any sense of joy out of drinking booze or going to loud clubs.
Having a good time is not your idea of having a good time.
That's right. That is exactly right. To me, having a good time is being about my purpose. That's the source.
Well,
and that's why having children has increased my happiness.
Well, you both alluded to something that's fundamentally important on the measurement side, too. It's like almost all the things that people do in their life that they look back on with, let's say, self-assurance and something approximating reasonable pride are things they accomplished under difficult circumstances. Now, those aren't necessarily the things you pick for your hedonic pleasure. But when you look back, you think, well, that was extremely difficult and demanding and challenging, and there was a fair bit of suffering moment to moment while I was going through it. But man, I'm certainly more than pleased that I managed it.
And there is this thing, I call it joy, the poets used to call it gusto, which is just being alive, being in that moment and thinking like, yeah, here I am. I compare it sometimes when you go to a movie and you watch somebody, a character dies and you cry, and then you come out and people say, how was the movie? And you say, it was great. And I think that life is kind of like that a lot of times if you're paying attention.
Yeah, I think of happiness as if you're doing the things that you ought to be doing, then you're happy, sort of regardless of how you may feel in any given moment while you're doing that thing. And if you're doing the things that you ought not be doing, then you're in despair, regardless of how you feel in the moment. And when that question comes up, I think back to our first film, What is a Woman, when we went to Kenya to the Maasai tribe. And there's a lot of conversations we had with the tribesmen that didn't make it into film because it wasn't exactly relevant to the topic of transgenderism. But I remember multiple times when we were talking to especially the women, and I would ask them, are you happy? And every single time they would respond by saying, through the translator, they would respond by telling me about the things that they do. They say, well, I'm taking care of my family. I have a family. I have children. I take care of the home. That wasn't even the question. I said, are you happy? And their immediate response is to talk about the things that they do.
I'm performing my appropriate
because to them, there's no the idea that they could be doing the things that they ought to be doing and not be happy. It's like, doesn't even make sense. It's a disconnect.
Well, that also indicates that in our society, we've abstracted the emotion away from its performative foundation. And we treat happiness as if it's an abstraction that exists in and of itself. And there's foolishness in that. And you also pointed to something else that's very interesting. When you ask people, it's very hard to ask people a question properly and get an answer that's reliable. It's very, very hard to do that. And psychologists have concentrated on doing that for decades. It's a whole field of endeavor. One of the things you discover if you do research into what people mean when they say that they just want to be happy is what they actually mean is they don't want to suffer. So you can imagine that there's two elements to happiness. One is not too much negative emotion, and the other is some positive emotion. And if you push people into a corner, they'll pick absence of negative emotion over presence of positive emotion every time, because pain is extraordinarily salient. And so part of what people mean when they want to be happy, when they say they want to be happy, means is that they want to be secure in their foundation, which is not at all the same thing as pursuing the hedonic pleasure that would be duplicable, say, with cocaine.
I have to interrupt because there's an election happening.
Oh, yes.
And Decision Desk HQ has called North Carolina for Donald Trump.
Let's go, baby.
A huge piece of news. Truly a must-win state, in my opinion, for Trump. North Carolina now firmly in hand. And another great sort of victory, not only national victory, but even personal victory. They're also declaring Ted Cruz has won his Senate seat in Texas. As we said while Dennis was here, Ted was actually kind of on the ropes a little bit in a very hard-fought campaign. But in these last weeks, he's done an enormous job down in Texas, an enormous job campaigning, a very smart politician, and he's retained his seat for a third term.
And most importantly, Jeremy, at least from your perspective, your only friend in the U.S. Senate remains in the U.S. Senate.
Not just the U.S. Senate, my only friend in government at any level, top to bottom. And so with that good news, we'll take a moment to tell you about our sponsors. We're so grateful to them. They've made it possible for us to bring you the show live tonight outside of our paywall. And here's a little bit more about one of them. We'll be right back.
Last year, half of American consumers took on debt to pay for the holidays. This year, it could be you.
And going into debt can be very, very tough. It is never too early to start planning to get out of it.
Our friends at PDS Debt can help with a personalized solution just for you.
Maybe you made some bad decisions. Maybe you had some bad luck. Having bad debt does not make you a bad person. What matters now is finding a good solution to get out.
If you make payments every month and your debt isn't going down, PDS has solutions for you. They have customized options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Anyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies, and there's no minimum credit score required. Bad and fair credit accepted.
Start planning now.
Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/dailywire, pdsdebt.com/dailywire.
And thank you to PDS Debt for sponsoring the Daily Wire's election night coverage.
Thanks again to our sponsors for the night who have made it possible for us to bring you this show live, and to our dailywire.com members. They make it possible for us to do the work that we do every day. Like, they paid for the set. You know, they do a great job. They pay for our content. We're very grateful to them. We're going to be taking more questions from our dailywire.com members throughout the evening. And if you're not one, we'd ask you to consider becoming one at dailywire.com/subscribe. We'll give you 47% off tonight if you use promo code FIGHT, because, of course, Donald Trump, with a little good Lord willing, the creek don't rise, as they say, will be our 47th president. Ben.
Yes.
So what are we learning?
He's just going to put it out there. He's going to all the Sunbelt states. Okay. So this is just going to come down to what we always thought it was going to come down to, those blue wall states. She has to win all three. That is her only path to victory. She needs to win all three of those states. The great irony, the thing I'm rooting so hard for more than anything else, is that it comes down to Pennsylvania, and she loses Pennsylvania because she wouldn't pick the Jew. It would be the most wonderful thing in the entire world. I would love it so much that her signal moral inability to condemn the pro-Hamas quadrant of her base loses her the election because she just couldn't pick the Jewish guy from the swing state with the 60% approval rating.
Yeah, but
serve her so right.
She felt like she was on the ropes in Minnesota, right? Wasn't that why she?
She needed the weird guy from Minnesota. She didn't need the very popular governor of the obvious swing state. What she required was the super weird guy who looks like an inflatable off the side of a freeway to used car lot. And that's the one she needed.
In fairness to Kamala, so she offended all the Jews.
Why couldn't you have just said in fairness to inflatable?
In fairness to like good. But not only did she offend all the Jews by not picking Shapiro because she wanted to cozy up to the pro-Hamas side. Also, let's not forget, 1 in 4 voters in Pennsylvania is Catholic, and she decides 2 weeks before the election to say, hey, you say Jesus is Lord? Get out of my rally. You got to go to that Trump rally.
Who says she never tells the truth?
What's even worse than that is when she went on national TV and they said, will you make any religious exemptions for abortion?
Yes.
And she was like, nope. The nuns are going to be aborting the babies. They're like, whoa.
It's going to come down. The problem with the Rust Belt thing is the Rust Belt those 3 states have voted exactly the same since the 70s, haven't they? Has there been a single exception? Has there been a time where Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania didn't vote in lockstep with one another since we've been alive, except for...
That is a great question.
True.
But I'm trying to think of a situation in which the election was super close. So in 2016, obviously, they went one way. In 2020, they went the other way.
Yeah.
In 2004, they actually went for Kerry, and it was Ohio that won the election for Bush. So, when everything is this close, when everything is this tight, I mean, the thing is, when we talk about presidential history, and you'll say, is there a precedent for this? The sample size is just too small. I mean, that's the reality. They'll say, well, this is the first time this has happened in 20 years. Okay, fine. So that's like 5 election cycles. The sample size is super tiny.
There's not 180 baseball games a year.
Exactly.
Let's check in with Brent Buchanan.
So, Brent, tell us about life. Well, what's going on? Well, it looks as though the Sun Belt is locking up for Trump. Is what it's starting to look like that. I mean, it's calling Georgia obviously a little bit early, and Arizona really, really early. But it looks like those states are looking fairly good for Trump. What do you make of the Rust Belt and the Sun Belt right now?
Well, let's talk about North Carolina specifically, because this ties back to something that I don't even know what time it is right now, but a few hours ago. That we spoke of, and that's turnout potentially and likely being higher than 2020. So if we're looking at North Carolina specifically, in 2020, turnout was about 5.4 million in North Carolina. If you take the percent reporting now, add in those estimated votes remaining, it puts you at 5.8 million. So when we were looking at our turnout curve, we knew that once you got to about 5.6 or 7, that put it in somewhat Kamala territory. And then if you went beyond that, you almost had no clue what was going to happen. Well, now we actually have a clue what happens when you go above 2020 turnout, and it benefits Donald Trump. So let's look at a couple counties here. I want to start with Brunswick. And so this is a really strong reporting Republican county. And you can see here, let me show you the historical comparison. There's actually not that much difference. If anything, it was slightly closer. But this county actually, as of right now, has netted out 1,000 more votes for Donald Trump than last time, even though the margin's a little closer. And so I think this is really indicative of what happens when turnout goes above 2020 numbers. Let's zoom in here to Wake County, which is the seat of the state with Raleigh. And you can see here that Harris is doing a little bit better. Trump is doing a little bit worse. It's only reporting 75% right now. What's likely going to happen is that this improves for Donald Trump in this final 25% that's coming in. And then if we come over here to Pitt County, so this county is about 30, let's see here, we'll go to the census data for a second. So it's 37% black on census. So it's for a state that is below that overall. This is a slightly more black county than the state as a whole. And then when we look at this historical comparison, what you'll see in Pitt is that this was a margin of about 9.4 for Biden in 20, and that moved to 5.6 margin for Harris. And what's really interesting is that it had already moved 3 points to the right between 16 and 20. And so when you start to put this math together and you see that these Republican counties are performing very well, and even if they don't perform at the same margin for Trump, they're actually netting out more votes into the overall count. And then you look at a place like Pitt County that, as you can see, is blue on the map, but it is less blue, and it is becoming less blue. And I think this is a really, really good example of this educational attainment realignment that's been happening in this country, where if 20 years ago you were a college grad, you were probably a Republican. 20 years ago you were a non-college grad, you were probably a Democrat. Those bases are beginning to shift. And as we look at that, what our experimental exit polling shows so far on our internals is that realignment among non-white voters is even more extreme than the continued shift that we see with white voters. So as we look at these three counties here, Brunswick in the south, a very heavy Republican county, netting out more for Trump. Wake County, the rest of this reporting going to be better for Trump. And then Pitt County, this is the third election in a row with Donald Trump on the ballot where his margin improves, and even his raw vote improves. Here you start to see how once we get into this explosive, crazy, wild, who knew we could go above 2020 in turnout, the answer is we're starting to see a trend that it is benefiting Donald Trump.
Who's turning out in larger numbers? Is there a particular demographic?
We don't have that yet. We can look at some of these counties, and that's why I really like Pitt specifically here, because it is more black than the state as a whole. And if this was like 2020, if the numbers were coming back like that, I would say that I don't know why they would have called North Carolina, but you can look at this as an example and say, okay, I start to see why they went ahead and called North Carolina, despite the fact that it's only 61% reporting right now, because we're talking about 5.8 plus million turnout, which is just incredible.
Yeah, so Brent, one of the things that people are pointing out is that it is a very good sign for Trump, not just that North Carolina has been called, but that it's been called so early, meaning that the patterns in data seem to be benefiting President Trump. The sort of theory of the electorate, which was that a high turnout election was going to benefit inevitably the Democrats, is obviously not true. And you're seeing this reflected in some of the data. I mean, the needle over at the New York Times, the all-powerful needle, is now officially leaning Trump. A 67% chance of victory for President Trump, according to the vaunted New York Times needle. And they are also suggesting that President Trump has a slight up chance of basically, Brent, if you had to speculate at this point, we'll just rank speculation. Kamala Harris needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to win this election. Is if you had to ballpark this thing, that is the most likely scenario at this point, is it not?
Yeah, once North Carolina is off of the map, it puts her right into that vaunted, quote, blue wall that in 2020 is what won the election, more so even than Georgia and Arizona. It was going back to winning Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And right now, as we're looking at Pennsylvania, you can see that it's a complete coin toss at this point. And what's fascinating is that we're likely to see massive, massive turnout above 2020 for this state also. And so as we compare a place like Pennsylvania to North Carolina, where the increased turnout really benefited Donald Trump, we don't have enough vote in yet in Pennsylvania to say the same thing, but they're both experiencing increased turnout over 2020, but we're seeing slightly different results. I mean, if the theory was simply that more turnout is over 20 is better for Donald Trump, then we could go ahead and call Pennsylvania too. But as you can see on the Decision Desk HQ right here, win probability, it's a complete coin flip.
Well, Brent, really appreciate it. We'll get back to you very shortly with the latest updates. Again, thanks to our friends over at both PDSnet and at Lumen for their sponsorship of our program here tonight. So, yeah, lots of breaking news. Obviously, Senator Cruz has been declared the victor over there. That means that Republicans have probably a minimum of 52 seats in the United States Senate. It also means that Republicans are doing better than expected so far in the House. So there were serious questions about whether they're going to be able to retain the House majority. So far, it looks like at least a coin flip as to whether they're able to retain that House majority, which is actually better shape than a lot of people were expecting at this point in time. Again, for those who missed it, North Carolina has been called. The map is basically what you thought the map was going to be before this evening. New Hampshire's been called in favor of Kamala Harris. North Carolina has been called in favor of President Trump. The Georgia votes are still coming in, but at this point, you have to say that President Trump is, in fact, favored in Georgia. Arizona, he was leading pretty heavily in the early balloting anyway, so the chances are very good that he is going to win Arizona as well. That means that Kamala Harris right now has to win in the blue wall states. She needs to win all three of those blue wall states. That'd be Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. There's not enough data yet. There's some early Pennsylvania voting data that is coming in. They've got about 2.2 million votes counted there, 2.3 million votes counted there, according to the latest numbers. You're looking at a Kamala with a very slight advantage.
And now we're being joined by our friend, Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, nice to have you on the program. How are things going where you are?
He's speechless.
He is speechless.
Are we properly connected? Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep working on getting this connection with Dr. Phil. We don't have audio yet, but so far things are going better than we had hoped. We have the North Carolina win is the thing that I was the most worried about. So in the same way that Ben had his positive outlier, that if Trump won New Hampshire, he thought that would be like kind of the runaway indicator that we were going to have a runaway good night. To me, North Carolina was the obvious. Trump loses North Carolina, it just portends terrible things. So having that off the table, huge. Having Ted Cruz pick up that seat or hang on to his Senate seat in Texas, huge. The fact that we will almost certainly be able, as Republicans, to hold the Senate, absolutely huge. The House,
we're guaranteed in the Senate.
That's right. We're now guaranteed in the Senate.
You want a big piece of data? Here's a nice piece of data for you. Again, exit polling, grain of salt, giant grain of salt. CBS News exit poll in Michigan. Younger voters aged 18 to 29 are narrowly going for Trump.
Crazy. That is a crazy.
Unbelievable.
That's a crazy stat. That would be a Gaza stat, right? That would be seriously. That would be all of the left wing insane people on the left who wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because they think by some bizarre turn of the imagination that she's too pro-Israel. You have to be a psychotic nut job to think that Kamala Harris is too pro-Israel. But somehow they've come up with that one. And I'm grateful to them for that. I hope that Jill Stein wins 1 million votes in the state of Michigan, that she and Cornel West just run away in that election.
But also it'd be young men. I mean, young men might be.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that with regards to the increased turnout, too. If it's the same young men who are going back to church who are actually
do we have the gender dynamics on that?
No gender dynamics on that one yet. But you have to imagine, obviously, that you're talking about a heavy male turnout there. It turns out that there are no white dudes for Harris. There is just white dude for Harris. And it is just Doug Emhoff, maybe, technically.
If she keeps her mouth.
Honestly.
Says in line, right?
I think the last thing Doug Emhoff wants is to be stuck in the White House with Kamala Harris for 4 years. I really think that he's tired of this by this point. The New York Times, that needle, come on, needle. The needle currently has Donald Trump at a 70% chance of victory in the Electoral College, and Harris at plus 0.2 in the popular vote estimate. So there is every possibility here that Donald Trump ends up winning both the popular and the electoral for the first time for Republicans since 2004.
How do we feel about Virginia?
I was just going to say, that was just what I was going to say. 62% of the vote is in. Trump is up 2%, and they're still calling it for Come on.
Again, I'm not an expert on the counties. I would assume that all the counties that they have not yet counted are like Fairfax, like big Dem counties.
No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. Looking at the map, that's not what I said.
Okay, so election expert Andrew Klavan is uncalling Virginia.
No, I'm not. I've said I'm not a poll reader. I get it. I'm just telling you what I'm looking at.
I will say that MSNBC is already starting to rip on the Electoral College. So that's a good indicator. Once they start yelling at the Electoral College, you know that things are not going amazingly well over there. What we are saying is something that was noted earlier on, which is a shift in favor of Kamala Harris in the suburbs, but mildly huge turnout for President Trump. Again, this is the magic of Trump. Okay, the thing that Trump can do that no other Republican candidate of my lifetime can do is bring out low propensity voters. Okay, the Mitt Romney plan in 2012 was bring out high propensity college white voters and get those people to vote in larger numbers for him than they voted for John McCain. And Donald Trump's plan was to abandon all those people and go get the farmers to vote for him. And as it turns out, that's actually his magic. He's like that.
And the Democrats.
And by the way, and Hispanics. Like, again, the Hispanic, we are watching a sea change, regardless of the final line in this election. Some of the trend lines that you're seeing in this election are astonishing. Yeah. I mean, Donald Trump winning, let's say, 20% of the black vote in Wisconsin.
Crazy.
Or you say Donald Trump winning 45% of the Hispanic votes. If the entire theory of Democratic politics since 2012 has been we cobble together minorities and single white ladies, and that is our coalition, and then you break minority strangleholds, what are they left with? I mean, as we move forward, they might be able to sneak one out, maybe eke one out. But what does that be tied for the rest of their agenda? And do we think that they swivel more to the center, or do they move further away? By the way, Trump has just been announced as the winner of Iowa, so sad news for the
What's the gap?
I don't have a gap yet.
There's only
I called it
12% of votes.
I called it a 10%, but like we'll see.
Donald Trump winning Iowa may be the political shocker.
I'll tell you
of the 2024 election.
The poll, that outlier poll that said Kamala was going to win Iowa, it did spook me. I don't know. It
was designed to spook you.
That was the whole point of it, and it succeeded.
And people kept saying it was a respected poll, but in fact, it has not been that accurate at presidential elections.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump is in the New York Times needle. The magic needle. Come on, needle. He is slightly favored in Wisconsin at this point as well. Wow. So it's possible that my original map was right, except for New Hampshire. So I'm still rooting for my original map, but now that I've lost New Hampshire.
If he breaks Wisconsin off from Michigan and Pennsylvania, that is a path to the White House as well.
Yeah,
then he's in the White House.
By the way, the Florida-Puerto Rican vote, this, again, just to point out that the media narrative is not real. The Florida-Puerto Rican vote, Harris won the demographic 52-43 per the exits, 52-43 among Puerto Ricans in Florida. Biden won that group 69-31. Yeah. So it went from Dem plus 38 to Dem plus 9. But that's how he wins all of them.
They thought it was a funny joke.
And now we're joined
sick
by
of the garbage.
Now we're joined by the host of Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil himself. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, good to see you guys. Things are getting pretty interesting, I understand. How's it looking to you guys over there?
I'm moving steadily from cautiously optimistic to openly optimistic, and it's an uncomfortable feeling for me, to be honest with you.
You can see him squirming.
How are you feeling about things?
Well, same way. I heard somebody earlier say they were nauseously optimistic. So,
Dr. Phil, I have to
describe.
I was at the MSG rally when none of us were expecting you to be there. There was 8 hours worth of speeches. And when you came out, I think it genuinely shocked the crowd, not because we thought that you were a big leftist or something like that, but that it entailed so much risk for you to come out at this point. You've been a huge figure in media for so many years. What pushed you over the edge?
Well, I wanted to do something that woke people up because I think this has been such a divisive campaign. And, when I came out, I said, look, I'm not here to endorse Donald Trump. I don't like everything he says. I don't like everything that he does. And I'm honest about that. I'm honest about that with him. But I don't like bullies. And I don't like the way people that vote for Donald Trump are being ostracized, canceled on the internet, attacked, and all of that. And I said, that's bullying. And people can say, well, Donald Trump's a bully. Well, you got to have an imbalance of power to be a bully. Otherwise, you're just in a fight or an argument. And I said there's a big difference, and I wanted people to understand we've got to start having some civility to what's going on here, and I made it real clear. Whoever is elected president, we have to get behind. It's a bad look internationally if we don't support our president. And I won't like it if it doesn't go the way I want it to go, but that will be our president, and I won't like everything that either of the candidates says or does, but I'll support America's president. And I said one of the most important days in my life was 9/12/01. Not 9/11, but 9/12, because the morning after 9/11, we woke up and we were all Americans. And I hope that we don't have to have a big catastrophe for us to have that feeling again.
And Dr. Phil, one question for you is, obviously you really believe in individualism. That's something that ranks very high on your list. Many of the stats that are coming in right now show that we're watching a major political realignment in real time on a racial basis, that this sort of stranglehold idea that the Democrats were going to win enormous, overwhelming sums of minority voters across the spectrum. That's just not true. The biggest stat of the night so far is Trump winning maybe 45% of the Hispanic vote and up to 25% of the black male vote, according to Kirsten Solstice Anderson, my friend, the pollster over at Echelon Insights. She's done some exit polling suggesting that black men, 23%, are going to vote for President Trump nationally, which is an unheard of number. What do you make of this sort of political realignment?
Well, I think you're saying it exactly right, Ben. I think it is a political realignment because people are saying, look, I'm tired of people telling me that because I'm part of a demographically defined group that I can't think for myself. And you've heard me talk very loud and long about the fact that we have to teach critical thinking in this country again. We've got to inspire people to be critical thinkers. That's why I've spoken out so much about these ridiculous campus protest groups that are demonstrating on behalf of Hamas. These are terrorist groups. And we're not teaching young people to be critical thinkers anymore. And we've got this half of America that are truly identity politics. People are smart enough to think for themselves. And we're seeing it now where people are rebelling against this expectation that because I'm black or because I'm female or because I'm a certain age that I have to vote with that block. That's not true. People can think for themselves.
Well, the Democrats are also, I suppose, running afoul of their own intersectional claims. It's like there are black men, and it isn't obvious that men are doing that well on the Democrat side, and that's because the Democrats don't really seem to like men. And so maybe it's like, well, they've done everything they could, you might say, from an ideological perspective to attract the black vote, but they've abandoned the male vote, and maybe the black men are men first and black second from the intersectional perspective, or at least 23% of them seem to be considering that.
Well, it's an interesting prospect because gender is actually real, and while race isn't not real, it's not fixed.
Yeah.
So we're told that
it's not definitive.
It's not definitive. Yeah, we're told that gender is fluid, but it's actually race that over time is fluid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, we know that
men are men.
Barack Obama is going to be very disappointed in black men because we know that he.
No, the brothers.
The brothers.
Those naughty brothers.
Men, Democrats don't understand this. Like, there's nothing men hate more than being nagged. And Barack Obama is literally wagging his finger in the faces of black men saying, you need to get out there and vote. That, if you want to speak to men and motivate men, that's the very last way to do it.
No, you have to send Michelle to do that.
Yeah.
She then did, right? She got up there and she lectured black men about how they were irresponsible and terrible, which, of course, is definitely what they want to hear from Michelle Obama. By the way, CNN is now reporting that Harris has some warning signs in Michigan. She's underperforming Joe Biden in places like Washtenaw County, which is a very heavily Democratic area. So, obviously, as goes Michigan, so goes the country. It's possible, again, fingers crossed.
You know what's strange about the polling, though? What's very odd in terms of black voters is that Kamala Harris came out and she said that the brothers were supporting her because she had recently been in the barbershop. And she made this claim about a week ago. I did not have the resources to fact check it, though my gut instinct tells me Kamala Harris has never once in her entire life been in the barbershop. Yeah. And it would seem that the hard numbers we're getting here suggest the brothers breaking, at least in a significant way, for President Trump.
And by the way, New York Times Needle in Iowa, estimated margin, Trump up 9 in Iowa. So remember that time when he was supposed to lose by 3? That is an 11 to 12 point miss by Ann Seltzer in Iowa. And remember, that was being used as a bellwether to determine whether there is going to be extra turnout for her in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So if he's winning Iowa, Emerson, right, had Iowa at +9. Emerson also had Donald Trump winning all 3 of those Rust Belt states.
So, let me jump in here and get you a couple of calls from our desk here because, Chris, you've got a couple of calls for us here.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. Merit TV now calling the state of Missouri and its 10 electoral votes for Donald Trump. You see that on your screen here. That's with 20% of the precincts reporting. And also Delaware and its 3 electoral college votes for Kamala Harris. And you see those numbers right there. Dr. Phil, I should also point out that North Carolina, we're getting really close to closing that one out. That one's leaning towards Trump at last report. We're getting really close to closing out Colorado. And at the top of the hour, which is now just 1 minute away, polls will be closing in Montana, Idaho, Nevada, most of Idaho, Utah, and Nevada.
Yeah, that's great. And, guys, if Ben, if we close out North Carolina for Trump soon, that can be a real building block
we've already called
in
it.
the march to 270. You've called North Carolina?
Yeah, we called it already. North Carolina's been called. So as far as we're concerned, we're not talking about North Carolina anymore. It's over. North Carolina's done. But basically, practically speaking, you take North Carolina off the table for Kamala Harris, and she has one path and one path only. That's the Rust Belt states. She has to win all 3 of them. And right now,
what if she wins all 3 but loses Virginia?
Well, right now, there are some more CNN exit poll numbers, again, with the giant grain of salt. This is the bimarital status. Kamala Harris is losing married voters 55 to 44. She's winning non-married voters by 55 to 41. Which is actually shockingly not horrific. Yeah, you would have thought that was like a 25, 30-point gap, by the way they were pushing this. Meanwhile, the gender gap definitely exists, but it is heavier, according to CNN, for males than it is for females. 54 to 43 for Trump among males. It is 54 to 44 among females for Kamala Harris. So, again, this is going to be, if Trump wins, it's because men showed up to vote. Yeah. That's really what this is about. Men actually showing up to vote. So the kind of going theory of the Democratic Party is that women are high propensity voters, men are low propensity voters. They've constituted the majority. Women have constituted the majority of people who vote in the last several election cycles. Men showing up en masse to vote is a complete shift in the way that elections are.
Can I just say, by the way, that we tend, when we talk about this, to sound like we're being very hard on women. I'm actually, I believe that it's a man's responsibility.
I love women. Are you kidding?
No, it's a man's responsibility to do things like vote. And we happen to live in this time where men have essentially given up so many of their responsibilities, and in part because they feel disenfranchised, although that's hardly an excuse. Men have given up their leadership role in the church, which is one of the reasons that you see the church in America no longer taking the stands for tradition and decency in the way that it historically has. They've given up their responsibility in the household, which is something that the Kamala Harris, at least PACs aligned with Kamala Harris, have been trying to openly exploit with their, hey, ladies, just don't tell your loser idiot husband who you vote for. And they've certainly given up their responsibility, their civic responsibilities. You don't.
Yeah.
It used to be that one of the backbones of the country was men engaging in civic social groups.
Yes, which have largely collapsed. There's an update coming out of the RNC right now. Michael Whatley, chairman of the RNC, says there were potential shenanigans in Pennsylvania, and the Republicans have just scored a legal victory. According to Chairman Whatley, Centre County officials were planning to stop counting ballots throughout the night in violation of state law. We, the RNC, threatened to sue. That was enough. Officials have agreed to continue the count as required. Our attorneys will continue fighting to quickly eliminate issues at the polls as they arise.
This is what you want to hear.
Well, speaking of Pennsylvania, our friend Ryan Gerdusky, formerly of CNN, he says that Lackawanna, Pennsylvania, which is the first county in Pennsylvania that is near to completion, that has shifted from a Biden plus 8.4 to a Harris plus 3. That is a 5.4 percentage shift toward President Trump. Again, the trend lines, you hate to read trend lines, but I'm becoming nauseously optimistic, as Dr. Phil suggests.
That's not a bad place to be. And guys, I'm going to have to wrap out of here to talk to somebody. But before I do, Matt Walsh, I just have to congratulate you on your movie, Am I a Racist? A comedy to DEI for. What an absolute masterpiece. Congratulations on what a success with that movie. So thank you for that work and congratulations on the success.
Amen.
Thank you so much. And we are, in fact, paying all of our guests to say that. So if you're wondering.
So,
Well,
by the way,
I expect my $8 by the end of the night.
Dr. Phil, thanks for making time for us on this important night.
Well, thank you guys. We'll be in touch.
By the way,
Thanks so much.
Quick point to make on Texas. You know, we can take it lightly that Senator Cruz won his third term in Texas. Democrats dumped $80 million into that race. And so the fact that they keep pouring money down rat holes in non-competitive states because they get a little bit over their skis is quite a good thing, because all those dollars could have gone to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So
That's
the fact
exactly
that they decided to spend it there instead is a good thing. The New York Times needle continues to steadily, slowly creep toward the right, meaning more toward President Trump, and it's entertaining to watch. And you know, we're going to have to at some point split screen what they're doing over at MSNBC and just find out how they're dealing with the emerging evening. You know, the New York Times headline right now is Trump wins Florida and Texas. Other big prizes still out, so they're not saying anything about North Carolina yet. Although, again, very likely that it's going to win. Moreno is up right now in the vote in Ohio by about 5 percentage points in Ohio.
Is she AP here?
Was that?
What are you reading?
I'm looking at the New York Times right now. In Pennsylvania, Bob Casey is up by 2, but only 43% of the vote in, so that is certainly not as positive. Tammy Baldwin up by 1.1, only 37% of the vote in. Again, we're in the real early hours here, and guys, I have a feeling we may be in for a bit of a long night here. The sort of hopes that just because they move so damned slowly in these Rust Belt states. Sean Trend, excellent poll analyst over at Real Clear Politics, says if Trump wins, which looks increasingly likely with every minute, it's going to be with the most racially diverse Republican coalition in a very
By the way, Ben, when you mentioned we might be here for a long night, at least you're not saying we might be here for a long 5 nights. Because if let's say Wisconsin goes the way that it's looking, even though it's early, then we know tonight. I spoke with Senator Marsha Blackburn earlier on my show today, and Senator Blackburn's, I said, are we going to be doing weeks of this? She said, Michael, my prediction is by midnight tonight, you're going to get to 270.
That's what I.
And I was skeptical at the time, but it is increasingly looking like we very, very much could know the next president tonight.
Well, the good news is that Joy Reid is saying that Florida has an extreme right-wing fascist government. She's well calibrated as always, Joy Reid. She aptly named Joy. She's so the amount of joy in the Democratic Party these days is truly off the charts. It's
You got the whoopee, you got the joy.
yeah, it's
Coming in the morning.
It's really quite wonderful.
I want to circle back to this idea, though, that we had to sue them to force them to keep doing their legal job.
Threaten to sue.
Threaten to sue them in order to get them to live up to their legal obligation to continue counting tonight.
Yeah.
They don't care about the appearance of impropriety.
No.
Okay, they certainly don't. And I think, that, again, this goes to a deeper point here. So if President Trump does pull it off, obviously it's the greatest story probably in the history of American electoral politics. Because the first time was fluky and weird, and that was an amazing story. Him coming all the way back to win again. Only Grover Cleveland, the famed.
Yeah,
and by the way, they didn't try to throw Grover Cleveland into prison 4 times.
Yeah, shoot him and shoot him
100%. But I think that we may be in danger of overlooking the actual big story in the magic of President Trump, and that is how just unbelievably much the Democrats suck. Truly, how much they suck. I mean, like the fact that they don't go back to the drawing board. They have Donald Trump, who they think of as the richest environment. Like, he's a target-rich environment.
They wanted him to be the candidate.
They wanted him. They desperately wanted him. They didn't want Haley. They didn't want DeSantis. They wanted Trump. And they got, again, they are just the monkey's paw. Every time they wish on the monkey's paw, it comes through in the worst possible way for them if he ends up. But I think that we ought to focus for just a minute on how much they suck, because we're focusing a lot on President, really, like as their program, how bad it is, how much of this is not a reaction about how wonderful Trump is, as much as it is just a reaction to how terrible they've been. Joe Biden was sorry to put it that way. He's a terrible president. Kamala Harris, it was a terrible vice president. So, yeah, again, like, I think that half the story here needs to be that, because what I would love is for the Democratic Party to self-correct. It'd be better for the country if the Democratic Party, instead of attributing it to the magic powers of President Trump, self-corrected and said, you know what, guys, we've lost the thread here, and we need to start re-entering the realm of reason.
It's pretty simple. If Kamala loses, and if she's losing a huge portion of the black vote and all these things are happening, it's because the Democrats haven't done anything to make people's lives better, and that's the basic thing you're supposed to be doing. And Trump understands that. It's the basic pitch is, I'm going to make your life better. Here's how. And the Democrat pitch is always just resentment and victimization, and it's that emotional kind of pitch.
The question is, who would lead the Democratic self-examination? the New York Times, the LA Times, the Washington Post, Harvard University, CBS. That's the problem.
Well, no, see, I think there is a thing that could be done, and it's the top levels of the Democratic Party. So what they showed in ousting Joe Biden, we all called it a coup because it kind of was, but it kind of wasn't, meaning that's how a functional party works. They didn't like their nominee. The upper echelons of the party ousted their man, and then they put somebody else in because that's the upper echelons of their party. The job of a party is to win elections. If you keep losing elections to Donald Trump, perhaps the upper echelons of the party might want to take another look at how things are going. By the way, here's an interesting exit poll out of New York. So there have been some exit polls on the Jewish vote. Obviously, I have a bit of a dog in this particular fight. The current exit polls out of the state of New York have Donald Trump winning 43% of the Jewish vote in the state of New York. That is by far the most populous Jewish state in the country. I'm disappointed in the Jews who voted for Kamala Harris, but then again, I predicted that Trump's ceiling with the Jewish vote, just because so few Jews actually care about Judaism or Israel, was going to be about 40% anyway. So if Trump approximates anywhere in that neighborhood, that's a huge shift, considering that usually the Jews go 70% for the Democrats in any possible election. The New York Times, by the way, has now moved its needle, estimating that President Trump is likely to actually win the popular vote. Again, if he wins the popular vote and the electoral college. If he wins the popular vote and the electoral college, that's the first time a Republican has won both the popular vote and the electoral college since 2004. It has been 20 years. And at that point, panic has got to be setting in for the Democratic Party, especially because they can't even claim this is a low turnout election. This is an extraordinarily high turnout election.
The highest turnout election ever.
Highest turnout election ever is what this is going to end up being.
And you have to remember the Democrat Party is governed by its minority. The radicals in the Democrat Party are the minority. They are not the most number of people or the most number of
But now the Democrat minorities are becoming Republicans, which is even better.
The estimated Trump margin of victory for the New York Times right now, they're suggesting Trump plus 1.8 in Pennsylvania right now, 49% of the vote counted. That is.
By the way, are they having AI analyze this?
That's a good question.
I have no clue. I have no clue how they're doing it.
Very curious. I'll bet they are. And if they are, it actually adds a little more credibility, in my opinion. I'm sorry to say.
Yep. President Trump has won Montana, by the way. So that I knew you were waiting on that. I knew you were waiting.
Well, we're waiting on the Senate race in Montana.
Well, that one's done. He's gonna. She's gonna.
She's got it.
Can we throw up the current electoral map, because I think this is actually worth taking a moment and seeing exactly where we stand right now. Look at that. There's nothing here that's particularly surprising, but that is actually a very good thing. Lots of states are starting to get called. They're not going in directions that they're not defying wildly what our expectations were. This race was always most likely to come down to what happens in the Rust Belt. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen.
The betting markets for the moment have President Trump a heavy, heavy favorite. So, Polymarket has President Trump at like an 80% favorite. Again, the numbers continue to move in President Trump's direction. If the theory of the Democrats was that high turnout favors the Democrats, they were totally, totally wrong.
Yeah, because
they were totally wrong.
It was interesting what his name Brent was saying before, the pollster was saying before, that they were right up to a point and then not right. Right? They were right if it went higher than 2016, and then if it went higher than 2020, it was unknown territory, and it's guys, I guess, showing up.
A friend of mine, a very good financial professional, a very good investor, was pointing out to me last week that he was feeling increasingly good about Trump's chances. Not because of the polls. The polls were all over the place, and you had that crazy Iowa poll that worried us all so much. Not even because of Polymarket or any of the betting markets, but because financial markets seemed to be pricing in a Trump victory. And not only were the rich people putting their money there, but the rich people were putting op-eds in the Washington Post, like Jeff Bezos' op-ed, decision not to endorse. That it seemed as though institutional financial interests, with a lot of information, much more information than any of us, seemed to see a good chance of a Trump victory.
Well, listen, the minute that Jim Cramer said that it was likely that Harris was going to win, it was over.
Guaranteed.
Right? We knew that
should have dumped all our money.
At that point, you just throw your money into the market against Jim Cramer, because no one has ever gone broke betting against Jim Cramer. The most obvious pick in the entire world. So again, as these results continue to flow in, it's exactly what you probably would have thought at this point in time. The Democrats had put a hell of a lot of faith in North Carolina, in possibly flipping Georgia. Remember, she's already doing worse than Biden. It's just a question of how much worse she does than Biden. Remember, Biden won Georgia. He won Arizona. He won a bunch of states that Trump had won in 2016. Those states are gradually coming off the table for Kamala Harris at this point.
An interesting thought experiment is, would the Democrats be doing better now if they had just kept Biden?
This is a great question. It's a serious question, really, because where she is picking up votes is in the suburbs, but where she's lagging is with males. And it turns out, like, I thought an early indicator in this election that she had a massive problem on her hands was the Teamsters Union. So I don't know if you remember this. They did a poll of the Teamsters Union members when it was Trump versus Biden. And Biden was leading Trump something like 47 to 35 or something. And then they did another poll after they flipped out Biden in favor of Kamala Harris. And suddenly, Trump was beating the living hell out of Kamala Harris, beating her like 60 to 40 among the Teamsters. Why? Because guess what? Every Teamster's a dude. And it turns out that it's not just that it's not they don't want a woman president. They don't want this woman president who seems to scorn men. This entire campaign has been about how much they hate men. I hate to break it to everybody, but if you watch anything about this campaign, it is not just about an appeal to single women. It's about how much they despise men. When they trot out Doug Emhoff and say this guy is an example of masculinity, while he's allegedly beating women and knocking up the nanny, and then meanwhile they're suggesting that you're garbage if you're voting for Donald Trump, or when they trot out Tim Walsh as an example of masculinity, the assistant football coach who can't even properly use football terminology and who can't even control his limbs. He breaks into uncontrollable spasms every so often. And his obnoxious wife, turn the page, like, could you have found a more obnoxious group of human beings to set upon the United States? Joe Biden is many things: senile, horrible at his job, obnoxious. He's actually less obnoxious now that he's senile than he was before he was senile. And he's certainly less obnoxious than this crew.
Yeah, I think Biden probably would be doing better for all the reasons you point out, which means that...
Oh, it's going to be so fun, dude.
Maybe one of the most disastrous political strategic decision made in modern times was for Biden to challenge Trump to a debate before the convention. Because if he hadn't done that, then he's still in there.
Yes, but was it Biden who challenged Trump, or was it the Democrat apparatus?
Yeah, I think we better find out or let people know what we already know.
What's so disturbing to me about this issue of men is the closing pitch that you saw the Democrats make to young men, which was essentially, here's your weed and your porn, go have your little pleasure palace.
100%.
And that if that had worked, that would have been the most demoralizing thing, I think, for the future of the next generation. And part of what I am actually pretty optimistic about is that young men seem to really reject that cynical play for their vote. I mean, this is the first generation of young men that we have seen that are more religious than young women. It's the first that we've seen that are more pro-life than boomer men, than Gen X men. So that alone gives me a lot of hope.
Also, men don't want to be told that their chief priorities are porn and pot. Even if they're potheads and they look at porn every day, they're probably at some level ashamed of that fact. They don't want that to be their identity.
And, even just generationally, there's only so long people can live without meaning. They have really sold us a life without meaning. Our bodies don't mean anything. How can you even say that to someone? Your body has no valence as a spiritual entity. That you're born a man, but you have no manly responsibilities. You're born a woman, but you have no womanly role. I mean, who can live like that?
You're born a woman, and you may not be one. It's beyond that.
It was God's mistake.
But they've done something that's truly amazing with single women, which is that they've, in order to overcome that spiritual emptiness, they've actually treated abortion as a sacrament.
Yes.
Right? It's not like pornography. So for young men, it's deeply insulting because no one thinks pornography is a sacrament. They just know that it's a vice. Everyone knows it's a vice. You like it, you don't like it, it's a vice. Everyone knows it's a vice. Trying to pretend it's not a vice is silly. Everyone knows it. Men feel clear. Abortion also is a vice, but it's been treated as a sacrament. Why? Because what it is a sacrifice you make on behalf of your own individuality. That's the thing that they've sold to a bunch of young women. I think it's a horrifying, I think it's a terrible sales point for every possible reason, but it's a sales point. It is not true for young men. If you run a commercial to young men and you suggest that, young men are going to be stopped from masturbating to pornography, which is they ran a literal commercial along these lines.
Yes.
That if there will be a Republican legislator who takes away your phone and stops you, I feel like 80% of the public might be on the side of the guy taking away your phone and stopping you.
Especially the men. The men who were addicted to porn. They would say, thank you. All right, thanks, actually. I'm glad I can't control myself.
Right, again, and that's not even a case for making things illegal. That's just a case for what people think of the
How
activity.
they
Nobody
view it,
thinks
yes,
the activity is like an affirmative good, like it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And so for Democrats to paint that as like the essence of the human experience for males, will deprive you of the meaning of being a husband. We'll deprive you of the meaning of being a father. We'll deprive you of the meaning of being a provider. We'll deprive the meaning of being a defender of your home. But you can really jack off a lot. That's the thing that we're training you. What man in his heart feels like, what a great message.
Speaking of Vice, though, the biggest surprise result so far for me tonight, and I say this with special joy as an owner and founder of Mayflower Cigars, which is now competing with the Devil's Lettuce in a lot of markets, that
not in Florida where it's illegal.
That's right. I thought they were going to vote to legalize the sin spinach throughout the state, and I'm actually floored. That's the only big surprise to me.
Well, because the voters there can look at where it's been. Like I said before, it's about making your life better. You can look at where it's been legalized, marijuana, or decriminalized all across the country. It has demonstrably made those communities worse.
Yes.
Anyone who's done any traveling can see this. You can smell it. And I say this as someone who I admit that I was in favor of weed legalization only like 2 or 3 years ago because I bought a lot of the arguments that, well, it's not much worse than alcohol. I don't particularly like it, but it doesn't. But then they do it, and you go around to these communities, and they're just completely consumed by this stuff. It has obviously made everyone's life worse. Especially the people who actually do it.
There's something else that's happening in Florida, too, which is the Republicans who moved there are saying no. We are not opening our foot. You try to get your foot in the door, we will cut off your foot. Like, no. The answer is no.
This is so new. I want you to know 40 years ago when I began radio, I asked my audience, which has always been largely conservative, would you rather catch your teenage child smoking a cigarette or a joint? Everyone said joint. I said cigarette. And it was one of the only times where I knew 90% of my audience disagreed with me.
Yeah.
But I mean, they still respected me and all that, but they just thought I'd lost my mind on that issue. I was right then, and I am right today. It is so awful, marijuana. The damage that it does to the human spirit. The cigarette does no damage to the human spirit. 1/3 of cigarette smokers will die prematurely, according to the American Lung Association. That is sad. But I rather gamble on my child 40 years from now being the 1 out of 3 to have lung cancer than losing his spirit, his energy, his drive, his mind at 18.
Yeah.
And so here's the latest update. So according to Nate Cohn, chief political analyst for the New York Times, who does a really good job, he says it's still very early in Pennsylvania, but in the first few counties where voting is complete, along with hundreds of completed precincts across the state, Trump is running ever so slightly better than he needs to win at this point in time.
Which state is this?
That's Pennsylvania. That's in Pennsylvania. Right now, the New York Times is estimating in a variety of states that Trump is likely to win. They're estimating that he's likely to win Wisconsin. They're estimating that he's likely to win Michigan. Their estimated margin of victory right now in Wisconsin is 1.4 in favor of Trump. That has been moving up steadily. The estimated margin for victory, the New York Times is currently estimating in Pennsylvania, is Trump plus 1.9, which is not an insignificant lead.
Wow.
Again, the numbers are moving in Trump's favor.
By the way,
it's too early to get super duper excited. You'll see the big smile break out on my face when we start to get really, really excited. And then, of course, we have a moral obligation to show our friends over on MSNBC and revel in their misfortune. But
what percentage of votes in Pennsylvania counted?
So right now, Pennsylvania has counted approximately 54% of the vote. In Wisconsin, we're currently at 48% of the vote. In Michigan, we are currently at 21% of the vote. And of the 3 states, the New York Times is estimating the biggest lead for Trump in Michigan at 2.1%. So again, the trends, still early. It's only 9:22 Central Time. By midnight, we're going to know a lot.
But you're seeing 2.1 for Trump in Michigan?
That is their estimate right now.
Wow.
For his estimated margin of victory, 2.1%.
What are you looking at?
No, I guess I'm looking at an outdated map.
Yeah, you need to reload it. Meanwhile, they're putting Trump right on the verge of a lean R in Michigan. They're right on the verge of lean R in Pennsylvania. Right on the verge of lean R in Wisconsin. So if the numbers continue to come in the way that they're coming in for President Trump, he's going to be the president of the United States.
So here's one that I'm speculating on. I'd love your input. If he does win, What will they say is the reason?
So they're going to blame it on the American people. They've run out of reasons. So no, really, this is.
I agree. I agree with
you. What? They will what?
They will blame it on the American people. So
right now, he's got the chance to win the popular vote.
I say.
Yes, right. No, that's right. You're exactly right. So they've run out of things to blame except for the American people. So they tried social media in 2016 and it failed. And they tried the Russians in 2016 and it failed. And then in 2020, they said it was the revenge of the American people. The normies are back. Okay. Well, we're going to cut right here to Senator Ted Cruz. He's giving his victory speech. I was campaigning with him 2 days ago, so I feel a moral obligation to give Ted his moment in the sun. Ted ran a great race here, pulled it out against Colorado. Let's go live to him.
Victory, but a mandate. A mandate from the people of Texas. And let me be crystal clear about what that mandate means. First, we must secure the border. Not with empty promises, but with concrete and steel and law and order, and with the unshakable resolve from knowing we are protecting those we love. The cartels who poison our communities, the traffickers who prey on the innocent, their days are numbered. Second, we must unleash Texas energy. The answer to America's energy needs isn't Venezuelans, oil fields, or the Ayatollah in Iran. But rather it is right here in Texas, in the Permian Basin, and throughout the state of Texas. We will drill. We will frack. We will produce, and we will lead the entire world. And we will never again let foreign dictators hold American energy independence hostage. Third, we must defend our God-given rights. Not some of them, not most of them, but all of them. The right to speak truth in an age of enforced lies. The right to worship the Lord God Almighty with all of our heart, mind, and soul without government getting in the way. And the right to protect our families without asking bureaucrats for permission. But above all, this mandate means fighting.
All righty, folks, we are back. That is Senator Ted Cruz, who has won his race in Texas for a third consecutive term. Again, we are very thankful for tonight's sponsors. We're going to take a moment to tell you about them right now, and then we will be right back with more breaking results.
If there's one thing we can all agree on this election season, it's that taxes are terrible. That's why we've partnered with Tax Network USA.
Well, just like the Daily Wire fights for your beliefs and your rights, our friends at Tax Network USA will fight for you if you're struggling with the IRS. They have teams of attorneys and expert negotiators ready to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in 1, 5, 10 years, they can help.
Well, if you're wondering what gives Tax Network USA the edge, it's their preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which to avoid. They won't back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands.
It is indeed pretty terrific. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free. Talk with one of their strategists and see how they can help. Call 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire. It's time to put this nightmare behind you. Again, that's 1-800-958-1000 or visit tnusa.com/dailywire.
Thanks to Tax Network USA for sponsoring the Daily Wire's election night coverage.
Run Oracle Database in any cloud so you can bring AI to your data anywhere. Develop AI-powered apps. Use cutting-edge Gen AI features like vector search and modernize your apps with Oracle Database running in every popular cloud platform. OCI, AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. That means you run your workloads where you see fit with built-in AI, high availability, and the leading performance you expect from Oracle Database. See what you'll be able to do at oracle.com/multicloud.
Wow.
Alrighty, folks. So the latest is President Trump in the New York Times needling. Lots of needling going on over there. In the New York Times needle, Donald Trump is favored in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, yes, in Nevada as well. Dave McCormick has also moved into the lead in Pennsylvania as well. The numbers continue to look very strong for President Trump across the board. This is the most racially diverse Republican coalition in the history of the Republican Party, or at least in the modern history of the Republican Party. What we are seeing is a complete failure of the Kamala Harris campaign in terms of getting out minority votes in large numbers. People are not showing up in the suburbs in the way she needs them to show up right now. Right now, the New York Times suggests that President Trump's margin of victory will be 1.5 in Wisconsin, 2.0 in Pennsylvania, 2.0 in Nevada, 2.3 in Michigan, 2.6 in Georgia, 3.2 in North Carolina, and 4.1 in Arizona. Those are all big numbers for President Trump. It continues to, the numbers continue to move in one direction and one direction only. So we are going to continue to obviously watch these numbers as they come in. One of the funny things about the way that X works, by the way, is because X is no longer chronological, you have to check the timestamp on every single tweet. Yes. So it's something like Kamala Harris's people are feeling good, and you check the timestamp, it's like 6 hours ago. Like, they're not feeling so good at this particular moment.
Can we go back to the question Dennis asked was an interesting one. Who are they going to blame if they lose? And you were saying, Ben, that they're going to blame the American people.
Yes.
Which I think is mostly right, but specifically they're going to blame men. I mean, that's what it's going to be. They are going to blame men. And when you think about
sorry to break in, Decision Desk has officially called Georgia for Trump. So we knew that was done, but that's done. Okay, go ahead.
Who called it for Trump?
Decision Desk. Georgia's been called for Trump. He's got North Carolina. He's got Georgia. He's going to take Arizona. Once again, just to reiterate, it comes down to the blue wall states, and Trump currently has momentum in all three blue wall states. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. Just got to give the data.
Don't interrupt with presidential election stuff. That's not what we're here for now. We're here to listen to me. When you think about what happened after 2016, immediately you had the women's march, all the crazed feminists. Go into like the Me Too movement, feminists were out for vengeance. And I think if this happens again, that's what it's going to be like on steroids. And it's going to be, this is the men did this, the men's fault. And it's going to be kind of like the early 2020s, BLM, blame whitey, except targeted at men, black men included.
Right, but probably they will still attack white men in particular.
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely, of course. White men in particular, yeah.
Actually, I don't think that's right. I think they're going to attack black men in particular.
Really?
Because,
Obama did.
Yes, because I think that there was no expectation. White men are already evil. Yeah. Their expectation was that black men were going to get them over the finish line if they just nagged at them enough. and when people feel betrayed by a population, they tend to be much angrier at that population than when they had no expectations. They already knew that the white men are the bad guys. Mm-hmm. If black men show up 25% for Trump across the country, they're going to lose their ever-loving minds. And here's the thing. They are banking on the idea that women are inevitably just going to continue hating men at the rate that they want them to hate men. Yeah. I mean, really, that's going to be their program. Their program is if we just yell at men more, and women really, really are afraid of men, and they're scared of men, and all this kind of... But there is this natural thing that happens with men and women. I don't mean to explain the birds and the bees on the air, but it turns out that a huge number of women actually kind of like men and actually would like to, sometimes get married to them and then maybe have babies with them and all the rest of that sort of stuff. And so I don't know how much Prozac you can dispense out there. I mean, I understand that like a huge number right now of Americans generally are on antidepressants, but there's going to come a point where people are like, hey, maybe this isn't the way that we ought to go. Maybe I should try, forming a normal human relationship with a person as opposed to being so woke online that all of my fulfillment comes from wearing a pussy hat at a march or something. Right.
Well, I was going to say, I think part of what you have happening with young women is there is an actual desire for male leadership, and they're not seeing it. So to me, maybe part of the silver lining that could come out of this is if at least the GOP learns that, hey, there may be something beneficial in not solely targeting our political messaging to wine moms. Maybe if we can actually turn out the male vote, men will step up and take some more ownership for where we're headed politically in this nation instead of deferring to, let's say, Eve.
Okay, by the way.
Not to put too fine a point on it. I think that's a very good point, actually.
By the way, looking at how the various Democratic Senate candidates are performing vis-a-vis Kamala Harris. They are all outperforming her by leaps and bounds. That is true in Arizona, where currently Ruben Gallego is outperforming Kamala Harris by almost 8 points. In Ohio, Sherrod Brown is outperforming her by 7. In Texas,
wait, he's outperforming by 7 and losing? This is why I keep asking about. Really?
Yes. Because that's a Trump plus 10 state. That's yes, Moreno's going to win that state by probably 2 to 3 at the end. Maybe more. Meanwhile, Colin Allred outperformed her in Texas by 4 to 5 points. Again, what does this show? It shows that she is a weak candidate. She was always a weak candidate. If Democrats were going to swap her out, then they should have actually swapped her out for somebody who isn't awful at her job. How many times? The utter insane confidence that Democrats had to take a person who has failed every time she's put on the national stage and be like, her.
Yeah.
That's the one. On the basis of intersectional characteristics, that is the stupidest thing. Like, just you go back in your mind for a moment to just before they'd swapped out Kamala. And they were talking about getting rid of Biden. Everybody was like, yeah, he's got to go. That dude he ain't got a working brain or anything. And then they were like, okay, so who could it be? And there was a bunch of talk about, well, maybe it'll be, Gavin Newsom, or maybe they'll try J.B. Pritzker, or maybe they'll get Josh Shapiro, or maybe it'll be somebody who's good at this. And they're like, no, it must be Kamala. And at the time, everybody was like, her? I mean, it was Arrested Development. It was her? Really? And as it turns out, her is the proper response to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris 1.0, giant fail as a presidential candidate. Kamala Harris 2.0 as vice president, giant fail. And it appears, again, don't want to speak too early, if this continues, Kamala Harris 3.0, giantest fail in the history of presidential fails.
I was talking to a friend of mine who does not work in politics, and I said, I don't know, I'm actually starting to feel pretty good about this because I think that maybe Trump could pull it out. And he looked at me because he's normal, unlike us.
Yeah.
He says, oh, hold on, wait, Michael, you're telling me that this super unpopular lady that nobody likes, that never got any votes, that got thrown in at the last minute, who says all the things that people don't want to hear, she's going to lose to the really famous popular guy? You don't say so. And at the time I said, hey, you're oversimplifying it. You don't. But if the election continues to go the way that it is looking right now, that might in fact be the postmortem. Is common sense still holds.
My brother, not a political guy, same kind of guy. And he texted me. I was blown away to get a political text from my brother in which he watched Trump on one of these comedians' podcasts. And he said, oh, yeah, he's going to win because that's the show everybody wants to watch for the next 4 years.
Even a friend of mine from high school, he now lives outside of Milwaukee. He is politically as moderate and independent as they come. He is the swing voter in the swing state, in Wisconsin. And I was catching up with him for the first time in a year or two. He was over, we were having a cigar. I said, so what's your take? Don't hear what I have to say about politics. What do you say? And he goes, I don't know. I don't follow Trump that much. I mostly watch football. I'm here for a football game. I don't know. I guess just my main takeaway from her is she seems kind of like a dingbat. And that was it. That's all he knew about the race.
Seems like a fairly solid take.
Yeah, basically.
I think the Democrats are learning a lesson that I learned from watching Breaking Bad, which is you can never have you got to go the full measure, not the half measure. And they went the half measure because they took Biden out, but they couldn't imagine taking Kamala out too because she's a black woman. But they all knew they should, but they didn't have the gumption to do it and do the whole thing. And you got to go the full measure.
Or is it this? Did they think Gavin Newsom, Josh Shapiro, any of these people who were pretty serious?
Preserve them.
Did they think, keep your powder dry, send up Kamala?
No.
I think they knew they needed to put one of them in. They just they couldn't do it.
Here's the thing: they didn't have the balls to abandon their crappy political theory since 2012, which is get the minorities and single ladies out. They didn't have the balls to abandon that, and the only person who was going to bring that they thought was Kamala Harris. By the way, the current New York Times Needle suggests that Donald Trump has an 84% chance of victory in the presidential election. This is all quite enjoyable thus far in the evening. Let's hope that the trend continues. Joining us live from Arizona, our friend Dylan Law Group founder, friend of ours here at DW, Harmeet Dylan. Welcome to the show, Harmeet.
Thanks for having me, Ben.
So we went from cautiously optimistic to nauseously optimistic to a little bit more openly optimistic as the evening is going on. How are you feeling about things, Harmeet?
Well, we've actually started strong and continued strong here in Arizona. We had 3 weeks of early voting, and Republicans outperformed even in Maricopa County and throughout the state. And tonight, the mood has been incredible. We feel really good about certainly Donald Trump winning and many of our congressional candidates. Some of the races are close and some of the counties did their shenanigans, but we truly had an effort here with outside groups and the RNC and the Arizona GOP's organization with thousands of workers in the field to really get our low propensity voters in. And so I couldn't be more happy because I was here in 2022 and it was an absolute meltdown, crying, totally different scene over here than it is tonight.
So, Harmeet, one of the things that you've been very focused on in the run-up to this election was ensuring election integrity. Obviously, that takes an awful lot of work throughout the election cycle, and it seems to be paying off tonight. You have people on the ground all over the country who are really working to ensure that nothing fishy goes on. Why don't you tell us about some of the stuff that you've been doing across the country in order to ensure that?
So we're leading up to this election month. There have been lawsuits filed for the last couple of years throughout the country that have focused on the different things that the Democrats corrupted in 2020. And, frankly, shame on our side over the years, not spending the amount of money and effort that the other side did to corrupt our elections. But making sure that state laws are followed, making sure that ballots are not counted after Election Day, making sure that we have some kind of security, that ballot harvesting is eliminated wherever we can do that, making sure that outside groups like the Zuckerbucks effort are outlawed in as many states as possible. So for all the sort of static that Georgia gets as not being Trumpy enough, they actually did a tremendous job in reforming their election laws, and that is, I think, you're seeing the net result of that tonight there and in other states. So here in Arizona, we've repeatedly gone to court to tighten up the enforcement of Arizona's quite good election laws, and since 2022, several improvements were made, shortening the time for curing and tightening up the standards. We actually have a lot more work to do in this election cycle because Arizona, for the first time, has some specific standards on matching signatures to the ballots, the mail-in ballots. And so that is actually a great election integrity measure. And everyone's scrambling around over the last 3 weeks and the next 5 days to make sure that people cure those ballots and get them in. So I love that. Here on election night, what we had was dozens of attorneys on site where I am. I'm sort of leading this effort. We have been blocking and tackling since 5 a.m. all day today, literally sending lawyers out into the field and witnessing things that are happening, negotiating, telling election workers they can't, tell people with MAGA shirts they can't come and vote, things like that. We even had a hearing tonight in Apache County very late in the day. The Dems tried to keep all of Apache County open later on the Navajo reservation, and we limited it to 9 sites where they had some problems earlier in the day, and even those late ballots may not get counted. So it is a tremendous amount of organization by the Arizona GOP. They literally deployed thousands of trained volunteers in multiple shifts today in the field. And so that level of organization is like a military operation, and it went off without a hitch. Every single slot was filled, the lawyers in the field, the lawyers here, and everyone is smiling at the end of the day. Everyone worked well together, so I'm so proud of being a part of this effort.
That's Harmeet Dillon. She's been doing an amazing job over at Dillon Law Group. Harmeet, really appreciate all your hard work during this election cycle, and hopefully, it's too early to say yet, but hopefully a little bit later tonight, we can all pop champagne remotely and enjoy a big election victory for Donald J. Trump and the Republican Party in the Senate as well as in the House. Really appreciate it, Harmeet.
Thank you.
So, Michigan exit poll among Latino voters from CNN. Trump 60. Harris 35. Wow. What? I mean, honestly, the shifts that you are seeing in these voting numbers are insane. Identity politics, if Trump wins with it, I put in proviso on it because, again, nothing sure until it's sure. If things continue the way they are, Donald Trump put a stake through the heart of identity politics, which is hilarious. Okay, that's insanely hilarious. Because do you remember that time when the entire left suggested that he was a vicious, brutal racist? Mm-hmm. He was you remember that? Because that was like today. And you remember that time when they suggested he was a white identitarian?
Yeah.
Right? Everything he did was all about white identitarianism, despite the fact that white identitarians have all disowned him during this election cycle for being too pro-Jew. And now it turns out that he is forming the single most working class, blue collar, multiracial Republican coalition in modern American history.
Well, hold on, Ben.
I'm enjoying it a little bit.
The New York Times now says the needle is saying likely Trump, but then you zoom in on exactly the point you're talking about. It says 88% chance of victory, but all the libs told me that 88 is secret code for Hitler.
Yeah,
so maybe that's it. Maybe it's hidden deep beneath the New York Times saying Trump will likely be the next president.
Again, so much of this has to come down to how bad the Democrats have been. I can't get over how bad they are. I can't get over how bad they are at this. Like they picked the candidates they wanted to run against twice. They did it in 2016, and then they lost to him. They did it again.
Bill Clinton encouraged Trump to run in 2016.
Yes. Apparently, Fox is saying that the Harris campaign is no longer responding to requests for comment.
Oh, man. Let's go, baby.
So that is...
You're drinking already. Pass me that bottle.
Yeah,
I'll just pour a little sip. Just a little sip.
You guys are going for it a little bit early, but, you know...
Now that I'm on, I'm going for the...
It feels like bad luck.
Ben, let me ask you.
Yeah, last time I had the Woodford. This time I'm going for the Macallan. Is that...
bad luck for you?
All right, sir.
Okay, guys, there's still an election going on.
Sure.
All right.
Derelict behavior.
I'm so sorry.
Yourself.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
So remember that time... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, so if they can't go to identity politics, is that permanently killed for the Democrat Party? How do they get back those Hispanic men, those black men? How do they move on after this if they don't have that particular play to run?
So I think that the thing that Trump has done that is of electoral benefit but questionable conservatism has been his spending agenda. Right? He took that off the table by basically just competing directly with the Democrats. He's like, I'm not going to touch Medicare, not going to touch Medicaid, not going to touch Social Security, off the table. When he did that, it took away their biggest talking point because there are really only two forms that democratic politics takes these days. One is identity politics, and the other is Bernie Sanders socialism. And Bernie Sanders socialism is only popular in its most populist form, which is you have all these benefits and no one can touch our benefits, and if they touch our benefits, then they must die.
You want to throw Granny off a cliff.
Exactly. And Trump was like, I don't want to touch any of those things. I'm going to leave. Well, the truth is both parties are totally wrong on this, but the dishonesty of both parties means that if you meet parity there, it's very difficult for them to outcompete on a lot of these socially conservative issues. Trump has taken a moderate position on things like same-sex marriage. On abortion, he's basically said we're not touching it at the federal level. So the question becomes, what are the things they're really arguing on? The things they're really arguing on now are things like tax rates, should your child be trans, and foreign policy. And guess what? Democrats lose on all those issues. So it's hard to see how they climb back in other than just circumstance, right? Something goes wrong for Trump. There's an economic crash while he's president of the United States. There's a natural swing back to the other side or whatever. Now, I also think that we're in danger of, earlier I've said we should attribute a lot of this to Democratic failure. But I think that we also have to attribute some of this to the power of Donald Trump, obviously. The man's unbelievably famous. He is like the most famous person in America before he ran for president.
Yeah.
He
most famous person in the world.
In the world. and so you took that person. Can some other Republican capture that in quite the same way? The thing about Trump is it made it almost impossible to full-scale demonize him in the way Democrats wanted to, because everyone was just kind of like, you mean the guy from Home Alone 2?
Yeah.
They were like, he's Hitler. And
Trump
like, wait,
is Elvis.
You mean the one from The Apprentice? That guy's Hitler is your case? Like not Berlusconi, like Hitler is where you're going with this? And so because of that gave Trump a bit of a superpower. I don't think that superpower exists for nearly anyone else in American politics. And so the risk for Republicans is that they do to themselves what Democrats did over Obama. They think this is the new natural status quo, as opposed to a thing they have to keep fighting for. Right. And Democrats refuse to acknowledge that Barack Obama was, in fact, one of one.
Yes.
Donald Trump, assuming his victory, is, in fact, one of one.
Yes.
And all of his detractors, people who have criticized him over things, I've criticized him over a lot of these things. The dude was always one of one.
Yes.
He's one of one. I mean,
he's an American original.
Yeah. He's the most iconic figure of the 21st century, bar none, without a doubt, no question about it. Meanwhile, we're going to take a quick moment and highlight some cool stuff going on here at Daily Wire. We'll return momentarily so I can take a drink of water or something.
Yeah.
Left's grip is slipping, but they won't go quietly. Now's the time to stand up. Daily Wire is your voice, confronting the lies, changing the culture. Join the voice of certainty in uncertain times, the most important intellectual in the Western world, and the star of the two most important documentaries in history. As long as our freedom is under threat, we'll be here fighting for you. Make your voice count. Join Daily Wire Plus today and get 47% off new annual memberships. Together, we'll fight the left and build the future.
You know you want a cigar, but you don't know what cigar you want to smoke. How do you choose a cigar? In the case of Mayflower cigars, the lighter Connecticut Shade Dawn is in fact a mild to medium-bodied cigar. The darker Habano Dusk is stronger and fuller-bodied, with a medium to full profile. Whichever size and shape of cigar you choose, I certainly hope it's a Mayflower. You must be 21 years old or older to purchase. Some exclusions may apply.
Jeremy Boring, you're back. Wow, this place is so weird. Things just sort of people materialize, and they just like people just randomly are in and out.
I feel like I never left.
It's a break.
I feel like I've always been in this chair.
I do have to say one thing about the uniqueness of Donald Trump, or against the uniqueness of Donald Trump. He does mark the death, thank God, of the Bush, McCain, Romney party, which is dying a death, a well-deserved death.
So this is the thing. Okay, so back when we had the Republican primaries, I used to think, I wish we could have a Ron DeSantis, Gavin Newsom election. I think that's the election the country deserves, because that represents the actual fight we're having. Red state, blue state, how do you want to live? As of about last week, I don't feel that way anymore. I actually think this is the election we deserve. It might not be the election I particularly wanted to have. This might not be the choice I wanted to face. But because of what you guys were saying about the stake in the heart of identity politics, it's actually really important that Donald Trump, this flawed avatar of American populism, is now up against this utterly empty vessel for nothing other than this dead philosophy that the Democrats have plunked for. It really matters that we actually put that up there and put it to the test, for better or for worse. And the thing about Kamala, people are always talking as if her problem is that she's inarticulate and that she gets nervous and she kind of flubs these questions. I think that is way, way too kind to her. If you say somebody's inarticulate, what you mean is there are thoughts, cogent thoughts, going on in this person's head. And somewhere in between that and what they're saying, it's not coming out right. It happens to all of us, right? Kamala Harris is expressing herself perfectly. The words, that potato salad that comes out when she answers questions, that actually translates exactly what's going on in her head. And I think that's really important. And I actually think that Trump, in his way, also sort of represents something, even though he is sui generis.
I think he had to do the thing, and I hope he wins tonight, but even if he doesn't, that party is dead. And I think he had to do the thing that nobody else could do, he had to be that brash, that coarse, that, indestructible.
Tell me what's so bad about the Bush, McCain, Romney Republican Party?
It's easy. I mean, we had Ronald Reagan came out and basically brought us back to conservative ideals, true conservative ideals. And then George Bush stood up and said, I'm a kinder, gentler man. And I thought, what's kinder and gentler than prosperity and peace? What's kinder and gentler than freeing Europe from the Soviet slave state? What is kinder and gentler than that?
Bombing foreign nations into smithereens to import our...
And then his son came out and did the same thing. Compassionate conservatism. And when people are in trouble, governments got to move and all that.
That is literally J.D. Vance's economic policy.
Well, J.D. Vance has yet to be tested, but what I think is going to be, J.D. Vance is on the move, but he is not running for president.
Well, the truth is, what you don't like about McCain, Bush, Romney was the affect.
That's half right.
It's not just the affect, it's policy, too.
That is untrue. That is untrue. I'm just going to say it flat out, that's not true.
It is true. He responded
Mitt Romney was harsher on the border than Donald Trump was during his actual term. You don't remember self-deportation and how people went absolutely nuts?
It's not affect that he didn't want to win because he didn't want to defeat Barack Obama.
Which is affect. Okay, so
that's not affect.
It is affect.
Mitt Romney, we don't know what his policy is.
Yeah, we don't know what he would have done.
I just want to be clear. There are a few areas where Donald Trump markedly differed from the traditional Republican Party.
Yeah.
On immigration, he differed from the actually post-Romney Republican Party. Romney ran as an immigration hawk in 2012. He did.
Yeah.
This is why Ann Coulter supported him in 2012 because of this. Okay, this
he said he would be
fact.
severely conservative.
Okay, but I'm just telling you about. Okay, I'm just telling.
I don't agree that what you're calling affect is affect. I don't think it's affect to go after the press with a wrecking ball because the press deserves a wrecking ball, and the rest of the party has trembled in their boots.
That's not policy. That is affect.
It's not affect.
Let's talk about what he actually did.
It's not a bad thing. I'm not even arguing your point. I think that the idea that you do need a harsher brand of thing, I totally agree with that. I think that the difference between what Bush and Romney and McCain were trying to do and what Trump did is Trump said the left fundamentally broke the country, and now I need to fix the thing. But I'm not sure how exactly McCain is supposed to run with that in 2008 after George W. Bush was president for 8 years, any more than Kamala Harris could run with, I broke the country, now let me fix it.
Well, he might have hold on, I want to hear Matt.
Just talk about Bush. Talk about Bush because he was actually president. The other two guys weren't. And it's not just affect there. I mean, it's what he actually did. I mean, let's start with the fact that he sent us into wars that lasted for decades. So we can begin with that. Massively expanded the federal bureaucracy. We can move to that. Totally ineffectual in preventing the illegal invasion across the border. I mean, those are three things that
exploded the debt.
Exploded the debt. So those are four things.
Well, no, that's not. That fourth one, Trump also exploded the debt. To be fair,
okay,
Reagan exploded the debt. I guess.
Trump exploded the debt. As far as the wars, I mean, again, there's a bit of revisionist history that goes on about, say, the war in Afghanistan, which was approved with literally unanimity in the entire House of Representatives, with the exception of, I think, 2 votes. Okay, and as far as the war,
no one in this room would have opposed the war in Afghanistan. No one in this room would oppose the war in Afghanistan if Two Towers got knocked down in America today.
When I came back from Afghanistan, I said we should never have gone in. When I didn't oppose it at the time because I didn't know enough about it, and I was angry like everybody else. Yeah. But when I went to Afghanistan, I came back, and the first thing out of my mouth was, "This was a mistake."
What year was that?
I think it's 2016 maybe.
Okay, so that's a little late to make that call. That's 13 years late to make that call. You don't get to make that call 13 years late and be like, hey, by the way, 13 years, like, again, this is not.
Let me look it up.
This is not, the only point that I'm making about this is that when we talk about Donald Trump being a radical break from Republicanism, he is a radical break in terms of his attitude, which I agree does have ramifications. And I think those ramifications are powerful because what the left needed more than anything else, what the institutions of the left needed more than anything else was the middle finger. George W. Bush was not a middle finger. John McCain was not a middle finger, and Mitt Romney was not a middle finger. And I agree with
2008.
Even beyond all this, you know,
by 2008, that's well on. I think we invaded in 2002. That's 6 years into the war.
I think we're overthinking this, though. In the GOP, there has been for almost a century now a split between the conservatives, who are a little friendlier with the populists, and the more establishment country club set. And in the 1980s, that split was represented by Ronald Reagan as the conservative and George Bush as the moderate establishment type. The Bushes have been establishment moderate types going back to Prescott Bush, at least. And Reagan was the conservative. I think Donald Trump has inherited the mantle of the populist conservative side from Ronald Reagan. There are differences between the men, but there's a reason they had the same campaign slogan. And I think Mitt Romney was a liberal, fairly liberal governor, invented Obamacare. John McCain was an extremely liberal Republican senator, and they inherited the Bush side of things.
Also, Jeremy said the last time we were talking that one of the things that a politician has to do is win. Romney and McCain lost, and they deserve to lose. Like when McCain,
George W. Bush did not lose.
No, he didn't. No,
he's the only president in some of our lifetimes to win the popular vote.
I thought he was a truly mediocre president at a time that called for greatness. You know, which was.
Do you believe that greatness would have been not going into Afghanistan?
Yeah, we shouldn't have gone into. We should have gone into Afghanistan and delivered punishment. But he set out to transform the Middle East into democratic nations, which was nuts.
The bigger issue.
What's that?
Also, Iraq is more.
Okay, here's the thing. Again. It is easy to do the hindsight is 2020 thing. The only point that I would make... Well,
did anyone here oppose Iraq at the time?
I did, but I was 13, so it doesn't count.
But in what way did that make the world safer? In what way did that help America?
Again, that's not my point. Okay, so...
Not the world safer. How did it make America safer?
The reality is that what's bizarre about the sort of populist versus non-populist break... So you're defining it as Reagan versus Ford...
Reagan versus Bush.
Or Reagan versus Bush. Okay, the problem with that particular definition is that Ronald Reagan was a peace through strength guy, okay, which means that Donald Trump is a peace through strength guy, which is a traditional Republican principle.
Yeah.
Okay? And then when it comes to things like, say, traditional values, Ronald Reagan was a less moderate version
George H.W. Bush was a more moderate version on abortion, on things like same-sex marriage. On all those policies, George H.W. Bush was to the left. So again, I think one of the things that we have to point out is that there is a hard distinction between I think it's easy to do this kind of what I think is a mistake. I think it's a category error to simply suggest that he is a policy populist along the lines of Ronald Reagan as opposed to George H.W. Bush.
I don't say that.
He's a stylistic populist along the lines of Ronald Reagan. That I agree with, because the argument that Ronald Reagan was making, as you say, was make America great. It was a restoration after a terrible period in American history. And that is what Donald Trump was as well. And so the real break, I don't think, was between, say, Donald Trump and Mitt Romney. I think it was a break between a party that seemed to believe that we could simply sort of absorb the blows from the left and then be nice to them, and then every 4 years kind of absorb more blows from the left and then be nice to them, versus somebody who came out both middle fingers in the air and said, like, come get me.
So hold on a minute. Every president has a different job to do, is faced with a different job. Ronald Reagan was faced with the Cold War and turning an America that had become soft on communism and soft on the aggression of the Soviets back into a nation that was willing to fight for itself and fight for the things that it stood for. That was his job. That was not Donald Trump's job. It was his job to do that with the press. And the press, and he was right. They were the enemy of within. He was right. They were the enemy of the people, and he was taking them down. And if he wins tonight, it will be largely because he took them down.
Is it possible, though, that one of the things that makes it so difficult to compare to these previous camps of conservatism, never mind other presidents, but to other different factions within the conservative movement, is that what really differentiates him from all these guys is that he's fundamentally less ideological than either the populists or the country club conservatives, which means that there's not actually a philosophy there that you can contrast to these other philosophies that you guys are talking about. And in fact, that might be exactly what you're all talking about in some ways, in that some of these guys, the Romneys of the world, seem to have felt that their correct ideas were enough to win them power.
I agree with that. So
in fact,
if you're going to make, so the people have done the King David stuff with President Trump. If I'm going to do a biblical analogy for President Trump, there's a phrase that's used about Noah at the very beginning of the Bible, where it says that he was a good man in his time. Right? And so there's a big debate over, like, what does that mean, that he's a good man in his time? You know, some commentaries suggest good man in his time means, well, he's even better because he's in a bad time. And then most commentaries say it means that, like, the time sucked and he was better than the time. But if you put him in, like, a great time, then he wouldn't have been like a great.
He would have been kind of in absolute terms.
Exactly. And so I think that Donald Trump was made for his time. And I think trying to take people out of their context and then just compare them outside of that context is wrong. I mean, George W. Bush was defined by the time of post 9/11, and Donald Trump is defined by the fact that Barack Obama wrecked the country. Barack Obama destroyed everything. And then Donald Trump came in, and he said, I've said this from day one, even when I was critical of Trump, he was never the murderer, he was always the coroner. He came in, and he said, this is a dead body here. This right here, this body is dead. And what we need to do is we need to make it not dead anymore. And the way that we are going to do that is by rejecting all of these institutions. He is the man for his time. He is a man of his time, and he is the man of his time. But I think that it's a mistake and a category error to then compare between times, just as it's a mistake.
No, but I think Trump did a better job at what he was given to do.
I will agree with you that in many ways Trump did a better thing with what he was given than what George W. Bush did, particularly in his second term. I think George W. Bush's second term was a failure, and we have yet to judge Donald Trump's second term because he hasn't had one yet.
We have to compare between times, and we always do. We would say about Barry Goldwater, Goldwater didn't lose. It just took 16 years to count the votes. You know, we obviously see that there are these factions and streams. So, of course, you know, Donald Trump today on an issue like gay marriage is to the left of Ronald Reagan and the Bushes.
And Obama.
And Obama and Hillary Clinton. That's because the issue was decided at the level of the Supreme Court, and no prominent Republican today in office opposes it. So you have to compare in other ways. But President Trump has been more pro-life than any president in my lifetime. First one to show up to the March for Life.
In his first, there's two important points there's three that we're missing. One is that a lot of our opinions about these other guys are retrospective, not things that we thought in the moment. And we don't yet have retrospective opinions about the entirety of a term of Donald Trump because there hasn't been a second term, which is point number two. There hasn't been a second term. Second terms are always worse, particularly for Republicans. But even Barack Obama's second term was far worse than his first term.
Not if you get a 4-year break, then you get to
rest up. Three, we say things like Bush got us into these forever wars. And that really is a left-wing talking point. Iraq wasn't a forever war. Iraq was over when George W. Bush left office, and the very first thing that Barack Obama did was just give up the victory. He gave up the victory, but the Iraq war was over. And had Barack Obama not given up the victory, our view of the Iraq War today would be much, much different. In other words, if Bush had done everything that Bush did, but then Barack Obama had done anything different than he did, our view of that war would be different. And Afghanistan is obviously not an actual nation. It's a completely different thing. There wasn't really a democratic election in South Korea didn't become a democracy
for several decades.
After the Korean War. These sorts of enterprises can't be done in a schizophrenic.
But what was the point of the Iraq War? Who cares? What if we just never gone in? Who cares?
To make the Middle East into a Madisonian democracy?
No, I mean
that's not the reason we went.
No, I mean if you want the
because Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction.
Because literally Saddam Hussein refused to turn over any evidence that he did not have weapons of mass destruction because he was afraid he would be deposed. Yeah. That was one reason. On a geopolitical level, there was also again, this is not to say that it was the right decision. In retrospect, everyone understands it was the wrong decision, but at the time, those were not.
It had been U.S. policy for 10 years.
It was also the policy of, by the way, most of Europe. Right? And it also happened to be that if you look at a map, Iraq is on one side of Iran and Afghanistan is on the other side of Iran. And the idea was that this, along with Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, was going to provide a bulwark against the Iranians. And by the way, the counter proposal, which was Barack Obama's proposal, which was relieve all pressure on Iran, has led to a giant Middle Eastern conflagration. So put all that aside. Bernie Moreno just won Ohio. So Bernie Moreno has officially won Ohio.
Okay.
So
what is the latest? Can we talk about
so
this?
Right now they're saying the most likely state to flip, this is again according to New York Times, is Michigan. It just said Pennsylvania and they've updated it, so it's going between Pennsylvania and Michigan. But right now the estimate from the Times is Trump 300, Harris 238. This is now well into the likely Trump category.
We are at 70% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump currently has about a 160,000 vote lead in the state of Pennsylvania. We have 61% of the estimated vote total reported in Wisconsin. Donald Trump currently has a slim 50,000 vote lead or so in that arena. In Michigan, about 29% of the vote has been counted. President Trump has currently about a 70,000 vote lead in that arena. So again, Donald Trump is looking quite good right now. By the way, I just want to say the reason that I'm pushing back just against the break with the Republican is because I want to be more specific about our definitions. If what you're saying is we should continue punching the left in the face, I totally agree. If what you're saying is that what we need to do is abandon the right wing on abortion, or abandon the right wing on gay marriage, or abandon free markets, or do any of that's the break that we're looking for, or abandon a realist foreign policy that doesn't agree with neocon, but also doesn't agree with isolationism. I just need more specific definition of what you mean in order to achieve the thing.
What I believe is that we can't achieve any of those things until the press is crushed.
I agree with that. So we don't agree. We don't disagree. We don't disagree.
So I'm not going to let us keep talking about this. Okay. There's an election happening. That's what people want us to talk about.
Yes, I agree.
And this conversation isn't helping the situation.
I don't know about that.
I want to go check in with our own Cassie Akiva, who is in Pennsylvania right now, where Donald Trump is starting to eke out a lead. And Cassie, one of the things that's on my mind right now is what impact, in the end, is Israel's war actually going to have on this election? And here's what I mean. Pennsylvania has an incredibly popular Democratic governor who is Jewish. Kamala Harris, instead of choosing a governor who almost certainly would have carried the state that she has to have in order to achieve victory, didn't choose him only because of the war happening in the Middle East. Is that going to end up being decisive in this campaign?
The answer is yes. In case Cassie,
I think the answer.
That was a setup if ever I heard it.
Yeah, I mean,
hi guys.
Hey.
Hey, Cassie, I just asked you an amazing question, but Ben answered it. So now I'm going to ask you a different question, which is, it's a vibe election. What is the vibe at McCormick HQ right now?
The vibe is really good right now. We have the band coming out to play. Every time Pennsylvania is on the television, the whole crowd goes bananas. There's an open bar here. People are having a really good time. The turnout is looking really, really good right now. The only thing I want to caution is that Dave McCormick has 80,000 fewer votes than Donald Trump right now, which is a little odd. But they're still feeling good. They just came out to the stage and said they're feeling good. And they said they're going to give us another update at 11:30.
Can I actually say that even the fact that McCormick is trailing Donald Trump in Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes reinforces the idea that Israel's war may cost Kamala the election, because it is largely secular Jews in Pennsylvania who had a wake-up call on 10/7 to realize that they needed a pro-Israel American president, but still don't want to break with their ideological left-wing political views. Right. And so there was an actual movement to say, split the ticket. Give us Donald Trump to protect Israel and protect Jewish people from Iranian aggression, but don't give up the Senate. We don't want to elect a right-wing Senate. So I don't think it's conclusive, but it's like a real data point, is it not, Cassie?
It's absolutely true. I actually spoke to Dave McCormick about this very point. He said that he really does think that Kamala's choice is going to cost her Pennsylvania. But we also had a chance to talk to Dave McCormick at his childhood gymnasium where he used to wrestle. We have the clip for you here. Voters.
This is a race between change and the status quo. I represent change. I'm a seventh-generation Pennsylvania West Point grad, combat vet, businessman, political outsider. I've term limited myself to 2 terms. I'm going there for the sole purpose of shaking things up and getting America back on track. Bob Casey's a 30-year career politician. He's been in elected office for 30 years. He's the son of a big, high-profile governor. And he's lived off his father's name. He's not entitled to this seat. He hasn't earned it. And he's voted on these extreme liberal policies that are simply out of step with Pennsylvania. So I say to people on the campaign trail, if you want change, vote for me.
So McCormick is feeling good tonight. You can hear it with the party going on here. We're going to be here all night giving you updates from McCormick headquarters, and we'll be talking to you soon.
Cassie, thank you. And now we're going to go over to Brent Buchanan. We've set up this amazing data center here that we've never had anything quite like this at one of our election nights before. It's kind of fun, actually, to think back to our first. This is our 3rd presidential election as a company, and the first one, the New York Times was calling 99% for Hillary Clinton at the beginning of the night. We thought it would be a short night. We started drinking early. By the end of the night, I was literally laying in my chair. I don't drink often, and I never drink to excess, except when I'm on the biggest broadcast I've ever been on, which is what happened that night. But it was basically, I went back and looked at footage of it. We basically looked like we were broadcasting from my closet. Yes. And now we have this actual data center, and Brent Buchanan here to tell us what's happening from Signal Polling. Brent?
Yeah, so I walked into this building 8 hours ago. I still don't know what time it is. And I was giving Trump a very, very slight edge. I was not convinced that the Republican early vote numbers were going to actually translate to really strong overall turnout. I thought we were going to cannibalize our election day turnout, which is what happened in Virginia in 2023. So let me give you a couple data points ramping up to what I want to say. First, if you look across the whole country, with black voters, turnout is lower, but Trump's margin is higher. That's telling us that a lot of black Democrats actually stayed home. Number 2, if we go back to the focus group we conducted, again, that's qualitative, but we had 5 people who said probably Kamala, 2 people who said probably Trump. That in and of itself shows us that there were more people sitting on the sidelines who were not sure if they were going to show up and vote for Kamala. In our exit poll that we're still running right now, of people who said I'm not going to vote or I didn't vote in 24, those folks would have been for Harris by a 13-point margin. Then when we look at the exit poll and look at the data point of who decided within the last week to today, Trump's up with those folks by 6 points. So here's the story of the 2024 election so far. Democratic areas turned out at 2020 levels. Republican areas exceeded their 2020 levels. And then you combine that along with this shift in black vote that's partially black Dems staying home and Republicans increasing their margin with voters of color. And you start to see this picture where I would say I'm up in the 80s or 90s percentile that Trump's going to be able to pull this off. You look at these Rust Belt states, for example, Lackawanna County here in Pennsylvania. I'm going to have to go to list view because they got a heck of a lot of counties here. So as we look at Lackawanna County, one thing really interesting about this county is that Biden won it by 8 4 years ago, and she's only winning it by 3 at this point. And they had a 2.3% increase in turnout over 2022. When we look at Lycoming County, somebody in PA is probably going to fact check me on mispronouncing that. This is a county that was plus 41 for Trump. He's performing there, but their turnout's even higher at 3.5% increased turnout over their 2020 numbers. Then you have places like Butler, which is an ex-Bourbon county in Pennsylvania, and this was plus 33 for Trump 4 years ago. It's plus 32 now, but there's a 3% turnout change. So you start to see all these places across Pennsylvania where Donald Trump is netting out more votes in the areas where he already performed well. He's netting out more votes in these ex-Bourbon counties, which was the entire Harris strategy, was to go into these ex-Bourbon counties and shrink the Trump margins. And they're not changing at all. They're actually improving for him.
So, Brent, when you're looking, forward at the rest of the evening, I think the big question we all have is when the hell do they call these things so we can all go home? But but as this trots out, why is it that the votes slow so much near the end? Right? There's been like this steady increase in the vote count in places like Pennsylvania. Right now, New York Times saying 73% of the estimated vote total has already been reported. Do you expect that pace to continue? Like, how fast do these things come in generally?
In the Rust Belt states, way too slow. You get this rush. I think we're looking at something like 60, what is this showing here? 64% reporting in Wisconsin. Right now, we've got a strong probability of Trump winning there. And so we're just going to see this estimated reporting number slowly come in, unlike places like Georgia, where we're already seeing 91% reporting. One unique thing about southern states is that because they do provisional, every county and state does provisional ballots, but usually in the South, when you get to 95% reporting, you're actually 100% reporting of everything outside of the provisional ballots. And the provisional ballots are only hundreds, maybe thousands of votes. And so once you get to this 95% in the South estimated reporting, you're basically everything, all the votes that matter are in at that point.
Brent, the most shocking statistic that we've seen all night long is this exit poll from CNN showing Donald Trump walloping Kamala Harris with Hispanic voters in Michigan, 60-35, which is just...
It's amazing.
I mean, to put it technically, I believe the term is bad. That's insane. What we're watching, if these numbers are anything close to reality, we're watching a massive political realignment happen right before our eyes tonight.
Completely. And so here's another example of how this is starting to have 2016 turnout because, or at least margins, not turnout, because we're way over even 2020 turnout at this point. But Eaton County here was +1 for Trump in 2020, but it was +5 for him in 2016, and he's now back to +5 in Eaton County.
Wow. By the way, Ted Cruz did win Latino voters outright in Texas by 6. He lost Latinos in 2018 by 29 points.
Well, because he was running against that Hispanic Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, Brent, really appreciate the insight. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you in very short order. Our election map coverage, of course, is made possible by our sponsors over at Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more with Lumen. So, yeah, guys, I mean, it's an astonishing result, what we're watching in real time. Now, listen, these margins are still really, really close. I mean, we'll see. This is all estimated, right? This is us all, getting happy off the New York Times making their estimations.
Right.
And when they say that there is, say, a 64% chance or a 69%, that still means there's a 31% chance it goes the other way. And remember the betrayal of the needle for Hillary Clinton when it was 99% pro-Hillary. Now, it's obviously a little bit later in the election at this point.
That's right. Don't forget, the betrayal of the needle against Hillary was always moving in one direction, from the top of the night to the bottom. And this needle has also always been moving, and basically always been moving in one direction from the top of the night to now. And it is now pretty solidly in the likely Trump wins camp. Nate Cohn at the New York Times came out and said about 25, 30 minutes ago, for the first time tonight, we are declaring it is our opinion that it is likely that Trump wins.
If you look at those Senate races, by the way, currently, Dave McCormick is in fact leading Bob Casey by almost 100,000 votes. Again, Pennsylvania does not look like, if trend continues, Pennsylvania does not look like it's going to be particularly close. It looks like Trump is going to walk away with it by at least a couple of percentage points.
They're saying there aren't enough votes left in Philly to pull it out for him.
In Michigan, Mike Rogers is currently leading Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. By the way, Mike Rogers makes it 55. Mike Rogers makes it 55.
Huh? I felt pretty good about Mike Rogers.
Yeah, Mike Rogers, he made a late-breaking move, and I was a little skeptical of Mike Rogers because he spent so much of the time trailing. Right now, he's up about 50,000, 60,000 votes on Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. In Wisconsin, Eric Hovde is currently up by about 26,000 votes or so on Tammy Bald with 65% of the vote in. Now, got to give a shout out to the worst candidate of the cycle, our girl Carrie Lake over in Arizona, who is just getting destroyed by Ruben Gallego in a state that Donald Trump is going to end up walking away with, which, again, moral of the story, gentlemen, do not pick bad candidates for higher office. It turns out that when you pick good candidates, you do betters. And when you pick not great candidates, you do worses.
Well, speaking of good candidates, we're joined by the newly reelected senator from the great state of Texas, Ted Cruz. Senator, thanks for being with us.
It is great to be with you guys. I'm bummed that I'm not there and I can't see you, but I feel confident that there is good scotch and good cigars that are involved.
You know us so well. Big night. You started off this election in a tough race, what I believe became the most expensive Senate race in the country this cycle. And as recently as 8 weeks ago, facing real headwinds. And you've put in an enormous effort in Texas and secured a huge victory tonight.
Well, I got to tell you, our win in Texas was just breathtaking. Right now, about 76% of the votes have been counted. We're up 10 points. We're up nearly a million votes right now, and there's still a quarter of the votes to be counted. I mean, it's incredible, and I'll tell you what's really encouraging also. We're making massive inroads with Hispanic voters in Texas and South Texas, and I got to give a shout-out to Ben. So Ben came down to the Rio Grande Valley with me, did a campaign event there, and Michael, this is going to break your heart, but Ben is a friggin' rock star in South Texas. I mean, it was like Elvis walking in the room.
Senator, how much have you been drinking?
And my campaign team was like, how is this Ben Shapiro in the Valley? I mean, it was, they were practically like throwing roses at it.
It was awesome, and what a live audience. And Senator, I mean, you know, it is amazing how you've shifted the vote margins in the state of Texas. The exit polls right now are showing that you're going to win the Latino vote in the state of Texas outright by 6 points, where in your last race, you lost the Latino vote by something like 28 points. I mean, that is a 34-point shift if that holds. You're watching a complete political realignment of the map, Senator.
Look, and it's encouraging for the country, and I actually have to give a shout-out to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who all they had to do is open up the border, invite, like, narco-terrorists into the country, and people are like, you people are friggin' nuts.
Yeah.
And I think, actually, South Texas is a generational realignment. I think we're going to see, I'm going to make a prediction in the next year that we see a bunch of elected Democrats in South Texas flip over and become Republicans. And they're already conservative. But they've been Democrat for 100 years, and I think this election is really going to shift the math for Texas, and I hope nationally it's going to help shift the math in a significant way for Hispanics across the country.
So, Ted, Fox News is now reporting that the Harris campaign has stopped giving all comment to the media, which is always the sign of a winning campaign.
So I do wonder if Kamala is behaving like Hillary, if she's drunk as a skunk right now and screaming at her aides. I don't know. But it does make you speculate.
Senator, how important was holding the Senate and flipping the Senate in this election?
Look, massively important, and I'll tell you, you guys are fresher on the numbers. I was just listening to you talk about it. I've been on stage until 5 minutes ago, so I've missed the last hour of developments. I know they've called Ohio, and right now the numbers in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, those are really encouraging, and hopefully Montana, I expect they're going to call that pretty soon. Look, I mean, you're right. We could easily be at 55, which is a sea change.
That's right.
And really a big deal.
Wow. Senator, do you have any sense, I assume you've been focused on your own race and this massive win. Do you have any sense on the House right now, how Republicans are feeling? I mean, in a way, if we just get the presidency and the Senate, I'll be happy enough and I'll light the cigar. But it seems like with this kind of momentum, we might do well in the House, too.
I think we've got a good shot at it. I've seen no numbers, so I don't. That's not based on developments tonight. But my view has always been that the White House and the House are positively correlated, and that if Trump is turning out big numbers, look, to win the House and grow our majorities, we've got to win some tough seats in New York, some tough seats in California, and based on the early results, I think we've got a real shot at it. But, you know, look, I think the odds are looking very good that come January, we have a Republican White House, a Republican House, and a Republican Senate.
Wow.
And if that's the case, we need to roll up our sleeves and get to work because we had a lot of work to do.
That's exactly right. Senator, I know that you didn't make time for much press tonight. We really appreciate you making time for us. You've got a big party to get back to and a lot of hands to shake. But congratulations again. Cigars on us.
Here we go. Here we go.
Look. I love you guys. You are extraordinary. And by the way, congratulations on getting your movie trailer what was it, on Rachel Maddow today on MSNBC? Okay, that was pretty wild.
We try to have a good time.
You got to tell me, did anyone stream from that? Did you get any MSNBC people logging on saying, I got to see the movie?
Nary a single one, Senator. Nary a single one. Least efficient marketing campaign in Daily Wire.
Well, I think they all know the answer, which is they think everyone's a racist.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
So I'm going to put out a live request to everybody in production. Well, Senator, I know you're busy. Sorry.
Senator, get back to your party. Tell everybody how
guys are awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Ted. So I'm going to put out a request to our production team. We need to find out, when do we get to live stream MSNBC? When do we get to watch the good stuff?
It's
Okay, guys, come on.
A friend of mine.
You know what we want.
A friend of mine just bought a subscription about 25 minutes ago. He felt it was now in safe enough territory that it was worth the $50 or whatever in order to watch them live, at least on a free trial.
This is like, when can you start playing Christmas music?
Yeah,
It's like, after Thanksgiving.
It seems like the answer may be tonight.
Right now. MS3TK, right? We're just going to sit here. It'll be a shot of us from behind just critiquing Rachel Maddow and company. Again, the numbers continue to come in favor of President Trump. He is currently up by approximately 60,000 votes in Wisconsin. He is currently up by, at last count, 170,000 votes in Pennsylvania, and he is currently up in Michigan by somewhere on the order of 116,000 votes.
Interestingly enough, both Pennsylvania and Michigan may be the two states in the country the most impacted by the massacre on 10/7.
Yes. I mean, by the way, you want a great stat? Here's a great stat for you. You ready for this?
Yes.
So, the Biden administration, because they're incompetent and horrifying at everything, and because Kamala Harris is incompetent and horrifying at everything, they've achieved the signal feat of alienating both Jews and Muslims.
Yes.
Wow. It looks very much as the Detroit Free Press reporter Niraj Wariku reports that Kamala Harris will not win the south end of Dearborn.
Whoa.
It's an area that is 90+% Muslim that Biden won with 88% of the vote 4 years ago. Yeah. And that vote is instead going to the best Jew of all, Jill Stein.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's
this is actually something
you can't be psychotic enough for the psychotic, you stupid asses.
Well, this is also there's another point here, which is that the war is great in theory for a certain group of people, but it's terrible in practice for every single person involved. And so in Pennsylvania, you have a large Jewish population who's rightly outraged about what happened. And I suspect that in places like Michigan, you have people who are outraged that the people actually dying in the war are their kin. And what they would like to see is some kind of American leadership that helps, they could have prevented this, which you had in Donald Trump, to his credit, or could bring this to an end, which I think you will also have in Donald Trump.
You know, when I was at MSG, I saw sitting 40 feet away from people, 40 feet away from each other, a woman in a hijab, and then just across the way, guys holding up an Israel flag. Yeah. This is so funny. They're so close to each other. Why are they both here? Did one of them get tricked or something? And you think, no, it is actually rational.
How close together were they?
They were pretty close.
That's like the width of Israel.
They're roughly the river to the sea.
This is tangentially, we've got to talk about this yo voy a votar por Donald Trump situation that's going. I mean, like this Latino vote that has, if this turns out to be the actual result, that in itself, along with perhaps the shift in black men, will represent something so significant. And what's crazy to me, and I'm only even now in real time coming to realize this, is really what this represents is that Latinos are assimilating. Right. I mean, basically what we're saying, and this is true also of the hijab-wearing woman and the Jew at the MSG rally and, all of these different people that we've seen, Again, we've said this a million times, so we don't have to reiterate it, but Trump is imperfect, and yet he represents a certain bullish Americanism that everybody responds to viscerally. And one of the things that has come under question with the influx of indiscriminate illegal immigration is how much racial diversity can that Americanism actually sustain? Yeah. And now, if it turns out that Latinos are flocking to Trump, it will turn out that, in fact...
Well, speaking of assimilation, Michael Knowles is going to leave this broadcast and go over to Timcast. Our friend Tim Pool is broadcasting live from DWHQ, And Michael is no longer going to be a member of this team.
He will reassimilate.
He will reassimilate.
How do you like
into
that transition?
That team.
And I will cease to be an Italian and become a Hispanic.
I've been waiting.
Like in that one movie.
Like in that movie, actually. Yeah. During the 2016 election, actually.
That's right.
That yo voy a hablar con Timbu. Adios, amigos.
You get one of those little black hats.
You know why this is, honest to God. It's because Donald Trump, they're always calling him a racist.
Hold on. Look at this shot.
Look at how good
Look at Michael walking.
This is movie making.
Wow.
Look how beautiful our studio is.
Hello, everybody. Do you realize how close these people are to us? I had no idea. It seemed like they were in a completely different room. Unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
This is big. Last time when we were doing this in 2016, we were in Jeremy's broom closet where there was mold. There were rats scurrying about. Now this is big. And it's all because of the Daily Wire Plus members. We really appreciate you. If you haven't joined yet, now's the time to do it. No one's quite popping champagne, but everyone's getting a little excited, and here we are. Is this? Oh, my man. Don't tempt me. The Churchill is magnificent of the Mayflower cigars. I'm not ready to light them up yet. Are you guys celebrating yet? Oh, hey, what's going on? Are we?
Not counting your chickens too soon.
Did someone just put a little pappy in front of me?
Absolutely. Yes. Do you have a glass?
I could use a glass.
Where did the glasses go?
Where are the glasses?
Are the glasses back there?
No. We have fresh cups.
Somebody
the wonderful people at the Daily Wire brought in a bunch of fresh glasses for this delicious Kentucky bourbon that I insist you partake.
If you look, I was going to wait to celebrate, but that was before Tim brought out like a $2,000 bottle.
Well, you might as well light up a cigar while you're at it.
Exactly. I'm tempted to do it.
You look great, by the way. You look great.
Thank you.
He looks all right. Yeah. Dapper is the word we use.
Okay. This is my Mayflower Cigars smoking jacket, which is sold out now, so no one can get it, unfortunately. But we're doing it with Shepherd's, which is the men's clothing company that is owned in part by Harrison Butker. And I just feel that the right now, it feels good. I don't want to get out in front of my skis. It feels good, though.
I hear you. No, I'm there with you. Can I get a cigar?
You can.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Well, I'm just asking. Listen, I'll take whatever ones I can
Man.
get. It's the art of the deal. I was asked earlier.
The light, the dark, the big, the small.
What's the difference? I'll get one of the light ones.
The light one is the Mayflower Dawn. Is it Dawn in America?
The dark one is the Mayflower
Dusk.
Do you
You
expect me to
clearly don't
deliver it
watch
to
this
you?
podcast because I do, and I know the names and the smoke.
Did you want to advertise it instead of it? I don't
care. Yeah, that's what we're waiting on.
On Prager.
Something to celebrate officially.
I'm so ashamed that we let him not only go over there, but take us all on that journey
On set,
of hearing him
We're gonna do it
peddle
on
his
set
cigars.
It's like
If I didn't know
Worst
he's
part
that
is they're good
company, I'd be
cigars.
so upset right now. So yeah, things are continue to go well. It's a good night. It's a so far.
Yep.
God willing,
Yeah.
it is an excellent evening, and the Senate races are continuing to look good. The House races right now, House is still up in the air. About 165 Republican House seats that are going to be retained. About 110 for the Democrats, and Democrats need about 43 in order to take the House. They've won 4 so far. Republicans need about 27. They've won 2, so it's still very early for a lot of the House races. But as Ted Cruz suggests, if Trump does well, if the Republicans do well in the Senate, there's every indicator that they're going to outperform. Republicans are outperforming, by the way, including New York. He's going to win 30% of New York City.
Really?
Trump. Yeah, he's going to win 30% of New York City.
Cabot, you said you had some interesting information for us.
Yeah, a few things here. One, CNN just did a very dour report from the Harris headquarters. They said that it was, quote, completely silent at her watch party. We also saw an email from the campaign manager for Harris, Jen O'Malley Dillon, telling the campaign staff to, quote, get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow. So it sounds like they're telling their campaign staff, all right, you can go home, you can sleep. A few other interesting notes. Bitcoin just hit a record all-time high.
Yes.
74,000. Dow futures have also soared 600 points in the last 2 hours. So clearly the crypto and actual markets are thriving now. One more interesting exit poll that we haven't talked about yet, and this might be the sweetest of them all. For voters who said that democracy in the U.S. is threatened, Donald Trump won those voters by 7 points.
Told you so.
Really?
Unbelievable.
That is a CNN exit poll.
Why did you think that was going to happen?
Because they asked the question if democracy is the most important thing. And I said, well, that doesn't mean they think that Kamala Harris is the best thing
is the
for
representative of democracy.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a stupid question.
Come on, right? She really is a deranged psychopath.
Well,
right?
there's
like,
that,
she's a contemptible weirdo. Like, this is sort of.
It's also good.
Back
It's also good for Drew to be right about politics once every 4 years.
I have been right every show, every day. I have the receipts, every Daily Wire. I've told you exactly what's going to happen as it's happened.
This is what it was like to grow up with. By the way, my whole childhood was this.
You grew up with a man you're not related to?
Yeah, I know. I would just drop over his house.
Strangely, for 18 years of my life, this complete stranger would come over periodically and say, "I was right."
I did
You didn't believe me
all the time.
I will say that we haven't talked enough about crypto. I started off the morning saying, if Donald Trump wins, Bitcoin will hit $80 this week.
Why? Why do you?
Because the kind of people who engage in the crypto markets are necessarily renegades. They're necessarily anti-establishment. And I think that just like so many aspects of our economy have been artificially suppressed by the horrible threat of more regulation, worse fiduciary policy over time, the crypto markets in particular are so afraid that the left is going to regulate them out of existence. Just like social media is so afraid that the left is going to regulate them out of existence, just like Elon Musk is so afraid that the left is going to regulate him out of existence. And so I'm thinking now, I mean, it already hit $75,000 today. It could hit $100,000 by the end of the year.
I will add, I went to a lot of Trump rallies this cycle. The single loudest moment of any Trump rally that I heard was not a Trump rally. It was Trump speaking at the International Bitcoin Conference here in National, when he promised to protect cryptocurrency. He was going to fire a number of FEC or SEC employees. When he made that promise, it was the loudest applause that I heard of the entire cycle. And one more note I'll add on that trip. We met a former NFL player at that conference who took his entire salary in Bitcoin. He's now a mega, almost billionaire. Michael Knowles told him, I'm not invested in Bitcoin. And he pulled out a card and said, Michael, this QR code, I will give you your first Bitcoin. Here's a QR code. Just scan that. It'll contact me, and I'll get you set up. I talked to Michael a few days later at the office. I'm like, did you get your first Bitcoin? And he's like,
are you kidding?
Oh my gosh.
So we got to ask him about that. We got to ask him, did he actually find that card and redeem?
So as of this evening, he left $75,000 on the table. And by Christmas, he could have left $100,000 on the table for free.
Someone at that conference picked up that QR code. And
unbelievable. Listen, while Michael Knowles has terrible judgment and Andrew Klavan's only right every once in a while, our sponsors are right all the time. We're going to take a moment to tell you about one of them right now.
It's often said that freedom isn't free, and of course that's true. Freedom does have to be defended. What isn't said enough is that online freedom isn't free either. It too has to be defended, not by military force, of course, but by a certain technological force, encryption. Strong encryption can protect your right to privacy online and defend you from hackers. So, how do you get this encryption? With ExpressVPN.
When I think of hackers, I think of Neo from The Matrix. But it turns out a precocious 12-year-old with a laptop could be just clicks away from getting all of your personal information.
If your information is more valuable than you realize, hackers can make up to $1,000 by selling your info on the dark web. That's why you need ExpressVPN, of course. They're going to protect your identity, protect your personal data, keep the bad guys out of your business.
Now, when I'm traveling, which is frequent these days, I'm in hotels, I'm in airports, I'm in cafes, I will not connect to the internet without ExpressVPN.
In a world where it seems like every corporation wants to take away more and more of your privacy, it's nice to find a company that goes the extra mile to protect it. So, if you want to join me in defending your online freedom, get ExpressVPN. You can use my special link to get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free at expressvpn.com/election. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/election.
Join us now from Trump HQ, where I suspect they're not telling their people to go home and get some sleep. It's our very own Mary Margaret Olahan. Welcome back to the show, Mary Margaret.
Hey guys, it's great to be here with you.
How are things going down there? What's the vibe in the room?
Well, everyone down here is very excited. We've been talking to a lot of people on the ground, a lot of these Trump supporters, former White House employees, former White House staff, people who hope they may be future White House staff, and everyone across the board, except maybe some of the liberal media here, thinks that Trump is going to win. So everyone we're talking to is rejoicing. They're really excited. Multiple people told me they think it's going to be a big blowout. It's just very high enthusiasm. And as you can see behind me, they'll show on the screens Fox or CNN when they're announcing which state went for which candidate. And whenever a state goes for Trump, there's a huge wild applause. And then there's booing when it goes for Harris. So it's fun. It's exciting to be here.
Now, where you're standing right now, you're literally surrounded by liberal reporters. How are they holding up?
Yeah, so this has been fun. If you look around, we are surrounded. We've got, directly to my right and left, we've got Newsmax and Fox News. But then, of course, ABC is a couple of rows down. And then we got CNN over here. Some glum faces around us, I can tell you. There's some people who were smiling earlier in the evening that no longer are. It's kind of funny to me, too, to be here when surrounded by a lot of people that I've seen online for many years. People be very aggressive, very antagonistic about Republicans or Trump. And who are now here in real life, and they're talking about the news, and it's kind of funny actually to see them in real life.
One thing with the Kamala Harris campaign, they've all but said that we will not hear from the vice president tonight. But I suspect that even if we don't get a call tonight, we may still hear from Donald Trump. What do you think?
I think we will hear from him, whether or not we get a call on the race. A lot of people in the crowd are telling me the same thing. Trump loves his supporters. He loves his team. So we think he's going to show up here whether or not we get results. And as you can see behind me, there's a podium. All his supporters are here and excited. So I hope he comes. I'd love to see what he has to say, even if we don't get results tonight. But I will tell you, a lot of people in here are thinking that we're going to hear the results of the 2024 election tonight. That's, speculation on a lot of their parts, but that's just the vibe in the room that's growing and growing. And I really hope we do, too, because it would be fun to have the results and move on with the next future president of the United States and learn how we're going to make America great and healthy and prosperous once again.
Mary Margaret, thank you. We'll be checking in later in the night. And of course, Marsha Blackburn, senator from Tennessee, recently reelected, of course, won her race and said to our own Michael Knowles that she predicted we would have results by midnight tonight, which is only 2 hours.
By the way, Daily Wire's footprint at Trump HQ was made possible by our friends over at PDS Debt. Get a custom plan. Become debt-free right now at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. By the way, my fellow Jews coming through over in New York. Yeah, boy. There it is. They're showing up in Westchester County. They're showing up in Nassau County. Donald Trump is currently winning 33% of New York City. 33% of New York City. Not the state, the city.
Does that bode well then for Pennsylvania? Because
Yes.
there are a significant number of
Yes.
Jewish voters.
So when I campaigned with McCormick, we did one particular event in somebody's backyard with a bunch of Jews there who cared about Israel. They were fired up. There was one lady who was like, listen, I don't know if I can pull the trigger for Trump just because of all his various excesses and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, you don't have a choice. You need to pull the trigger for Trump. And I think that is coming out loud and clear right now. Gotta tell you, the number of friends that I have in Israel who have been texting me all day long, asking me if I thought Trump was going to win. And I was like, listen, I'm cautiously optimistic. I think he's going to win. So there was a poll in Israel of who they wanted to win, And that poll found that by a margin of something like 70-6, they wanted Donald Trump to win. Wow. I mean, because they know which administration is likely to allow them to, kill the terrorists and face down Iran, and which one is likely to side with the terrorists and stop them from killing the terrorists. So listen, the world is going to be a much more peaceful place. Nate Cohen just put out this statement 24 minutes ago. There's still a lot of vote left in Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philly. But for Harris to win, she would need to outperform Biden's numbers here in 2020. So far, she's underperforming Biden's results just about everywhere in the country. Okay, that bodes ill for somewhere. By the way, I cannot wait for the books to be written. I cannot wait. Joe Biden is going to rush to a biographer. And he and Joe are just going to shit so hard all over Kamala Harris and everything that has happened. It is going to be wildly entertaining. The amount of rage Joe Biden must feel right now. And the beautiful thing for Joe Biden, and it's wonderful, truly wonderful. It's like the best day of his life right now. Because the truth is that had he run, he probably would have lost to Trump. But he didn't. He got ousted for Kamala Harris. So now he gets to claim for the rest of his life that if he had been left in place, he would have beaten Trump, and they unfairly ousted him after the most successful first term in Autogasm. And then he's going to get to just crap so hard over this lady he hates like fire. I mean, he hates her with the fiery passion of 1,000 burning suns. Jill Biden, same thing. She's wanted to strap Kamala Harris to one of Elon Musk's rockets and fire her into space for years. It's going to be like the recriminations here are going to be so wonderful and so well-deserved by all involved. And I'm here for every single moment of it. Every single moment. I mean, I got to say, like, I thought the writing on this season of Trump was overdone. I really did. I thought this season of Trump had gone off the rails. I thought that they got in the back room writing that script. He's like, you know what? Not just one assassination attempt, two. We're going to go back to the well. We need a second assassination attempt. Like, what if the Democratic candidate died on the stage? Like, well, that'd be cool. But what if we like totally swapped him out for her? And then what if she picked like this weirdo who has floppy arm syndrome from Minnesota? Like this writing is just bad. It's just not good writing. I'm sorry. It's overdone. It's like like some of the worst soap opera stuff I've ever. But I got to tell you, they really nailed the finale. They are nailing the finale. It's unbelievably good. I'm loving every second of it. I cannot wait for the online extras. I'm subscribing. I'm like the merch. Oh, the merch. Are you kidding me? The merch is going to be unreal. It's going to be so good. And I got to tell you, the turning point of this election is when Donald Trump and I stood by the grave of and there's a picture of me and Donald Trump making prayers. At the grave of Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. That's the moment when this election was decided.
Of course.
Pure Zionistic laser power. That is when this election turned. Boom. Check out the polls. October 7th, 2024.
I will curse those, right, who curse you?
Yeah. Correct. There you go. God coming through once again. I had a going theory that I told some friends before this, that God definitely wants Donald Trump to win. I've been saying this for a while, that God clearly wants Donald Trump to win. There's only one reason: God turns Trump's head right at the last minute, and the bullet misses him by this much. And then the other part of my theory is that Donald Trump was trying to thwart God. And as it turns out, the good part of my theory is that God always wins. You can try and thwart God. You can say, I am not called, I am not worthy, and God will still choose you. And that's how this will go. And so, yeah, you know what? You can see the smile on my face. I'm getting a little confident, guys. I went from cautiously optimistic to nauseously optimistic. And now I'm just, pretty optimistic at this point. I got to say, I'm enjoying the evening. The enjoyment portion of this evening has officially begun. It's now a Jewish holiday. That's right. It went from tragedy to triumph. That's right. It's time to break out some symbolic rituals. It's time to eat some kosher food. It's time to imbibe. And it's time to speak some Yiddish. Yeah, baby. Suck on that, Nick Fuentes.
The Hebrew hammer.
Yeah, Hebrew hammer. Yeah, that's right.
You're terrifying when you're happy.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, man.
It's amazing to think that Donald Trump could win without the Nick Fuentes vote.
Man.
The map is just looking better and better.
It is.
Look at Michigan.
Okay, so if it goes the way we think it's going, those first 100 crucial days, the agenda, tariffs, what
Don't
else
give a
do you
shit,
see?
man. Don't care at all. Do not care. Sorry, still basking. Gonna take a little while. Gonna need a moment with this one. The first 100 days.
Yeah.
So the first 100 days, here's what's actually going to happen. So what's actually going to happen is the people who are deeply involved in staffing, other than sort of Don Jr. You got Howard Lutnick, who's deeply involved in staffing up the administration. I think that the early sort of front runners for some of these positions, Tom Cotton for SecDef. I think Mike Pompeo might be considered for Sec State again. If not Pompeo, you might take a look at Marco Rubio, senator from Florida. You're looking at for Secretary of the Treasury. That one's kind of hard. Obviously Musk goes in. He's going to perform some government function.
Maybe. Musk doesn't want to be in the government.
No, not in the government, but like as a special advisor.
Yeah.
There's some of the investment class that I think you'll see likely nominated for the some Trump's New York investment friends for Secretary of the Treasury, kind of like Mnuchin when in as Secretary of the Treasury. The thing is, Trump has a team that already worked, and so I think a lot of those people end up coming back. I think David Friedman for UN ambassador, possibly Morgan Ortegas for UN ambassador. Like there are a bunch of people who are really good who are going to come in, and they're going to start cleaning it up. And it'll be interesting now with a very robust Senate majority is what this is looking like. At the very least, a robust Senate majority. Yeah, I think he's going to get most of his picks through. So it depends on sort of which place you choose to focus. When it comes to domestic policy, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. That is task number one. They're going to make those permanent so that those just don't sunset, right? Because he has to guarantee that he doesn't screw up the economy. The next thing that you're going to do is he's going to slap a bunch of tariffs on China, which he's going to do, I think, forthwith, and I think he should do, because China is a cheater and China is an intellectual property thief, and they happen to be run by an evil dictatorship. So that'll be very good.
Remain in Mexico.
Yes, obviously on the border, Remain in Mexico immediately goes back into place. Reinterpretation of asylum law goes immediately right back into place. Prioritization of deportation of criminally legal aliens goes back into place with widespread deportations of those people and massive new investigative authority for ICE. On foreign policy, I think Israel is going to hit Iran's nuclear facilities between the election and Trump taking office, because I think that Trump doesn't want that on the table when he gets into office. And with the Israelis knowing that they're going to have a friend back in the White House as opposed to an enemy, they probably go hard and they go fast and they go now. Because Trump is telling, Trump said it openly. He said, I don't want this happening while I'm president. They're like, okay, sure, no problem, man. We'll take care of business right now because we know that you're not there to cut us off at the knees. So I would be shocked if Israel doesn't go quite hard over the course of the next couple months. One of the under-noticed stories of the day, because, we have a thing going on, is that Prime Minister Netanyahu fired his Minister of Defense in Israel, Yoav Gallant, who is widely considered on the right in Israel to be sort of a pipeline to the Biden-Harris administration. And so he's putting in some more of his own people, which means he's likely to go quite hard, quite fast. That is going to bring peace to the Middle East. And Donald Trump is going to bring Saudi into the Abraham Accords, undoubtedly. That is a thing that Donald Trump has already been pre-negotiating. That is going to happen. That's why he wants solidity in the Middle East. He wants Israel to finish up whatever they're doing security-wise. He wants them to finish up in Lebanon. He wants them to finish up in the Gaza Strip. And then Donald Trump is going to work. He has all those connects already made. That's all going to come into play. As far as Ukraine, Trump and Vance have already said, contrary to popular opinion, both Trump and Vance have said they will continue to fund Ukraine sufficient so that Vladimir Putin does not walk into Kyiv. But they are also going to be realistic about what the prospects for what the final settlement in Ukraine looks like, which is the solidification of the borders of Donbass and Ukraine, some sort of commitment to neutrality, but with some sort of additional funding of military resources sufficient to deter a further Russian invasion. Things are about to get
How long
a lot
do you
better.
think that'll take on the Ukraine-Russia front?
That's up to Putin.
Yeah.
That's up to Putin. I think this is one of the dangers, is that if you keep signaling that you're a little weak on it, then Putin probably keeps trying to push and push and push, hoping that you'll just go away and then he'll walk into Kyiv. But here's the thing about Trump. The one thing Donald Trump does not like to do is lose. He hates losing. And he knows that if Putin is seen walking through Kyiv, he looks like a loser. So he doesn't want that. He doesn't want the photos of Vladimir Putin walking through Kyiv in the same way that he wouldn't have wanted the photos of the Taliban walking through Bagram Air Base, right? So he's realistic about all of that. So those, I think, are the things that are probably front burner items for President Trump. And then there are going to be some fixes around Obamacare that will take place. He's not going to do anything on abortion. I mean, he'll put in place, all the executive orders that Republicans always do, right? No foreign funding of foreign abortions, the so-called Mexico rule. He'll put that back into place. But I think all of those are not only doable, I think they're eminently doable, and I think he gets all that done inside the first 100 days.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're going to take a break while we wait for the next results to come in and tell you a little bit about what's been going on at Daily Wire Plus.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship, with my series Marriage. In a series on masculinity, discover your purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close a deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and anxiety. We walk through all of that. How do you cope with it? What's the best pathway forward? In addition, we've explored biblical writings and their cultural influence. Our new 10-part series on the Gospels delineates the accounts of the New Testament writings. And finally, join me on a journey through time. Foundations of the West. The work we're doing with the Daily Wire brings the spirit of adventure forward. Join us on Daily Wire Plus today.
Well, folks, we're now joined here at Daily Wire HQ by Brent Buchanan of Signal Polling. Welcome back to the show, Brent. So, tell us, how are things going in this great state of Wisconsin?
Well, here's a story for you. You're eating Jelly Bellies, right?
I am.
Ronald Reagan's favorite?
Indeed.
Okay. If you go to the factory in California, they sell something called belly flops, and it's the Jelly Bellies that didn't make it into the bag.
I'm not only aware of that, I've done that myself.
Well,
because I know all things except for what's going on in Wisconsin. So tell me, Brent, what's going on in Wisconsin?
Well, this is the segue. Kamala Harris is belly flopping.
Like that?
Nice, Brent.
Loving it. A+, grade A, good stuff. Keep going. Tell me more.
All right, so as we look at Wisconsin, one thing you'll note, real red. Let's look at two particular counties that matter to Kamala Harris significantly. And that is Dane, which is Madison, the capital. And when you look at this historical comparison here, just look at the raw vote differences between these. Kamala Harris is 8,000 under her 2020 numbers. Trump is up 2,000 on his 2020 numbers. She really needed to perform here, and she's down 2 points on her margin that she had in 2020. And then we go down to Rock County here. This is another one that she really needed to perform well in. What's unique about Rock County is it is, let's flip to this, 10% Hispanic. So this is one of the most diverse counties in one of the whitest states in the entire country. And this was a Biden plus 11 seat, and it is now only Kamala plus 7. So you just take these factors that we've been talking about, which is the counties she needs are only performing at 2020 numbers. And then you add that into the fact that if they're only performing at 2020 numbers, she's not even meeting Biden's margin in these two. And this was one of the closest states in 2020. It was less than 1% that Biden won this state by. So what's really happening, because we're plugging all this data into several of our models, and it's this, is that there's not just this overall white change in the vote. What's really interesting is that if a county is really diverse, the white turnout in that county did not change from 2020. So think of this as like a U. And then if you have super, super white counties where almost nobody but white people live there, they didn't move much from their 2020. It was these counties that were about 75 to 85% white that had the largest shift towards Trump. And if you go back and look historically, they had the largest shifts in 2020 towards Biden. And so it's not this homogenous, all non-whites are moving more towards Trump, all whites are staying where they are. It's this unique patchwork that's occurring in turnout, depending on what type of diversity there is within your county, but it's all benefiting Donald Trump and white, black, brown, everything in between counties right now.
So, Brent, technically, when you read all the data in, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does Kamala Harris suck as a candidate? And would they have been better off keeping the corpse of Joe Biden in place to actually run? Because the recriminations here are going to be so delicious, I will feast off of them for years to come.
Well, I prefer scales that also have negatives, so let's go with like a -4 on that -10 to 10 scale. But yeah, and one of the things that we pointed out when they decided to take their democratically elected nominee and swap it out with somebody who did not get a single vote, we said that this is really going to hurt her with union voters. And you saw this in the Teamster vote, where Joe Biden had a slight lead on Trump in April among Teamster members, and then he overwhelmingly was defeating Harris. And that one data point shows you the weakness that she was having. And these Rust Belt states here, from Wisconsin to Michigan, even all the way over to Pennsylvania, very, very heavy union households. And so even if the Democratic union voters stay home or they swap their vote, it causes massive disruption in the electoral margins between these candidates, as we're seeing right here play out before us.
Brent, right now, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have more than 80% of the vote in. And Donald Trump in both states has above 50% of the vote. I mean, in the case of Wisconsin right now, Wisconsin, according to Decision Desk, 84% of the vote in. Donald Trump, 56 to Kamala Harris's 42. And that's with RFK Jr. still being on the ballot. I mean, we're getting dangerously close to actually being able to call Wisconsin. And if we call Wisconsin, we are essentially calling the race.
Yes.
Yeah, we also have to assume that a lot of the results that are going to come in are from cities not favorable to Donald Trump. This is just what historically happens. I really hope this is blowout territory so that there's not issues related to, well, what votes were they trying to go find and shove into the count. Yeah. This is one of the reasons you should be like Florida and report the vote within 2 hours, and then there's no question as to how the election played out. But it's getting really, really hard to see where Kamala Harris can pull out any of these 3 Rust Belt states at this point.
Well,
I also have a piece of breaking news. The Republicans have flipped, wait for it, the governor's mansion in, wait for it, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I saw that.
We actually won that, yeah. So yeah, this is great. So Brent, thank you so much. This has been wildly enjoyable. And next time we check in, I hope it will be just as enjoyable or even more so. I'll be eating a different candy, so try to think up a joke about those candies and how we will connect, for example, M&Ms to the situation in Pennsylvania.
All right, time to hit the Google.
All righty, folks. This visit to our election HQ has been brought to you by friends over at Lumen. Go check out Lumen right now. It is a great device, and I will need it a lot after eating this entire bowl of Jelly Bellies in celebration.
One hates to get cocky because we have seen stranger things happen, but this is looking more and more like Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States.
Well, so let's get pessimistic for a moment, just out of curiosity. I mean, her number of confirmed victories is increasing.
Yes.
Trump's still nicely ahead. If you had to be pessimistic and things, how could things still go dreadfully wrong, or is that out of the realm of
the
possibility?
only way they go
at the
dreadfully
moment?
wrong is if she suddenly, like massive vote dumps in Philly, Detroit, and Madison, Wisconsin, Philly, Detroit, Milwaukee. It's the big cities.
Mm-hmm.
And I said this early on, actually, so all credit to me because I said it early on in the night. But I said in North Carolina that if she did not win North Carolina, the entire election was going to come down to giant voter turnout in 3 big cities.
Yeah.
I did say that, like, within the first 20 minutes of this broadcast. I'm just going to point that out. I was going to point out so far, the only thing I've gotten wrong is New Hampshire. Just going to say it.
You went all in on New Hampshire, though.
You went all in. I do have to say that Arizona is very close with 55% of the vote in, which that's still early, but it's essentially a toss-up, 49-49 for the two candidates. So if you're going to get pessimistic, could we end up losing Arizona and sort of unraveling our map a little bit?
Not going to happen. We're going to win Arizona. Arizona is solidly in red territory. According to the New York Times, Arizona is a high likelihood, a very, very high likelihood of a Donald Trump win at this point. Again, it would be kind of shocking were he to lose. They have him up by a projected almost 4%.
It's at least safe to say we're going to have a winner. I mean, this probably will not drag on for days.
No, I think that there's a very good shot that we will have a winner in the next 2 hours. I mean, if it continues at this rate, I think there's going to be a temptation by some networks to start calling some of those Rust Belt states. If people want to be super cautious, you're probably talking about late morning, tomorrow morning, or early afternoon. But by tomorrow night, President Trump, I think, will be pretty obvious.
If they call one of these Rust Belt states,
it's over.
They've called the election.
Yes. Because Arizona is definitely going to go in Trump's category. All he needed was North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and one of the Rust Belt.
So now the Democrats are going to have to complain that the problem is the popular vote.
And there are the
got to get rid of the popular
I thought you were
and
just
the
going to
electoral
stop
college.
that the problem is the people.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to go back to that point, but that is what it's going to be.
right.
Get ready for it.
Yeah.
They are going to rage against the dying of the light, and it's going to be worse for them. They're going to have to go deep into the crevasse of fail before they start to emerge like in something like reasonable order.
So what do you expect will happen now? Let's assume the best for a moment, so to speak, that the Republicans control the presidency and the Senate and the House. And that means you have these really quite radical people, Musk and Kennedy in particular, now taking up dominant positions in the White House. They're threatening the big pharma industry, so that's a major threat. They're threatening big agriculture. Legacy media is like stone dead. The education establishment is in serious trouble. The military-industrial complex is unlikely to be happy. Like, what do you guys foresee happening? That's a lot. Well, and that says nothing about the CIA and the FBI, let's say. Like, it doesn't seem to me to be realistic to presume that such people are going to just take this sort of thing lying down.
No.
And that says nothing about the leftist radicals who are quite nicely organized after all the pro-Hamas protests. Like,
So
what do you see happening here?
I mean, there'll be resistance inside each of these agencies. It's why, the attempt to move a lot of these employees to so-called Schedule F is going to make a huge difference. This is something that the Trump administration is going to try and do. They're going to take the permanent political class and they're going to say they are now fireable under the articles of the Constitution. The president does have unitary executive authority to fire all of these people.
Schedule F meaning what? What happens?
So right now, by union contract and by regulation, if you are considered a non-political appointee in the executive branch, there's a procedure that you have to go through in order to be ousted from your job. If you are redesignated as a Schedule F employee, that means you're effectively an at-will employee of the executive branch, and the president of the United States can summarily fire you. And so that's going to go forward pretty quickly. Again, I think that there are certain areas. It'll be interesting to see what RFK Jr. is actually given. So I think RFK Jr. ends up in charge of like Ag and HHS and FDA. No, I think that he probably ends up as like Department of Agriculture guy, like Secretary of Ag. Maybe you put him in charge of FDA. But I think that, again, it's not as though you have.
I'd give him HHS, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem with HHS is that's really more about the application of Obamacare and Medicaid than it is about like the health things that he cares about. He cares more about FDA kind of stuff, like vaccines or like food and water, right? Like that's more FDA type stuff. Maybe EPA. I think that EPA would be a problem for him.
Are we
Because
going to keep Rachel Levine in place? Is my question.
Yeah.
Doctor.
Only if she
Admiral Doctor.
Only Donald Trump will bring him on the carpet and force him to admit he's a man, and then say,
then he could stay.
Then he can stay.
For those of you who haven't noticed.
Yeah, exactly. So it'll be interesting to see also, because here's the thing. Congress is still a body in the government. The president doesn't just get to make all the rules, and neither does anybody in the executive branch agencies. So if RFK decides to get like super radical about things in a way that Congress doesn't like, Congress can take power back from the executive branch, or these things can get challenged in court. I think the biggest holdup to Trump in terms of whatever his agenda is going to be the courts, right? There will be a lot of legal cases that are filed against all of this, and then it'll get held up. And the Supreme Court is not going to take all those cases. A lot of this stuff is going to get held up. Listen, it's very hard to do radical change inside the United States government. And I think that that's overall a very, very good thing. It does mean that there are a lot of barriers to entry in terms of the stuff that Trump is going to try to get done. Like when they say that Elon Musk is going to come in and cut $2 trillion in spend. No, he's not. I mean, that's actually not possible.
It's not possible to cut $2 trillion.
This is also why if we have Congress and the presidency, you have to ruthlessly move your agenda forward and start stacking wins and stack them quickly, because we know that that's the situation Trump had in 2016, the first 2 years, and the fact is not a lot was achieved with all that power for 2 years. And
hypothetically knows more about what he's doing this time.
You would hope
be
so.
Prepared to hit the ground running.
And also any like, traditionally Republicans have always worried that, well, if we advance our agenda too quickly and too ruthlessly, then the other side will be mad. And then when they're in power, think of all the terrible things they'll do.
But this is actually what Project 2025 was about, was Heritage attempting to lay out a roadmap for how to effectuate policy rapidly in the first 100 days. Right. And Donald Trump, as a matter of political expediency, distanced himself completely.
That's why Trump, as soon as he wins, he needs to say, never mind, I am doing Project 2025.
Well, actually, and by the way, 2025 made a tremendous mistake in not issuing some kind of small Bible of what it said, because it was so long that the Dems can say anything they wanted about it. Nobody knew
it was repealing the infield fly rule. But I will give you a little insider. I think I might be the first one to break this story. When Trump shot down Project 2025, that was fair enough, because our real radical agenda, Project 2026. That one makes 2025 look like child's play.
By the way, I mean, it is worth noting here that undoubtedly, Clarence Thomas will end up retiring from the bench under President Trump in this next term, and that is because he's 76 years old. There's a good shot that Samuel Alito, who is 74, will also end up retiring from the bench, and new justices will be appointed in their place, which will enshrine, in fact, a conservative majority on the court for years to come. Because that was a scary thing. I mean, Clarence Thomas is the best justice on the Supreme Court. He's still obviously very much with it in mind. He's also 76 years old, and he's not going to play the Ruth Bader Ginsburg game where you end up, God forbid, going under a Democrat. And then
let's not knock Sam Alito, though. I mean, I'm kind of actually partial to
Sam's
Sam
great.
Alito.
Justice Alito's fantastic. I mean, again.
So both those guys, though, are a little bit
long in the tooth. Long in the tooth. Yeah, by the time that Donald Trump leaves office in this next term, Samuel Alito will be 78 years old. Right? That you're starting to get into the territory where you really want to think at 77 about whether you want to be the person who ends up, moving into a Democratic administration. I think one of the things that's worth noting here is that, we can be, the number one thing that Donald Trump is going to do is be not Kamala Harris, right? He is going to stop dead that agenda from moving forward, and not doing the thing is like 80% of what he needs to do. It's very hard to think of, massive, like the things I would want to do, right? Like restructuring the federal entitlement programs that are clearly going to bankrupt the country. It ain't going nowhere, and it's not going to happen. Right? Like we're just gonna fly right off that cliff. It's going to 100 miles an hour.
As you say, it's going to happen because it has to happen.
Right, exactly. I mean, reality will hit and we'll fall off the cliff, and then austerity measures or inflation or high taxation will happen. I mean, all those things will happen. But the one thing that Trump really can do, the biggest thing he can do, is radical deregulation. The radical deregulation will happen.
Which he started to do already.
Right. Now he's going to go to, he had a ratio of 2 to 1, right? For every new regulation passed, you repeal 2. Now he says it's going to go 4 to 1, right? For every regulation that is created, 4 will be repealed, right? All of these are really good and really important things. As far as what happens in Congress, the answer is that, the government is a giant tractor, and it just keeps on moving forward almost no matter what. So if you're hoping for Donald Trump to come in and lower the federal debt by leaps and bounds, That's really not.
No, he's
what
never
you
said
should-
he's going to do that.
Correct. That's not the thing you should hope for. What the real theory of Donald Trump, and this is where he actually is, like W, unfortunately, actually is this area, is that he believes you can outgrow the debt. Right, that if you have enough economic dynamism, eventually you'll generate enough revenue that you can pay off all of that sort of stuff. So again, that's the stuff that's sort of on the table. Again, I'm just giving you the latest vote totals. So right now, Donald Trump continues to be up by about 100,000 votes, with 77% of the vote recorded in the state of Wisconsin. Meanwhile, in the state of Pennsylvania, very, very narrow lead in the state of Pennsylvania. President Trump is up by approximately, well, actually not that narrow. My math is bad. He's up by about 170,000 votes in the state of Pennsylvania, with 85% of the vote counted. The New York Times is estimating that he will win the state by somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.1%, Wisconsin by 1.8%. Over in Michigan, 48% of the vote counted. President Trump's lead continues to grow there. He's up by about 130,000 votes. They're estimating that he'll win that state by 2.2%. So those are the latest results over there. Is Nevada closed yet? I'm not sure that Nevada's closed. I think Nevada's still open. Or if it can't still be open. It's got to be closed.
Right.
But it closed not all that long ago, so I don't think that they're actually doing like the full count yet. New York Times doesn't have a count on Nevada at this point.
The polls close at 10 Eastern, so yes, they are closed.
Yeah, they closed, but they're not going to be any results in Nevada for a little while yet. But it appears that it may not matter at all. Arizona, Trump's estimate, 3.7% up when all is said and done. 53% of the vote count is in. It's pretty much dead even, but the areas that have come in are areas, Tucson, Phoenix, right? All the big sort of Democrat areas have already come in for Kamala Harris. So again, a very, very shockingly good evening for President Trump. Spencer Lindquist is reporting already that people are leaving the Kamala Harris watch party.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Oh, they're walking out just like Jill did as soon as she realized that Joe was no longer president of the United States. Republicans are approximately, according to Ryan Gerdusky, formerly of CNN, I'm just going to keep saying that because it's hilarious, they are 1.5 percentage points away from flipping the New York 9th Congressional District, which is a 62-36 Joe Biden district.
Wow.
Which is really, really funny.
New York 9, where is that?
New Jersey 9, New Jersey 9.
New Jersey 9, okay.
Yeah. So these are
wow.
These are truly hilarious results.
How good is Joe Biden feeling right now?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean,
that's where I want the camera. That's where I want the camera. Like,
It's a mixed evening. You can imagine.
I don't think it's mixed for him. I think he's feeling.
You think you think it's just positive?
Oh yeah.
If you got knifed in the back by someone that you brought up, and they pushed you to the side,
There's still that knife wound.
Yeah, and you're still out. Yeah.
But
I get your point.
He's got to feel a little relieved because it could be him getting his ass kicked right now on national TV.
Yeah.
And that's a really bad way to go. The better way to go is to be knifed in the back and then claim that you were wrong the rest of your life, which is that's a really great way to go.
and then you can say for the rest of your life that, see, this is why you shouldn't have done that.
I mean,
He can say for the next 8 days that he.
Good luck to Joe, because this is the first time Joe Biden's prostate's working in the last 25 years. Tonight. I mean, like he's got to be really, really.
Wow.
He's.
I didn't need that.
Yeah. It's getting late at night, man. We've been here for 9,000 hours.
I'm looking just.
Cenk Uyghur is crying.
I'm checking out the networks. David Muir looks sad. He looks very sad.
Cenk Uyghur is basically
especially
in tears now.
But, yeah.
By the way, I got a note that Orange Hitler over here got awful lot of not white people to vote for him. This
sure
fellow.
did.
This Orange Hitler fellow.
The whole intersectional thing really collapsed in a pile of dust and rubble.
I mean, that dude had like 5 Hitler mustaches. Like, not just one, like all over his face, just Hitler mustaches everywhere. And we were told that he was,
what are the poor Hollywood stars going to do?
I know.
They're pretty much done.
They're going to move.
They're going to move. That's right.
Yes.
Oh yeah, move to Canada. Then they can find out what the
We've made our
progressive
trade.
agenda
Jordan,
really
come
is
on
like.
in.
Yeah, go to Canada, you people, where your money's worth half as much.
And we can't put it past these people because we're talking about how they're going to react. They are going to say that Trump is an illegitimate president.
You think so?
No, they can't anymore. They can't. They're going to say the American people are illegitimate, and that's what I'm looking forward to because now the battle's out in the open. Seriously, I'm looking forward to this. That's the battle that's going to be next.
They'll be able to accept that he just won.
Without
Russia, something.
Yes, because
they're running out of scapegoats.
Correct.
Of course they are.
Yeah,
right.
There is only one scapegoat left, and it's the scapegoat that Joe Biden said out loud, and that is the American people are trash.
Yeah.
That's going to be the angle.
Yeah. But
That's what we're doing in Canada.
They have not accepted a presidential election they lost this century. So
yeah, but who? I mean, you tell me. Who do you think that they blame? I mean, they can blame podcast land. They can blame me and Rogan and you and everybody else. They tried that, but
New York Times.
But the press is not going to back them on this. There's going to be a change. I mean, I really do believe this. The press, in order to sell the Russian collusion story, you needed the press all on board. The press look like fools.
Well, they're also dead. Like the Rogan interview with Trump and.
It was more important.
That was the end of the legacy media. As far as they were already on the outs. But what is left of them?
Yeah.
They've lost all their credibility. They have no audience, right? And it's highly likely, I think, that what Musk predicted will occur, which is that the broadcast networks will lose their license to broadcast, and they'll be relegated to the cable networks. And they should. They deserve it. There's absolutely no reason why they should occupy that.
I can tell you what the move is, though. Because you're right, they've lost their audience, and so what's their move? Their move is to kill us, which they already telegraphed. The New York Times, the Washington Post had that piece with your face on it, Ben, and then the New York Times hit all of us. The New York Times, this popped up in my Google.
I actually was not in that article.
You were.
I was neither.
I was weirdly in it. I was the centerpiece of their header.
But they didn't mention you
never
either.
mentioned because I said, what did the headline was in the podcast election? Falsehoods fly, misinformation flies, and YouTube lets it happen. So it was a picture of me right there in the middle. I said, what did they get me on? I think I've been very precise about what I've said. I looked, they didn't mention me, but they want to take down the Daily Wire.
Clearly.
They want to take down the other podcasters.
That's not working out so good.
It's not going to happen. Yeah.
Well, it's not going to happen, at least with Trump in charge. If the Republicans have the Senate, it's not going to happen for them anytime soon. But I think that is their play. Okay, we're starting to lose. Well, we got to clamp down on the guys.
But I know you're a big fan of the Inquisition, but it actually didn't stop the Reformation from happening. And that's what they're doing. It's the same game plan.
That's why we had to kick it into overdrive after you guys started that Reformation.
I think that's all over. I can't see that.
I think
under Trump, that's a very, very hard road for them to hoe. So this is why I think they are going to just be stuck with Trump is toxic. The American people are toxic. It's mostly males, but men
are toxic.
Men are toxic.
It's not going to be American people. It's going to be
men,
a group.
It's going to be men. But again, I think that too many white women went by majority for Trump. So I don't see how this works out for them. I think they're going to have to be, honestly, it's going to have to be that circumstance turns against Trump and they take advantage of it. That's the only way they get
maybe they sort themselves out. I mean, we have seen some
move
towards the center.
No, but here's my problem. I don't know what that looks like. Because they can't, as long as Trump doesn't touch the entitlements, there's no place for them to outcompete him.
Yeah.
Okay, if they say that we just want to spend more money on shit, they've been saying that this whole election cycle, and it doesn't make a dent. On social policy, they went so far to the left that even if they come back to quote-unquote moderate left, nobody trusts them anymore because they blew it all. I mean, they wanted to trans kids in the classroom. They couldn't stick with gay rights. They went to transing kids in the classroom. Yeah. If they go back to gay rights, Trump's already there holding a flag, man. Yeah. He took same-sex marriage. I disagree with him. He took it out of the Republican platform. I mean, that just is what it is. He has occupied. This is the part that's hilarious. I did say the whole election cycle. Donald Trump occupied the positional center of this race.
Yes.
He forced them to the left. Donald Trump is the most centrist political candidate since John McCain in this country, other than on immigration. That is just the reality.
You can tell that by all the Democrats who are running with him.
Yes. By the way, you want a great stat? Here's a great stat, folks. You're going to enjoy this one. Which state is currently running closer? New York or Florida?
What?
New York is currently running closer than Florida. Kamala Harris has a 12-point advantage in New York. Donald Trump's a 13-point advantage in Florida.
Well, Joy Reid just called Florida a right-wing fascist state.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can tell Florida's doing something right.
That's my state. Gotta love it.
She's a psycho.
I'm feeling the joy. That's awesome. Woo! That's
Florida
good stuff
seems
right there.
great. Everything about Florida seems great except for the weather.
And the alligator.
Yeah.
Okay, but the thing is, when you're in Florida, because there's no state income tax, you can afford to buy a summer home.
There's no state income tax in the great state of Tennessee.
There you go. Yeah.
And it is true. So
nor is there an alligator.
I will acknowledge, so David French is wrong on nearly everything, but he makes a good point. If present trends continue, this Trump victory will swamp all the micro-explanations. Shapiro's VP would not have changed this. Keeping Arab Americans in Michigan wouldn't have changed this. It's all the big stuff. Defeat in Afghanistan, a porous border, inflation, and Biden's refusal to acknowledge reality and step aside in time for Democrats to have a real primary. That's factually true.
I think that's
true. That's true.
Who wrote that?
French, David French.
Oh, David French.
He's wrong on a lot of stuff, but he's right on that.
Can I also say, we've talked about how the left will react to this. On the right, though, if Trump wins, assuming this all holds, I certainly hope, one of the things I'm most excited about if Trump wins is that I hope that this will become a time on the right where we can actually have some unity among conservatives, which is, I guess, easier to do in victory. But it's the last 4 years of just ripping each other to
Conservatives love doing that. You get 100 conservatives into a room, they're going to find the one thing they disagree on. It's like high school. It's worse than high school.
Yeah.
They're all going to just have all these petty little nitpicky things. They're all going to ankle bite whenever anyone has any success. But now, one hopes now, if the night continues as it is going, Trump has the big success,
right?
And so maybe we can all at least, say we got.
And we're going to need that if you want to take advantage of this and move the ball forward and advance your agenda. It's like we all got to be on the same page.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we got to be able to achieve that for an extended period of time.
You're going to have people on one side trying to bring back Bush, McCain, Romney, because that's what they're so angry about. You're going to have that very, I think, very small but vocal thing on the other side trying to turn it into like a fascist hate Jew. But, and the thing is, those guys are going to have a big voice online and in the Wall Street Journal. But I think if you ignore them, they just don't have the power anymore. The power is now
the
in
great
the
lesson.
Center. Yeah.
I think the great lesson to achieve what you want, people have to stop thinking, if I differ with you on one thing, we have nothing in common.
Yeah.
I don't understand that mentality. It is it's been a motto of my radio show for 40 years. The only candidate you will ever agree with entirely is you if you run. There is no one else. And yet people say, oh, he said that?
Yeah.
He's out of my life.
Forever, he's dead. Yeah.
Right. By the way, you might not even agree with yourself all the time.
Yeah.
People's views change.
Yeah, that's right.
Even with President Trump, he has become more fluent in speaking as a conservative since he ran in 2015. And, it shows on the trail.
So what does the pro-life movement do next then, as they're looking at this Trump administration that managed, what we think will be the Trump administration, that managed to win while tacking to the center on that issue, changing the language of the GOP platform? How do they now navigate a world in which the GOP doesn't necessarily entirely back their policies, and yet they also have Dobbs?
I think that's overstated. I think, Jeremy, you made this point very well earlier in the show. Trump got a lot of flack for taking the abortion ban out of the GOP platform. I think the reason he got flack for that is because people refused to acknowledge that the Dobbs decision didn't just move the ball down the field for us. It did do that. It fundamentally changed the field. It reset the field. Previously, before Dobbs, calling for a national abortion ban was not only a just thing to do, it was politically advantageous to Republicans. It ceased to be politically advantageous after we had lost every ballot referendum that we had put up for pro-life. So, I don't want to just flack for Trump here and say I would have said exactly the same things he did or whatever. He initially said he would support the pro-abortion amendment in Florida. Then he came around. He said, no, I'm not going to support it. He's changed his language a little over time, but we are in a completely new ballgame here. Right. And the goal is to protect innocent life. That's the goal. We're going to have to change our strategy up a little.
I think what it means is obviously the fight is state to state now. And it's an incremental fight, and that's something that pro-lifers and conservatives just have to. There's always this argument, especially among Christians, about incrementalism. Is that really the way to? Of course, that's the way to go. That's incrementalism. Just means that
the only way to move.
Right. So you're going to take the best possible thing you can have now is what you're going to take. Right. That's just life. That's every day, every moment of life. You choose the best possible thing you can have, and that's going to be the fight going forward.
That's of course right. The problem with Roe v. Wade is that it allowed Republican politicians to lie to pro-life voters for 50 plus years and say that they were abortion absolutists when the vast majority of them weren't. But they could never be called on it because Roe was never going to be overturned. Yeah. And then the unimaginable happened and Roe was overturned. And suddenly you're realizing that these politicians were always just being politicians. Life was an easy layup win, that they were never going to be responsible for advancing in any way. And what I truly believe is that the fight for overturning Roe was a long shot fight that took a generation and a half to win. And the fight for now, the actual fight against abortion was not the fight against Roe v. Wade. That was the fight against Roe v. Wade. The actual fight against abortion is going to be a generation and a half of fighting in the culture, which we have not done at this level before, of technological advances, which some Christians will find distasteful, but will actually help over time reduce abortion, of national revival, which will be an incredibly difficult thing to accomplish, but has been going on since the beginning of time. There's always been a cycle of falling away from God and drawing nearer to God. Like that is just part of the human civilizational experience. I actually think that all the trend lines actually work in our favor over time to do away with this complete horror called abortion. Again, no one is more pro-life than me. There are things that I believe about abortion that I cannot say on the air because we would be deplatformed. I'm a complete and total abolitionist radical. And yet I do live on a planet where I know I'm not trying to preserve ever. I'm not trying to preserve my positive view of myself. I don't care if you think I'm a bad Christian. I am a bad Christian. That's what it means to be a Christian. When you think you're a good Christian, I don't believe you understand Christianity in the first place, the premise of which is all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. You can't make me feel guilty. I know how pro-life I am, and I am just telling you, no matter what any politician tells you, abortion is not going to become illegal in this country in 2024. It's not going to become illegal in this country in 2028. It's not going to become illegal in this country in 2032. That is not how that fight is going to happen. That is not the timeline on which that fight is going to happen. You're going to have to actually get your hands dirty and win incremental gains at the local and state level.
On everything.
Every day.
On every subject. By the way, I asked Matt, I know you want to say so I'll make sure you get, it just occurred to me, I asked Matt in the other room, who's the second unhappiest man in the world? And he immediately said, second happiest. Happiest is Trump. And he got Joe Biden. So I have another riddle for all of you. And this is the world. So I'll give you a hint. It's a non-American. Who is the least happy person outside of Kamala Harris at this time?
Non-American.
Non-American. So Barack Obama, clearly. That'd be who we mean.
The Ayatollah?
Correct.
The Ayatollah. That's right.
This is his nightmare.
Yeah.
Because he can't do what he wants if there's a President Trump.
Right.
I asked Neil Ferguson, one of the greatest living historians, who I don't identify. I mean, he's conservative, but he's not political particularly. He was at Harvard, and then he's married to Ayaan Hirsi Ali. He's an extraordinary man. I asked him on my show, and I had no idea what he would say. This is 3 years ago. Would Putin have invaded Ukraine if Donald Trump were president? I give you all my word. I did not know what he would say. But I wanted to know from one of the few historians I respect what the answer was. There wasn't a gap, and he said no.
Certainly not.
Yeah, of course not.
And the same thing with Khamenei with regard to Israel. He could do whatever he wants because the Democrats were in power. Yeah. And now, if Trump is elected, this is a new ball game in the Middle East.
You know, I think this thing about...
Wait, I promised her.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well, now I'm taking it back to abortion, and it feels like we've moved on.
No. Yeah, we do that, yeah.
But my question is, does the pro-life movement learn how to leverage their political power again? Because I think when you look at so many of the rank and file, they look at something like that as distasteful because they have now spent decades looking for, I'm just trying to elect someone who agrees with me, as opposed to I am learning how to wield sticks and carrots. And how do they get back to that?
Part of the thing about Roe v. Wade is that it legitimately changed the culture, legitimately changed. A generation grew up thinking that this was an urgent human right to kill your baby, and that this baby was not an individual person, and there's no logic to it, and it has no excuse, but it is what people believe. It is where they live. And so I think people like Lila Rose, people who've been sincere fighters, really did change over their tactics over time to address that culture. But now they have to address it at its deepest level. And I'm sorry, that's going to take things that conservatives are bad at. It's going to take art. It's going to take, a new kind of way of talking. It's going to take sympathy with people that we don't have sympathy with, and forgiveness for people who we wish we didn't have to forgive. Today on X, there was a beautiful video of a woman talking about how the father of her baby wanted her to abort, and she said, no, and I'll never sue you, just go away. And then the doctor said, this baby is going to be deformed, you should abort. She said, absolutely not, I'm not going to do it. Had the baby's now 5 years old, beautiful baby, completely undeformed. And she told her story. I mean, I was sitting there going like, oh my God, it was a beautiful, and I retweeted it, and people started posting things like, did she have to use the F word so much?
Yeah.
And did she have this? That's where we got it. That's what we have to get past. So we have to get past that and understand that that's a hero. She grew up in a culture that didn't teach her not to say the F word, and we've got to change it.
I just want to say that the pro-life fight in the trenches doesn't change at all, because like in the trenches, and I do want, this is important to say, because like I said before about how all the conservatives like ripping each other apart for the last 4 years has been very troubling, and I hope we can get past some of that. And some of that has also been the way that some people on the right have turned against pro-lifers and pro-life activists and talked about them like they're nothing but frauds. Yeah. They haven't achieved anything. And it's like, no, you say that because you've never been around these people. You've never been in the trenches, but the real pro-life fighters are the ones that are at the clinics, okay? And they're going to the clinics on Saturday mornings, and they're talking to the women who are going in, and they're running like pregnancy resource centers. And that's the actual movement. Like, those are the people that are leading this movement, and their job doesn't change. I mean, their job is exactly the same as it's always been. And any victory, and I agree with changing the culture and art and all that stuff at a higher level needs to be done, but those people in the fight against abortion are the anchor of the movement, always have been. So I also have grace, because a lot of those people tend to be more of the absolutists, and they have trouble with the incremental approach. Yeah. And I believe in the incremental approach, but for them, like, this is their life, and they've given their life to it, and that's why they have trouble sometimes doing what they see as compromise when they're in this every day. So I understand that emotionally, but
you're also going to suffer setbacks. Like, overturning Roe was always going to lead to an increase in abortion. Roe was in some ways a bulwark. Roe was in some ways actually a limiting factor for abortion in many parts of the country. And now that it's gone, what we're seeing is that, yes, some states like Florida are able to have great abortion law, and some states like Minnesota are going to be like, bring us your 5-year-old and we'll deal with this problem for you. Because Roe had limits on trimesters, and of course they found ways around all that, but it was a national, broadly applied.
So maybe, therefore, law may not be the best vehicle. This is my position. My position is that there are two better vehicles than laws, because there will always be states that allow it, and that will obviate the power of the law. One is persuasion. I will just say my PragerU video on abortion, which begins with, I am not addressing the issue of legality, only the issue of morality, is gone viral. It's like 10 million views, at least. And without once saying a word about law, legal or not legal. But when you make which I think is an unanswerable case for, how could you argue that if a mugger shoots a woman who is pregnant and kills the baby, he goes to prison for murder? But if she wants the child killed, then it's a non-issue. It's not tenable morally. The other is, how about this, if you're going to pass a law, and this law I would be for, informed consent. That's all. If you go for an abortion, we want you to know what is involved. Here is a film on what the fetus is, what is happening right now. Then make up your mind and make that film unemotional, as objective, as scientific as possible, informed consent, it'd be very hard for liberals to argue. Leftists will always argue against it. But I think liberals will say, well, we'll make that trade, you don't ban it, and we'll give you informed consent laws. How's that possibility?
I don't know that it would do what we think that would do, only because if you look at what just happened in Washington, D.C., and you see these women marching through the streets now, banging on their drums in this very sort of sacrament way as they're talking about abortion, I do think there is a part of the pro-life movement that talks about women like we don't understand what we're doing when we do that. And I think that maybe there's a little naivety when they look at women like that, like everyone is a 17-year-old girl who doesn't fully understand how this functions. And I think most women today, we do know. And there does need to be a certain movement towards talking honestly about women's understanding about the evil practice they're engaging in.
What I think is that we're not going to know how to abolish abortion for at least 40 years. I think it's going to be truly a generation and a half struggle. That doesn't mean we're not going to gain all kinds of victories along that road. We'll get it obviated in states. We'll get it outright banned in states. We'll find technological solutions that help us with the persuasion argument. Already ultrasounds are very powerful tools for helping convince women that there is a path beyond abortion. I think there will be all kinds of victories between here and there. But just like we didn't know that a pro-choice, lifelong New York Democrat was going to give us the justices that overturned Roe v. Wade, we don't know sitting here today how we're ultimately going to win this fight. We just have to keep fighting it. Right now, we have to go say thank you to some of our sponsors who made it possible for us to bring you this broadcast tonight, and we'll be right back after.
How's your sleep been recently?
Well, I tell you, it's election season. I've been promoting my new movie. Pretty much non-existent.
Yeah, I could tell. If you have not been sleeping well, then I have to recommend that you check out Helix Sleep Mattress. A year ago, I took Helix Sleep's quiz. They matched me with a Dusk Luxe mattress, perfect for my sleeping habits. It's got the perfect balance of support and comfort. I've never looked back. Helix offers 20 different mattress models, each designed for specific sleep positions and preferences. For the month of November, Helix is offering 25% off site-wide, plus 2 free Dream Pillows with any mattress purchase, and a free bedding bundle with any Luxe or Elite mattress order.
That does sound nice.
Oh, it is. Don't let horrible sleep ruin your life. Get Helix Sleep Mattress today. Just go to helixsleep.com/dailywire. That is HELIXSLEEP.com/dailywire. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Thank you, Helix, for sponsoring Daily Wire's election night coverage.
All right, we want to get back into bringing you some updates about the election right now. According to the New York Times, with 53% of the vote in Arizona, Donald Trump is leading by 13,000 votes. Very, very close, but obviously we're still early in the count. Now, Maricopa County is saying that it could take them 10 to 13 days to tabulate the vote.
This is insane.
It's
insane and completely unforgivable. And I hope a court goes in there and tells them they can't.
Can we start like a Daily Wire fund where we pay to ship all of Florida's election workers to Maricopa County?
I will
them do the count?
I have to say that Ben is. It certainly seems Ben is right about one thing. Jonathan Capehart of PBS just said that he's mystified that Trump is gaining support. Who are we as a country? I'm not sure I like it, he said. Ben,
blame the people.
Blame the people, yeah.
In Pennsylvania, 88% of the result is now in. Donald Trump leading 51% to Kamala Harris's 48%.
So why are they announcing that we won't have results in if 88% are...
Pennsylvania was saying before we even got to the
earlier,
day that we would not have results.
Oh, so is that the place where the court ordered them to...
They ordered them to not stop.
Ordered them to not stop.
Okay, so we may have Pennsylvania.
It is.
And at the rate it's going, he has won Pennsylvania.
Dennis Prager just called it. We can go home.
Good point. I was a question. I don't know. I thought I had a question mark.
As you know, these votes come in from different precincts that have different sort of demographics at different times.
Right.
So it's not as though it scales from here to there equal to how it is now. I mean, you can see the slowest places are usually the bluest cities, and the bluest cities bring in a big batch, and it can wildly swing these.
And are they calling the Senate seat in Pennsylvania?
That's a good question. Have we called? No.
Also not.
Yeah, we've not called the Senate seat. Michigan, who also is saying that it could be tomorrow before the votes are in, currently 58% reporting, but Michigan's looking very good. Donald Trump, 52% to Kamala's 46%. And Wisconsin, right now, 83% of the vote is in. Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris, 51%, 47%. Minnesota, which Donald Trump is not going to win Minnesota. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings here. That Minnesota is, only barely free. But Minnesota also says they probably can't count them all today. How could you possibly expect us to count them all today? And they're all Democrat votes, so they have no reason.
Yeah. So I wonder if a proposition, at least that's how we do it in California, if a proposition in all 50 states were on the ballot next time people vote, counting will never cease until a decision is arrived at in our state. I think most people would vote for that, even Democrats.
Oh, yeah.
You agree?
Oh, yeah. I think just about everyone thinks that this should happen quickly, except the people who have a vested interest in it not happening quickly.
And who might that be?
Decision Desk saying, our partners at Decision Desk saying 86% of the vote is in right now in Pennsylvania. Trump leads 50.9 to 48.2 Kamala. So, Wisconsin and Pennsylvania right now showing Trump leads. His lead in Wisconsin, I think, fairly substantial with 84% of the vote in. Still early, only 61% in Michigan. So early to know. There's a couple of other, Maine where they can even split some of their votes, I think. So that's going to be a slow one. But again, what do you do about the fact that Maricopa County thinks that it takes 13 days to count their ballots?
What do they claim they're doing for 13 days? What is the process that takes 13 days to count?
I don't know.
They say they're not allowed to start counting until they have reached that point where the ballots are still allowed to come in. So they, I guess, by law, cannot start counting until that point. Which seems ridiculous.
That seems like a state in need of a new law.
Yeah.
And the ballots are allowed to come in until when?
I'm not
until the Democrats win.
Right. There's been a debate over whether it's like 3 days after. Yeah. So, that's how you're getting a week out from.
Do we know the college student vote?
We don't. And I don't know if you were out here when I said this, but my big fear going into this election, I thought that Kamala had a path to winning 50 states. I didn't think it was going to happen. But with the ubiquity now of mail-in ballots, they can turn college campuses for the first time into ballot harvesting operations. They obviously were not able to accomplish that in time for this election. If they had, it would have been an unbelievable swing.
But maybe not. But the young people don't seem to have broken as far to the left.
Well, the young people who vote, have voted more to the right than we might have assumed that they would. But again, that's assuming that you're not creating these ballot harvesting operations that almost changed the nature of voting from being something that you have to proactively do to something that you do not have to proactively do. The problem is they are going to wisen up and try to do this in 4 years. And we've got to get incredibly serious about what we're going to do about it.
Would Ron DeSantis have won?
Had he been the nominee?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that Trump has some very unique assets going into this race, and he has some unique liabilities going into the race, too. I think that there are a lot of people who said that if you go all the way back to the spring, there's an enormous body of people who said that they wanted to vote for whoever wasn't Joe Biden or Donald Trump. I think that there is that sentiment in both parties. Now, as it turns out, anyone who isn't Joe Biden actually didn't. It turns out they didn't mean anyone, right? They picked someone who was so obviously unfit to be president that I think they're not going to carry the night. Could anyone have won against Kamala other than Donald Trump? I'm not saying that.
The reason I posed
it
is because we raised the issue of Republicans and infighting and so on. So I admit that I have contempt for the never Trump Republican, never Trump conservative.
Really hard to hold up.
And I know almost all of them personally, so this is painful. But to prefer the left to Trump is a derangement. However, I wonder if for every never Trump conservative or Republican, is there an only Trump conservative or Republican?
Yeah.
And I must tell you, I have just as much disdain for the only Trumper as for the never Trumper.
Certainly.
Michael Knowles, hardest hit.
I do think, of course, that there are some only Trumpers, and they can be very loud and obnoxious on the internet, but I don't believe that that's a sizable contingent. I think that people want the country to work, and they believe that Donald Trump's going to give them that, and so they become very passionate for Donald Trump. As for the never Trumpers, I didn't vote for Donald Trump in 2016, and my argument for not voting for Donald Trump in 2016 was Donald Trump said a lot of things that were incredibly alarming. Did he mean them? My problem with Never Trump in 2020 and 2024 is that they essentially ignore the fact that Donald Trump was, in fact, president.
Yeah.
So when I was making my decision in 2016, Donald Trump said things that very much worried me, and I didn't know if he meant them. By 2020, I knew that Donald Trump didn't mean them.
Right.
That Donald Trump's worst rhetoric, whatever it is, being funny, insult comic, hyperbolic, aggressive negotiation, sometimes going straight from the id and not going through a filter, that actually doesn't define his behavior. He was actually a fairly moderate administrator of the government. He was a fairly moderate CEO. I don't mean moderate in the sense of like political left-right. Moderate is in the middle. I mean moderate like he didn't do radical things. He governed moderately. Now, he still says a lot of things that I don't like, but now I have a box to put those in. I sort of understand what they are. I don't understand how people can ignore the evidence of 4 years of the man being president and still have the fears that I had in 2016. Well, he says he's going to put somebody in front of a firing squad. Yes, and he's not going to. I know for a fact.
And that's a phony argument. He did not say that. Yeah, okay.
But even if he had said it, it would have been incredibly
You're 100% right.
And he still wouldn't have meant it.
Right.
Whereas the left says all kinds of horrible things too, and they do act on their worst rhetoric.
Right.
They actually put into practice when they say things like, I think that a person who was born with a uterus and breasts should be able to remove those breasts as a teenager because that person is a man. They mean it, and then they go mutilate our daughters.
That's right.
That's not, and I have, just like I had a record of Donald Trump being president by which to measure now his words, I have the Obama and Biden administrations to judge them. They mean it.
I also think that the never Trumpers at this point, like a lot of them are just leftists, and I think maybe they just always were. But it's not just that they're opposed to Trump. They've. I mean, this crew that we're talking about, they've.
Well, I'm thinking
many of them have fully adopted leftist positions on like everything.
Brett Stephens is whom I know well, and it's we've debated, and it's painful, but he writes terrific columns for the New York Times as a conservative. And then when it comes to Trump, I feel that this good man loses his mind.
Yeah.
He's not a leftist.
Many such cases.
But some of them are. I mean,
someone like Bill Kristol.
Absolutely. Any of them who say that they're voting for Biden or now Kamala Harris, they become leftists. That's right. Did David French say that he is voting for Biden?
I don't know if David French said he's voting for Biden. I don't think that it's a fair characterization of, say, Jonah or David French to say that they've become leftists.
No, Jonah not. Huh?
Yeah, David French said he was voting Kamala.
Yeah, Jonah has not endorsed.
But here's the thing: David French is voting for the left, and I have a major problem with it. That is not the same as saying that he is a leftist. What he is
well, yeah, a lot of liberals vote left.
What he is unmade by Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's right. It is.
He wrote, to save conservatism from myself, I'm voting for Harris.
Yeah.
That was the.
But Trump
which is bizarre.
Which is insane. That's
yes.
I've never seen anything else like this. He makes people crazy, and they cannot back down. I mean, Jonah at this point, who a guy I really admired and liked, personally, I considered him a pal. You know, like I think he.
Hey guys, I'm going to interrupt this because we're going to Mary Margaret Olohan at Trump HQ, where I think we're about to hear from the man himself. Mary Margaret, what's happening?
Hello, they're playing the Trump music. I think he's coming soon. This is really exciting. They're playing the YMCA song. I don't know if you can see in the background. The crowd is getting really hyped. It's very full. I'm holding my ear because it's so loud in here. I can barely hear you guys. We already know that Trump and J.D. Vance are en route to the election night party. And I think they're about to appear behind me. So this is very exciting. Pretty much everyone in the room has said that they think that Trump has won, but obviously we haven't called it yet. I don't know if you can see behind me, though. You got Trump on the screen dancing. He's doing his classic YMCA dance. He's recently added his signature golf swing move, but this is classic Trump, Trump rally. A lot of fun.
Well, New York Times is now saying a 93% chance of a Trump victory. So it does seem like, one hates to say the writing's on the wall and get cocky when there are still votes that need to be tabulated. But I wanted to come to you because I saw Trump on the screen. I wasn't sure if he was actually on the stage. We'll definitely want to come to you when the president walks out on the stage. What are you hearing about from people there? What are the top issues that seem to have moved voters?
Well, obviously the economy and immigration are the issues that we hear about the most. But I actually just talked to Callie Means, who's one of the big proponents behind Make America Healthy Again. And he's telling me that, this is an issue that's really motivating voters to the polls, especially suburban women. He thinks that's a whole hidden vote there that Trump really tapped into. And also the trans issues are really pushing people to the polls. And I'm told that's the 2024 sleeper issue, even with women. So, the left talks about how Trump has no chance with women, especially on abortion. But then we have these other two issues, specifically about the health of American people, of kids, and then transgender issues, of course, which we all know and the Daily Wire has covered so well, pushing irreversible gender transition procedures on kids, allowing men and women's sports. This is, things that Trump calls, quote unquote, crazy. And he's really tapping into what the American people are feeling. This is not normal. This is absolutely crazy. And I think that very phrasing has pushed people to the polls. I mean, I was talking to Terry Schilling earlier. He's the president of the American Principles Project. He told me they put $18 million behind ads telling the American public how radical these transgender messaging is. And he said it worked. He said he got so many people to go out to the polls specifically on trans messaging. So I, for one, as a culture reporter, I'm really interested in seeing the aftermath of this election and seeing the Democrats who learned their lesson and understood that they pushed too far. This is too radical for Americans. Americans do not want men in their daughters' bathrooms, and they don't want kids undergoing this type of thing. So those are two big issues that I'm told that they're driving people to the polls, and I believe it. These are things that are top of the mind for Americans, and I'm very excited to see, like I was saying, the aftermath of this and to help understand what went into these decisions for Americans and how we can learn from that in the future.
Mary Margaret, Fox is saying that Catholics may swing Michigan for Trump. Tell us why Catholics why would Catholics not be open to a Kamala presidency?
Well, there's a lot of reasons Catholics wouldn't want Kamala for president. I mean, mainly her support for abortion. She supports unrestricted abortion, and what that means is abortion up until or after 9 months. Democrats like to say that that's a fake thing, but unfortunately, there's many, many states in the United States that allow abortion after birth, which, of course, is infanticide. It's not actually abortion. So, we got some applause in the background here. This is about the Georgia results. Fox is saying Trump has 50.9% compared to Kamala's 48.4%. Crowd really likes this. Very
that's
excited.
With 90. By the way, that's according to Decision Desk HQ. That's with 95% of the vote in. We have Donald Trump carrying Arizona 50-48.
Wait, what did she just announce? Georgia?
Georgia, yes. And Mary Margaret, also from Decision Desk, we're now at 88% vote count in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's lead holding 50.8 to 48.3.
This is getting so exciting here. I mean, I think we're going to see the end of the election tonight, which is not something that any of us expected, I don't think. I mean, I was planning on being here potentially until the end of the week, but we might be able to go home way sooner than that.
Yeah, it almost certainly won't happen
saying,
because
Jeremy.
It would mean that Andrew Klavan was correct, and that is such a rarity. Can't imagine it's actually what happens. Mary Margaret, we're going to come back to you when...
Jeremy, but...
No, please. Go ahead.
Well, what you were saying about Harris and Michigan, I just did want to point out, Gretchen Whitmer had a major faux pas there recently where she did that very weird TikTok video where she pretended to be giving, it looked like she was giving the Eucharist to a podcaster who was being very sexual about it. I think a lot of people might say that contributed to Michigan Catholics not going for Kamala in this election, but that's another thing I guess we'll have to see. I'd love to see polling on that in the end because it was a very weird move, and I know it's something we talked about a lot at the Daily Wire.
Mary Margaret, thank you. We're going to come back to you if the president takes the stage. And right now, we're going to welcome back Ben Shapiro.
What's up, bitches?
Yeah,
how's it going?
Can't say that.
You've
it's
already
too late. I've said it. It's too late. It's been said. I can't unsay that which has been said. Time doesn't work that way. It's too late.
Can I say something about the trans?
You're proved right about people blaming America. The left is already coming on.
They're already doing it.
Yeah,
They're already doing
that's
it.
funny.
And it's good. You know what? Blame more. Cry
Yes,
harder.
yes,
Cry harder.
yes, blame us all.
Cry harder right in here. Just do it. Right.
Matt?
She mentioned the trans thing, and I just wanted to follow up on that because it is a really interesting thing in this election. That's I noticed even watching football on Sundays that Trump was running ads, during football on the trans issue like hard. I mean, you'd see these ads 3 times in a football game, hitting Trump on trans surgeries for immigrants and for convicted criminals specifically. Those are the 2 big ones, and then men and women's sports. And then there was the tagline at the end, Kamala is for they, them, Trump is for you, which I thought was really clever.
Yes.
So I do think that issue has proved to be a major factor in this election. I think even more than I think in the midterms 2 years ago, I expected the trans issue to be a bigger factor in the midterms. And it wasn't. I think it's almost like we were 2 years ahead. And
I think there's something else that happened there, which was you were right. It would have been, except basically politics is a crazy off, okay? And the craziest thing you can do is say that boys are girls or girls are boys. But it sort of offsets that when you raid the loony bin for your candidates. If you run Herschel Walker in Georgia, it turns out that you can kind of offset some of the crazy by putting out your own crazy. This time, there were a bunch of great candidates. Everybody knows Donald Trump already. And so the issue could really kind of sing to the American voter. And it is the apotheosis of what the left wants to do. I mean, you made that so clear in your wonderful movie, What is a Woman?, available right now at Daily Wire Plus. But because of that, I mean, I really do think that made a sea change in the way that people viewed the issue in the country. I really think the documentary had a lot to do with that.
I do too.
Yeah. Worth pointing out the contrast between the party we just saw with Mary Margaret down at Mar-a-Lago and the Harris party in D.C. The New York Times reporting the Harris campaign just shut off the sound on the TVs at her watch party and replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said tonight, quote, felt more like 2016 than 2020.
Yeah.
So more
they're playing
audio.
Moana on the,
They're playing the funeral march over there. And the New York Times pointed out there's still no sign of Kamala Harris at her rapidly thinning watch party at Howard University, her alma mater. She could be speaking to a nearly deserted campus if she does not appear soon.
Wow.
Well,
world's smallest violin. It's really tragic. I mean, it's definitely true about What is a Woman, and since I am perhaps the only person here who's not an employee of the Daily Wire, maybe it makes sense coming from me to say I actually think that Am I Racist could have significantly altered this election. It's possible that what you did in that movie, which was simply to reveal what people think. I mean, you guys were talking earlier about when Trump says these crazy things, you kind of gradually learn he doesn't really mean them. And when the left says crazy things, they are really just coming right out with it. This race stuff that they've been pushing since Trump was in office the first time is so noxious to the American sensibility that just reminding people of that, it kind of faded since 2020, I think. We had sort of lost the immediacy of that when it was such a fervent issue. And bringing that back to the fore and reminding people that this is still what the Democrat Party believes. They still think this country is fundamentally flawed in its conception, and particularly along this issue, which is very sensitive for Americans. I think that might have swung a significant number of voters.
I mean, we can talk serious things, but I need to experience the pain of those who have failed this evening. And thus, joining us now from Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., is Spencer Lindquist. So, Spencer, how's the mood been there in Washington, D.C.? He asked with a smile.
Well, right behind me just a moment ago, you would have seen people streaming out in waves. You're not seeing that as much anymore because most people are already gone. Just a moment ago, the co-chair of the Kamala Harris campaign, the co-chair of the campaign came out and said that Harris isn't going to be speaking tonight. He said that there's still some votes left to be counted. Of course, we're getting pretty high up there in a lot of these states with the reporting numbers. He said that she won't be speaking until tomorrow night. So there's already a lot of people who left. Really, when North Carolina was called, was a big inflection point. The mood had already soured quite a bit by then. And after that, a lot of people started flooding out. And now we're left with barely anybody here.
Well, I mean, I guess the real question is, will Beyonce be performing? Because, that obviously has been the big draw at these campaign events. It certainly is not Kamala Harris. Probably people feel privileged that Kamala Harris actually didn't show up tonight, which would have even brought down the mood further. So I guess nothing's happening there, right? Cedric Richmond, who's the campaign co-chair, as you point out, has now confirmed that she won't be speaking tonight. So what are people even doing there at this point? Playing tiddlywinks, planning a riot? What's happening?
Beyonce wasn't here personally, but they were playing some Beyonce. They were playing some music. And I will say, there was a moment between the news broadcasting and between the music where there was just a moment of silence for a second, where there was a gap between those two programs. And I turned and looked at the crowd. Dead silence. It was completely silent. So we went in, we talked to a few people, and everybody was just on pins and needles. The people who were walking out, I think I was probably 0 for 8 or maybe 0 for 10 on trying to get people to talk with me, because the people who were leaving were in a very somber mood. You could just see it on their face and in their body language. And inside, they really weren't feeling much better.
So, Spencer, I hope that you're staying in a safe area of the city, because I assume that we can expect riots in the near future. Obviously, Washington, D.C. was boarded up in preparation for Trump supporters rioting in a city where there are literally no Trump supporters. So has there been any are they just so depressed that they don't even have the spirit to do that which most motivates them and burn down buildings?
We'll see. We did see some buildings being boarded up earlier. That was yesterday. And we saw that really in downtown, in the area surrounding the White House. So we're yet to see exactly what's going down in the downtown area. But of course, as the night goes on and as we see exactly these results roll in, that might change. There might be some action downtown. So if there is, of course, we'll be covering it.
Well, Spencer, I look forward to seeing you next, dodging brickbats as well as horrifyingly peaceful fires over in Washington, D.C. Daily Wire's footprint at the Harris headquarters was made possible by PDS Debt. Get a custom plan to become debt-free right now at pdsdebt.com/dailywire. Oh, this has become such an enjoyable evening. I mean, truly, just really, really enjoyable in such a wide variety of ways. And there are new numbers, each more astonishing than the last, all so wondrous. It's like Christmas, and I'm Jewish. And I got to say, I'm looking at right now some of the latest numbers that are coming out, and they're just wonderful. 61% of the electorate said that American support for Israel was not strong enough or about right. So that makes perfect sense why Kamala Harris decided to pander to Hamas. It was a 2-to-1 proposition, and she took the 1. But why did she lose, they asked. And it's true on so many of these proposals. Like, she took the minority position on every single... the rule of politics is you find the things where it's like 80-20 and where you're on the side of the 80, and then you focus on those issues. And she went out and found 20 and then got on the back of that. I mean, it truly is an amazing thing. Meanwhile, as mentioned, the Harris co-chair has emerged, a man speaking for a woman, just like a sexist would, Cedric Richmond, has emerged in order to explain that she, in fact, will not be emerging tonight to say anything. I guess, are they going to still swap in Joe Biden again, maybe? They've announced that her candidacy is over, and they are bringing back the corpse of old Joe to try this once again. Again, I don't think anyone expected that at this point, this early in the night, except for Andrew Klavan, who's honestly, his opinions can't be taken that seriously since he's been giving predictions like Nostradamus since the time of Nostradamus. And so it's very difficult to take all that particularly seriously.
The only negative aspect of this whole evening is going to be this. I'm concerned also that we don't... I'm concerned we don't have enough leftist tears tumblers on this table.
I do feel like there's a serious lack. Production team, get on it. We need clips. I need a steady supply of clips of the weeping and the gnashing of the teeth and the sackcloth, as well as the ashes. That's what I'm here for. That's what our people are here for. Give the people what they want is the first rule of broadcasting. Get on it, production people. So the current vote count right now in the state of Wisconsin, with 85% of the estimated vote total reported. Donald Trump has 1.468 million votes. Kamala Harris, 1.348 million votes. He's up 120,000 votes. He's expected to win that state by 1.8 percentage points. Take a look over at Pennsylvania. You now have 92% of the estimated vote total reported. Donald J. Trump, your 47th president of the United States. I'm just going to say it. It's happening, folks. It's all happening. Donald J. Trump is at 3.3 million votes. Kamala Harris at 3.08 million votes. He's up 220,000 votes with 92% of the vote counted. Over in Michigan, things are even worse for Kamala Harris. Over in Michigan, they have 63% of the estimated vote total reported, and she is already down 220,000 votes in the state of Michigan. He is currently up over 6% on her in the state of Michigan.
In Michigan?
With 63% reporting in Michigan. He's expected to win by about 2.5%.
Have you done the New York Times Needle update?
Would you like to hear it?
I would really love.
Oh, it's very likely. It's almost pinned. It's almost pinned.
It is over 95% chance of victory for Donald Jamoglius Trump at this point in time.
Jaquan
Trump.
It is wildly enjoyable. As you may have noticed, we've hit the punch drunk portion of this evening's program. It is indeed midnight. It is the witching hour here at the Daily Wire in Nashville. For those of you on the East Coast and up at 1 a.m. enjoying yourself, just enjoy it. Just bask in the magic that is this evening, because indeed there are very few nights like this. The birth of your children, the massive suffering of your enemies. It's really quite grand.
Speaking of the birth of your children, I texted my wife and I said, I think I legitimately might cry if Trump wins. We had our first son 8 months ago, and she said, "You did not cry when your son was born 8 months ago."
Well, he was born into an uncertain future. And now his future is
also, to be fair, you worked harder with regard to this than you did with regard to your son being born.
What, that is true.
There is that. Well, we are now being joined from an election headquarters where people are having a good time. Cassie Akiva joining us from Dave McCormick's election party in Pennsylvania. Welcome back, Cassie. Are they preparing at this point? It's a little nervous about opening the champagne. What's going on over there?
Thanks for having me. Right now, Dave McCormick just left the stage. He came on with his wife. They sort of declared victory. It wasn't exact. They were bragging about how they'll be in the Senate, but he said that the night's not over, but he's extremely confident. They're celebrating here. The party does not seem to be winding down, but things are looking very good for him. He's up by 100,000 votes right now. They're extremely confident.
Dave McCormick is an excellent candidate. I was proud to have campaigned with him last week in Pennsylvania. He's absolutely awesome. So, the mood in the room, obviously, Cassie, must be great. Everybody is looking at these results. I assume everybody's just going to stay there until somebody makes some sort of call, or is it just going to be an all-nighter for everybody?
It might be an all-nighter for us tonight, but we're going to be here covering it. But McCormick, I don't think he's going to bed right now, but he's definitely having fun. He's mingling with people. He's really good at that. We were on the campaign trail with him, and he's really having a good night. And it's worth mentioning, he was down 10 points in the polls this summer.
Yes, he was.
This is a huge victory for him. He really turned it around. He said that he has the best campaign staff in the country. I'm starting to think he's right with that big victory there. So
it is worth pointing out here.
Final results, but it's looking good.
Cassie, as you point out, early on in this race, if you remember in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump kind of didn't know what to do with Kamala when she first was swapped in. And it was McCormick's campaign that was putting out excellent ads about Kamala Harris, right off the top. This has been an incredibly professional race from Dave McCormick, again, demonstrating that when you run good candidates in swing states, you can indeed win. Cassie, you've dealt with Dave. He is a pro.
Yeah, Dave has been really great with getting his family involved. We saw his wife talking, his brother. He has 6 daughters, so he really knows how to speak to women. I think that's really helped him here in Pennsylvania. He's been bringing out the crowds. He really campaigned super hard. And even his election night party here, it is full. It is rowdy. People are not leaving. It is getting late, and I think he's going to have a good day tomorrow as well.
Well, Cassie Akiva over at the McCormick headquarters in Pennsylvania. I'm sure we'll be back with you sometime this evening, but things are looking really great. Thanks for your hard work on the ground over there.
Thanks so much.
Well, folks, the Senate results continue to pour in. In Michigan, Mike Rogers has opened up a 5-point lead on Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan, 60% or so of the vote reporting. Mike Rogers is currently up by 160,000 votes on Alyssa Slotkin in Michigan. Now, I got to say...
And the AP finally called Georgia.
I know. They're so far behind. See, the internet for the win, gang. Okay, so at this point, I would like to point out the next swing state that no one's talking about. Okay, so Nevada is now reporting at this point. Nevada has, approximately how much of the vote in? 68% of the vote in. Donald Trump is currently up 51-48 in Nevada. So Nevada has always been perceived as sort of a Democratic machine state.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if he flips Nevada. If he flips Nevada, obviously that takes him, my prediction minus New Hampshire. Just going to put that out there. So that is a good number.
Am I wrong in thinking that if he now takes Michigan and Wisconsin, he doesn't need Pennsylvania?
Yeah, if he takes any one of them.
If he takes Wisconsin.
If he takes Wisconsin, it's over. If he takes Michigan, it's over. If he takes Pennsylvania, it's over. It's over. It's over.
It's over.
It's cooked. It's done. He's the 47th president of the United States.
Can we?
I have not been given the authority by the polling gods to declare victory in the election.
I have Mayflower
He won. He's the
cigars.
47th president of the United States.
There will be no calling it. I'm sorry.
No. I'm informal. It's an informal call.
Yeah.
It is a description of reality. The reality, and let it sink in, just like Elon Musk says. Let it sink in.
I'm going to take the wrapper off my Mayflower
I've taken the wrapper
cigar right now. Just to do that.
Some preparatory.
A little preparatory work here.
You could sniff it. You could smell.
I'm going all the way to cutting it.
Oh, wow.
Decision desk says 91% is in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Wow. No, it's actually, yeah. And New York Times has like 93% in. And his lead is indeed holding. By the way, hilariously enough, there is an outside shot. Then the next most competitive state after Nevada is, wait for it, Minnesota. In Minnesota.
That would be great.
In Minnesota.
Oh, that would be so great.
Right? It's hilarious. In Minnesota, 65% of the vote is in. Kamala Harris, 1.07 million votes. Donald Trump, 1.02 million votes. He's only down 50,000 votes in Minnesota. The deliciousness of Donald Trump somehow sneaking Minnesota away from the magic of Tim Walz would just be so entertaining.
It would be like
you
running
could not
a
make
pick six. It would almost be like running
a
six play.
I once had a conversation with Ed Rollins.
His wrists could not get any limper if that were to happen.
The face.
I once had a conversation with Ed Rollins, who ran Reagan 84, and he said, I said, wow, 49 states that you won. He said, well, we actually won Minnesota too, but we didn't want to look greedy, so we didn't sue about it. But he felt that they got it too. And if this woman decided to overlook Josh Shapiro because she didn't want to pick a Jew, and then she picks this guy in a bright blue state she should be totally fine with. Oh, man.
If she loses that
state. The one state Mondale won. It would just be so great. Wow.
Joining us right now is our friend Harmeet Dillon from the Dillon Law Group. Coming to us from Arizona. Harmeet, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
So you've been watching these results come in just as we have. You have a slightly different set of responsibilities. Our responsibilities are to start eyeing the booze and cutting the cigars. And you still have to be geared up for any possible fights ahead. How are you feeling this evening?
Yeah, no, we feel good. We had attorneys still working in the war room even as we speak right now. We're actually doing the job of picking up all the ballot returns and receipts, if you will, and closing down all the polling places tonight. And so work is still going on. But there's also a couple of bottles in the war room, and people have been toasting a little bit and enjoying that as well. So yeah, we feel great about the effort on the ground here in Arizona and the results both. And so, it really is a model. It's really exciting as a almost lifelong Republican volunteer to see how it wasn't like this 2 years ago. It was a pretty sad mood, and we have learned a lot of lessons since that time. And so we are teachable. So that's good news.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's so exciting to see some of these states that had been absolutely written off by the pundits. And I just, put on X a little while ago that it feels almost like a little naughty to be watching MSNBC right now because the level of glee that I'm feeling, the Schadenfreude is just, it's too much. I'm not used to feeling that way, so no, it's excellent. And so that said, I have a lot of friends with close races in California. We're not going to know the results of those for a while, and Pennsylvania, and people are nervous. I feel pretty good about Arizona for Trump, but there are a lot of congressional and ledge races and Supreme Court and all that aren't going to get decided yet. So
how long is it going to take us to hear results out of Arizona?
Arizona, it can take 2 weeks for Maricopa County, which is by far the largest bulk of the ballots, but I think we'll have a pretty good idea of those final numbers in the coming days. I don't think it's going to take the full 2 weeks to get the contours of legislative races. I think we are going to be as much as 4 points up for President Trump at the end of the day. And, if we're that far ahead at the end of the day, it bodes well for some of the people who are a couple of points behind him. So fingers crossed on that. But that's why the work that our chair here in Arizona has done of having a super organized effort and having a closing down of every single polling place. We have the numbers of every single number of ballots voted early, turned in on election day, et cetera, in every single one of these polling places. And then our number cruncher geeks sit down and do the math. And there's like some numbers missing. We will go and hunt and track those down. And if we don't agree, there'll be litigation. So that's why there have been lawyers involved in this effort from the beginning. And in Arizona, by the way, there's an automatic recount statute. So if there's any race within half a point of the number of voters who voted, there'll be an automatic recount and a bunch of lawyers descending to do that. I suspect there will be some races in that margin.
Why does Maricopa take so long when Florida takes 2 hours to do the entire state?
Well, states have different rules as to whether and how they tabulate ballots. And in Maricopa County as well, you have to understand that they've gone from the more traditional form of voting to a large number of early ballots. And that's been a kind of a difference over the years. The statute allows them this much time to do it. And the current recorder of Maricopa County is, a fairly bitter person who's lost his election for recorder in the summer. And so I'll just be mild, he's not a Trump supporter. And so he's in no hurry to declare victory for President Trump here. This guy is these guys are out there talking about bulletproof vests. They're snipers on the roof of the counting facility in Maricopa County in case, we Trump supporters get out of hand. They can shoot us. So that's the mood here of the election officials. So, those of them who don't like Trump are not thrilled tonight. I think that is why. But if we hold on to the legislature here and eventually we get the governor's race back, you can change some of those things. And I think Congress can change some of these things. Congress could pass a law that conditions federal funding for elections on some basic minimum standards of counting, of cleaning up the polls, of so many of these other things. So I think that we need to really have that conversation.
Harmeet, thank you very much for spending some time with us tonight. Good luck to you over the next couple of weeks
pleasure.
and making sure that Arizona comes together and the good work you're doing in all the other states as well.
Meanwhile, I do have to point out, this is a clip of Cedric Richmond, the co-chair of Harris headquarters, telling everybody, go home and just enjoy. Just enjoy a little bit. Just enjoy it.
Unbelievable.
Can't hear it.
Guys, we need audio. Otherwise, I can't enjoy it.
Can't hear it, guys.
Well, okay. Well, you can view it.
The facial expressions alone.
Yeah, the facial expressions are worthwhile.
I am getting flashbacks to 2016. You remember at the Javits Center, Hillary had her big election party. And my favorite line from poor Mr. Podesta, he comes out, he's the head of her campaign, and he says, hey, thank you all so much for showing up for Hillary. She's always shown up for you. Except right now when it matters.
Very moment.
We're also watching people walk into the party down in West Palm Beach at Trump HQ. We just saw our friend and actor John Voight walk through the room. I think we saw Tucker Carlson walk into the room. So definitely the contingent that was at Mar-a-Lago are all starting to make their way to the convention center in anticipation of Donald Trump making some sort of appearance here, which seems to be more or less imminent. And as that happens, you're just also watching the electoral vote totals creep up. Right now, Decision Desk HQ has Donald Trump at 200 and, I'm getting a little blind, this is at 251 electoral votes.
Yes.
To Kamala Harris's 213. It's getting very hard to imagine how Kamala could turn this around.
Meanwhile, that needle, that magical needle that we've all enjoyed so much, is over 95% chance of victory right now. Their electoral college estimate puts Donald Trump at 306 electoral votes. Nate Cohn says another hour has gone by. The story is still the same. Trump favored in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This election is, they're treating it like it's done.
Wow,
okay?
I
So
love
let's be
the New
clear.
York Times. I take back everything bad I ever said about them.
It is
Their deep
quite,
honesty.
It is quite enjoyable for certain. That is for certain. And do we have Brent Buchanan available? Is that a thing that I was told that was a thing that we were going to do?
Yes.
Are
we right
okay,
now?
So Brent, hold on. Wait, let's do this properly. So give me the M&Ms. I promised an M&M joke. Thank you. I'm going to need that. So, all right, Brent. Brent, I have a different candy now.
Okay.
And I warned you. You were forewarned. I need an update from Pennsylvania as I glory in this treat.
Okay, so really, Mars Wrigley has failed us. M&Ms are made in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Done.
It's performing
Beautiful.
exactly like it did last time. They did not show up for Trump any more than in 2020.
Okay, hold on. That was not a good. Can I try it, Ben? Can you do it? Can you pitch me on the M&M thing?
Okay, so Michael Knowles. I'm eating M&Ms right now, and they're delicious. Please give me the Pennsylvania data that is linked in some way to this.
Oh, sure. She's choking. How? Everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over. Blow. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. McCormick's going to win. That's basically my attitude.
Michael, that was truly almost worth the price of having paid you for 10 years for absolutely nothing. Brent, I'm going to go back to you since you have data. So what's the story in Pennsylvania? Why are we waiting to declare it? How long do we have to stay up with this? Yeah. What's the story?
I have no clue why we're waiting. Right now, Philly, the county, is at 86% in. It's underperforming by 6 points.
Oh,
wow. Harris.
Wow.
And a flat turnout. So this goes back to what we've been talking about. Democrat counties are turning out at 2020 levels. Republican counties are turning out above 2020 levels. Here's one for you. A lot of this goes back to the fact, and we've been highlighting this, the youth vote is shrinking in the margin for Democrats. In our last national poll, we had Harris only winning the under 30 vote by 8 points. If we'd have broken that down even younger, I guarantee Trump would have been in the lead if you went, say, 18 to 22. So Center County, Pennsylvania, which is the home of Pennsylvania State University, Biden won it by 4 in 2020. Trump is currently up by 4.
Oof.
So I have absolutely no clue why we're all sitting here. I mean, it's fun. I get it. It's really fun. I really think all these smart people, and then they also invited me. We can definitely win back the college-educated vote with what you all have talked about tonight. But Pennsylvania, absolutely no clue why they have not called it.
Okay, in Michigan, the numbers are looking stunningly good for President Trump this early. Now, it's a lot earlier in Michigan. They've only counted something like, 67% vote, 2/3 of the vote. But Trump's up like 6% in that vote right now. I assume it's going to come down. I assume it'll be a little bit closer. But what that does mean is that Mike Rogers, who is widely expected to be trailing in that Senate race, is running really strong against Alyssa Slotkin right now. Yep. And if you had to put money on it, you say Republicans maybe get 55 Senate seats out of this thing.
Yep. They could potentially. And it's one of the really interesting stories of this cycle where for pretty much all the Senate races, the Republican Senate candidate was polling 4, 5, 6, 7 points behind Donald Trump in the margin. And it really looks like as people went to go vote, they looked at the blue and the red jersey and said, I have to pick one. And I'm going to pick the red jersey across the board, especially in these Rust Belt states. So Dave Sunday, the Republican nominee for Attorney General in Pennsylvania, declared the winner there. I think that is a harbinger of what we're going to see also coming out of Pennsylvania. But if you look specifically at Michigan, so there's a county, Oakland County, outside of Detroit, suburban area. Biden won it by 14. It is almost fully reported. And currently Harris is only up by 10. So not only are these returns in Michigan flat on turnout from these Democrat-leaning counties, she's not even getting the margin that Biden was getting. So this kind of goes back to what we were talking about with the union vote and how she was definitely going to underperform Uncle Joe with the union vote. Another county that we talked about earlier, Eaton, which Biden won by Biden won by 1 in 2020. Trump won it by 5. And that was before we were at like 80% reporting when we were talking about Eaton a couple hours ago. It's fully reported, and it still is Trump plus 5. Montcalm County, which I didn't know was a thing before tonight, Trump plus 38 in 2020, now Trump plus 39, and a 7% increase in turnout. So it keeps going back to the story. Democrats flat at 20, Republicans overperforming 20, and this is how we're getting the map of potentially a Trump sweep of every single swing state.
Wow. It is amazing, amazing stuff. And I do have Mike and Ike's on the table, so prepare yourself for that one, Brent. But next we come to you. Our election map coverage this evening is made possible by our sponsors over at Lumen. Hack your metabolism with one simple device. Understand your body more with Lumen and eat less of this than I am right now. But you know what? Screw it.
Can we please take the... I want everybody at home to see what's happening right now at Trump HQ, where we've seen just about everyone. I believe I just saw RFK Jr. coming in. The crowd, even without audio, you can just tell the crowd is ecstatic. And we expect to hear from Donald Trump imminently. At any moment, we could be going to Donald Trump coming out to make, we don't know what
by the way, Fox just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Over. We are, I mean, I think it's not impossible that you even get a concession phone call tonight.
Okay, so Donald Trump's new name is the glass ceiling. Because Donald Trump has not just stopped one, but two women from becoming the first female president of the United States. And he now has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever, and at the very end of his presidency, declare himself female and become the first female president of the United States.
Even the New York Times has taken Pennsylvania to very likely Trump.
Fox News just called it. It's over, gang. It's over. Fox News calls Pennsylvania. This election is done. It's toast. You can put it in the fridge. It's finished.
Donald Trump
is your 47th president of the United States, the greatest political comeback in American history. Bar none. Yeah. No doubts about it. Un-effing believable. Unbelievable. And to you, the American people, put the work in. The amount of work that people put into this election cycle, particularly me, but others.
It doesn't work. We got that.
It's incredible. I mean, really, like I mean, the amount of work. I mean, the number of people that we all personally know who are like door knocking and going out and doing the hard work and making the connections, putting aside whatever differences are out there. I mean, this is a huge victory against a woke left that needed to take it directly in the teeth.
This is
just huge, just enormous.
This is the greatest comeback, without dispute, in the history of American politics.
Of course. Of course. Well, what exactly would be the comeback?
How is he going to govern the country from prison, though? That's the thing.
From Elba, St. Helens.
There are actual constitutional crises looming because the left took the joke so far.
They really took it to Jeremy level.
Wow. That's right. They gave me a run for my money.
By the way, TDHQ has called the election. Donald Trump is your 47th president of the United States.
Yes!
There it is.
Yes! Damn.
All right.
So, how y'all feeling? Feeling pretty good out here?
Yes.
I cleared my week, guys. I was planning on being here every day for like a week, because I thought this was going to get dragged out and out and out. And Donald John Trump, despite the constant negative press, has Kofefe'd. But by what time? By the way, Marsha Blackburn was 20 minutes off.
That's
23 minutes off. She said we would be at 2:70 by midnight Central Time.
Well, the world is about to change in a much better way, in a much, much, much better way, from foreign policy to domestic policy to the social fabric of the country. And now it's time for those that Donald John Trump has defeated to actually take seriously the possibility they got it all wrong. They got it all wrong. And it's time to rethink some things about the American people and about the country they seem to say that they ought to represent.
It is also time for me to have a drink. I think
You've earned it. And Dennis Prager left early.
No!
Oh, boy.
Now we have to have his drink. I mean, if we must.
You know, the nice thing about the color orange is that it encompasses so many colors. It's not just white. It's not just black.
It's really
not just brown. It's a blended family. It's like America.
Rainbow coming together.
That's like exactly Obama said. Right. We're not red America. We're not white. We're not
orange America.
Orange America.
Today we're all orange. That's right.
This company began about, 9 years ago? Really, our first election was 8 years ago. And we were all sitting around celebrating Donald Trump's victory over the would-be first woman president.
Down here from
and nothing whatsoever has changed. We're doing exactly the same thing. Wow.
Oh, Ben, you're drinking.
Yeah.
I never do this, but dude.
I mean, come on.
It's been a long road.
United States of America.
The United States of America.
And number 47.
And number 47.
Donald Trump. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh boy!
This is also not to get too spiritual, but this is God
100%.
Having mercy on our nation.
Yes.
And saving us from what would have been catastrophic. I mean, it wouldn't have been the end of the country.
Do you understand?
It would have been a catastrophic.
Not the end, but absolutely.
By the way, we forget that we were 1 centimeter away from things completely exploding, not just Trump's head.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, that is how close this country just came. The person that a bullet missed his head by this much is now the next president of the United States again. Okay, I'm sorry. If you don't believe in God, it's time to start thinking about it really a lot, like real strong. You might want to take like a real strong think on that one.
To me,
Do you think God does not operate in history?
the biggest.
I don't know what to tell you.
To me, the biggest question has been, will God forgive us for Roe v. Wade? And I think maybe He will.
Thank you.
What is that they just gave you?
This is like a fireworks.
Oh, it's an explosive. It's confetti. But
why did I not get one?
You don't get
Here,
one.
Matt, you want this one?
Do you have
we
to
do
ask?
it before or
I
after?
don't really
Tom
want
comes
one,
out of speech?
but
I think that we have to wait until he finishes his speech.
I think we have to wait till he finishes.
They also didn't bring me champagne. Hold on.
You can have my
you
champagne,
guys,
Michael. It's fine.
wait,
Have my champagne.
Really?
I can only take
All
so much
right.
alcohol at
This
a time.
is good.
Oh, you did.
there's champagne too?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't get you.
Yeah, you don't
And you know
get
what? This is a
me.
better
No.
election.
Guys,
We really
Paul
got
only
stepped
has
on this
two
end of the
hands.
table.
Also, so listen, guys, last time in 2016, I had to pay Michael because I bet wrong on the election. This time I called it. I called it this time, so I don't have to pay you
Except
any more
remember
money.
that bet we had on New Hampshire? you were a little tired.
Yeah,
this
he was.
morning,
I
but
remember
it
he
was about
was
$400.
drinking.
I was more right than wrong. That's all I'll say.
Wow.
Wow. Unbelievable. Okay, guys, we need clips from MSNBC. Feed it into my veins. I need it from MSNBC
live
right
feed.
now. CNN, MSNBC, all the networks into my veins.
Thank you, sir.
Slow drip for the rest of my life.
By the way, can
right
we
now.
also say it's not going to, electorally speaking, the popular vote I don't know because California is a big state.
Yes.
But Donald Trump is going to win 300 electoral votes.
He's going to win the popular. I'm just telling you right now, he's going to win the popular
He
vote.
is. He is going to win the vote.
He's going to win the popular vote. He's going to win the popular vote because she is. They're not showing up for her, and they're showing up for him.
And
he's going to win the popular.
Larger numbers.
And
in
Kamala Harris so deserves this humiliation.
Oh, sorry. I just have to change my shoes.
Hang on, I have to understand what's happening.
Yeah, sorry.
going on?
Huh? Well, I was just putting my shoes on. Sorry. I previously
Those are
had my blue
beautiful.
suede loafers on, but I have to put on my 45 Donald Trump sneakers.
Look at that.
That I got from Wells, actually, over in-
Those are gorgeous.
These are not the most expensive Trump sneakers. These are only the $200 model, but they'll do for now. They'll do until tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Wow.
By the way, right now they're favoring him in Nevada as well. So
Nevada.
he's going to sweep. He's sweeping.
The way the economy's about to change, you can afford as
Are
many
those
Trump sneakers as you want.
Are those the size 4s there?
These are, hold on. First of all, these are not my shoes, though I am keeping them after tonight. Wow.
This is, how crazy this ride has been? This is a crazy ride. I mean, just like to recap, for those who may have been asleep the last 10 years like Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Donald Trump was elected in what was probably the greatest electoral fluke of our lifetime in 2016 by, 77,000 votes in 3 separate states after losing the popular vote by like 6 million votes. Yeah. And then we had a pandemic in his election year with massive riots.
Yep.
And he lost to Joe Biden by 7 million popular votes, and he lost by a handful of votes in a bunch of separate states. He then proceeded to be prosecuted 4 times after having been impeached twice, nearly assassinated twice in the last year, had the candidate he was beating swapped out for another candidate. The entire media then sided behind that candidate, and then he won anyway. Okay, I'm just gonna put it out there again. Folks, if you ain't going to synagogue or church, you really ought to re-examine your perception of the way that God moves through history, because my goodness gracious. And honestly, it's so just unbelievable. Just unbelievable. I can't believe what I just saw.
And to
but I
Jeremy's
can,
point,
I
to
predicted it.
Jeremy's point that narrative is a force in the world, which is absolutely true. In order for there to be a story, there's got to be a storyteller. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah.
And it's great.
Oh, wonderful.
And not to bring the mood down at all, but Donald Trump needs, he's got a lot of courage, and he doesn't, and so he'll go out there in front of people, but he needs to be flanked by.
He needs protection.
That's my only concern going forward.
You mean he needs to be guarded?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, obviously. Yeah. But that's my only concern.
Well, and he needs a defense against the bureaucratic backlash that is about to come.
That's exactly right.
This is for tomorrow. This is a problem for tomorrow, Spencer and Drew and Jeremy to deal with, not for tonight. But he does need He's, if things.
Rachel Maddow
I'm sorry.
is crying.
Rachel Maddow needs to speak.
Rachel Maddow is crying.
Can we hear this? I need to hear it.
Can we send him the
Rachel wept?
Can we?
I think it's the verse.
Can we send her a leftist tears tumbler?
Yeah, to collect those for
with a return address.
We're not able, guys. We can't actually play MSNBC over our air. So only we are seeing this. The audience isn't seeing.
Oh, that's sad.
We just
that's
get to
so
watch
sad
it.
for
Rachel
everyone.
Maddow is
crying.
That's the kind of transformation that's happening in terms of America on the world stage. The idea of there being a part of the U.S. government that is still in Democratic Party hands becomes a very interesting thing in terms of the stability of the world, right?
Now they're hoping for the House. They're relegated to hoping for the House.
If the House is controlled by Democrats, puts him in the position of having to decide whether he's going to do what other autocrats have done, which is to essentially eliminate the function of the legislature.
It would be terrible if somebody prosecuted their political opponents for a separate time.
Yeah, the autocrat that was just elected into office, democratically,
and possibly with the popular vote. Almost certainly with.
He's going to win the popular vote.
Some foothold.
Unreal.
You're about to see the popularity of democracy among Democrats.
That's the problem. The problem is democracy. It doesn't work. They say that with free speech. The First Amendment is no good.
Actually, democracy is bad, it turns out.
It's going to,
She would also say that you think about the U.S. bond market. You think about the way that the U.S. is sort of a reserve currency for the world.
You know who gets to preside over the certification of the vote?
Political stability here.
Wow.
One Kamala L. Harris. I don't know her middle name is. She gets to preside over the certification of Donald J. Trump's electoral vote.
Do you think they'll refuse to certify in the name of democracy?
Oh, I certainly they won't. But it would be great if they did.
They would if it had been 270 to 268.
Yeah.
But that is not what's going to happen.
No.
He's going to win 300 electoral votes, and they're not
or
going to,
more.
They're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah.
Wow. Except weep on TV.
The American people, unstoppable, man. Unstoppable. So good. So good. Wow. And like Fox being first to call Pennsylvania, right after last time around when they got banged on.
They learned their lesson.
Arizona. By the way, well, I mean, by the way, they called Arizona right last time. Okay, so like
they called it right, but they called it too early.
Understood, and they called it right this time. Okay.
Wow, that's right.
And so there we are, man. Wow. Yeah, as Matt's Idea Shop says, McDonald's ice cream machines are definitely going to work now. The promise has been visited upon us. Man, she failed upward, and she never, ever had to be elected to it. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Right.
You want to talk about the utter failure? The utter failure of DEI. The utter failure of DEI. She failed upward at every opportunity without any vote, and then finally she's subjected to reality, and reality said, "Hell no."
This is the end of DEI, I think. Right.
Yeah. When even Anna Kasparian is saying, "Yeah, what we did is crap."
Yeah.
Like it was offensive what they did.
Yep.
It's offensive to people on their own side.
It was. Yes.
If you're on their side and you're rational at all.
Right.
You were offended by this, and you didn't want to support it.
Yeah. The other thing, I know a lot of people were praying before this election. I certainly was. This would be a good time to thank God because truly, I mean, the most notable moment, but even this, we just forget as humans. The guy turned his head 20 degrees and his head wasn't blown off. Okay, at an improbable moment, and so there are moments in history. The Battle of Lepanto is a good example. There are many moments in history where you think, had the wind just blown a little bit differently, we wouldn't have civilization anymore. It's really that dramatic. And we may have just experienced one of those moments for our country.
And watched it on TV. I mean, the records that we have from this whole adventure, including those, we've never lived through an election where we had these kinds of precise measurements. You could actually simulate the turn of his head. Yeah. It's almost like, we've got digital records of the hand of God.
That's exactly right.
Down.
Guys, I mean, I think that's right. And so, I think that a silent moment of prayer actually would be quite appropriate at this point. So if you want to take like 10 seconds here and just say thank you to God, because seriously, well played, God. Really well played.
Yeah.
Amen.
Amen.
All righty. Yeah, thank you, God. That was it. Solidly well done.
You remain undefeated. Mic drop.
That was the Babylon Bee's headline early in the evening was vote come in, God's still on his throne. It was like,
I gave a speech to the company twice today. Don't ask me why twice. I mean, you can ask me why. It's because I didn't expect to do it the second time.
Yeah, I only heard one of them. I didn't know there were two.
So I gave it at the 10:30 meeting, and then they asked if we would do a company prayer, which we did do, and I kind of repeated my speech. But I started the day just thinking about that beautiful line from Be Still My Soul. Be still my soul, thy God doth undertake to guide the future as he has the past. And I took it as just a reminder that unfolding history is God's work to do, not ours. You know, we worked very hard, as we do all the time in our spheres, to advance what we think is good and right and proper and true. A lot of people in the campaign worked very hard to effectuate this outcome. People like Charlie Kirk worked incredibly hard to get the vote out in ways that we've never seen on the right before. And it's important that you put in that work. That's what we're here to do. But at the end of the day, our work only bears the fruit that God actually intends for it to bear. And, you know, I remember when our friend Andrew Breitbart wrote his book, Excuse Me While I Save the World, Righteous Indignation. I thought, man, saving the world is like one step beyond what God's given us to do. God's given it to us to try to save the world, but the outcome is his. And that would be true even if we had the result that we didn't want tonight.
Right.
And in fact, that was my prayer for the company today was, you know, God, unfold history as you will, but we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you to also give us a favorable result.
Yeah, so I just need to get, since we did like the very meaningful and you know, actually useful and purposeful things, now I need to do some Schadenfreude stuff. So I need
yourself out.
Yeah, I mean, let's get to the fun stuff. So I need a ranking of who most richly deserves what just happened.
Kamala Harris is number one.
I definitely vote for the news media.
I don't Kamala Harris doesn't even deserve it.
I agree.
She didn't even earn this debate.
I agree.
She's a non-entity.
I'm going to give you the
she's
answer,
really nothing.
the answer, and it's just right. So, you know, just deal with it. The correct answer is Barack Obama. Barack Obama engineered every aspect of everything about all of this. And then he went out there and he tried in his own magical persona to yell at black men into voting for her, and they said no. And then he tried to take all of his magical popularity and transfer it to his terrible wife. She's not a good person, Michelle Obama. She's been portrayed as one, but she's not. And then she went out there and lectured them. He staffed up the entire Biden administration, and then he was purposely staffing up the Kamala administration. Right. And Barack Obama has been denied a fourth term. He has been denied his, and he deserves it so at the hands of Donald Trump yet again, reenacting my favorite picture of literally all of human history. My favorite picture, which was after Donald Trump won in 2016. Which, again, I'm just glad we get to do this again, man. This is like Godfather 2. Like, they're both so great. How do I decide which one is better? But after 2016, you recall that Donald Trump visited the White House, and there's a wonderful picture of Donald Trump lecturing the media, and next to him is Barack Obama, who looks like he just wants to commit suicide. And right between them is Abraham Lincoln's bust like this. And, like, the fact that Donald Trump has skunked Barack Obama twice.
Yes.
The fact that he skunked Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, he is the destroyer.
But Ben,
he has become, some might say, Vishnu, destroyer of worlds.
I want to put a little cherry on top of your sundae. I want to take you back to a White House Correspondents Association.
Yes.
During the 2012 cycle, Trump had been flirting with running for president, and there's Obama. He gets up on stage on the podium, and he says, well, you know, Donald, there's one big difference, though, between me and you, is that... sir, you'll never be president. Ha ha, I actually got to be president. Ha ha. And you see Trump, and he just gives that little smirk, sitting there at the table. There it is. All these years later.
It's that photo. That's my favorite photo. It's so good. It's so good. And it's so wonderful. And now Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are going to have to hand the keys back to the man they declared a criminal Nazi who is going to destroy the country's democracy because the people elected him. It's so good. It's so good. Amazing season finale, God. Once again, 5 out of 5 stars. IMDb 10. Downloading. Will watch on plane again. Recommended to all friends. Find me like things in the algorithm. Do all of these things.
I mean, you not only beat him twice, he came back from the dead and beat him twice. You know, it's just a beautiful thing. It's like
if you are watching us on X or if you're watching us on YouTube, please think about becoming a dailywire.com subscriber. We're going to do some amazing things with the energy that comes out of tonight. Coming out of 2016, we essentially built the company. Even in defeat in 2020, we launched in entertainment and created these amazing documentaries with Matt Walsh, amazing scripted content with Dallas Saunier and Bonfire Legend. And coming out of this, we have a mandate, we believe in this company, which is to fight the left and build the future. We scored an enormous victory as a country over the left today. The future is still ours to build. So please, dailywire.com/subscribe. 47% off in honor of number 47 himself, Donald Trump, with promo code FIGHT. Head over there, become a subscriber, join the ranks of our wonderful Daily Wire members who make it possible for us to do all of this work. Again, that's dailywire.com/subscribe. Now is the time as we wait for number 47 himself to walk into the room. I think that the reason it's taking Donald Trump so long to take the stage, because there are places you don't want to be between Donald Trump and the stage. I think that there's a strong possibility that he is getting a concession call from Kamala Harris. The defeat is that, absolutely.
Can we go back to the question of who deserves this the most? And I think another group that deserves it richly is the abortion industry. The pro-abortion activists who they tried to use abortion to get Kamala Harris to the White House. That was the issue that they ran on, and they were hoping that America loved killing babies enough that alone would propel her to the White House. And I am so thankful that because I wouldn't know. I know we were talking about you don't want to blame America and demonize Americans, but if it proved to be correct that enough Americans love killing babies that Kamala Harris could be elected, I wouldn't know what to think about the country at that point
you're right.
going forward. And I'm so thankful that's not the case.
Yeah.
Well,
and so that's the, to me, they're the number one villains, and they deserve this humiliation the most.
You're totally right. And the abortion industry lost big tonight because they didn't just lose nationally because they lost this election. They got their asses killed in Florida. I mean, they just whooped in Florida, right? They had an amendment on the ballot that would have made abortion legal at the point of birth, basically, without parental consent, the whole thing. And it got wiped out in Florida. And it turns out that exactly what the founders suggested for many contentious issues is exactly how it's going to play out. This was the only election where Democrats would be able to make this a national live issue. Mm-hmm. Really, because what's going to happen is that stasis is going to set in. All the states are going to pursue their various different, exactly what Trump says, because that's how Roe versus Wade, did it wrong. And that's what Dobbs does. This is how the system works. Donald Trump said it was kicked back to the states. The states are going to do what they're going to do. And if you want to vote in your state legislature for a bunch of pro-abortion people, that's your prerogative in the United States of America. But that is not going to be the lever upon which you can get a Democrat president elected. You're right, Matt. They didn't love abortion enough to overcome the fact of 40-year highs in inflation, a terrible candidate, transing of the children, a wide open border, a horrible foreign policy. The world is a much better place today because Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States, a much better place in every way it is possible to measure that question.
Mm-hmm. This is true. This is a repudiation of the whole leftist project, whether it's abortion, feminism, the race issue, stuff. DEI. I mean, all
especially
of it.
DEI. Good timing for your movie, by the way.
Especially DEI.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to nominate for honorable mention Nicole Hannah-Jones, Ibram X. Kendi, and the entire 1619 Project crew. I know this is a little bit in the rearview mirror now, but fundamentally, the groundwork for all the rest of this cultural stuff was laid when the left went full bore on their claim that this country is a mistake. It's a mistake not simply in its failures to live up to its ideals. It's not just that we've had problems like every other country, but that the conception, the whole idea of America is an act of theft, an act of rape, an act of violence. And that notion, which was so galling to so many people, has just lain like a noxious cloud over the first Trump presidency and, of course, over the Biden presidency. And I think that as we start to get these results in more granular detail, we are going to see that has now totally failed as an idea.
I would also like to place a little blame and enjoy a little schadenfreude because of the leftist elites.
Yes.
And specifically, not just because they have crazy, terrible ideas, but that they weren't actually even good at being leftist elites. They were functionally illiterate. They weren't as sophisticated. I go back to one of the all-timers of the leftist elites, that shaped a lot of left-wing American politics, and that is the Italian communist Antonio Gramsci, who inspired so many of these people. And Gramsci made a number of really salient political points, one of which was a revolution's not going to succeed if you lose the common sense. If you lose the common sense of the people are going to reject your theories in favor of their traditions and their way of life and their customs. And the left was pretty good about this for a long time. And the left knew how to wave the American flag even as they sought to subvert what the flag symbolized. And they lost it, specifically, actually, on this issue of the trans kids. Do not underestimate the role of the trans kids in this, because it was just too much for liberals like Elon Musk. It was just too much for moms who don't want to vote for Trump. It was just too much for suburban voters in some kind of blue states. An emblem that the Democrat Party no longer has a mooring to reality. That plus 25% inflation over 3 years. That combination, I don't know how the left could have overcome it.
Can I read you guys something beautiful from the New York Times? Nate Cohn, chief political analyst. While it might be several hours until the race can be called, our estimates say Donald Trump is very likely to win the presidency. Kamala Harris almost certainly needs to win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, and Trump is a clear favorite in each. They are putting his chances of winning at greater than 95%. They are suggesting that he will carry 306 electoral votes and that he will win the popular vote 1.2% above Harris.
I remember
by the way,
when the
even
George
Sam
Floyd
Brown
riots started. I remember sitting there and saying on the air, they think that they've won. They think, in other words, that they can do this. They can burn our cities down for this drug addict, and they will not have to pay, and they're just wrong. They've overshot the mark. And I knew it then, and it's absolutely true. They just went too far. They always do.
Well, the thing is that they thought that because of Trump's excesses, that gave them license to do literally anything. And it turns out the American people are not up for that, and they proved it because they're like, you know what? Even with his excesses, we will take that guy over everything that you are presenting.
Ben,
right
you just
now.
mentioned Sam Brown. How's Nevada looking?
So shockingly, Sam Brown has now moved with 77% of the votes into an extraordinarily tight lead.
Really?
Jackie
Let's
Rosen.
go, baby.
Okay, so
because he's been trailing all night.
I mean, yes, he's been trailing. Well, all elections. He was down double digits a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Now, Nevada, right now, Donald Trump is expected to win Nevada. He's up by about 4 percentage points in Nevada. If you take a look at that Senate race in Nevada, with again 77% of the votes in, 496.8 thousand, 496,800,000. 496,800. Jackie Rosen's at 494. Super duper tight. It's possible he pulls that out. He pulls that out. You're looking at 56 Republican seats in the United States Senate.
How is the House looking to me?
So the House, nobody knows. It's going to take weeks for the House to shake out because these races take for freaking ever. That's why you saw MSNBC a little bit earlier. Really trying to stash their last hopes on the possibility that the Republicans somehow lose the House.
My friends, Fox News just called Wisconsin for Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh.
I'm not doing it until I call Michigan. So
You got confetti in my whiskey.
I know.
I'm not even.
I know. I was just thinking that's
by the way, they called the election for him as well. By the way, I mean, so Fox didn't just call Wisconsin; they also called the election for him.
Wow. So not only a victory, but a resounding victory for Donald Trump.
The American people, a wise and generous people. Seriously, really. Well
mean that's garbage you're talking about?
Wise and generous garbage.
By the way, I think that last touch from Joe Biden. Meant something.
It did.
I think it meant something.
Yes, it did.
Because I think he had a role to play as well.
I mean, that's always the big question, right? But I said at the time, there aren't any swing voters who are like, oh man, now I'm going to vote for Trump. But if you were a marginal Trump voter, somebody who's like, I don't know, I like him, but do I care enough to go out and vote for him? And then he called you all garbage.
Yeah, that's right.
But
and all your friends garbage and all your family garbage. It was like, again, just keep hitting us, and we're gonna hit you back. We're gonna hit you back. They're the passive aggressive person in your life who just pokes at you and pokes at you and pokes at you and pokes at you for years, and eventually they're just gonna get clocked. I mean, you can't do that over and over to the American people.
Gaffes matter when they're real. Gaffes matter when they're real.
That was a Kinsey gaffe. I mean, he meant it.
And consider that the American people waited for their opportunity to hit back in a nonviolent electoral fashion.
Always a beautiful thing.
You know, when Trump was shot and he stood up, he proved that he was actually the courageous guy that he'd been telling you that he was.
Yes.
With this victory,
yes,
Donald Trump has proved that he is the world historic figure that he has been telling you he is for 40 years.
100%.
He is that guy now.
He
is demonstrably that guy.
He is the global man for the time. He's a great man of history.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put it. He's a great man of history, you know, on par with all the people who he was mocked for comparing himself to.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because that's what he is. When
Yes.
you become a non-consecutive term holder in the United States and you radically reshape how politics is done in the United States, and by the way, how global politics actually occurs, you are now in a small coterie of people who have shaped the fate of the planet itself.
Yes.
As the president of the United States. I mean, you're like, when he mentioned, everybody laughs like, oh, like Lincoln. Okay, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing,
kind of, though.
Okay, not you know, what Lincoln had to face down in slavery and Civil War, different thing. But he's a different time. Again, don't compare different people at different times.
Yeah.
Compare them to the time that they have. And the time that Donald Trump has, you can't say that somebody's made the most of that time more than Donald Trump has made the most of that time. Yeah. It's an incredible thing that we've witnessed. We already did the Schadenfreude. I want to do one other thing here, which is pick a person to say thank you to, not me, but me. No, but pick a person to say thank you to for the victory, right? Aside from Donald Trump, because there are a lot of people who worked for this victory tonight.
I'd like to say once again, Barack Obama.
But I'll shout out Charlie at TPUSA.
Charlie did a great job.
Heavy on the ground work.
I would
Scott Pressler.
I would thank us. I really would. I think this has been a revolutionary enterprise. It's been part of a revolution. It only represents the revolution. It isn't the revolution, but it represents it, and it represents it proudly. I'm incredibly proud to be here, even with you clowns. Yeah. And I mean, which just shows you that. But I think this has been a revolutionary change. It's why I have been so sanguine, because I know we're here.
Giant shout out to Elon.
Yes.
Giant shout out to Elon.
I think he made a big difference.
He made a huge difference. Yeah. He gave a permission structure to a bunch of people who might have thought differently about Donald Trump.
I'll give you one that nobody else will say.
He gave us the chance to speak on social media.
I'll give you one that no one else will say. Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg, after the shooting in Butler, came out and said that it was badass.
He's a badass.
Yeah.
And that was I believe that was the moment that it became okay for people around the country to say that they liked Donald Trump. Because it wasn't a figure associated with the right. Because even Elon, through the purchase of X, had become more and more associated with the right. But for Mark Zuckerberg to say, yeah, I gotta say that was badass.
Yeah.
Was someone on the left actually breaking down the wall.
Obviously the obvious one to thank is Donald Trump himself. And I think that a lot of us felt after the assassination attempt when he stood up and rose his fist in the air and yelled fight, and we had that iconic photo, all of us at the time were saying the election is over. And then I think all of us felt like 2 weeks later that, okay, well, we spoke too soon. But I think actually the election was over in that moment. And ultimately, like that was the end of it right there, because when you have a moment like that, you're just going to win. You can't lose after a moment like that. And to your point with Mark Zuckerberg, I think that changed the tide in many ways.
And every iconic moment in this campaign was Trump's. I mean, the McDonald's, the garbage truck, and certainly that one more than any other. But like, it's just been, what did Kamala do? It just sticks in your mind. Besides ramble.
And also, I don't mean this in any glib way. When that guy pulled up at McDonald's and he said, I'm an ordinary guy. And Trump said there are no ordinary guys, but whatever is meant by the ordinary guy really did reassert himself here. The ordinary men and the ordinary women, they reasserted themselves. We were told 2020 was the normie election, and it wasn't the normie revolution. The Trump movement in so many ways is the normie revolution.
100%.
It's okay. It's okay to be a normal guy. We're not bad. We're not deplorable. We're not garbage. We're not irredeemable. Right? We're good. We're good old American stock, man, and it's okay.
We're just like Trump. We're a little crass. We care too much about money.
When they called JD weird, they meant it. They meant it. Because it's not that that it was a misnomer and that they just were like trying to do a thing that they didn't. They believe that J.D. Vance is weird. And they believe that he's weird because he's from Ohio and because he is married and because he has children and because he goes to church. These are all things that are weird to them.
Yeah.
And to us, that's normie. So when they say normie revolution, they mean like Sam Brinton stealing luggage while wearing a dog mask. And when we say normal, we mean, kind of like all the people
everybody
here and like JD and like like normal humans, like normal actual humans.
That was great about Megyn Kelly's speech, where she turned to the guys in back of her,
Yeah.
all in the hard hats and all this stuff. Said, we like you. Women like you. We have husbands. We have sons. We have brothers.
Yeah,
beautiful.
J.D. Vance is another one to thank for the.
JD did a great job in this campaign. He did a great job in this campaign.
And he gives me.
And by the way, I mean, I think underratedly great job in this campaign.
He did a great job of explaining Trump's ideas.
Yes.
So I was showing this. I was showing this to Klavan last night. Actually, I was showing him because we were talking about Trump's debate performance, which was not good against Kamala Harris, and I was showing him how Nate Silver's estimate of how the election was going. Basically, the race went like this: Trump is leading Biden. Kamala comes in and they flip. Suddenly, Kamala is leading Trump in his estimate. Trump starts to climb. And he climbs above Kamala. You remember early on, she started to kind of fall apart. By the time they did the debate, Trump was the favorite in the race. They do the debate. He does not perform. He starts to decline. She starts to rise. At the low ebb of that is the debate between JD and Walsh.
Mm-hmm.
And right as that happens, Trump starts to rise again because it stabilized the ship. It reminded people that, oh, yeah, like Trump says things that are weird, but his agenda is actually really normal.
Yeah.
And normal people hold this agenda too.
This, on the normal point, it reminds me of that monologue from a friend of some of us, John Milius, The Wind and the Lion. You know the grizzly bear monologue here? It's in the mouth of Teddy Roosevelt. It just makes me think of Trump and all the people who vote for Trump. The monologue is, the American grizzly is a symbol of the American character. Strength, intelligence, ferocity. Maybe a little blind and reckless at times, but courageous beyond all doubt. And one other trait that goes with all previous, loneliness. The American grizzly lives out his life alone, indomitable, unconquered, but always alone. He has no real allies, only enemies, but none of them as great as he. The world will never love us. They respect us. They might even grow to fear us. They'll never love us, for we have too much audacity, and we're a bit blind and reckless at times, too. The American grizzly embodies the spirit of America. He should be our symbol, not that ridiculous eagle. He's nothing more than a dandified vulture.
Another big winner, I think it's already been said, are podcasts are a big winner.
Yeah, baby.
Podcasts are a big winner. Podcast election.
I mean,
Yeah, that was a strategy that Trump adopted sort of midway through the Kamala stage of the race, that people weren't sure whether it was going to work, whether these guys that listen to these podcasts are actually going to come out. But that is actually indicative of something important about Trump that's been true of him since 2016, which is that he's living in the future world of the media landscape, right? I mean, we all feel the oppressive weight of institutions like the New York Times and the Washington Post, and we think, how can people still be falling for this garbage? NPR, they tune in. We all know people who listen to NPR and take that as gospel. And Trump trusted that era is passing away. And by trusting it, he actually enabled that to come into being. The fact that he went on Rogan, the fact that he, believed that those people were actually going to get mobilized. So, the podcast bros, and of course also Peanut the squirrel.
You know who I'd like to give credit to also, and I can't believe this name has not come up once on this show. Moo Dang, the hippopotamus.
The hippo.
Moo Dang, the hippopotamus, today was offered 2 cakes, one Kamala, one Trump, and Mr. or Miss Dang endorsed the Trump cake.
Yes.
That was hours before his victory.
Yeah.
Is that a coincidence?
Oh, yeah.
And you know what?
Yeah, I'm just asking a question.
Just saying.
The pro-hippo propaganda is did dangerous. Hippos are dangerous animals, so that's a whole other thing.
But I have to say, Peanut did not die in vain.
He did not.
He lives on in our hearts.
That was
not irrelevant.
It was not irrelevant, the Peanut thing. It was not like Harambe or something like that. It was funny.
Hey, watch what you say about Harambe.
It was funny, but what the
Just
hell?
because Harambe had information on who
But what the hell is our bureaucracy doing?
It was pretty irrelevant.
I agree.
We're less than an hour into the Trump victory.
Probably
We're already
didn't matter at all for the election.
No, in terms of numbers, but it wasn't meaningless.
If Peanut hadn't died, Trump would have lost.
Jill Stein would be president today.
By the way, credit to Mark Cuban, who already congratulated Trump.
Did he?
Did he really?
Yeah, he said, congrats to Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. # Godspeed.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Good for him.
Good for him.
Need more of that, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can be gracious to those who acknowledge they've been vanquished.
Another important player is Barron Trump for telling.
Yeah.
He's the one telling Trump what podcast to go on.
He absolutely is.
Yeah.
He absolutely is.
And I mean, of course, it's been said a million times already, but the mainstream media just being relegated to total irrelevance.
Yes.
Their ability to set the narrative has been completely destroyed.
Destroyed. Utterly destroyed.
Totally impotent, ineffectual now.
Big win for Liz Cheney, by the way.
She was going to be the CIA director, according to what
worse than Iraq for Liz Cheney.
This was MSNBC.
Actually, though, this is a personal bullet that it's personal for us, but it's public for the conservative movement. When the Times came out with their piece, putting all the podcasters up there, and I was, I got, a little. It was not lost on me that the Times put my picture there because they just want to take my podcast, like all these other podcasts.
They didn't even mention you.
They didn't even mention me, but they just don't like my podcast. And so, had Kamala won, had the Democrats, had the Senate, or we'll see how they do in the House, like there was a very, very good chance that the conservative media landscape was going to get pummeled into the ground by these platforms.
100% chance.
And now that will not happen, at least for 2 to 4 years. That cannot happen.
And we've been talking about the pro-life fight and abortion all night. The other thing that would have happened if Kamala would have won is that they've already been going after the pro-life movement, throwing people in federal prison. This is happening. This has been happening right now.
I know.
And if Kamala Harris, who did that as AG in California, and if she had been, that was one of my top worries of a Kamala Harris administration, is her just going to war against the pro-life movement, and that's not going to happen now.
I actually thought, though, that trying to take down social media and podcasts and that, I think we would have won that fight. I mean, I didn't want to be in it. I thought it would have been terrible, but I think we would have won.
It's not for nothing that Kamala Harris slurred her speech for 3 straight months on the national stage as the candidate, except when she talked about killing babies.
And
then she was suddenly incredibly prescient.
She's incredible. Yeah, she has clear thoughts about that.
Yes, she does.
Alone among all issues. She really knows what she thinks. And it's interesting, we haven't yet mentioned the Supreme Court, which is not a political actor, so we don't want to name them as having, won this election. But in fact, the opposite is true. This Supreme Court, which, we owe in no small part to Trump's first term.
3 judges.
Steered through perhaps the most treacherous territory for justices in American history. I mean, death threats, leaks, really serious danger that these guys faced. And what they did not do was win the election for Trump or decide every point in Trump's favor, but actually their job. They looked at the text of the Constitution, they read the cases in front of them, they considered the arguments, and they decided to the best of their ability, as I think the founders would have hoped that they would have decided, to hold the line against a lot of the worst excesses of the Biden administration.
And the record shows they did not lean toward Trump.
No.
They leaned toward the Constitution.
We also, it's so early, but the impact of overturning Chevron,
yes,
we don't feel yet.
Yeah, I agree.
And that will actually be that will actually be sped along by Trump ascending the presidency, because from inside and outside the government, all of the agencies, all of the sort of bureaucratic instruments are going to be brought to court.
Yeah, it is. For people who don't follow these sorts of cases all that closely, the Supreme Court did somewhat quietly overrule this decades-long precedent that said that the agencies can basically run their own business and do whatever they want.
You guys want a fun one? So apparently Tim Walsh just lost control of the Minnesota State House. The Republicans are currently leading in the Minnesota State House.
That's tasty.
The other thing, too, is that this delay between Trump's terms. I've always thought that Trump has actually learned stuff, and the way he's been talked, for instance, about staffing, which was the big problem in his first administration, and that it's all about the people. It's all about the people.
Yeah.
He's a smarter guy than he was before.
Yes,
and he will, I think, be a smarter politician in office.
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly won't make the mistakes he made right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Right. You remember that his early staffing decisions were really bad.
Yeah.
And
well, as he said,
and also he didn't staff enough. I mean,
and then he fired everybody, and then he got a bunch of better people.
Yeah.
And so I think that a lot of those people, again, I think he's going to have a lot of holdovers and a lot of people who come back. Like, people focus on the people that he fired, but the reality is there were a lot of people at the end, particularly in the foreign policy realm. But even the domestic policy realm,
that were
really, really good, people. And they're coming back. Like, I think, listen, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd mentioned, possible secretaries of state. I think there's, possibility that that's Pompeo again or Rubio. I think there's possibility he goes for Rick Grinnell. I wouldn't be shocked if Cornell comes up in that conversation.
The lights just went down at Trump HQ. They're getting ready to shine a spotlight.
Oh boy.
Whoa.
All right.
Will we get some audio?
Team Harris, by the way, has confirmed that the vice president will speak tomorrow. No concessions
We all
tonight.
get second chances in this life. Rarely do we get a second chance as big as this one. And I have got to believe the man that I know and that Kayleigh worked with is going to work with a certain alacrity and energy to get things done very quickly. What he can do through executive order, what he could do with the Congress, bringing in the governors. No one gets a second chance this big in their lives and just puts it on the shelf like it's a trophy or a gold star. He's going to use that as a platform for good and undo some of these bad policies, and I think do even better. You know, these celebrities, these athletes, he's got job creators and innovators. He's got Elon Musk and Dana. He's got people who make stuff, who people say, wow, there's an American success story, and he's going to bring them aboard.
So Vice President Harris has now encountered what is known as the Van Buren curse. It's the failure of the vice president to get to the presidency.
It's only George Bush, the only vice president.
And that is Mark Van Buren in 1836 and George H.W. Bush in 1988. You know, the question is
not by way of
what the Republican Party looks
not by way of somebody dying.
Right.
Yeah. Kayleigh, it's a multiracial party, to your point.
That can't be
It's
true.
working
John Adams.
class.
Well, I mean, Nixon, right? He was
The
vice
first-
president, and then he ran later.
And the first vice president.
No, but I mean, I
Adams.
meant sitting vice president. Yeah.
No, but
Yeah. Well,
Adams.
Adam.
Our first vice president
Yeah.
became the
That's true.
second president.
It's not over for Kamala. You know, I think she could run again in 2028. Hope she does. Keep at it. That's
And
my
maybe
message.
2032, just to be safe.
Never give up.
Don't give up. Yeah.
Kamala 4.0 will definitely be more joyous.
Nevertheless,
and
she
rad.
persisted.
You know how Trump, you know how Trump learns things over the years?
Yeah.
I'm not sure the same applies to Kamala. So perhaps, we'll get the same campaign.
Yeah.
Oh, the deliciousness. Oh, the wonder.
That Wisconsin. Yeah.
Look at that stage.
Again, somewhere Grover Cleveland's a little mad, right? He's like, oh, man, that was my
That
thing.
was my record.
It's the only thing anyone remembers me.
NBC has also called Pennsylvania for Trump, for what it's worth.
So
late
it's
on the game, guys. Late on the game.
I think we don't have to go all night. I think that we can all take off the rest of the week.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, good.
I'm not even sure I can stay up for the Trump speech.
Big miss by Ann Seltzer.
Oh, yeah.
He won the
pretty
state
hard hit.
He won the state by 14 points. So she was only off by 17 points. That is not a good poll. That is not a good poll. And man, the recriminations. I'm here for all of it. I'm here for The View tomorrow. I'm here for Maddow. I'm here for.
I think instead of doing my show, I might just watch all of their shows during my air.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it'll be incredible. It's going to be so good. And like watching Kamala blame everyone around her, and then Biden blame everyone around him, including her.
Biden's so happy, right?
Oh,
I mean,
but-
he's asleep,
of
but
course.
if he were
He'll
awake,
be so happy in the morning.
he'll be so happy when he finds out tomorrow afternoon.
Real Clear has Trump at 270 now. I mean, it's
over.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's over.
And by the way, it was over when I said it was over. I just didn't have the magic authority to say it was over, but it was over.
Yeah, I'm kind of mad we're missing MSNBC.
It's true.
Right?
This is the peak moment.
I'm glad people are watching us, but I wouldn't be watching us.
NBC is
I'd
now
be
floating
watching-
the idea that Democrats were not smart to swap out Joe Biden for Kamala Harris.
Oh, you hate to see
Who
it.
said it? Who said it?
NBC is upset that they swapped out Biden for Harris.
Donald Trump is in the room at the convention center. Our own Mary Margaret Olohan has been there all night. She sees Donald Trump in the venue. So we'll be hearing from the president soon. I have an idea. It's kind of crazy. You guys want to hear it?
Sure.
My idea is that when Donald Trump starts walking in, everybody starts clapping, and the room goes crazy, I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to walk into the party that's taking place in the next room where we have so much of our Daily Wire staff who made this show possible and make our work possible. So many of our friends and family from around Middle Tennessee and influencers who came in to spend the evening with us, Tim Pool. I think we should just actually go in there and watch this thing on the big screen. What do you guys think?
I'm with you. Yeah.
And drink Tim Pool's Pappy Van Winkle.
And
most
drink
importantly,
Tim Pool's Pappy Van Winkle.
Okay. And then are we coming back, or is that?
Well, we're going to watch it, and then that'll be the end of the evening.
That'll be the end of the evening.
Right.
I love that
Yes.
idea.
Totally in. By the way, stat of the evening, okay? Kamala Harris did not outperform Joe Biden in a single county in America.
That's sad.
So hey, I want to.
Not one.
I'm sad.
I don't usually make big predictions on elections and stuff. I did say from the beginning, I actually agreed with the left-wing streamer Destiny. I thought it was a mistake to knock off Biden. I'm not saying Biden would have beat Trump. I don't think he would have this time.
Right.
But I just thought it was a bad idea, even when it would have been to a good candidate like Newsom or somebody, but especially with someone like Kamala. And now you are seeing the payoff of that. It's so disruptive to the ticket. It's such a vote of no confidence.
Right.
And there was no reason to believe that woman could win anything more than a dog catcher race.
Even making Kamala Harris the VP in the first
that was
so cynical.
So cynical.
Yeah.
So cynical.
Yeah. I mean, we have probably witnessed the most consequential presidential debate, certainly in our lifetime.
Yeah.
I also hope we've witnessed...
And the most fun. It was really...
It was delightful. And I also hope we've witnessed the last presidential debate of any significance in that format. I think that the long-form podcast interview...
It's way better.
...will come out of this as a major development.
Yeah, by the way, we're speaking of like people who are impactful. Points to Joe Rogan, man.
Joe Rogan.
Without
Points to
question.
my friend Joe.
Yeah.
Without question.
Yeah.
I mean, Rogan has been one of the most consequential voices in America for some years now.
Yes.
But he cemented it. And his courage to endorse,
and
which carried risk.
Oh, it must be terrible over at CNN. CNN called Pennsylvania for Trump. So they must just be like beside themselves over there.
Yeah, I'm seeing 280 on this. Did they call Wisconsin?
Because
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Okay.
He's going to take Michigan and Nevada too, and Arizona.
Decision Desk HQ calling Wisconsin.
Hey, remember, so Trump got one thing wrong. He said it would be a bloodbath if Kamala won, but I'm looking at these numbers over here.
It's kind of
looks a little bit like a bloodbath.
I got to be honest with you, I'm not tired of winning.
I am not
tired of winning.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
He lied.
The
He
night is
lied.
young.
He
The night
told
is
me
young.
I would be tired of winning, and I am not tired of winning. I can't believe him.
What?
Amazing.
Could someone please pass my Buc-ee's Bic so I can relight my cigar?
That was really
It's gone. It's underneath the confetti.
No, it's here somewhere. Here it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Thanks.
This is very, it's very
There are people
surreal.
who are going out on the stage to prep the stage for him right now. So, wow.
Just amazing. Donald Trump, the 47th president of the United States. If you're just tuning in, because you made me watch the NFL trades this afternoon.
Yeah, that's
Took a bit of a nap. You're waking up for the night shift.
Yeah, we just
Donald Trump,
let you know.
47th president.
Yeah.
And
of the United States.
we'll be playing defense for the Giants, I think, as well.
That's right. And to quote George W. Bush, for whom I still have great affection, it is indeed some weird shit. It is indeed.
You know what I'm most excited for about President Trump's second term? His third term. That's what I'm really looking forward to, baby. You heard me, Media Matters. Cat's out of the bag.
I'm so happy that, truly, I said it early in the evening. Barack Obama effectively got a third term.
Yes.
And I'm so glad he's not getting a fourth. And as I said, the Democrats will now have to run a real candidate in 2028, which means not a puppet for Barack Obama, somebody who has their own ideas. And they'll get Obama up there at their convention, and they'll take his phone calls, and they won't give to what he actually thinks.
There are fun things happening all over the country. So over in L.A., where things are trash. So the district attorney over there is a Soros guy named George Gaskin. He's just awful.
He's awful.
He got defeated today.
Yeah. That's great. That's excellent.
Like
That's
serious.
Even some of the lefties are finding reason at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, the return of reason. Oh, how we have long awaited you.
I didn't realize Gascon was even on the ballot this year. I just wasn't paying attention to the race.
You guys ever seen that
He's already
painting?
calling for scrapping the Electoral College.
Of course.
Is he going to scrap the popular vote?
What about elections? Just
that question is yes, there will.
What they didn't
see.
say is that if Trump won, there would be no more elections because the left canceled the rest of them.
Yeah, right.
The left was like, we can't do this shit anymore. Like, we're done. There's no more elections here.
When Elon said this could have been the last election if Kamala won, I thought I didn't think of him meaning that literally, like there would have been an election day next time. I think the point he was making was because of mass migration and mass amnesty that you as a citizen, your vote just wouldn't really matter at all.
Become irrelevant.
Yes, and so to me it seemed like this election, as much as it was about Trump and Kamala, it was a question of whether or not. We were talking earlier, Dr. Klavan, about the cycle of regimes. Regimes change. We've tried to stave off the change, but they change over time. And I felt it was a referendum on, do we still live in a regime that is vaguely similar to the one we had at the founding of our country?
Yeah.
And I think the answer today, in the year of our Lord 2024, is a resounding yes. Exactly. It hasn't changed yet.
You bastards. Yeah, no, I think, not to get too portentous about it, but we did just kind of live through a major stress test of the American experiment. It's not that we haven't had others, but the whole idea of the country in the deep sense is that we're supposed to be able to weather the kinds of catastrophes that other regimes have capitulated to, have fallen under and transformed, including the Roman Republic. I mean, a lot of the things that we've been facing are very similar to what the Roman Republic was facing at the end of its life. And we are supposed to be able to move peacefully through those crises into something new. And I think we just proved that, in fact, we can do that.
This is not that day.
By the way, 75% of the vote is in Michigan, and Trump is up 52-46.
Okay.
Yeah. He's just going to sweep the whole road.
Decision Desk currently has Republicans with a 2-1 advantage win chance in the House, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the triumvirate is very much on the table.
Yeah. And we have the Supreme Court, even though the thing is, the libs say, well, it's a conservative court because it's appointed by Trump, and they've given us some good decisions.
Yeah.
Also, Neil Gorsuch, appointed by Trump, gave us Bostock, which wrote transgenderism into civil rights law. So that really isn't dispositive, but in as much as you can map it, this means that conservatives have totally unified government at the federal level, with the exception of the bureaucracy, which is set up for a fall like we have not seen in any of our lifetimes.
No excuse to not push forward the agenda.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Right. No excuse.
Right.
Now,
we don't need to focus on that tonight, but no excuse.
I have a new answer from Mary Margaret Olohan on what we do in a post-Roe world.
Okay.
We just passed a national abortion ban.
Let's go. You heard me, Media Matters.
By the way, I would. I just want you guys to know. I know that I'm saying that we should be incremental in our approach. I am an absolute abolitionist.
Well, you're incremental, meaning you would at least take a small victory. You would also take a large victory.
Also take
And can we be honest now? Project 2025 is Trump's agenda. So
it's being implemented as we speak.
Let us hope so.
By the way, hardest hit tonight, Matt Drudge. What a fall that was.
He is nuts. You know, you told me to start reading because I had stopped. He's insane.
Yeah, he lost it.
So here's what happened. 8 weeks ago, Drudge was great. It was the best that it's been since it stopped being good. 6 weeks ago, he went to the left. I mean, truly to the left of MSNBC.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was divorced from reality.
It was divorced from reality. He gave Nick Fuentes like 8 above-the-fold links over the last 6 weeks.
I began to worry about you because you told me to start looking at it. You must have told me right at the change.
I told you right at the
change. It was pretty good a few months ago. What is Jeremy seeing here?
Oh, it's still Matt Drudge.
God, listen to this lead from the AP. What trash they are. Truly, you want to talk about who's garbage? The legacy media. Those are the garbage.
You don't hate that enough.
Take out that bag of shit. Yeah. Listen to this. Even with the outcome uncertain Tuesday night, the 2024 presidential election already has exposed the depths of a fractured nation as the candidates navigated political shifts based on class, race, and age under the near constant threat of misinformation and violence.
All your fault.
That's their lead. That's their lead.
Fractured. We seem pretty unified.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Also, I love this.
Looking at that map, I don't know.
Navigated political shifts based on class. You mean how Donald Trump won the largest share of Hispanics for any Republican in the modern era? And the largest share of black men for any Republican in the modern era, and the largest share of Jews of any Republican in the modern era. Like, that seems like not super fractury to me. That seems like...
Look at the map. It's red.
I mean...
The whole thing is red.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
awesome.
It's the coast. They own the coast. Just parts of the coast.
Yeah.
Not my coast, baby.
Yeah.
Florida looking good.
That's right.
That's right. I mean, there is like a third of the American coasts. Because I also consider America's Evil Top Hat Canada to just be one giant ocean of Wow.
It's a land ocean.
Yeah, it's a land ocean. Wow.
Truly remarkable. I hate that Jordan and Dennis aren't still with us.
Yeah.
Mostly because I wanted to see Dennis drink.
Yeah.
That might have been dangerous. I don't know.
Yeah. This, guys, I was pretty bullish going into it, and I did think that there was a chance that it would be over on election night. I was actually more bullish than many people on that. I did not think it would be like this.
No.
I thought this vindicates vibes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Totally on vibes. I thought this is what would happen.
But see, the vibes weren't based on nothing. They were actually based on, for me, they were based on cultural observation.
Well, also, I mean, can we be real about something? The polls weren't that off. Meaning that if you look at the state polls, look at Real Clear Politics polling average. Okay, Atlas, first of all, nailed it. So Atlas Intel hit every single state. Atlas nailed it within very small margins in every single state. And if you look at those final Real Clear Politics polling averages in the states, the Real Clear Politics polling averages in the states were not very far off. They had Trump plus 1.3 in Georgia, Trump plus 1.2 in North Carolina. They had a slight advantage for Trump in Pennsylvania. They had Harris plus 0.5 and plus 0.4 in Michigan. That's like within 2 points.
Yeah.
Okay, these are not wildly off polls. This is why, again, not to pat myself on the back, I literally said there's going to be a polling error in Trump's favor because you can't poll the Trump voter properly.
Yeah.
And if that polling error is real, he is going to
real
sweep
everywhere.
all of these states.
Yeah. But to go back to the vibes.
Forget about the polls. Let's get back to the vibes.
Because we were saying Kamala Harris ran a vibes-based campaign. She did. It was
But
really
it turns
bad.
out Donald Trump was brat.
He was they were bad vibes. Really
Can
bad
we
vibes
get a
from that
community note on when Charlie XOXO, whatever that girl, she said Kamala is brat? I want a community note. She is not brat.
She's
This is
actually
proof
not
that
brat.
she's not brat.
Decidedly not brat.
Yes.
Well, it was interesting that whole stage of her campaign, which really was the opening, that was their opening gambit, was that we're just going to coast on like coconut milk, basically.
Yeah.
That whole thing was actually borrowed Trump strategy.
Yeah.
That was really just an astroturfed version of Trump's greatest strength, which was what you saw ultimately at McDonald's, was that he's got this enormous kind of fellow feeling for the American people and ease with the actual human being. I mean, it was all an attempt to just like suck the juice out of the Trump campaign and attribute it to Kamala. And in fact, it was
that is his best self. It has always been his best self. It's just
He's so good.
Instinctive love of.
There was a video of him that went viral several weeks ago. It was just a quick clip of him just working through a room and talking to people.
Yeah, he's great.
I don't know where it was from, but it was just like, it's masterful.
Yeah.
Yes. I spoke to Trump's head of security, Keith Schiller, who's been with him for a quarter century or so, and became a very significant Oval Office person. He was director of Oval Office operations. And I said, hey, look, I know everything about Trump politically. I've followed the guy. I'm a New Yorker. I've followed the guy since I was like 3. I've literally been aware of Trump for my entire life. I said, tell me about the guy personally. What's it like being around him? We've heard he's bad to people and he has bad character, whatever. He said, this guy, people love him. They're loyal to him. Yeah. He has a good family. His family loves him and reveres him. And you can't. It's not obviously he's had tough relations with certain staffers and stuff in the White House, but I don't know. He's got a decades-long track record of really connecting with people and establishing good relationships.
It is amazing that a guy with his marital history has kids who are actually operational, and some of them actually
they're quite successful.
Quite successful,
and decent people.
And some of them are, yeah.
You know what this really comes down to? The Washington Post not endorsing Kamala.
That's true.
Only they endorsed Kamala.
Yeah, that would have turned the tide.
Would have changed everything.
That's how I make my decision.
Yeah.
Right.
I would have supported her if they only endorsed her.
Yeah.
I was waiting on.
I know it. What a failure to lead. A failure in their solemn responsibility to take sides in a political
to tell us what to
True.
do.
Yeah.
Democracy dies in garbage. That's going to be the new headline.
That's good. I like it.
That's excellent. Yeah.
Wow. So we're looking at the scene.
Yeah, I think we should move into the other room.
Well, I mean, once he starts to come out, right? Or
Is that Nigel Farage in the crowd?
I thought I
probably
looks like Nigel Farage.
Nigel does show up in Palm Beach. I have noticed.
Well, this is. I mean, we have not talked about this at all because it's not the headline, but the global element of this is also really important. I mean, America was the last bastion of Western freedom in this election. There are developments in the UK. In Canada, forget about it. But there is all over the West, this same set of issues is being adjudicated. We were the only ones.
There's something also, Americans don't appreciate this sufficiently. I remember I was traveling around a lot of the world in 2016, actually right before I started Daily Wire.
Yeah.
I was in the Middle East. I was traveling around there a lot. I went to India for a little bit. I was just kind of like a little joy trip with my friends. And the thing that really shocked me about it was, because the election was going on, everyone is tuned into the American election because we're the global hegemon, we're the global empire.
Yep.
So we think of this as the election for our nation. This is an election that sets the tone for the entire world.
Yes.
And the entire world is very, very tuned into what goes on here. So to your point, Spencer, things are bad. In Canada, they're killing their elderly and they're sick and they're depressed. And the elections in Europe have not gone as we'd like them to in certain places. And
in England, they're arresting people for thinking.
And they're arresting people for praying in their own heads or wearing pro-life T-shirts in their homes.
Yeah.
And however, this changes that.
Mm-hmm.
Inevitably, this will change that.
It will. I'm hearing the.
There he is. Donald Trump is on the stage. You can see him there in the corner. Right there.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
My friends, thank you for this wonderful night. Let's
Yes.
go listen to the 47th President of the United States. Here we go. Don't forget your champagne.
Yes, indeed.
And maybe your second
cigar. There it is.
Did it.
Sweeter than liberal tears is the confetti of the conservatives.
Taking this stuff off me.
I would bring these out, or
I'm bringing that out. You have a little bit of confetti on your hair.
We need to.
It suits you.
My friends, we're still on camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right.
Come on. Come along.
All right.
All right. Going to see.
Here we go. Wow.
It's a good day.
All right. There it is. There's our boy.
Hey, Ben. We're literally going to be on camera the whole time. You got to say that again.
In every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Ushabez. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership. Yeah.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Walsh, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around, and it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning, and I'm saying only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. And it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. We have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Knelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us, every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States. Thanks for spending election night with us. We'll see you next time.